Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching.
551 Chapter Compatibility of Dreams 1. Damn it. Seriously. Sheridan stamped the floor hard in frustration. That bastard Hands. Just let me catch him. I'll kill him with my own hands. Sheridan gnashed her teeth as she recalled the vanished Hands. Up until the moment they were swept away by Nerva's sand, Hands had still been with her. But when she came to her senses, the only one left by her side was Ludger, who had fallen asleep. Unwilling to sit idly by, Sheridan slung Ludger onto her back and wandered the labyrinth. Because of the size difference, Ludger's legs dragged along the ground, but so what? It was still better than grabbing him by the legs and dragging him along. If Hands had been there, she wouldn't have had to suffer through such hard labor in the first place. Sheridan resolved that once she found Hands, she would repay him with pain greater than what she herself had endured. Stupid bastard. She was annoyed, but she wasn't ignorant of why Hands had left. There was no way that Hands, who was more loyal to Ludger than anyone, would abandon him and run. That fool must have run away on purpose, thinking he couldn't control his instincts. He didn't want to rampage again and hurt someone the way he had before. How arrogant. Who the hell does he think he is, worrying about who? Sheridan was determined to drag the runaway Hands back by force. If he didn't listen, she would beat him. If he rampaged, then she would leash him. Thinking that way, Sheridan decided to fix this awkward way of carrying Ludger. Let's see. After a moment of thought, Sheridan decided to make a stretcher to drag the injured man. There were no materials nearby, but since this was dreamland, it didn't matter. Stretcher, stretcher, stretcher. Sheridan muttered the word to herself like a mantra, eyes squeezed shut. Bombs and such she could make without even closing her eyes, but anything else demanded considerable concentration. Stretcher, she shouted, then snapped her eyes open. Next to Ludger, a stretcher had appeared, ready to carry the wounded man. It looked crude and clumsy, but it was enough to serve its purpose as a tool. Sheridan, with her small body, struggled and grunted as she loaded Ludger onto the stretcher. She tied the rope attached to the end around her waist and began walking again. Screech. It was easier than carrying him on her back, so Sheridan's steps felt much lighter. I wonder when my lord will wake up. It was a rare sight. A dwarf girl of such tiny build dragging along a grown man on a stretcher through the labyrinth. Damn, gathering everyone was a filthy chore. Alex let out a relieved sigh as he looked at the gathered members. It had taken an absurd amount of time just to regroup in this three-dimensional maze. Part of it was because the space itself was twisted and distorted, but they had also wasted twice as long because everyone insisted on speaking their piece. Wow, the view from here is different again, huh? When Arthur leaned against the railing to look down, Violetta hurriedly stopped him. Hey, Arthur, don't wander off on your own. Pouting at her words, Arthur stuck out his lower lip. If it were Teacher, he would have kindly explained everything. I am not your owner, and especially in times like this, no one is allowed to act alone. Watching Violetta nag Arthur, Alex muttered under his breath without meaning to. What are you, his mom? Violetta's head snapped around at those words. Seeing the fire blaze in her eyes, Alex flinched without meaning to. Don't you dare call an unmarried woman a mother. Ah, no, I just meant you're similar, that's all, not literally. Ha ha ha. Arthur, listening at the side, tilted his head in thought, then smiled. Now that you say it, it does seem like that. He blurted out his honest thoughts. Then, does that mean Teacher is the dad? What? If there's a mom, of course there has to be a dad too, right? And to me, the only one who's like a dad is Teacher. Arthur glanced at Violetta cautiously and asked carefully, Ah, did I just say something rude? Well, not exactly. In an instant, Violetta smoothed over her expression and spoke in a soft voice. Her reaction was completely different from when she had just been glaring at Alex. Arthur, you really mustn't wander around like that in situations like this, okay? Her tone had even softened like that of a real mother. Good grief, what a sight. Alex shook his head. What mattered now was how to escape this bizarre space. Not that there was a way to escape, that much was certain. They could choose one of the many doors scattered around and move. But there was no way to be sure which was the right way. What if they opened the wrong one and ended up falling into another strange place? We don't even know where this is, to begin with. France, who could have explained it, had been separated, and the one they truly needed to meet Ludgethy hadn't even found yet. As it is, we'll just have to put our heads together and agree as best we can. But since they knew nothing, they had no choice but to seek advice from someone. Alex fixed his gaze on Phantos for a moment. What? No, no, never mind. His eyes shifted toward Arthur and Violetta. Not them either. They didn't seem like they knew anything special about this place. Finally, Alex's eyes landed on Bellaruna, but his gaze didn't linger there for more than a second before he moved it away naturally. Excuse me, why aren't you saying anything to me? Realizing she was being ignored, Bellaruna demanded an answer. Feigning innocence, Alex replied. Huh, when did I? You did. Just know you looked at me. You had something to say, but you swallowed it down. No way. It's just you didn't seem like you'd know much about this place, that's all. That's insulting. I actually do have a way to know about this place. What? Alex's eyes flew open in surprise. Violetta and Arthur were just as shocked. Are you serious? Even Phantos unfolded his crossed arms and listened to Bellaruna's words. It feels like I am being underestimated, but ill assume it's a mistake. No, that's isn't it, because of the way you usually act. Alex barely managed to choke down those words before they escaped his throat. A mistake, yeah. So what is it you know about this place? Mr. France told me. He said this whole world is a dream. When did the two of you even have a conversation? On the way down here, I asked him everything I was curious about. He actually answered pretty well. Alex was dumbfounded. He had made only a temporary alliance with Franz nothing that warranted trust. That's why he hadn't bothered with much talk. But this clueless elf girl apparently couldn't hold back her curiosity and had asked everything from behind. This place is a labyrinth prison created by the demon of dreams. Naturally, everything that makes it up is tied to dreams. Right, that means these doors are likely passageways leading to other dreams. Her reasoning was logical and convincing. Everyone listened intently to Bellaruna's words. To escape this place, I think we have to step through one of those doors and break through the world beyond it. And why do you think that? Because a dream is something you're supposed to wake up from. That's what Mr. France said. That's the essence of a dream. That waking up is its essence. Strangely, that makes sense. Opening a door and moving beyond it is like beginning a new dream. And as we wake from NVLIGHT each one, our consciousness gradually rises closer to the surface of sleep. So this prison was made with that meaning. Alex stroked his chin. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with Bellaruna's words. There was no proof, but Alex's instinct screamed that it was the truth, and the intuition he had honed since stepping into the realm of a master also sided with Bellaruna. Alex's judgment meant that Phantos had reached the same conclusion, so in the end, we just have to break through one. Exactly. Seeing how many doors there are, each one must have different characteristics. We just have to choose the least dangerous among them. As everyone paid attention to her words, Bellaruna grew more excited. She strode to the nearest door and spoke with confidence. My guess is that this one is the safest. But when she pushed it open, a monstrous roar erupted from beyond. Quwara. The gust of wind that followed whipped Bellaruna's hair violently. Slam. She shut the door again and forced an awkward smile. Ahem, I suppose it must be another door. No, that one pleases me. And Mr. Phantos. Phantos stepped in front of Bellaruna. His gaze was fixed on the door more precisely, on the being that had roared from beyond it. There is a splendid prey inside. What lay past the door was a steaming, humid jungle. The scenery was shockingly different, but Phantos paid it no mind. All that mattered was that prey capable of stirring his hunter's blood had appeared before his eyes. But weren't we supposed to break through whatever world lay beyond the door anyway? Then there's no need to bother looking for another. Isn't that so? Phantos glanced at Bellaruna as though seeking agreement, but the cold gleam in his eyes carried a clear warning. If anyone disagreed, he was ready to force compliance. Bellarana felt suffocated and desperately sought help from the others with her eyes. But everyone only shook their heads. Well, whichever way we go, what matters is that we reach the end, right? We don't exactly have choices anyway. Jungle exploration sounds exciting. The majority had spoken. Bellarana's shoulders slumped. We go. Phantos opened the door and stepped through first. The group followed after him, and Bellaruna trailed in last, dragging her feet. The massive prison Nerva had created continued to swallow people endlessly. The infinite prison, or the labyrinth of dreams. A world where twisted spaces and overlapping dreams blended toge the dreamlike, yet more than enough to evoke terror. What are we supposed to do? Taishi hugged her knees, crouched down, looking nothing like her usual lively self. But there was no one to comfort her. The other students around her looked no different. Two figures watching them whispered quietly, "This is bad." Yeah, only two remained clear-headed, Aiden and Flora Lumos. Even in this situation, they had not lost their reason, and both racked their brains over how to escape. Shouldn't we at least try one of the doors? Brave Aiden refused to sit idle and suggested doing something. No, we already confirmed it earlier. Beyond each door lies a completely different world. They had checked beyond 3 doors already. Each time, a different scene had unfolded. The depths of a dark ocean, a barren canyon scoured by sandstorms, a swamp overflowing with toxic miasma. Each was an extreme environment where an ordinary person wouldn't last an hour. If this many people move at once, there will definitely be casualties. Flora insisted that they couldn't recklessly rush in and risk lives. Safety came first. Aidan reluctantly agreed that she was right. But if we stay like this, everyone's just going to go mad from anxiety. True, that's the problem. It was unrealistic to just sit and wait for rescue. That meant they had to move despite the risk, but would the others follow their lead? If it were Professor Ludger, he'd have already seized everyone with charisma. The thought flashed in Flora's mind, and she shook her head. The only person I could even consider asking to fill that role is like that right now. Her eyes drifted to the corner, where the third Princess Erendia was crouched. Even if she was a princess, it was too much to expect her to keep her composure in a situation like this, especially with Rhine, who usually stayed by her side. Nowhere to be seen, her unease must be all the worse. At that moment, Aidan suddenly brightened with an idea. Then let's break the wall. Maybe we'll find something. What? Don't be ridiculous. With my magic, I can do it. Judging that doing nothing would doom them all, Aidan pulled out the staff at his waist. Wait. Flora tried to stop him, but it was too late. Aidan swung, channeling anti-magic into the wall. It would have been fortunate if only his staff had broken. But to everyone's astonishment, the wall split open, revealing a clean cut. And beyond it was not another alien world, but a three-dimensional space much like the one they were already in. Was this success? So easily? Flora's eyes widened in disbelief. Then she heard something. From the darkness of the space Aidan had opened came a dragging sound. Screech. What is that? What's that sound? The students stared in terror at the gap. Something was approaching. Flora bit her lip and prepared magic. Even Aidan, who had cut open the wall, gripped his staff tightly in nervous tension. Then suddenly something popped out of the gap. Ha! What's this? There's an opening here. The figure that appeared was a little girl, so young that their tension seemed absurd. White hair tied into pigtails, brown skin. The sight of Cerridon Ironfeet left the students bewildered. A child. All right, hold on. Someone help me with this, will you? Even more astonishing was that the dwarf girl had tied a rope to her waist and was dragging something behind her. When the figure on the stretcher came into view, the students gasped in shock. Professor Ludger, why are you here? 552, Chapter Compatibility of Dreams. 2. Why is Professor Ludger coming out of there? The students didn't say it aloud, but they were all thinking the same thing. The girl who had dragged Ludger over, Cerridon, didn't care about everyone's stares. She patted her waist and plopped down on the spot. Ego, I am exhausted. For words spoken in such a cute voice, her tone carried the weight of many years. Everyone stared at Cerridon in disbelief. Looking closely, she wasn't just an ordinary girl. The sharper-eyed students realized that Cerridon wasn't human at all. She was a dwarf. So to summarize the situation, a dwarf girl was dragging around the deeply sleeping Ludger. What the hell is this? A dream? No, this is a dream. But should I call this reality then? The situation was so absurd that the students even forgot the fact that they were trapped in a labyrinth they couldn't escape. The first to regain composure and speak was Flora. Wait, you there? Me? Cerridon shamelessly asked back, leaving Flora momentarily speechless. Not only had she naturally sat down among them, but those innocent eyes looked as if to say, why are you even talking to me? Yes, you. Just what are you? Why are you the one dragging our professor around? Flora's voice carried force, as if to say that if Cerridon tried anything funny, she wouldn't let it slide. The intent was clear. Intimidation to make her obedient. But Sheridan saw Flora's posture and thought she looked more like a hedgehog bristling with spines than anything threatening. On the outside, Flora might look older, but Sheridan was already a veteran who had gone through countless battles with Ludger. Strong-willed Sheridan would not be intimidated even if the opponent was Nerva himself. Oh, is she worried about Nari? Kids got hot. Sheridan instantly understood why Flora was being wary. I don't know. When I came to my senses, this guy was lying there. I didn't feel right leaving him alone, so I was moving him. If she mentioned Nari or gave any hint she knew Ludger personally, it would only raise suspicions. So Sheridan feigned ignorance, acting like she was meeting him for the first time. Do you know him? Yes, he's our professor. On the surface, Sheridan's words sounded plausible enough, so Flora let her guard down a little. Of course, she didn't discard all suspicion. Her eyes still glinted with the promise to punish Sheridan if she tried anything. But to Sheridan, Flora's hostility only looked adorable. She's so bad at being honest it's cute. If Flora had known Sheridan's thoughts, she would have blown her top. What happened to the professor? I don't know. He just kept sinking into sleep. If we wake him, I tried. He won't get up. Looks like he's caught in some kind of curse. She didn't mention that the medium of that curse was the demon Nerva. But Flora wasn't so dull that she missed the implication. If Ludger, who had gone ahead into the depths, had fallen to sleep, then it meant that the demon was the one who had cursed him. Hearing the explanation, the students put their heads together. Rather than doing nothing, it was better to figure out a way to wake Ludger up. If it's a curse, maybe I should try. Aiden was the first to speak. His anti-magic could cut through spells, and curses were just another form of magic. So if someone was cursed, anti-magic should be enough to dispel it. Everyone nodded, and Aiden gripped his staff, stepping up beside Ludger. Seeing his determined face, Flora asked hastily, "Wait, how are you going to do it? By whacking him with your staff?" "Well, I have to swing the sword form right. Is it really necessary to hit him?" "No. I'll keep some distance and swing without touching him." "All right. Yes. But if that doesn't work, then I might have to actually strike him." Aiden spoke purely out of concern for Ludger, but Flora couldn't help thinking otherwise. Is he pretending to worry about the professor while actually wanting to blow off steam? How many times had Ludger scolded Aiden in class? Among 80 students, no one's name had left Ludger's lips as often as Aiden's. Aiden always smiled and brushed it off, but could there really be no bitterness at all? You really won't hit him, right? Why would I hit the professor? Well, the other students were clearly thinking the same thing Flora was. Here I go. Aiden NVLHT, don't copy, read here, gripped his staff in sword form, activated anti-magic, and swung it toward Ludger's head. Flora flinched without meaning to. So did Leo and Taishi. Is he gonna hit him? Is he really gonna? Contrary to their anxious expectations, Aiden's sword staff missed Ludger's head by a hair's breadth, passing just over it. Ah! One student let out a disappointed groan and immediately earned glares from everyone. He bowed his head in shame. This is Aiden's expression darkened after using anti-magic. No good. This isn't some normal curse. It's something much stranger, and my anti-magic can't cut it. He had realized it the moment he swung. This curse wasn't anything he could handle. It wasn't ordinary magic, or curse work, it was something of a completely different dimension. Then what do we do? If it isn't a normal curse, then maybe something else is involved. There might be a trigger, right? Hearing the discussion, Erendia spoke up with a hesitant suggestion. Maybe a kiss would wake him up. The reaction was split right down the middle. One side looked at her with cold eyes, as if to say, "Your Highness, what on earth are you talking about?" The other side tilted their heads, half convinced. Could be. Sounds plausible, kind of. Flora, too, reacted to Erendia's words. A kiss, her gaze drifted to Ludger's lips. As he slept peacefully, he really did look like the prince from Sleeping Beauty. If I did it, would he wake up? Even if he didn't, wouldn't it be okay to try? Just as Flora sank into such thoughts, Cheryl nudged her arm. Flora, what are you thinking so hard about? Hiak. Flora's spine stiffened so much that even her hair stood on end. Even Cheryl, who had spoken to her, widened her eyes at the extreme overreaction. Realizing what she'd been thinking, Flora's face flushed bright red. "Ah, sorry. Did I scare you too much? Your face is red. Are you okay?" "Why, yeah. It's just, feels kind of hot in here." "Hot, but it's cool here. Flora, you're acting weird, you know. Anyway, waking up Professor Ludger comes first, got it?" "Why, yeah." Cheryl was overwhelmed by Flora's intensity and couldn't bring herself to ask what she was curious about. First, they needed to sort out the situation. Would he really wake up from a kiss? That's just from fairy tales. But we're in a dream world, aren't we? Wouldn't something like that work better than normal logic? The students' opinions were split evenly. Some wondered, does it really have to be a kiss? But no one dared to say it aloud in the heated atmosphere. In that case, ill try this time. Aidan shouted confidently as he stepped forward. You little bastard. Why are you stepping up? Wanna die. Within a single second, Taishi had him restrained and dragged away. Excuse me. It was then that Iona, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Because she was usually so quiet, everyone turned toward her with half curiosity and half surprise. Honestly, it doesn't make sense that a kiss would wake him up. At that, the students who had been silently thinking that's true, isn't it, all widened their eyes. She said it. She actually said it out loud. But because it came from Iona, and her calm tone carried a strange persuasiveness, no one objected. Instead, Iona presented a new idea. Wouldn't it make more sense for Aidan to use his magic to split the wall so we can get out of this place first? It was a practical suggestion they could act on immediately. The students finally reconsidered their priorities. It would be great if Ludger woke up, but since they had no way to wake him right now, escaping the labyrinth came first. With Aiden's anti-magic, there was no need to risk wandering through dangerous doors that could break through the walls. If they were lucky, they might even reunite with other survivors. All right, let's give it a try then. Aiden spoke energetically and swung his sword staff at the wall. Once again, space split open, and a path revealed itself. While everyone stared at the newly opened passage with hopeful eyes, Flora alone kept her gaze fixed on Ludger lying on the stretcher. A kiss, the regretful thought just wouldn't leave her mind. H.M. Nerva, who had been hunting survivors and absorbing their strength, suddenly turned his head at a strange sensation. Someone put a hole in my prison. What was this now? Even Zero Order shouldn't have been able to move within this dream prison he himself had created. A pesky little rat slipped in through the crack. Nerva's face twisted. Because of these humans, he had dared to touch the offerings meant for the goddess herself. How much self-loathing he had endured for that sacrilege. Even now, while he was devouring survivors to restore his strength, Nerva faintly sensed that the more he fed, the more he was falling apart. The more his body recovered, the more his mind deteriorated. Still, for the sake of the goddess resurrection, he was prepared to endure any humiliation. But now, suddenly, a hole had opened in his prison, and the offerings were moving about freely. As much as I'd like to go there myself, the time wasn't right. If he went in this half-recovered state, there was a good chance he'd be the one defeated instead. He hated to admit it, but humans of this era were strong. Soldiers. Y'all have to take my place. At his command, shriveled corpses twitched to life. Armor of sand covered their bodies. Clatter, clatter. The sand-wrapped soldiers rose like zombies, their eyes glowing yellow. They were inferior versions of the somnium terracotta he had created when fighting Ludger. But for now, even these would have to do. Go, kill them all. The dream soldiers obeyed and marched out. Having dispatched them, Nerva sought his next prey. He needed to consume as many intruders as possible to regain strength. Even after devouring many, his severed right arm still showed no sign of regeneration. SSSHH. Nerva steadied his breath and wrapped dream sand around the stump. The golden grains shaped themselves into an arm, a sand prosthetic. For now, he had no choice but to use this in place of a real arm. His gaze shifted toward one of the doors hanging from the ceiling. Strong and familiar energy. Inside that door, beyond the dream-constructed space, he sensed two presences. One was a dreamwalker's, the other a half-human, half-elf hybrid. Nerva's mouth split in a grin that tore to his ears. Such delectable prey, so close by, fortunate indeed. He didn't hesitate. Open. Floating in the air, Nerva extended a finger toward the door. It slid open, connecting to the next space. Normally, what lay beyond should have been an entirely different scene. But as the creator and master of this prison, Nerva could skip such trivial steps. Clunk. Through the open door, Sedna and Julia came into view. They turned their heads at the sudden sound and froze pale at the sight of the golden light shining back at them. Nerva. Run. Instinct told them exactly who it was. Their only choice was immediate flight. Rather than youthful recklessness, a cold judgment of the situation prevailed. Quick thinkers. but you dare try to run from me, and you think I'd allow it." Nerva stretched out his right hand, the very hand France had severed, now replaced with sand. The grains of sand spread wide and shot toward Sedna and Julia's backs. Julia glanced back as they fled, then shoved Sedna hard to the side, sending them both rolling across the floor. The sand fist flew past and smashed a gaping hole straight through the prison wall. Nerva clicked his tongue. "I only meant to capture you, but it seems this clumsy prosthetic doesn't allow fine control." He shook his head at the tunnel-sized hole in the wall, then raised the sand arm again to strike. "This time I won't miss." Sedna and Julia were so shaken by the attack that they couldn't even think of running. As they squeezed their eyes shut, Nerva suddenly stiffened. "What?" His gaze turned toward the massive hole he had just made. From within the pitch-black darkness, where no light shone, came the low, rumbling growl of a beast. Unconsciously, Nerva clenched his fist, that he could feel it instinctively. Whatever lurked in that darkness was his perfect opposite to his natural enemy. 553, Chapter Compatibility of Dreams, 3. Nerva couldn't understand what was happening. I was nervous. It was the first time in his life he had ever felt this way. He had faced countless strong opponents before, but never once had he felt truly overwhelmed. The closest had been Ludger Cherish, yet even then, Nerva had not known fear. If anything, it was like a human coming across a tiger in the mountains. Not barehanded dead-armed, with at least a chance to fight. But this was different. It was like the sensation of hundreds of cockroaches crawling across his entire body at once, as if every insect imaginable had been mashed together into one indescribable form. He had always looked at humans and called them insects with disgust. But this was beyond disgust, and there was a reason. As a parcel of dreams, Nerva governed what people dreamed. The imagination, the energy, the essential of it was tied to ordinary dreams. But the being staring at him from within that darkness was the opposite. It resembled dreams in nature, yet it was darker, danker, more suffocating. Yes, this was a nightmare, not just any nightmare. A nightmare I have never seen before, mixed with countless grudges, hatred, and primal savagery. Sedna and Julia also noticed that Nerva's reaction was strange. What's going on? Why did he suddenly stop attacking? More than that, doesn't it feel colder? That Sedna's gaze turned toward the pitch-black corridor Nerva had blown open. From within, something writhed, something massive, filled with malice and icy hostility, just like before. This is the same as when I escaped Sky Island with Senior Sheridan. No, this time it's even worse. Back then, Sedna had been chased by a giant beast. If that beast was what she thought it was, then what lurked beyond that darkness now was surely Senior. She didn't even finish the word. Flash! From within the darkness, two enormous crimson lights appeared. Sedna and Julia realized it instantly. The reason nothing was visible in the tunnel wasn't because it was simply dark. What they had thought was darkness was, in fact, fur as black as midnight. And that fur-covered being was glaring at Nerva, its eyes rolling white and red. Boom! The massive hole Nerva had created from beyond it, an even larger black torrent burst out, swallowing him whole. Crash! The surging wave hurled Nerva into the wall and slammed him against it. The endless flood of black fur receded. SRRRK. As the dark mass slowly withdrew, Julia's voice trembled. Was that a hand? Had something just swatted Nerva away? Nerva, that monster, with a mere flick of its hand? Julia shivered like a leaf. She understood now just how impossible the being behind that wall was. But Sedna, who had more experience, didn't freeze completely like Julia. Julia, while its distracted run. With her small frame, she supported Julia, trying to get as far away as possible from the gaping corridor. If we don't escape now, we'll be caught in it. Her warning hadn't even finished when KRASH. The wall with its stairs, doors, and railings collapsed completely. Debris and clouds of sand dust filled the air. Through the falling rubble, a colossal beast's silhouette glowed with crimson eyes. Julia, running alongside Sedna, turned back and gasped. The creature revealed itself, defying every limit of her understanding. Thud. As it stepped, the ground shook with its weight. That is that the beast of Javordan. On a night of a blood-red full moon, it had rained as a calamity upon an entire nation. A cryptid remembered in history. ROOO. The living nightmare let out a bellow straight at the apostle of dreams. Impudent. A massive sand greatsword shot forth, skewering the beast's chest. Or so it seemed. Crunch. Crunch. Still standing as if nothing had happened, something writhed inside its torso. They were heads. Dozens of animal heads squirmed within, gnawing away at the sand blade until it crumbled. You brainless, witless beast, and you bare your fangs at me in my domain. Boom! Nerva tore free of the rubble and charged straight at the beast of Javodon. The beast's gaze never left Nerva. Just as Nerva instinctively recognized the beast as his natural enemy, the beast too recognized Nerva as its predator. Riding waves of golden sand, Nerva surged forward, his eyes glowing with fierce light. The beast swung its massive arm, the air splitting with violent winds. It won't work. The Dreamsand tide was not so weak as to be scattered by mere wind. It engulfed the beast up to its waist, binding fast. The sand writhed, quickly coiling over its body. "I'll crush you to death here and now." Nerva's voice seethed with malice. The beast of Javodon only raised its head. Awu-uo. Its main head and the heads on its shoulders all howled at once. The strange vibration in its howl seeped into the dream sand. And then what? The sand that had been binding the beast lost cohesion and collapsed to the ground. Nerva couldn't believe it. A beast unraveling divine authority. The power of dream sand was not some mere magic. It was a divine gift, a mighty power granted to him by the goddess herself. There was no way a mere beast could break it apart with just a howl. Nerva bit his lip. His original plan had been to devour the wandering humans and safely regain his strength. But that black beast had completely derailed everything. To fight it, he would have to burn through all the power he had absorbed so far. These pests, every last one of them. His irritation boiled into fury. First it had been Ludger Cherish who interfered. Because of him, Nerva had wasted much strength and had been forced to change his original plan. Then came Zampman and Sedna, dragging out time. Because of them, reinforcements had arrived, and he had endured humiliation by touching the offerings meant for the NVLGHT, exclusive on NVLGHT, goddess. And when he had finally cast aside all dignity and was regaining power by devouring humans, now this beast, his absolute nemesis, appeared to ruin everything. Interference. Interference. More interference. Veins bulged across Nerva's forehead. "All of you do nothing but obstruct me." The sly, ever-smiling apostle was gone. What remained was a demon whose face twisted in rage and slaughterous malice. "Fine, then. Let's see how far y'all go in defying me." Nerva gathered Dreamsand around himself, whipping it into a storm. The beast of Javodon inhaled deeply and unleashed another howl. Nerva instantly summoned winds to create a vacuum, cutting off the sound. But the beast's howl wasn't a mere sound carried through air. The strange resonance within it shattered the storm of Dreamsand anyway, the worst possible matchup. Yet Nerva did not see it as hopeless. "It can't completely nullify my authority. If it could, even my prosthetic arm would have been destroyed by that howl." The sand was shaken, yes, but the tightly condensed core had not lost control. "If brute force isn't enough, then I'll change my methods." Nerva slammed both hands onto the ground. Dreamsand gathered from all directions, reshaping into chains that wrapped around the beast's body. The beast of Javodon thrashed, snapping chains one after another, but more formed faster than it could break them. It opened its maw again, and Nerva had been waiting for that. If you're just a beast, then wear a muzzle. The massive prison of sand coiled tightly around the long snout of the beast of Javodon. Its jaws were sealed shut in an instant, cutting off its howling. This was the timing to bring it down. But Nerva's plan collapsed the moment the beast of Javodon revealed its next form. Scrape, scrape. The chains of sand binding the monster began to unravel, one by one, falling away. The countless beasts that made up its body had chewed through the shackles, and the aberration did not stop there. Awuo. One wolf's head howled, and the other wolf heads followed in resonance. Awuo. The harmony of beasts that composed its whole body weakened the cohesion of Dreamsand once again. They can pour out that bizarre wavelength through their entire body. The force was weaker than the original body, of course, but even that alone was enough to nullify most attacks. Nerva's expression hardened, icy past anger. This was dangerous. The monster could not defeat him, but neither could he find a decisive way to bring it down. And maybe it's just me, but that beast of Javodonit seemed smaller than before. Its huge bulk looked slightly diminished, its bloated size slimmed down. Rather than hope, Nerva felt unease. Normally, when a creature shrank, it meant it had weakened. But why does it feel like its power is being compressed instead? The thought refused to leave his mind, as if it were evolving in real time, transforming into some higher existence. The more he tried to deny it, the more that unsettling suspicion gnawed at him. Right. I can't waste forever locked in battle with you. There was no need to push for a decisive fight. He had already cast away pride long ago. The beast of Javorden lowered itself and charged at Nerva. The ground suddenly sank, pulling its body down. Growl, the beast kicked off with its hind legs, leaping high. The spot it had just stood on collapsed downward like falling blocks. This place is a prison I created. I can't alter the main structure, but I can give it little shifts like this. With a gesture, Nerva made the ground where the beast was about to land sink away again. The beast twisted midair with animal reflexes, planting its paws on the side floor and launching upward once more. Agility unmatched for its massive frame. Nerva's face stiffened. As I thought, it wasn't my imagination. The beast was compressing in real time. The countless animal heads sprouting from its body vanished, while the living heads on its shoulders closed their mouths and hardened like shoulder blades. Arms that mixed beast and human gradually shifted toward human form. It was changing, metamorphosing into something else. Whatever the end of that transformation was, it was nothing good for him. The beast twisted in midair, bounding off walls with three-dimensional movements. Its smaller body made it swifter, sharper than before. It closed the distance to Nerva in an instant, raising its arm. But that arm never swung. It instinctively realized the Nerva before it was a fake. Its head turned wildly. Its sniffing nose sought out the true Nerva's scent, sharp senses. The real Nerva emerged from the ceiling with falling sand. At that moment, the dream sand forming the decoy Nerva stabbed into the monster's eyes. Kriorog. The reduction of heads became poison here. Blinded even for an instant, the beast faltered. In that brief gap, Nerva stripped away all the surrounding floor blocks. The ground collapsed, dragging the beast down with it. The beast's eyes cleared and crimson light burst from them. Flash. It stomped falling blocks midair, using them as footholds to leap back upward. One by one. Like stepping stones, the beast of Javorden surged skyward, swiping its hand toward Nerva in the air. But its black-furred hand did not reach him. The fate awaiting a monster whose final strike had missed was only one. A plunge into endless darkness. You-woo! Its last desperate roar burst out of the dark, echoing through the prison Nerva had built. Flailing in vain, Nerva restored the blocks to seal the gaping hole. The beast would crash into the deepest pit of his prison. With its vitality, it would not die from this. But that did not matter. He had known he could not kill it. Buying time was enough. So this is the second defeat. He had chosen flight rather than face it head-on. Had he fought properly in his current state, he would have lost. If only my strength were intact. Muttering, Nerva let out a bitter laugh despite himself. All these ifs and maybes. For me to have become this broken. He shook his head, casting off useless thoughts, recalling the beast's final movement. That last strike, the hand swung at him though it could not reach. To most, it would seem like nothing more than the instinctive thrash of a beast. But Nerva had seen it. From its palm, something sharp, white as bone, had begun to protrude. It seemed exaggerated to call it so, yet its shape resembled a sword. If their fight had lasted longer, just what form would that beast have evolved into? Well, whatever the case, I've driven the beast away. Now it's time to hunt down the humans who ran. Nerva turned, following the vanished traces of Sedna and Julia. Time had been delayed, but they could not have fled far. Aidan and his companions entered a new space. Seeing no one inside, they thought they had wasted their time and prepared to move to the next. If not for the distant cry echoing, they would have. Awuo. The air trembled with the faint sound of a howl. It was distant, but unmistakably a wolf's call. Sheridan pricked up her ears, turning toward the direction of the sound. Hands. As confusion spread through the group, Ludger's little finger twitched as he lay in quiet sleep. Twitch. 554 chapter, signal beyond the horizon, 1. SSSHHHHH. It was a beach where waves crashed. The shore, covered in pure white sand, stretched on endlessly with no end in sight. To the left, to the right, nothing could be seen except the boundary where the white sand met the sea. Each time the foamy waves surged forward, his bare soles were soaked with a splashing sound. Looking down, he saw he wore no shoes. Bare feet. What am I doing here? His head felt hazy, as if just awakened from sleep. Where this was, what he was doing here, none of it came to mind. He only gazed endlessly at the horizon where the waves rolled in. It was a silent world. Aside from the periodic sound of the waves, there were no creatures, no voices. Who am I from the cloud-filled sky? Faint sunlight scattered across the sea. White light broke apart like tens of thousands of shards of glass. The waves, mingled with light, continued to rush in. That's right. I was making something. Ludger crouched quietly, molding the sand with his hands. Like a child playing on the beach, he scraped together the white sand with his hands, piling and shaping it into a castle. Too crude to be called a castle, just a clump of sand hurriedly built. He had no idea what meaning there was in making it. It wasn't something he thought out. It was simply instinct, as though he had no choice but to do it. SSSHHHHH. The incoming waves struck the sandcastle. The outer wall, weakly built, collapsed and was swept away with the retreating water. Scrape, scrape. Ludger pulled in more sand and patched the castle. He built, the waves knocked it down, and he built again. Made and broken, made again and broken again. The waves were endless. As long as the sea existed, they would keep coming. No matter how sturdily Ludger built the castle, before the waves it was useless. At best, he could scrape up the wreckage and barely keep it from being washed away. And suddenly, a thought came. Why am I doing this? No matter how hard he worked, the sandcastle would always collapse under the eternal waves. Why put such desperate effort into something doomed to be destroyed? Rationally, it would make more sense to give up. Building sandcastles before the waves was that not something even a stray dog would laugh at. But contrary to reason, his hands kept moving, scooping sand. Strangely, he could not give it up. He felt that the moment he stopped, something would be lost forever, irretrievable. He did not know what would be lastingly that the thought drove him onward. Don't stop. Don't give up. An inaudible voice whispered to him. SSSHHHHH. The waves struck. The waves were dreams, and they were someone's memories. Within them was an entire lifetime, birth, growth, and death. Ludger desperately defended the sandcastle against the waves. It's precious. It's yours. So never forget it. Ludger suddenly realized Somion was speaking to him. Behind him, as he built the sandcastle with all his strength, someone was cheering him on. Who are you? Still building, he asked the question. The encouraging voice fell silent. It did not vanish, it just stilled, as though not expecting the question to be turned back. Why are you helping me? Ludger wanted to know. Why did they urge him on in this meaningless act? Why not mock him, we cheer him? No answer came. Instead, Ludger sensed faint laughter from the other. Why were they smiling? As he tried to ask, a breeze blew from beyond the horizon. Ow! Within the wind, carried on the waves, came the sound of a wolf's howl. Ludger's eyes opened wide. Hands! It was a beast's cry, but Ludger knew whose voice it was. At the same time, the fog on his mind lifted, and his blurred reason returned with clarity. Yes, he had fallen into the dream Nerva had woven, a dream without waking. In that dream he had been a child, an old man, a soldier, a noble, a woman, a butterfly, a knight, an adventurer. Thousands of dreams, thousands of memories and experiences all jumbled together, threatening to erase the self called Ludger Cherish. But Ludger had not vanished. In that moment, when the faint spark was nearly extinguished, fuel was cast on the fire. The self that had been swept away by the waves returned to its true form, and Ludger realized what he must do. I am getting out of here. For that, he had to wake from the dream. But there was no immediate way to do so. What Ludger could do was purely straightforward. Break through head-on. There's no other path. No matter how many dreams remained, he had to keep advancing to the end without forgetting who he was. He did not know how many more memories would flood in. Now, alone at the helm, he would cross the raging sea of waves. If swept away, if his ship was swallowed, everything would end. A perilous voyage where only another's salvation could seem to matter. It's worth it. He would not rely on salvation. No matter the hardship, in the end the one who must overcome crisis was himself. The only one who could save him was himself. Sedna and Julia ran with all their strength. While the beast of Vorden and Nerva fought, they had to get as far away as possible. As the distant roars and explosions faded, the noise suddenly stopped. The fight was over. What happened? Julia looked bewildered. It was the natural reaction when she did not know who had won. Sedna's expression, however, was grim. Whether the beast of Vorden won or Nerva won, it was equally bad. But it was the silence that troubled her. If the beast had won, it would not be this quiet. That means the worst had happened. Nerva had triumphed. Hans Sunby. The thought that Hans had fallen made Sedna want to turn back and rescue him at once, but she forced herself to suppress the urge. From the course of the battle before they fled, it was unlikely Hans transformed into the beast of Vodden had been defeated easily. This silence meant, more likely, Nerva had used some method to separate himself from Hans. Yes, Nerva must be in a very worn-down state now. There's no way the fight ended in an instant. Finishing her judgment, Sedna urged Julia on. Julia, we have to keep running. That demon will be after us now. Once Nerva had marked them, no matter where they fled, there would be no escaping his grasp. But if they could reunite with the others, there might at least be a chance to counterattack better than being taken down without doing anything at all. Just as Sedna said this, a golden shimmer flared beyond the twisted darkness in the distance. He's already here. Nerva's speed was terrifying. He shot toward them through a local sandstorm, his face split by a grotesque, chilling smile. Where do you think you're going? Did you really think running away would let you escape me? Sedna bit her lip. A direct clash was impossible. Not only had she spent too much strength, even at full power she was no match for Nerva as he was now. She had to stall for time somehow. What happened to that monster? Don't you understand from the fact that I came personally to find you? You must think I'm a fool. But tell Muho was it that floundered against that monster. Seems you couldn't settle the fight properly. At her jab, Nerva's expression twisted. Sedna pressed the advantage. Do you even know what that monster really is? A monster is a monster. What else could it be? Good. She had caught his attention. That was a person, someone I know well. She wasn't lying. Before the apostle of dreams, a careless lie would be exposed instantly. I'm sorry, Sunby. Feeling guilty toward Hans, Sedna nevertheless chose to sell his information to buy time. He would learn it eventually anyway, but to bring it up now to distract him. He only has a peculiar constitution. He's not really that strong. Ridiculous. How could a mere constitution produce such a monster? Nerva's eyes flared, searching for truth. What he saw confirmed it. Sedna was telling the truth. That was surprising. That creature his greatest counter was actually human. When he comes into contact with a beast's factor, he transforms into that beast. Because of that, he was able to wield the power of a cryptid that once terrorized an entire nation. The power of a cryptid, you mean that monster, the beast of Vodden, a very famous cryptid. So what? That thing isn't here now. That's not the point. You couldn't defeat it. Etheriu had to use tricks to escape the fight, didn't you? Obvious provocation, but Nerva, already in a foul mood, took the bait. His eyes narrowed, murderous intent spilling out and choking Sedna and Julia by the throat. Sedna swallowed hard. But there are still strong ones here who can kill that monster. I know at least two. Two humans capable of slaying what he had failed, taught that not imply the apostle of dreams was inferior to mere humans. His pride, already battered, writhed. Being placed beneath humans was unbearable, yet Nerva did not strike. He even jerked his chin at her, as if to say, go on. One is a mighty warrior of the beastkin, the other a very skilled knight. Both are extraordinary far beyond what you could handle carelessly. The beastkin and the knight. You mean those two? He remembered. After losing an arm to France, those two had ambushed him. The massive beastkin who hurled a harpoon, and the brown-skinned blond man with strange swordsmanship. They had worn masks to hide themselves, but such petty disguises had been obvious to him. Could they really slay that monster? Nerva's eyes gleamed again, seeking truth. What he found was an ambiguous truth. Not a lie, but not certain either. Sedna herself had never witnessed the true power of the beast of Vodden. She only knew from hearsay that it was a great cryptid, but she had seen Phantos and Alex fight many times. Alex, who grew stronger every moment, and Phantos, his equal. If anyone could hunt the beast, it was them. Cher had that faint conviction. So Nerva could not dismiss her words outright. Wherever they are, they're growing stronger even now, strong enough to threaten you. Sedna's point was simple. There was no need for him to waste time here. It might look like she was foisting everything onto her seniors, but in truth, she believed in them. More precisely, she believed in Owens. With Ludger absent, they were the strongest she knew of. If even part of your words are true, then yes, those two are dangerous. But why should I move to eliminate them myself? Nerva did not take the bait. He grinned slyly at Sedna's disappointed face. Why? Did you think I wouldn't see through such a shallow ploy? That's exactly. And do you know why I listened to your little story? To make sure you won't escape this time. Already, the surroundings had been sealed by sand. If I absorb your energy, it'll recover far more than from ordinary humans. And then, one by one, it'll devour the people you hold dear. Don't be too lonely. Sedna bit her lip. She knew her struggle was meaningless. Still, she also knew if you surrendered everything at the moment of crisis and despair, it was truly the end. That was what Ludger had taught her. Even if hopeless, one must resist to the very last. Sedna met Julia's eyes. Julia gave her a nod as if to say, "You did well." A faint smile curved Sedna's lips. Her resistance hadn't been meaningless. Flash, white light burst from behind Julia. Nerva frowned. "What trick is this? A flash of light to blind me? Or do you call this pitiful thing an attack? This isn't an attack. It's a signal flare." "What? Did you think we were only running aimlessly?" Even while fleeing, Julia had been analyzing the structure of this infinite prison, without pause, without stop, even as Sedna bought time. "I've finished analyzing the basic framework of this prison. My space unraveled so easily. You must have forgotten who I am." Julia sneered at him. "I am the NVLIGHT, next master of the Dream School." The light intensified. It wasn't a bluff. As Nerva lunged to stop her, the ceiling opened and a column of pink light poured down. Nerva abandoned his charge and leapt back. Thud. With light steps, a single flower landed upon the ground. To think an old monster would hound young students like this. As headmaster, I can't simply overlook it. Alyssa Willow smiled brightly at Nerva, but her eyes were not smiling in the least. 555 chapter, Signal Beyond the Horizon, 2. Alyssa Willow's appearance made Nerva's expression harden. In the past, he could have dealt with her leisurely, but right now, that was out of the question. There's no way she could have found a method to target me inside the infinite prison. From the outside, the infinite prison looked like a massive sphere with only a single hole at the top. But inside, it was a chaotic blend of countless dreams and spaces, boasting a volume close to infinity. Even if one was right nearby, without passing through the doors into other fields, movement was impossible. And even if someone overcame such a harsh environment and opened a door, it did not guarantee arrival at the desired location. It was purely random. Open a door, then open another. It was not a two-dimensional maze, but a three-dimensional labyrinth. The possible choices increased exponentially, forcing one to wander endlessly. That was the infinite prison Nerva had unfolded. And yet Alyssa had found him. Had she discovered him by sheer astronomical chance? No, Julia Plumehart was it. Nerva's blazing gaze turned to Julia, who still shone brightly. "What trick did you pull? Are your ears clogged with age? I told you, I analyzed the structure of this prison and sent out a signal." "Signal? A signal, you say? In a space close to infinity, no matter how intensely something shines, do you think it would ever catch anyone's eye? Even a brilliantly shining star in the endless universe becomes invisible if it's far enough away. The infinite prison was just like that. It's not truly infinite, is it? It's just the name. In reality, it's only a very large place." At Julia's remark, Nerva's brow twitched. Her words wounded his pride, but they also pierced to the very core of the infinite prison structure. "I've already finished analyzing it. The moment someone opens a door and steps inside, new rooms are added where nothing existed before. Isn't that right? A blank sheet of paper. Its size was so vast that one could hardly imagine its limits. You could call it infinite. But that sheet was not the infinite prison itself. The infinite prison was rather the maze drawn upon the paper. Whenever someone opened a door from the outside, new passages quickly spawned outside the previous exit. Strictly speaking, this wasn't a prison of infinity. It was an endlessly expanding labyrinth. Infinity is nothing but an illusion. It only feels infinite because the next space generates so rapidly and broadly. Julia smirked. It was the enigmatic smile she always wore when brimming with confidence. "That means if no one opens a door, that space never exists and stays as nothingness, doesn't it? Because that's the condition. The infinite prison could not grow on its own. Its expansion depended on those trapped inside trying to escape by opening doors. The more they tried to escape, the larger the maze became. Like quicksand that swallows you deeper the more you struggle. But you couldn't have transmitted your exact position. Why do you think that's impossible?" Through her dream sense, Julia quickly analyzed the structure and infused her mana into it. She planted circuits that didn't just cover the general framework, but even grasped the minute mechanisms of the infinite prison, like ink spreading through water. Inside the infinite prison, a massive Weber dream network Julia had created was spreading, like a poison. A human couldn't possibly think of such a thing. To Nerva, this was incomprehensible, filling the prison with dream sense and mana to create a vast web, and to expand it while analyzing the entire mechanism. That's something elves would attempt. He cut himself short. His eyes turned to Sedna standing beside Julia. Sedna Roshan. No, Sedna Plant. With her knowledge of the world tree and its wood network, she could have imagined such a concept, but theory alone couldn't yield such practical results. No matter how gifted you are, calculating this massive prison should take at least 3 days at the fastest. Yet she had done it instantly, without showing fatigue. The answer to that lies elsewhere. Julia said this as she raised a magical formula in her hand. To Nerva, it was something utterly incomprehensible. What is that? Ever heard of source code? Source code. Yeah, of course not. It was only just created, not widely known yet. That was natural, because source code was a new form of magic invented by a single individual. It's the work of Professor Ludger Cherish, a tool to manifest magic faster and more conveniently. That was why Ludger had taught it only to a select few students, broken into 4 framework fragments. And Julia Plumihart, she had ranked within the top 5 in every exam during the first semester, and was one of the few to receive the complete source code from Ludger. What made Nerva react so violently was the man's name, Ludger Cherish. Him again, the man who could fight him on equal terms with sheer force. The man he had barely subdued by taking hostages and dragging into a dream. And now, once again, that man was binding his feet. How does a human come up with such thoughts? Is it something bestowed on him by the guards? Nerva's head spun. The very existence of the source code baffled him. He could not understand it. Even modern mages could not fully grasp it, unable to accept its radical nature. There was no way he could comprehend it. The truth that the knowledge originated from another world's future, forged by countless geniuses over long years, was beyond his reach. Not even Nerva, servant of dreams, could understand. You, how dare you? Nerva raised his prosthetic arm of dream sand, aiming at Julia. He intended to crush her fragile neck under its pressure, but before he could, a pink mana blast forced him to switch to defense. Isn't this too much? Even if you've lost your mind, ignoring me when I'm standing right here wounds me deeply as a lady. Furious at the interruption, Nerva twisted his face. Lady, you're far too old for. Before he could finish, his head was cleanly sliced above the jaw. Oh my, I didn't mean to. Elissa tilted her head with one hand resting on her cheek. Watching from behind, Sedna and Julia both felt a chill run down their spines. The headmaster is terrifying. I must never anger her. SSSHH. Dream sand gathered over Nerva's severed jaw. As his head regenerated, he stared at Alyssa in bewilderment. What? He hadn't reacted at all to her earlier strike. It was unlike any of her usual attacks. Though weaker in raw force, it was faster and more precise than ever. And weaker only in comparison to her normal wide-range magic. Its lethality was obvious, as it had just taken his head. This was not the same woman who relied solely on overwhelming scale. Her techniques were becoming more refined. Were you hiding your power all along? Nerva could not understand. He had already gathered intelligence on Alyssa Willow, and the Alyssa Willow he knew had never fought like this, nor had she ever concealed some hidden strength. Surprising, isn't it? Of course it would be. You read your opponent's past and information through dreams, judging their level at a glance. To face Nerva one-on-one meant laying all your cards on the table. Unless you had as many as Ludger, who defied easy reading, you began the fight at a disadvantage. That was how it should have been. I've never hidden my strength. This is simply my new challenge. A new challenge. That makes no sense. Don't underestimate humans. Alyssa smiled faintly, but her gaze pierced Nerva sharper than any blade, like a finely honed sword. Anyone who struggles with all their might in every single moment can accomplish anything. Heh! Nerva understood Alyssa's sincerity. Even though she appeared calm and composed, every word she spoke revealed her determination to fight him with all she had. Like a swan gliding gracefully on the water's surface, but paddling furiously beneath. Alyssa Willow was the same. And did you forget? The signal is still being transmitted. The moment Alyssa finished speaking, the doors of the three-dimensional maze clattered open. Through the open doors, new people began to arrive one after another. "Little one, there you are. We've come to rescue you, you fiend. This time we'll bring you down." Dreamwalkers led by Clara Cohen. "So you were hiding here, Nerva," and France, radiating hatred. "Oh, I came because I heard there was a signal, and what an amusing sight it is. I nearly lost my way. If someone hadn't been stirring things up under the guise of hunting, that wouldn't have happened." The Owens, hiding their identities behind white masks. "Headmaster, we've come to help as well. Are the children safe?" Even the instructors of Sion had followed the signal and arrived. Up, down, left, right, the doors of the three-dimensional labyrinth flung open, and waves of people poured through, drawn by the signal. Nerva, surrounded on all sides, was like a poisoned rat trapped in a corner. To think I've been reduced to this by mere humans, he barely restrained the urge to slaughter them all. He had to face reality. He was surrounded by the very humans he had scorned. If he fought here, it would be his defeat. Stubbornness changes nothing. If he had fought with everything from the beginning, it might have been different. But it was too late to turn things back. Then he had to choose. Boom! Nerva raised his prosthetic arm and smashed it into the ground. The dream sound that swirled around spread outward in concentric waves. A wide-range attack, yet not a single person here failed to respond to it. Slash! The wave of sand split apart as a sword strike struck Nerva's prosthetic arm. Sparks flew with a sharp crack. Nerva gritted his teeth and deflected Alex's blade, but he could not block the harpoon that Phantos hurled next. Thud! The harpoon pierced through his side. A chunk of his flank tore away, golden blood spilling out. Regeneration is slow. He realized the harpoon carried a strange power, something fundamentally different from dream sense. Is this what Beast can call spirit? Within that spirit burned an intense willed conviction to kill its prey. In some sense, it brushed close to dream sense itself, a manifestation of heart and imagination. Whoosh! Nerva whipped up a raging sandstorm around him, not to attack, but to obscure vision. He pressed his hand to the ground, tearing away the blocks beneath. His choice was escape. He's running, don't let him get away. The quick-witted attacked to stop him. Nerva hurled himself through the hole he had opened in the floor. In the process, incoming attacks tore wounds across his body. A new labyrinth stretched beyond. Here, Nerva intended to shake off the humans. "Where do you think you're going?" France closed in from behind, slashing a dagger. Nerva twisted his body in haste. KH. The blade, aimed at his neck, cut deep across his cheek. A dagger that could even destroy his regenerating arm. The grudge, wrath, and obsession imbued in its edge carved an indelible scar on his face. France sneered at him. Pathetic. The arrogant demon, tucking his tail and fleeing before humans. "Shut up!" Nerva spat his anger in words only, never stopping his flight. He opened doors, twisted space, fleeing again and again. "This won't work. Those relentless pests won't ever let me go." If it came to this, he would have to devour humans while fleeing, bit by bit restoring his strength. If he could drag it out into a war of attrition, he could seize victory. Soldiers. The ceiling walls burst open, and Somnium terracotta soldiers poured out. Clad in sand armor, the soldiers lunged at his pursuers like zombies. Nerva used the distraction to widen the distance. Crash. With no time to open new doors, he smashed through walls instead, barreling onward. He didn't stop, hunting for life force, until at last he stumbled upon a group of students. "Found you." Like a man finding an oasis in the desert, Nerva bared his ferocious aura and lunged. The students froze at the sudden appearance. A hawk-nosed old man, eyes glowing gold, wrapped in swirling sand, was no ordinary human. What is that?" "Run." They scattered like sheep before a wolf, but among them were those who refused to flee. Flora Lumos was one of them. Nerva's gaze locked on her. Among the gathered students, she held the greatest energy. Devouring just her alone would grant him the power of 100 humans. "Get lost." Flora summoned a defense spell in that fleeting moment. Nerva's sand hand slammed into her barrier. The resistance was strong, remarkably precise for magic cast by a mere student. Even faintly tinged with dream sensor talent was clearly extraordinary. Nerva's mouth watered. Something in her aura felt subtly different, as if from another apostle, but he had no time to question it. He would devour her and survive. Driven by that burning survival instinct, Nerva poured strength into his prosthetic arm. The barrier shattered like thin ice. Through the scattering fragments, Flora saw the sand hand reaching for her, and then the solid back of someone standing before her. Boom! The force of the clash blasted the air apart with a deafening crack. Flora, hair whipping in the gale, stared at her savior. "How dare you?" Blocking Nerva's arm with one hand, Ludger muttered with the weary irritation of a man just woken from sleep. "You dare lay a hand on my student." 556 chapter, Signal Beyond the Horizon, 3, Swimming through a deep sea with no end in sight. How long had he been struggling in the unfathomable black darkness? He was swimming upward in search of the surface, but he couldn't even be sure if he was moving in the right direction. Even so, he didn't stop moving. Because surely, even if only little by little, he was advancing. As long as he didn't stop, he would eventually reach where he wanted to be. Even if that would only happen after a long, long time. As long as he didn't forget where he was trying to go. Beyond the darkness of the deep sea, a faint thread of light appeared. It was so fragile, it seemed as though the surrounding darkness would rip it apart at any moment. And yet the light endured steadfastly, whispering to him, "You can do it. You can reach here." That was the only exit from this abyss, the surface above. The moment he realized that, strength surged through his body that had been about to sink. He had not been wrong, because he had not stopped, because he had not given up. At last, when the hand he stretched out touched the beam of light, the darkness was washed away, and everything was dyed in white. SSSHHHHH, the sound of waves. Ludger stood on a white sandy shore, staring at the endlessly spreading sea. Looking down at his feet, he saw a sandcastle standing firm despite the waves crashing against it. No, calling it a sandcastle no longer fit. It was a small fortress built of steel. "You've done well." A familiar voice came from behind him. It was the voice that had cheered him on not to give up when he was about to lose himself. Ludger took his eyes off the fortress and turned around. Who could it have been? Who had been cheering him all this time? At last, when he confirmed the person, Ludger's eyes widened slightly. And then he nodded. "Yes, so it was you." Even amidst the countless waves of memory that had tried to push his self away, he had never forgotten. Before he was Ludger Cherish. Before he was Gerald. Before he was Machiavelli. Before all the countless aliases and masks. Before he Novelghd was born as Heathcliff von Brettis, there had been himself. The self who had once lived on Earth, his original beginning. "Thank you, I owe you a great deal. You won't forget from now on, will you?" "Never." Ludger turned his gaze forward again. The waves had stilled. Where the fortress once stood, now there was a pure white wooden door. Ludger opened it and stepped through. So many things happened in an instant. Nerva appeared, the students scattered in panic, and Flora was attacked. Then Ludger awoke, blocking Nerva's assault to protect Flora. All of it happened in the space of a single breath, and the silence that followed was eerily calm. Flora looked at Ludger's back and spoke. "Professor." The face that had been hardened by unease and pressure now bore, for the first time, a smile of relief. "You, how?" Nerva's expression slackened dumbly, as if he had seen the impossible. More than the fact that the students he had targeted were the ones with Ludger, what was incomprehensible was Ludger himself, standing before his eyes awake and unharmed. Though he was a parcel of dreams, the sight before him was so unreal it made him wonder if he was the one dreaming. "Thanks to you, I slept well. Slept damned well, in fact." Creak, creak. As Ludger pressed strength into his hand, Nerva's sand prosthetic arm was slowly forced back. Nerva tried to resist, but before Ludger's strength, his will was nothing more than feeble resistance. Wounded and weakened as he was now, Nerva could never defeat Ludger. Realizing this truth, Nerva shouted, That's impossible. What do you think dreams are? They are memory and experience. I made you dream them forever. There's no such thing as forever. Because right now, I am here with my eyes wide open." Nerva was struck speechless. Even so, it made no sense. Even if not forever, it must have been a dream close to eternity. Just how long did he think that had lasted? Dead. What? In dreams, the moment you realize you are yourself, you realize it's a dream. So I chose death. Because when you die in a dream, you awaken. An unbelievable truth spilled from Ludger's mouth. 5,396. That is the number of dreams I passed through to get here. Ludger had dreamed 396 dreams. 396 memories, 396 experiences, 396 lives, and deaths. Is that possible for a human? With that many deaths, it would not be strange for your mind to have shattered countless times. Yes, it almost did. I nearly reached that point too. FSSSSHH. Blue mist-like mana began to flow from around Ludger's body. Thanks to you, I had quite an extraordinary experience. So let me give you something in return. Nerva's eyes widened. The power flowing out of Ludger, it was stronger than what Ludger had possessed before he was dragged into the dream. Divine power. No, it's not that. How can a human have this kind of power? Thanks to you. Nerva's sand arm, where it touched Ludger's hand, was swallowed up by the blue mana and began to crumble, like a sandcastle smashed by the waves. Thanks to me, dreams. Even if you wake, fragments of them remain. Who I was, what I did, and how much I experienced. Nerva realized what Ludger meant. The dreams he had given Ludger had not been a simple curse. He had known well enough that curses of the mind would never affect someone with Ludger's resistance. So he had given him dreams instead. In other words, what he had bestowed was not a curse, but a blessing. The dreams Nerva had forced upon him had reproduced the memories of actual people. The false had shown him the real, which meant all the countless incidents, experiences, and knowledge that those people had lived through in those dreams, they were all real. Even if most of those memories had vanished upon waking, even if he remembered only some out of 396 dreams thanks to you, I learned a great deal. Every dream he had lived through had been transmuted into experience and knowledge, aiding him in embodying a higher state. In other words, what you've done is he had raised Ludger Cherish, who was already strong, to an even higher realm. Nerva could not accept this reality. No, this is wrong. It can't be. Humans can't possibly do this. That constant human nonsense. Don't you think you've looked down on us enough already? Ludger narrowed his eyes sharply, but Nerva muttered to himself like a madman. You were designed never to progress. Designed. At that unnatural reaction, Ludger instinctively sensed there was something more. But Nerva had no leisure to answer. Was it Luminous Trap? Yes, of course. That vile one could do such a thing. I wondered if his followers' bloodlines were here, and so it was. I've no idea what nonsense you're spouting. Silence. Then here and now, I'll erase you. Ludger realized Nerva was laboring under some grand delusion. But delusion or not, it changed nothing. Ludger intended to kill Nerva here. Nerva shook Ludger off and regenerated his right arm of sand. Though hastily made and cruder than before, its power was still sufficient. When Nerva stretched out his hand, his fingertips split into sand blades that rushed toward Ludger. Seeing this, Ludger drew his swordstick from the shadows. If I use large-scale magic, the students will be caught up. Because there were people he had to protect, restrictions were placed upon him. But he did not think himself at a disadvantage. Rather, he felt a strange confidence. That confidence surely came from the countless new experiences he had realized. Ludger cloaked his swordstick in mana. The mana, interwoven with dream threads, dyed the white blade black. Holding the darkened swordstick, Ludger raised it vertically to his chest. At the moment Nerva reacted to the unusually composed and formal stance, Ludger stepped forward. What? With every black line drawn through the air, Nerva's sand blades exploded apart. It was not only the weapon's power. The speed and precision were astonishingly sharp. In that fleeting instant of distraction, Ludger had closed the distance. Seeing the tip of the blade thrusting toward his brow, Nerva twisted his head aside. Slice! Below his ear was cut, and golden blood flowed. Nerva was appalled at Ludger's movements, faster and sharper. Ludger had always shown methods of fighting that were unbound by form, movements specialized for killing and hunting rather than swordsmanship. But what he displayed now was the opposite. It had form. It was structured. Therefore, honed to the extreme, it showed a calm yet heavy power. Now Ludger was using swordsmanship, not hunting fighting. It meant Ludger acknowledged his opponent as a worthy adversary, and it also meant he intended to overwhelm with pure skill without tricks. Don't look down on me. The blade Ludger swung again clashed against Nerva's sand arm. With a massive boom, shockwaves swept the surroundings. Students watching involuntarily stepped back several paces. Only Flora, Aiden, Leo, Taishi, and Iona stood firm. Ludger didn't care that his attack had been blocked. Shifting his body's axis, he redirected the force, spun with the rebound, and stamped down on Nerva's bent thigh with his boot. His balance broke completely. Ludger swung his rotating swordstick. Nerva barely steadied himself and blocked, but goosebumps rose across his body. Ludger didn't let up. Every time the dream-cloaked sword moved, black lines tore the air. Nerva was barely keeping up, only able to block or evade. That's Professor Ludger's fighting. Is he really a mage? He's practically a knight. Amazing. Watching their blood boiled with excitement. Professor, you can do it. Please defeat that demon. Hearing their cheers, Nerva's face twisted. Shut up, you worthless humans. He tried to lash out at them, but Ludger would never allow it. He pressed on, relentlessly driving Nerva back. Grinding his teeth, Nerva opened the ceiling. From above rained soldiers fashioned of corpses and dream sand. You-woo, like zombies, they reached for Ludger, surrounding him from all sides. But suddenly there was a flash of light, and with a great shock, they were all blown away. Nerva felt panic rising. This won't do. The humans pursuing me must already be near. Though he had shaken them off, the commotion here surely carried to their ears. Nerva chose flight once more. Did you think it'd let you? Ludger had already seen through his attempt to flee. The tip of his swordstick grazed Nerva's chest. Thinking he had barely dodged, Nerva suddenly felt his body freeze. Looking down, he realized Ludger's blade had pinned his hem to the ground. Deliberately releasing the dream thread to restrict Nerva's movement, Ludger raised his free hand and clenched it into a fist. I told you. I'll give you something in return. Black currents swirled around his fist. The familiar dream, Flothai's, was the very dream thread wielded by Lucid, one of Nerva's 5 servants. Bang! Ludger's fist struck Nerva's cheek cleanly. His body was smashed into the ground, leaving a deep crater. The broken floor fragments rose with a massive tremor. Ludger struck the sprawled Nerva again. Bang! Boom! Boom! With every blow, Nerva's body sank deeper. His nose collapsed, his teeth broke. Though an enemy, he was beaten so wretchedly it almost stirred pity. Ludger gripped his swordstick, ready to finish the completely subdued Nerva. Kakook! Gasping raggedly, Nerva gave a crooked grin as he looked at Ludger. Ludger halted mid-swing. A bad instinctive feeling. It was as if Nerva had led him to this point. Slowly, Ludger lowered his swordstick and stepped back. I won't kill you. Not right now, anyway. 557 chapter inflection point. 1. At Ludger's words, Nerva let out a laugh, as if it were absurd. KHH. Even in this situation, are you still sketching out possible scenarios in your head? From Nerva's attitude, Ludger was certain. Whatever his intent, Nerva had been about to choose death in his final moment. Considering what you've done, death would be far too lenient. And besides, there are things I want to hear from you. Things you want to hear. You already know them, and yet you mean to mock me, puppet of Luminis. At the word puppet, Ludger glared at Nerva. I don't know what delusion you're under, but I am no puppet. KKHKHK. Most puppets never realize they're puppets themselves. If you had seen my memories, you'd know where I come from, not memories dreams. And it was precisely because I knew your origin that I doubted you all the more. Ludger's eyes narrowed. So you couldn't read all of my dreams. Quick-witted bastard. How can you read the dream of someone who has no dreams to begin with? The information I had about you, I pieced together from fragments held by those who encountered you outside. It was nothing but a trick, pretending Id read your dream to shake you. Cough. Golden blood gushed out from Nerva's mouth. For an apostle of dreams like me to be unable to read your dream, then it must be divine protection. And considering your origin, it's obvious whose protection it is. I thought you believed it belonged to another god. If it's that cunning Luminis, disguising his aura as that of some other fallen god would be child's play. This is going nowhere. Why exactly do you think I am Luminous puppet? Why? Nerva's eyes bulged as he shouted. Because you ruined everything. It wasn't the whimpering of a failure, nor the excuse of one blaming others. When countless gods vanished, and only humans remained to serve Luministo, you know what treatment they received. Nerva chuckled darkly. Luminis claimed he cherished humanity, and then he hindered their progress. Hindered progress. Humans are no different. You love your cute pets, so you force them into breeding, creating cats and dogs that never grow large. Even if their lifespans shortened, even if they suffered genetic diseases, you didn't care. Luminis is the same. Because he cherished humans, he wanted them never to advance, to remain as they were. That doesn't make sense. Luminis had reigned as sole god after driving out the others for a very long time. And yet, it wasn't as though humanity had stagnated. This world's society was not that of a distant medieval past, but close to modern times. And recently, the development of magitech melding science and magichad accelerated progress even further. In fact, some fields had surpassed 21st century Earth science. In such a rapidly developing world hindered progress. Nerva's words were full of contradictions. Perhaps reading Ludger's inner doubt, Nerva chuckled again. Whether it was mockery of one deceiving him or lament at being trapped despite knowing it was unclear. Luminis didn't sever humanity's potential at birth. He chose to chip it away gradually. But that alone wasn't enough, so he sought various ways to obstruct the world's progress. You humans call it a contingency plan, don't you? One of them you don't even need me to say. The theocracy of Bretis. Exactly. Through obedient humans, he sought to tidy up his cage for him. But it failed. In the end, the theocracy couldn't halt humanity's progress. Right. Wherever they tried to crush it, there were always humans who struggled free. But do you think that was all? There are endless ways to stop advancing humans. For example, war. Ludger recalled countless wars in human history, but one incident pricked at his memory more than any other. The Delica Kingdom. The kingdom where Ludger, under the alias James Moriarty, had once operated. If he thought about what their secret steel choir project had been meant for, the idea was almost unbelievable. You mean to say war was deliberately instigated? You of all people should know. That's how it always is. If humanity advances too far, just nudge them, a NVLGT, official version, little, and they happily turn on one another, biting and clawing. Perhaps it's even in human nature. Small wars, ironically, contributed to scientific progress. But what if the war wasn't small? If it engulfed entire continents, vast and fierce, leaving only ruin and ash in its wake? And then, if the theocracy of Bretis reached out under the guise of aid to spread its grasp, how far back would human history regress? At the staggering truth, Ludger was left momentarily speechless. He had known this world was a cage, but it wasn't just a cage. This cage had been crafted so precisely that it didn't merely hold the birds. It cut their wings, ensuring they would never even conceive of flying away. How many feathers and how much blood lay heaped at the bottom of the cage where those birds chirped? Ludger could hardly imagine. I meant to awaken the goddess, to change the very framework of this cage, to create a world not fixed and stagnant, but one that could advance infinitely through dreams and imagination. And you are the one who ruined it. Insane. You're a completely mad. What is that reaction? Does my cause seem that laughable to you? You, Luminous, most faithful puppet, there's no way you wouldn't understand. Nerva muttered like that, then suddenly widened his eyes, as if realizing something he should have known all along. Yes, so that's what it was. A wide smile spread across Nerva's lips, unable to contain his amusement. I was gravely mistaken. You are no puppet. On the contrary, you are the inflection point. Inflection point. The being who will bring change to this world. But strange, isn't it? You were meant to serve as the vessel, and yet you are performing the opposite role. What is Luminis doing? Vessel. Nerva looked at Ludger and called him a vessel. By rights, you should have been the one to oppress this world more than anyone else. Yet instead, you are breaking the world's restraints. And Ludger understood. Why Nerva so despised humanity, and why he was astonished at Ludger. To Nerva, humans were not truly living beings. Life, by nature, is born, grows, struggles, advances, and evolves endlessly. But the humans of this world did not. Because Luminis, a godlike existence, suppressed them. How could a race that did not evolve be called life? To Nerva, humans were nothing but insects, Luminis, pampered pets. And yet now a mutant had appeared before his eyes. The very being who should have embodied Luminis will was acting against it. It was nothing short of a miracle. What made you this way? Human desire, I suppose. A short answer, but more than enough. Nerva, forgetting even his defeat and wounds, burst into mad laughter. KHH, KHHH, a masterpiece. That the theocracy of Bretis, which should worship Luminis above all, instead harbored its own designs. Ah, yes. This is humanity. This is desire. Truly, truly admirable. No wonder Luminis fears it. Ludger von Bretis had the blood of the holy sovereign and unmatched talent. And yet he had been driven out, nearly killed, by internal strife. That should never have been. They should have exalted him, made him their next holy sovereign. Those who once fed from their master's hand grew bold, grew greedy, until they committed an unforgivable act. The funniest part is they don't even realize how monstrous their actions were, how laughable. Even through his pain, Nerva chuckled, then let out a sigh. Now it all makes sense. Your ability, your power, your aptitude for handling divine force, and even your influence over those around you. Said narration, Julia Plumihart, even Alyssa Willow in this very battle, all of them, alongside Ludger, had been changed by him. They had shown miracles that should never have been possible. Luminis carefully chose the most loyal to grant authority. But what he overlooked, what if those given authority acted with arrogance? Who was left to oversee them? He never considered watchers for the watchers. Imagine one being holding absolute power to control the world. At first, he would use it for the common good. But if that being twisted, acting tyrannically, who could stop him? Even if Luminis knew, he could do nothing. He cannot freely interfere with the lower world. He could only gnaw his fingers in frustration, a lord of cages who cannot touch the cage he made, a farce of comedy, because he did not make it alone. He made it with other guards, then drove them all out and claimed it for himself. Nerva's voice trembled with suppressed fury. Considering one of those expelled guards was the very goddess now sealed, it wasn't hard to understand. When the world was first made, all the gods agreed. Intelligent beings would live freely. None would interfere. That was the law of this world, a law even Luminis cannot simply break. So he used tricks, some supreme god he is. And once before, Luminis broke that law and paid dearly for it. Nerva chuckled bitterly. Ludger's eyes narrowed, silently asking what he meant. Ah, of course, you wouldn't know. So something did happen in the past. Yes, something did. Something very amusing. I didn't see it directly, but as you know, my authority lets me experience events as though I had. I wonder whether to tell you or not, but since we've come this far, I'll let it out. Nerva's choice to reveal what only he knew wasn't an admission of defeat. There was an ulterior motive. Ludger knew this, but ignoring it was impossible, wanted to know what Nerva meant. For you, it's better to know, because that event involved Saruna. Saruna, the great demon Saruna. Or, to put it in terms you're more familiar with now, Zero Order. Ludger Cherish bore the title of First Order, but he had never been Zero Order's subordinate. They were wary of each other, yet cooperated, a kind of business arrangement. That was why Nerva spoke of Saruna's past. What he had suffered from that demon, he could not rest until he repaid Evan in this way. You've been told Saruna was defeated in war with the theocracy of Bretis, that he perished in a blaze of glory sacrificed by Saintess Archanes. That's true, but only partly. On that day, Saruna and Archanes did fight, but it was neither Saruna nor Archanes who ended it. Then who? Ludger's eyes widened with suspicion. Nerva gave a crooked smile, nodding. Yes, it was Luminis, cunning one, who interfered in that fight. Luminis interfered. For what reason? I don't know the details myself. The shockwaves were too vast, even my authority couldn't grasp the core of it. But that overwhelming wave of power only Luminis could have displayed it. Whatever happened, the result was this. Saruna, said to be dead, lived, and Archanes died. Luminis intervened, yet the demon lived, and the saintess perished. The contradiction was staggering. Wasn't it supposed to be the opposite? The saintess had been Luminis' most faithful servant. Because Luminis broke the law and interfered with the lower world, he no longer dares touch it carelessly, which is why he may be more desperate than ever. And your very existence proves it. 558 chapter inflection point 2. So, that's what it was. Only then did Ludger feel that the missing pieces of the puzzle were falling into place. Nerva's words were not a lie meant to escape the current situation. Because Luminis had once intervened in the lower realm, it had become difficult to touch the cage again. So Luminis tried to dominate the continent through the church, but even that did not go smoothly. After the saintess' death, without his direct intervention, the church's power weakened with each passing year, especially under the influence of science. The beginning of the Industrial Revolution, distrust in gods, the growth of philosophy, the development of magitech, the rise of capitalism. The Bretis theocracy, whose power had waned, took a heavy blow when it locked its doors about 20 years ago. That was precisely the time when Ludger Cherish left Bretis together with Grander. Could this really be unrelated? No. Because of his existence, the flow of this world had been overturned. Now that you've learned the truth, are you lamenting your situation? Hardly. Ludger dismissed Nerva's sneer with a single word. In fact, he had vaguely felt it for some time. His talent, this power to hear the voice of God, that it must be somehow connected to his arrival in this world. The reason is probably because of my purpose. He was a vessel. If a vessel exists to hold something, then its role was all too clear. You are a vessel made to contain the power of Lumines, to control the world in his stead. At this point, can that really be called a vessel? If anything, Ludger thought it should rather be called this holy grail. Depending on what is poured into it, a grail can exert enormous influence. But that grail had slipped from the hands of the Lumines Church. Those blinded by greed had kicked away the blessing given to them. How foolish that the grail, painstakingly crafted by the Divine One, now wandered the continent alone. If only someone had picked it up and used it, it would not have been so tragic. But this grail, astonishingly, moved on its own will, filling itself with what it saw and felt. Not a grail forced into being by someone else. A grail that thought for itself and completed itself. If a vessel meant to hold guard filled itself and completed itself, should that not itself be called guard? Nerva felt regret. From Ludger's attitude, he seemed to hate Bretis and despise Lumines. Nerva also wanted to overthrow the treacherous Lumines. Their goals aligned, but their methods were completely different. In the end, Nerva, who swore loyalty to the goddess, and Ludger, who sought to change everything by his own will, were like oil and water. If I could only offer this man to the goddess, then covering the entire world with dreams would be nothing. If all went well, perhaps he could even erase Lumines, who gazed down from the lofty heavens. They could never join hands. Since they had parted ways, Nerva had no choice but to kill or capture Ludger by any means. Ludger thought the same. Scheming to the end, I see. SHRRRK. From Ludger's shadow burst bundles of black tendrils, binding Nerva's body to the floor. Ludger now focused all his senses on Nerva, in case he tried anything. From the shadowy face that looked down on Nerva, Ludger's blue eyes flashed sharply. It may be meaningless, but at least cutting off your limbs to restrain you shouldn't matter. It was a kind of sentence. Overpowered, Nerva no longer had the strength to resist Ludger. Yet he laughed, as if amused by the situation, as if things had finally gone the way he wanted. Laughing, Ludger heightened his vigilance against Nerva. He poured all his mana and senses into Nerva, determined not to let him do anything foolish. Ironically, Ludger never anticipated that this would lead to a mistake. So focused on Nerva, he was late to sense another presence approaching. Someone dropped from the air, and as if waiting for this moment, plunged a dagger straight into Nerva's heart. Thud! It happened in an instant, before Ludger could stop it. The blade pierced Nerva's heart, and golden blood gushed from his lips. The weapon had been forged over decades, condensed with every kind of power and curse. With his heart pierced by it, even Nerva could not possibly survive. Death. For an apostle of dreams, to die in the dream world was the height of disgrace. Yet this was exactly what Nerva wanted. Nerva's eyes turned to France. Looking at the one who glared at him with hatred, Nerva grinned. Thank you. What? France could not understand the meaning of that smile. No one could. Who could believe that Nerva had sought death, that he had led himself into it? Even Ludger, struck with a terrible intuition, wavered on whether to kill him or not. Why? If an apostle dies, isn't the goddess resurrection impossible? There was still not enough energy to revive the goddess. Nerva's goal should have been to stall for time until then. Don't tell me, a chilling thought flashed through Ludger's mind. Is he trying to use himself as a sacrifice? It was only a guess. Or rather, he wished it was only a guess. But Nerva, with a fading smile, nailed down Ludger's unease. My goddess, your lowly servant returns to you. SHHHHHH. Nerva's body slowly turned to sand and scattered. His true body collapsed, disintegrated completely, leaving only fragments like shards of glass that glittered faintly. Thus Nerva, apostle of dreams, was utterly dead. But Ludger could not rejoice. Nerva was dead, yet his death was precisely what he had desired, just the trigger for what was to come. Over here. I heard something from this side. Where's the demon? Did he escape? Those who had been pursuing Nerva arrived one after another. They were shocked to see Ludger unharmed, and again astonished to see Nerva's traces gone. Could the demon have died? Then what happened? Is it all over? Students who had watched the battle from afar cautiously approached. Relief spread across their faces, believing it was over. But Ludger's grim expression did not ease. As Ludger opened his mouth toward France, who stood blankly, the infinite prison shook violently. What? It's shaking. Be careful. The caster's dead. The prison is collapsing. The prison rattled with a loud crash. Frightened students screamed. Protect the students. Everyone be careful. But contrary to their fears, there was no great impact. When the infinite prison touched the ground, it crumbled into sand. Thanks to the soft sand, everyone inside was unharmed. The outer scenery of the depths came back into view, leaving people bewildered. Are we alive? We lived. We survived. Tears of joy fell as they realized everyone who had fallen into the middle layer was safe. Covered head to toe in sand, but what did that matter? Survival was all that counted. Yet among the cheering, some still wore grave expressions. Masked Alex, reassured to see Ludger unhurt, also read something in his face. What is that? The leader's expression as he wondered, Alex's body froze stiff. The hairs all over him stood on end. His muscles locked. The back of his neck tingled. Cold sweat ran down his spine. Phantos felt it too. His snow-white hair bristled, and primal wildness burst forth from his body. Phantos' gaze turned to the colossal obelisk visible in the distance. Something is happening. That murmur was quiet, almost like talking to oneself, yet everyone heard it clearly. Right now, in this moment, those who had been rejoicing all fell silent at once. What? Why is my body trembling? My voice won't come out. People were bewildered by the strange reactions in their bodies. Their minds could not understand, but the body's instinct was more honest than anything. As if on cue, every gaze turned to the same place, the colossal obelisk tower rising in the distance. No one knew how such a massive structure could exist in this world, and from it, something black and sticky surged upward. What is that? Someone asked in a dazed voice, but no answer came back. All eyes, all minds were stolen by the vast spectacle in the distance. Black. Like viscous tar flowing out of a factory drain, it bubbled and churned, impossible to describe. The writhing black mass swelled like an inflating balloon. Pulsating, it looked like a colossal heart impaled upon a stake. On its surface, eyes bulged up and floated. SHRRK. Those who saw the eyes froze like stone. The sight was so grotesque, no sound came from their throats. Bulge, bulge. Countless eyeballs of all different sizes bubbled up and sank again and again. Some who faced the sight collapsed on the spot, or gagged and retched. The change did not stop there. On both sides of the heaving mass, the surface swelled monstrously. Through the membrane-like skin tore two enormous arms. From the torn surface, black fluid gushed out in torrents, like amniotic fluid bursting. Even from afar, its sheer scale made it feel like the ground was shaking under a waterfall. Thoom! The giant hands pressed against the ground. Though it seemed like nothing more than a soft touch, Dreamland screamed as if being torn apart. Just a single hand movement, yet an entire world quaked. Slowly, that writhing form began to take on the shape of a human. The eyes floating across its sleek black surface sank and vanished, and in their place a human head abruptly rose. It pushed itself up with its hands, raising its torso, looking like a woman with long, flowing black hair. Its form was like a crude figure sculpted from black wax, or like a doll made by pouring wax over a human body. There was no nose or mouth, only two white gleams eyes shimmered softly across its face like mist at dawn. Ludger recognized the being at once, the goddess of dreams. Noxana had opened her eyes. She resurrected. The dreamwalkers stared at Noxana with blank faces. It was then that Clara Cohen stepped forward, scattering her mana. The calming aura contained within dreams steadied people's minds. Everyone, get a grip. Look there. Clara's staff pointed toward Noxana's chest. The heretic guard seal is not fully broken. That colossal structure is still impaling her heart. It's not too late. Her words gave people hope again. The heretic guard had awakened, but that did not mean the seal was completely undone. Noxana's body was still pierced by the obelisk. She was forming into a human shape and rising, but her movements were sluggish, clearly limited. Perhaps there was still a chance. Right. If we strike now, there's still hope. Everyone's hearts aligned. Even if fear urged them to flee, now that she had opened her eyes, escape was no longer possible. Having come this far, they had no choice but to fight, come life or death. They could not fully wash away the terror, but now they had a faint hope that they could prevail. Yes, if the seal still holds, it can be done. We already struck down her apostle. If she's not at full strength, we can stop her. The first to step forward were the mages of the Dream School. Hey, you bastards, Zantman bellowed at the top of his lungs to boost morale. You're not thinking of tucking your tails and running, are you? His words were provocative, but the Dreamwalkers responded with grins. Don't make me laugh. If we retreat here, we don't deserve the title Dreamwalker. The dead are watching us from the afterlife and laughing already. Alyssa also steadied her mana and addressed the Sion instructors. Everyone, you're ready, aren't you? This is the final battle. The teachers of Sion all nodded grimly, prepared for combat. Rationally, fighting was madness, but with the dream school shouting like that beside them, fighting spirit welled up. Ludger, too, finished his preparations. His gaze turned to the masked Owens members. No words were needed, even a look was enough. Alex nodded and gestured. They too would fight. Rear units fall back. Everyone steel yourselves. Those assembled leveled their weapons at Noxana in the distance. At the signal, they would unleash everything at once. At that moment, Noxana's pale eyes turned toward them. Rumble. The goddess raised the two hands that pressed the ground. Gurgle. In her palms, the black tar gathered and took form. It became a sleek, pitch-black bell. Noxana was about to do something. Attack. At the urgent command, spells launched all at once. Hundreds of mages hurled their magic across the space toward Noxana. Yet without so much as NVLGHT, exclusive on NVLGHT, glancing at the storm of spells, she calmly stared at the bell. Ding. She shook it once lightly. And then, the world went dark. 559 chapter, the bell tolling from the depths. 1. Noxana rang the bell only once. But that single toll carried the weight of a natural disaster. The sound spread outward, covering the entirety of Dreamland. Ordinary sound diminishes as it travels through a medium, but Noxana's did not. No matter how far it went, no matter what medium it passed through, the bell she rang advanced with unchanging force. From the depths of Dreamland, the sound passed through the middle layers, swept across the surface, and did not stop there. In the end, it crossed the boundary of dreams and reached into the real world. This is inside the crimson curtain of blood. Granda, who had been lounging on her sofa, suddenly sat up. For the first time, the face of Granda, usually steeped in languid boredom, hardened. Even when dream sound covered all of Riederbelk, she had not reacted like this. An entire city falling into paralysis, a disaster with potential to expand into an international catastrophe. Such things had been woefully insufficient to stir Granda's interest. But this bell was different. Could there really have been a living god? And this power a bad omen? Granda hesitated briefly, then shook her head. This was not a situation for her to intervene in. She sank back into the sofa, golden hair scattering like fine silk strands across the cushions. My disciple, I leave it to you. In any case, you are the only one who can stop this now. And if you fail then, Granda closed her eyes once more. Her ragged breathing echoed faintly inside the red curtain of blood. At the same time, the Luminese church branch in Riederbelk felt the same thing. The sand is pouring in. Hold fast. Raise your prayers. And no, this is different from before. It's too strong, we can't endure it. Outside, priests and paladins who maintained the sanctuary barrier collapsed one by one. They weren't dead, merely asleep. But knowing that sleep would never end again, Priestess Rumria considered it no different from death. This situation doesn't look good. Even as dream sound surged in from all directions, Rumria's face remained adorned with a serene smile. Believers screamed and fell, fear spreading like a plague through those nearby. Some prayed to Lumines, others begged not to die. Priestess Rumria. Those few remaining gathered to form a smaller, denser sanctuary barrier. Bishop Preden was among them. We cannot hold out long like this. Yes, even if we endure perhaps only an hour at best. What in the world has happened? And that bell we heard just now, what was it? Since the sound of the bell had rung, the dream sand's strength had multiplied. The paladins dispatched by the church could not withstand it, collapsing helplessly. Even Preden herself was drenched in cold sweat, barely managing to hold her ground. Instinctively, she could not shake the dread that something far greater was unfolding. Priestess, have you foreseen this future? No, even I have not seen such a future. What I saw lies beyond this. But this is troublesome. What is happening now bears a destiny strong enough to twist even the future I have seen. Has the demon finally awakened the heretic god? Preden's question nearly pierced the truth. She had not risen to her position merely through connections. Rimria nodded, confirming her fears, and Preden squeezed her eyes shut. Ah, Lumines, the heretic god. For the god served by demons to awaken was a calamity for the Luminese church. Yet there was nothing Preden could do. So she knelt in place and prayed. to the Divine One, Lumines, fervently. That was all a frail human could do. Only Priestess Rimrir alone kept her calm smile as she gazed at the storming sands. Outside the city, it was pure emergency. The dream sound that had hovered around Riederbelk like smog now spread like wildfire on a swift wind. The great bell had tolled, and the ensuing sandstorm left no one able to resist. Wherever the dream sound brushed, people collapsed helplessly. Even knights with hardened bodies, even mages with brilliant minds and iron wills, even soldiers with unshakable faith. Before the dream sound imbued with the goddess power, they were nothing but ants before the tide. This can't be. Watching from afar, Princess Erendia felt her fingertips tremble. She clenched her fist, forcing the trembling down. But the sandstorm showed no sign of stopping. Greedily devouring everything, it rolled closer and closer until it reached the encampment where Erendia stayed. "Protect the princess. Your Highness, you must flee." The knights cried out, but they too knew it was useless. This was not something one could escape by running. "Stand back, all of you." It was then that Lutus stepped forward. In his hand was his personal weapon, his solo-numbered Gladius Arts, Jet Stream. From the fact that he began with his strongest weapon, it was clear how serious he was. Not a single step. If you move even slightly, you'll be torn apart. I don't have the leeway to restrain my strength that finally right now. For words of no leeway to come from Lutus, who could mistake their weight. Gulp. The royal guards swallowed hard, tense to their cores. Lutus gripped his sword and reached his arm back. The sandstorm was nearly upon them, like the gaping maw of a giant beast. Toward the storm, Lutus thrust his blade. WHSSSH. The blade pierced the air, unleashing the essence of his swordsmanship. A storm of rotating energy collided with the atmosphere, birthing another tempest. Like fighting wildfire with backfire, he set storm against storm. Ludus did not rely on swordsmanship alone. He poured out his aura to its utmost. The aura storm clashed with the sandstorm, holding it at bay. To face a storm with nothing but his body and sword, those watching Lutus murmured in awe and reverence. But Ludus' own expression was grim. His storm was being eaten away by the sand as time passed. One strike alone won't do it then. He withdrew his blade and stepped forward, an OVELIGHT twisting his waist and swinging again. Each swing unleashed storm-like aura, continually pushing back the sand. But this sandstorm was no ordinary natural disaster. The power within it was strong enough to erode even Ludus' aura. Were it not for his swordsmanship, redirecting with minimal force, everyone present would already have been swallowed. But I really have grown old. Even with all my swordsmanship, I can't hold out like this forever. The sandstorm grew stronger, while his strength had limits. Even now, each swing was a desperate contest against the storm. He told himself he had aged, but even with the body of his prime, would it truly have been different? This was never something as ordinary as a natural disaster to begin with. If I fall back here, the people behind me. At the very least, he absolutely had to protect the first princess. A look of resolve appeared on Ludus' face. The veins across his entire body bulged, and his muscles swelled even larger. Sweat began to bead on the sturdy frame of Lutus. The same Lutus who had remained unfazed even when facing three knight commanders at once was now dripping with sweat as he stood against the storm, and those watching behind him bit their lips. "See Captain Lutus." The knights felt helpless that all they could do right now was watch. Lutus swung his sword in a trance-like state. He could not afford to let his guard down for even a single second. In the act of holding back this storm, a single mistake could collapse the dam. Quagagagag. His legs dug into the ground, but Ludus' body was slowly being pushed backward. This was the same Lutus who could withstand a tidal wave, yet now he was being pushed. This was not something one could handle simply by resisting. No matter how exceptional an individual was, there were forces beyond anyone's ability to endure. For power imbued with the will of a god was exactly that. Yet a grin tugged at the corner of Ludus' lips. If it was hard for one, then what if there were two? "You're late, you damned old man. I thought I was going to die holding on. Ho ho ho, aren't you being a bit too harsh with your words?" At the sudden voice from the sky, everyone's gaze turned upward. Beyond the raging sandstorm, the silhouette of a single man appeared. Who is that? Inside that storm, unharmed. Everyone questioned the identity of the figure. Only Arendia realized who it was. "Could it be? You are. It is an honor to meet you, radiant future of the Empire." At last, an old man slowly emerged, breaking through the sandstorm. He was an elderly figure with a kindly smile reminiscent of a friendly neighbor grandfather. With a light gesture of his hand, the sweat-soaked Lutus exhaled the breath he had barely been holding back. Hack, hack. If you were going to help, you could have done it sooner. Even looking like this, I nearly flew my feet off trying to get here. He spoke to the Empire's strongest knight, Lutus Wardart, with the ease of an old friend. Some of the magicians who recognized the man widened their eyes as if they might split. G-Grand Mage Clinton, Clinton Rothschild, the Imperial Grand Mage, and a man who had reached the unprecedented level of the Seventh Circle Imperial realm never before attained by human standards. He had not appeared even during the capital's terror incident, yet now he finally took action. Truly, one lives long enough and sees everything. Just how did such a thing come to pass? Clicking his tongue, Clinton twitched his fingers as if he were a conductor. From his fingertips, mana flowed out, seizing control of the surroundings and forming a massive barrier of magic. The divine barrier raised at full strength by Priestess Rimria, Bishop Preden, and the church's elite paladins had barely extended a radius of 10 meters. But the barrier Clinton alone raised expanded to a full kilometer around, and he had done this with nothing more than a wave of his hand, no prior preparation. For the magicians, it was impossible even to estimate what heights of mastery this represented. It felt like witnessing something indescribable, something belonging to another dimension altogether. Yet Clinton himself simply landed on the ground and tapped at his lower back, as though it were nothing. It isn't easy using magic on such a scale after so long. Old man's bluster. Anyway, thanks for the help. Relieved, Lutus grinned broadly as he greeted Clinton. So then, do you have any way to resolve this? A solution, is it? Clinton's gaze narrowed and turned toward the heart of the storm Riederbelk. Even I cannot think of any way to resolve this disaster. What? Then why the hell did you even come here? I only wish to confirm something for myself. With those words, Lutus realized Clinton was not simply looking at the storm. You sly old man. I wondered why you had been absent lately. You went off to dig up some strange knowledge again. Ho ho. What else is there for a decrepit old man shoved into the back room? I merely wish to see something wondrous before I die. For words spoken by a seventh circle mage, it sounded far too humbly almost like a deception. But Clinton was sincere. Regrettably, it seems the one who exists at the next realm has chosen to remain silent in this situation. Clinton shook his head with regret. As a man who studied magic, he had longed to witness with his own eyes what a realm worthy of being called legend might look like. But that was merely his personal curiosity. It was not the real reason Clinton had come here. The wheel of fate, which had been rolling slowly, has now been given a push. The end of this world is not far away. Ludger opened his eyes. The sensation of dream sand against his cheek was soft, making him feel as though he were lying on a comfortable bed. What on earth happened? If only for a brief moment he had lost consciousness. With unsteady steps, Ludger slowly rose to his feet. Then, when he looked around, his pupils dilated wide. People all around were collapsed on the ground, unconscious. All of them taken out. Noxana's seal was not yet fully undone. She had only just opened her eyes moments ago. Naturally, it would take time for her true power to return. What she had just shown was not even a tenth of her real strength. And yet, this is the result. And this had not even been an attack aimed at them. Ludger could feel it. What Noxana had done was, for her, no more than a casual exhalation of breath. This is the true power of a god. Even among gods, Noxana's power was on a different plane entirely. As the goddess who symbolized dreams and death itself, her rank as a deity stood nearly at the very pinnacle. That was why, even when the other gods had died, she had not perished, had merely been sealed away. To fight against something like that was nothing short of madness. In Ludger's mind, a single way to overcome the current situation surfaced. No, perhaps this was the only option left. Must we unseal this side as well? 560 chapter, the bell tolling from the depths. 2. Ludger had only ever undone the seal 3 times in his life. Before that, he had often been swayed by the voices of gods, but that was before he learned sealing from Grander. After creating the sealing formula, he never even thought of touching it, unless absolutely necessary. And yet, there had been times when Ludger had no choice but to temporarily release it. The first was when he had wandered the world with his master and encountered Phantos. Back then, The seal had only just been created. In the heat of battle, a faint leak of divine power slipped through. It was more accurate to say it bled out amidst the fierce fight. But since he had not attempted to restrain it, he could not claim it was without intention. That was the first time. The second was in the kingdom of Dermang. During his days as Abraham Van Helsing, when cryptids proliferated abnormally and the entire city of Javoden had been swallowed by a nightmare in a once-in-a-lifetime incident, Ludger had fought desperately against the beast of Javoden. But that monster, while spawning endless cryptids, also possessed a horrifying regenerative ability that made it nearly impossible to kill. So Ludger had been forced to open a part of his divine power, to erase it in a single sweep with overwhelming force, leaving no room for regeneration. That was the second time he had released the seal, and the third was when he had undone it to offer the mafia organization of Riederbelk as tribute to the goddess. But without question, he had never once fully undone the seal he himself had created. At most, he had released only the most basic, the first layer of the seal. Even if he went as far as the second, he believed the third must never be touched. Not now, not ever. That's what I always thought. Ludger stared straight ahead. Even from a vast distance, the colossal goddess loomed, so immense her scale could not even be guessed. The form of a woman as though sculpted from black mud. Where her face should have been, only pale, glowing orbs that might be eyes shone faintly. Her heart was pierced by the obelisk, pinning her in place, unable to move. And yet, even in such a state, what Noxana had shown was transcendence worthy of the name God. Could he possibly oppose that with half measures? If I am to unseal, it must be all the way to the third layer. But if he did that even here, Ludger realized, hesitation lingered within him. If I release it all, then there will be no turning back. Just because one could wield divine power did not mean one was chosen. The existence of a god was poison too strong for humanity. No matter how much gods cherished or loved mankind, even that love was unbearable for humans. Even if Ludger's spirituality was far beyond that of an ordinary human, at best, it only allowed him to endure divine attention a little longer. That day, he had only been unharmed after using the goddess power because he had offered her humans as tribute. But to ask her for power in order to fight was an entirely different matter. The moment he used her strength, his fate would be bound even tighter to the god. Yes, that might even be preferable to the alternative. But there was a greater problem. The radiant god Luminis, the usurper of the cage, the one who had created and controlled this world and sought to use even him as a puppet. The moment I release the power, Luminis will recognize me. He will know exactly where I am and what I am doing. If that happened, even changing identities and fleeing would be meaningless. Once Luminis became aware of him, the god would pursue relentlessly, and his followers would hunt with fanatical zeal. Everything I've prepared until now will be for nothing. The last fragment he needed lay here, in the depths of dreamland. He had come to find it, and yet the situation had only spiraled into worse chaos. Just one step. If he could only cross that final boundary, he could use all the preparations he had laid out. But it was precisely that one final step he lacked. Damn it. If he did not release the seal, Noxana would overturn the world. If he did, he would be exposed to Luminis. And besides, could he even be certain of victory against that goddess, even with the seal undone? Ludger's eyes turned to the fallen people behind him. Many were strangers, but many were familiar. Fellow instructors he had grown close to, companions he had gathered with his own hands, the students he taught. If he retreated here, what would become of their future? I must do it. Here, not anyone else, but I, the only one still standing. I must fight that goddess. And to do that, I must release the divine power here, and now whatever it is you're about to do, stop. At the restraining voice from behind, Ludger turned in surprise. Clara Cohen, whom he thought unconscious, was staggering to her feet. You're unharmed. If this looks unharmed to you, then to my eyes you must look like you're soaring around without a scratch. Clara gave a bitter smile, leaning on her staff as she slowly approached Ludger. I'll say it again. Stop. Do you know what I intend to do? I don't. But one thing is certain, you're planning to throw away everything you have just to protect everyone else. Isn't that right? Her words struck true, but Ludger answered with a scoff. You think far too well of me. How could I not? It's thanks to you alone that we endured against that demon Nerva. Clara looked at Ludger as though he were precious. I don't know how someone so young came to hold such power, But I don't believe a youth like you should so easily cast away your life. Why do you think that? Because once is enough. No more should anyone suffer sorrow because someone else sacrificed themselves. Pathetic. Were you trying to convince me with such pathetic words? When everyone here is on the verge of death, what does it matter who grieves or not? Meaningless. And yet why was it that the words leaving his mouth were so different from what he intended? Is there a way? That bell must be destroyed. It was France who answered. He still wore a pained grimace, perhaps from lingering headache, but otherwise was unscathed. You're awake too. Do you know about that bell? The divine artifact nursery rhyme, wielded by the dream goddess Noxana. In today's terms, you call it Mother Goose. A vile name. No, perhaps fitting, considering its function. So what changes if it's destroyed? Noxana has 3 divine artifacts. Among them, nursery rhyme is the most basic but also the core. For her to manifest it while still sealed means she poured a vast amount of her power into it. To create nursery rhyme, even Noxana had to suffer significant loss. If they could destroy the divine artifact imbued with her power, it would not be impossible to seal her again. Hearing the explanation, Ludger narrowed his eyes. You seem to know much about Noxana, but no records remain about sealed guards of the ancient age, not even in old archives. No matter how much France had traveled the world seeking data to kill Nerva, it was the same. There was no way anyone could have uncovered knowledge of an ancient goddess unknown to all. Even Grander, Ludger's master and a living history, knew nothing of this. Yet France did. It was not France who had discovered it. Someone else had told him. Zero Order, no great demon Saruna. He had given France the information on Noxana. Why, wasn't Fran's goal to kill Nerva? To tell him of Noxana did he foresee this very outcome? Perhaps Zero Order had been hoping for this all along. Perhaps this very situation was what he had intended or desired. Is that really what matters right now? At Fran's words, Ludger stared at him for a moment before turning his gaze away. The problem is how the 3 of us are supposed to destroy that thing. Why do you limit it to 3? Clara clicked her tongue gently, scolding Ludger. Are there any others besides us 3 who are awake right now? No, which is exactly why we need more. Look over there. Clara pointed with her staff at the people lying around them. They're all asleep, that's all. If they're asleep, then we simply wake them. They fell into sleep under the influence of a goddess divine artifact. They won't be easy to rouse by ordinary means. True. Even with Franz and my help, at best we could wake 1 or 2 at a time. By the time we revived everyone needed, the goddess would already have broken her seal. If they were to wake, Themit had to be all at once. At those words, Ludger's brow twitched. You think it's possible, and now you're asking about possibilities. Her barbed words made Ludger let out a quiet laugh and nod. Indeed, hadn't he been the one to cling to impossibilities more than anyone else? Let's try. Ilnovelight, connect the mana paths. I'll take the role of awakening them. Guiding the sleeping is no difficult matter for me. Then I'll support the 2 of you in between. Their roles were decided quickly. Clara looked warmly at France. France deliberately averted his gaze from her and began the work. Wuong. Ludger conjured a tangled mass of mana threads in his palm. The threads glowed a radiant blue, spinning fiercely, before spreading outward like the spines of a sea urchin. The mana threads extended, connecting to the heads of the unconscious. After confirming the process, France imbued Ludger's mana with the resonance of dreams. Dream synchronization begin. The mana threads fired by Ludger shifted into a pale green hue. And to complete the final act, Clara placed the tip of her staff upon the center of the woven mass. Wake, sleepyheads. Through the mana threads tied to their heads, Clara's will pulsed outward in strange ripples. This is the worst. Alex looked at the woman weeping before him. The burning sting on his cheek was nothing compared to the pain in his chest as he watched her cry endless tears because of him. And he asked, "Stop. Don't say my name with that mouth again." Her usual shy, tender gaze toward him was gone. Her eyes, now filled with sorrow, anguish, and fury, made Alex's lips tremble. Not that wasn't true. In truth, he had cared for her more than anyone, even an excuse would do. He wanted to speak up, to undo the misunderstanding, to set everything right. But he couldn't, because for a mere commoner like him, meeting someone like her was never permitted. So Alex forced himself to be harsher. Feel better now. Was that enough? What? If not, you can hit me a few more times. Did you just? Her lips trembled, then Enia's shoulders slumped. I was a fool. What did I ever see in you to trust you? He couldn't reach out to stop her as she turned her back and walked away. This was better. His true feelings would only burden her. From the start, for a low-born commoner to dare draw close to a noble like her was arrogance. So it was better to remain the villain. Ha! Life's really worth nothing, isn't it? As Enia left, Alex barely stopped himself from collapsing to the ground. Then a group of young noblemen approached him. Smirks twisted their lips. Their gazes at Alex were filled with disgust and glee. Well, at least you know your place. How dare a commoner think to stand beside a noble? Exactly. If you just kept your head down from the start, how much better would it have been? From now on, you best keep your head bowed forever before nobles. At those words, Alex burst out laughing. Pfuhu, ha ha ha. The noble cadets frowned as Alex covered his eyes and laughed madly. What the hell? Has he gone insane? Why is he laughing? Did he lose his mind? Insane, sure. I wish I really had lost my mind. If only he could forget everything. But his reason was sharper, colder than ever-endingly so. You really lost it? Yeah, since it's come to this, I might as well go mad for real. Alex swept a hand down his face from his forehead. His expression was terrifyingly cold. The cadets froze stiff under that gaze. You bastard. Gawk. The one about to curse had his mouth smashed shut by Alex's fist. Let's just finish it all here. You filthy bastards. You son of a beach. Thus began a fight of many against one. Alex did not use weapons. He only used his fists. Drawing a sword against trash like this would have been a luxury. Though the nobles swung practice swords that still had killing potential, they were no match for Alex. The gap in skill was overwhelming. At the end of that one-sided violence, Alex had left them bloodied and half-crippled, and he was dishonorably expelled. The protests that they had outnumbered him, that they had drawn weapons meant nothing. They were nobles, and he was a commoner. A commoner had assaulted nobles. That single fact was all that mattered. The cause and process didn't. That was the world. And so Alex lost both the woman he loved and the dream of becoming a knight. Ha! The dream ended there. Alex opened his eyes and slowly rose, clutching his throbbing head. Seeing Ludger, Clara, and France, Alex realized what had just happened. Ah, so that was all just a dream. The frivolity he usually carried was gone. His eyes, darkened and heavy, turned toward Noxana. Ha! It's been a long time since I burned this heart. A surge of fierce anger erupted from him like a volcano, and it wasn't just Alex. One by one, the others who had collapsed began to rise. Like him, they awoke carrying fury in their hearts. 561 Chapter Nursery Rhyme 1. The nursery rhyme Noxana had used bestowed dreams upon all. Most of them were nightmares. They floundered within their dreams, unable to escape, forced to witness the painful memories of their past again and again. She did not kill them. Noxana, goddess of death and dreams, was merciful toward humans. Even if they bared their teeth against her, instead of killing them, she chose to subdue. Because dreams embrace everything. Though it might be painful now, once all is over, happiness would return. But Noxana had overlooked one truth, that there were those who did not crumble in any nightmare, that some would choose cruel reality over a sweet dream. She did not know. The more one tries to avert their gaze from a painful dream, the deeper the suffering. But Ludger, Clara, and France did not. They did not avert their eyes from their wounds. Every day, every moment, they had lived with their scars close to their hearts. That tiny mistake created a variable. The unconscious began to wake one by one. Had the current state lasted even a little longer, the fainted would have all had their minds shattered and lost their will to fight. But thanks to Ludger, Clara, and Fran's swift response, people regained their senses in time. What filled their eyes was not confusion, nor fear, nor bewilderment. It was fierce anger. Compared to gods, humans are insignificant. But no matter how insignificant, no one would accept their memories being toyed with. Like the saying goes, even a worm will writhe when stepped on. Noxana's so-called mercy, ironically, became the spark of human wrath. This feels unpleasant. Grrr Phantos growled from behind his mask. Though he was more arrogant than anyone, there were memories even he did not want to recall. The first time he had failed a hunt, when he had tasted bitter defeat. Though it had not been the prey he originally sought, for Fantasu had never once lost against a strong opponent, shock had been immense. A man bathed in immense mana and mysterious power, eyes blazing with ominous red light. who had subdued him so easily. Ludger Cherish. He had followed that man's words not out of submission. It was only because he had received the promise that they would fight again, someday, a bargain he could accept. But at some point, working with him had stopped being unpleasant. Perhaps this was where he belonged. Even when facing Ludger's strange companions, he had thought the same. He had believed himself a freak no one could understand, but the ones gathered here were also freaks with stories of their own. Yes, I liked these freaks, but the nightmare whispered otherwise. Are you satisfied to leave it at that? Don't you want revenge, don't you? Yes, back then he had thought he did, but not now. What enraged Phantos now was not old Memoris, it was the petty intention that dared to shake his heart with such cheap whispers. Clatter, black chains appeared in his hands, a massive harpoon on one end, an enormous anchor on the other. His true weapon, shaped from his mind, had manifested. Rise. Phantos spoke quietly to the Owens still staggering. Rise and rage. Fight against this injustice. You needn't say it. That was already my intent. Violetta bit her lip against bitter memories. Though the scar on her face was gone, the memory of the day it was carved remained a trauma. How dare a low-born woman act so arrogant? Do you think your pretty face is all you need? The words of that fire-wielding brute as he sneered at her. Let's see if you can keep that pride once that face is ruined. The flames flickering before her eyes, the searing pain across one side of her face. Violetta touched the spot on her mask where the scar once lay. Are you all right? Arthur approached her and asked. She was about to say she was fine, but then froze at the expression on his face. Arthur, you yes. What is it? Your face right now, the boy who always smiled brightly, now wore an expression twisted with sorrow. Arthur touched his own face and belatedly realized his state. You're right. This is what it means to truly be angry. Are you the one who's all right? And to be honest, not really. A strange memory surfaced. A strange memory. Yes. The memory of a little boy who failed to protect his only younger sister. A pitiful child, trampled by power, unable to do anything. Arthur stared down at his palm. It looked human, but was made of countless parts of cold steel. Even here in the world of dreams it was the same. In reality, he could never be human. He clenched and opened his hand, his gaze turning toward Ludger. Teacher. Arthur called to him silently with his eyes. The moment he had first opened his eyes, the teacher's face, softly sorrowful as he spoke to him. Back then, he had not understood why Ludger wore such an expression. Even now, he did not know the true feelings behind the naming, only that it must have been unbearably sad, that he must have swallowed it desperately. These are my memories. The dream Noxana had given revealed every memory buried deep in the soul. Thanks to that, Arthur had remembered everything. Who he was, what he was searching for, that's right. I had a sister. He had to meet her. He had to apologize. Though his body had become cold steel instead of flesh, the soul within him was still that of a boy, a human being, so he could not remain idle here. He felt an ironic sliver of gratitude toward Noxana for revealing this NVLIGHT truth, yet he had to fight. Bellaruna and Seridan were the same. They too had suffered unspoken pains, driven from their kin into the human world. But Seridan did not complain. Instead, her gaze turned toward a small rise, buried under dream sand. She walked toward it and spoke to the thing beneath. Hey, are you just going to stay there? Buried in the sand was a huge beast, curled up like a coward. Suppressing the wild urge to burst free, a silent cry of a young man trying to resist was clearer to Seridan's ears than anyone's. We're going to fight. Everyone here must be thinking the same. What about you? Are you going to keep running, keep hiding like a coward? That's not it, is it? That's not what you want. Seridan reached out her hand. Come with us. Everyone's waiting. No answer. But the response soon came. Thump. The sand hill suddenly swelled like a balloon, then deflated like one losing air. From within the shrinking mound, a trembling human hand reached out weakly. Seeing it, Seridan bared her teeth in a smile. Did you know? You were the last. Seridan grasped Hant's hand and pulled with strength. The one who emerged from the mound of sand was not a beast, but Hans in his human form. His expression was complicated, tinged with sadness, yet somehow relieved. Seridan laughed aloud at the sight. Ahaha, why are you making that face? Let's go, all right. The members of Owens had all gathered together again. Ludger welcomed Hans with his eyes. That wordless gesture alone filled Hans with gratitude. The Dreamwalkers had also all regained their senses, and Sion's instructors were one by one rising to their feet. So then, how do we destroy that? Alyssa Willow squinted at nursery rhyme. The bell, which had rung once at its summoning, was silent for now. But everyone there could feel it. If that bell rang again, that would truly be the end. Intercepting it from afar is meaningless. Noxana will do everything in her power to defend nursery rhyme. At Fran's words, those present all nodded. It's dangerous, but we'll have to get close and destroy it directly. With this, France revealed the dagger in his hand, a weapon that had slain even Nerva, a parcel of dreams. To those who had witnessed its power, the possibility was real. Then the priority is getting close to it. Noxana was at least several kilometers away. She seemed close only because her immense size distorted perspective. Reaching her on foot was impossible, and not everyone could fly through the air like the Dreamwalkers. Naturally, some would fall behind, and that would only mean being struck down one by one. Like cavalry of the Middle Ages, they would need to move as one, in a single charge. Isn't there any way? As everyone wrestled with the problem, Sheridan spoke up with an "ah." What if we build an airship to move? All eyes turned to her, some wondering who she was, others questioning if it was possible. If everyone's going to move together, we'll need something big to carry us, right? And how do you plan to build that? France asked, but Sheridan countered with another question. Why not? This is dreamland. Not every airship is fast, and they're vulnerable to attack. To build one, you'd need to understand every part of its structure. Who here could possibly? I could. Everyone's gaze shifted. The one who spoke was Merelda. She pointed timidly at Brino, who shrank under the attention. If we consider what Professor Brino has already shown us, it's more than possible. Wait a moment, Professor Merelda. Steam golems and airships are completely different things. But you've memorized all the schematics, haven't you? That's Brino could not deny it. Airships, too, had advanced greatly through Magitech, and he had studied them thoroughly to the point of rote memorization. But their stability, their systems, there are too many flaws. Then well modify them. Sheridan grinned brightly, and Brino's eyes widened. He recognized her. That girl, the one who had once looked at his steam golem with sparkling eyes at the magic festival. Though that golem had been lost in an unfortunate accident, he still remembered the child who had seen its value. You're creating what doesn't exist. Isn't that what someone like you loves most? Isn't it? That's what I think. Sheridan's words struck the deepest desire inside him. This is the chance. If not now, then when? We're close to death anyway, we worry. Just do what you want. Brino was left speechless. That this girl had seen straight through the wish he'd never voiced for lack of realism, so she's the same as me. Sheridan might have looked like a simple, innocent girl, but he saw past the surface. She was an inventor with explosive potential and ambition and the talent to match. I think so too. Professor Brino, you've already done it once, haven't you? That massive steam golem he demanifested in the battle with DJ Vu of premonition dreams. Incomplete, yes, but without doubt something that had never existed in reality. Even so, to create something like that with imagination alone, it'll help you. Wouldn't it be better with two? Her earnest gaze made Brina waver, and then Merelda drove the final nail. Oh, come on. You're really going to hesitate now. Be a man and do something big for once. Brino's eyes opened wide. That Merelda would say such a thing to him was shocking, but even more so was the realization that those around him truly believed in him. Teachers greater than him, mages of higher circle, even Dreamwalker masters, all of them desperately needed him. He had never thought he'd receive such recognition in his lifetime. Brino clenched his fist. Understood. I'll do it. Yes. Sheridan punched the air in triumph. But then a warning rang out. Noxana is preparing something. The sky of the depths darkened with massive storm clouds. Like a stampede of beasts, the clouds gathered around Noxana and began to whirl. Above her head, a colossal hole appeared, and beyond it, faint scenery shimmered like reflections on water. That's Riederbelk, isn't it? No way is she trying to cross into the real world, directly from Dreamland's depths. It was something only the goddess of dreams could do. If Noxana entered reality, the outcome was obvious. Everyone steel yourselves. At Clara's words, the Dreamwalkers nodded grimly. Just before the work on the airship was to begin, Ludger called out to Sheridan. What is it, milady? We're extremely busy right now. Sheridan, do you remember what you once said? That your dream was to cause the greatest explosion the world has ever seen. That's right. But why bring that up now all of a sudden? Because it'll give you the spark for that explosion. In reality, it would have taken countless resources. But here it was different. This was a place where imagination became reality, a place to spread the wings of freedom and creation. Have you heard of nuclear fission? This was dreamland. 562 chapter nursery rhyme. 2. Ludger was trying to tell her something. Sheridan's eyes shone with a brilliance they had never held before. Instinctively, she realized that the knowledge Ludger was about to impart was the very key that could lead her to the ultimate explosion she longed for. Ludger had no real desire to tell Sheridan this. Just looking at modern history alone was enough to understand what kind of change the world went through once the Manhattan Project had succeeded. But now was no time to conceal it. He had to use whatever was available. What I can tell you is only the theoretical part. The rest, you'll have to figure out yourself. Perhaps it was the last breaking mechanism left in his heart that made him say this, but Sheridan nodded vigorously, saying that it was enough. With her shining talent, just this small clue would be enough for her to reach her goal. No, she would likely surpass it and go even farther. Time is short, so I can only explain this once. Listen well. The construction of the airship progressed in an instant. In reality, just building one would take more than a week, and that was assuming every detailed component was prepared, with the environment and manpower perfectly in place. But in Dreamland, it did not even take 5 minutes to create one. All the materials were formed by dreamwalkers, and the design was drawn up on the spot by Sheridan and Brino. A typical airship lifted by gas won't do. It needs to fly much faster. What about making it in the shape of an enlarged biplane? With this size, propellers would take up too much space. The output would be weak. We need a fierce propulsion system. We won't need mana stones. There are no restrictions like that here. Whatever it is, burning fuel to cause a powerful thrust will be optimal. Sheridan and Brino worked seamlessly together. They exchanged ideas without resting for even a second. They were both brimming with talent and passion. Rather than oil and water, they were like volatile chemicals. Every exchange of ideas sparked new inspiration in their minds. The waves of thought even manifested faintly in the air as shimmering haze visible to others. Even the dreamwalkers, who had forgotten the gravity of the situation, looked on in awe. To minimize air resistance, we should make the bow sharp. It needs to carry a lot of people. To be precise, it should resemble a battleship flying through the sky. We should attach propulsion devices to both wings and the rear. Once outside, we can create an engine structure that draws oxygen in from the front intake, combusts it, and expels it to the rear. If a scientist had been present, or anyone deeply versed in science, they would have foamed at the mouth. Because in just 5 minutes, science had been advanced by decades. And in that same 5 minutes, a massive ship was complete. A warship with wings made of steel. Main cannons were mounted everywhere, and the prow was forged into a sharp ram, resembling a giant blade. Everyone longed to marvel at its might, but now was not the time. Everyone, bored. Civilians and students, stepped back. No matter how big it was, the number of people it could carry was limited. Those able to fight climbed aboard. Please let me come. I can help too, Julia pleaded, but no one accepted her request. No, the one who rejected her was Xantman. Why not? You've already done more than enough. From here on, this is an adult's fight. You're still treating me like a child. That's right. You're still young. Julia flared up at Xantman's words, about to shout back until she heard what he said next. And that means you still have a bright future. To drag someone like you into a battle we might not survive would make us failures as adults. And before that, it's advice from a senior. Then you're saying it's fine for the others. Of course, we don't intend to die. But look at us, how many years do you think we have left? Without us, who will lead the dream school? Xantman had always spoken to her in a teasing way. That she was still lacking, that she had to keep working harder. And every time, Julia had ground her teeth and shown results that even Xantman couldn't deny, driven by the thought of proving just how much he refused to acknowledge her. You're the only one, Julia. But now, seeing him smile at her warmly as he spoke, she realized. She had been acknowledged from the start. You know, Senior, you're really unfair. Julia regretted not realizing this sooner. The most precious things were always the closest. She had neglected the people she lived with, her family and all but blood, just to chase after a departed friend. How foolish. And you, Sedna Roshan, was it? Yes. Xantman nodded toward Sedna, who stood with Julia. I told you before, but I'll ask again. I said in a bitter lip, then nodded. She too wanted to fight alongside Ludger, to be by his side, to endure hardships together. If only she could see again the sight she had witnessed before the world tree. But in this situation, that was just greed. She had already spent her strength, and Julia was just as exhausted. Yes, don't worry. Zampman smiled in satisfaction and climbed aboard the ship. From afar, the dreamwalkers of the dream school showered him with reproach. Damn it, Zantman. Why are you trying to play the cool guy all by yourself? Always pretending not to care, and now you get sentimental. You've never been honest. If the ones already dead saw this, they'd be rolling on the floor laughing. Laughing as they scolded and laughing as he replied. Shut up, you bastards. Are you all ready? Like hell they weren't. With their booming reply, Zampman turned to Clara. Master, we're all ready. Yes, so it seems. Everyone else as well. At Clara's signal, the Dreamwalkers began breathing dream essence into the ship. The vessel born of imagination was fueled by their dreams. Red flames spewed from the twin jet engines and the rear exhaust vents. The red fire crystallized into droplets, gradually shifting into a blue hue. The warship lifted into the air, impossible with modern technology, but entirely feasible in the world of dreams. Ooh, it's really moving. What should we call this? Not an airship, more like an aerial battleship. The aerial battleship surged toward Noxana. Noxana was gripping the obelisk that pierced her chest, trying to pull it free. Each time her tarry black hands touched the obelisk, blue flames burst forth. At first, the seal of the obelisk repelled her palms, but over time, the situation shifted. Noxana was growing stronger, but the seal's power remained the same. The force that once flung her hands away now barely managed to resist, and before long, it began to permit her touch. If it went on, the seal would soon be undone. At that moment, the aerial battleship's main cannon fired. Boom! Shells blasted from the long barrels, striking Noxana's body in multiple places. Scarlet explosions engulfed the goddess form, and eyes widened in shock at the sight. Wahaha! How's that? The taste of my special bombs. Sheridan let out a triumphant cheer, as though she had been waiting her whole life for this moment. Building the aerial battleship was fine, but what truly thrilled her was the explosion. She had mounted the battleship with cannons just for this. The cannons fired again, pulling Noxana's attention away from the seal. The goddess has noticed us. She couldn't ignore it while trying to undo the seal. It was far too irritating. Black smoke like storm clouds spilled from Noxana's body. But it wasn't smoke. It was a grotesque creature formed of clumped, tarry blackness. Where arms should have been, wings sprouted. On their legs were talons like a bird of prey. Their smooth, egg-shaped faces had only mouths-long, torn maws like the jaws of beasts. Dream creatures. France cried as he looked at the black beasts. The dream creatures summoned by Noxana swarmed like storm clouds toward the aerial battleship. Individually they weren't much, but the sheer number was overwhelming. It was like watching tens of thousands of sardines swimming together in the sea. W8, isn't this way too many? Intercept them first. The ship's cannons roared, and missiles mounted on the wings launched in unison. Trails of smoke streaked toward the black swarm, exploding on impact. Boom, boom, boom. Red explosions of various sizes burst within the mass, but even after the blast subsided, the tide of creatures showed no sign of thinning. Screech. The creatures lunged with gaping maws. Those on the deck scrambled to intercept. Dazzling spells exploded across the sky. There was no missing any shot would strike a target in this swarm. Each spell cut down dozens at a time, but still they came, and came, hopelessly outnumbered. Even with relentless fire, the dream creatures pierced through and reached the aerial battleship. Crunch! Ah no, my cannon. 3 of the creatures shredded a cannon with claws and fangs. Sheridan screamed at the sight of the ruined weapon, and that was only the beginning. The creatures began ramming the ship with their bodies. Every impact reduced them to black pulp, but they didn't stop. Creatures born of a goddess will know no fear of death. With each suicidal strike, the battleship's hull caved in further. Damn it, they never end. At this rate, well, crash. Kill 10, and 100 filled the gap. Never in their lives had they seen such a flood of numbers. The same for Ludger. Not since Jay Vorden had he faced such a swarm. That battle, too, had been overwhelming with cryptids, but compared to now, it was nothing. The sky was filled with creatures, and now they were pushing the battleship back. The Dreamwalkers strained desperately to keep it upright. Starboard cannon down. More than NV8, original source. Half are destroyed already. Engine 2 offline. Output falling. We can't hold on much longer. Each report from Sheridan and Brino only deepened the despair. If this endless battle dragged on, defeat was inevitable. Cease fire. Ludger's voice, laced with mana, boomed across the deck. If they stopped firing now, the ship would sink under the assault, so why? Before anyone could question it, Ludger moved. Mana and dream stuff manifested around him, forming into dark steel cubes. That is, Fran's eyes widened, recognizing the magic. The cubes multiplied, attaching to the damaged ship and repairing it. Now more than repairing, they reinforced it. Alyssa shouted in realization, "Stop firing, save your strength." Zampman too understood what Ludger was doing, his eyes gleaming as he nodded. "So that's it. Hey, you bastards. Channel every drop of dream stuff into propulsion." "What? If we do that, well, sink. Do it. Otherwise we're all dead. To hell with it." The engines, fueled by Dreamwalker essence, roared with renewed fury. The number of cubes grew, swarming like ants around the ship. This spell wasn't originally his. It was the strongest magic of a man who had laid down his life to save a friend. Elementum ex machina. It appeared once more in Ludger's hands. Infintus circum. The countless cubes spun in endless motion, obeying Ludger's will. The prow of the ship had been shredded by the creatures. Now steel cubes stacked atop one another, forming a new shape. Magnetar sword. A massive blade formed at the prow. It looked as if the battleship itself had become a sword. 563 chapter nursery rhyme. 3. Ludger hadn't just repaired the battleship with the steel cubesh, had remodeled it into something far superior. The massive blade rising from the prow stood tall, as if solemnly declaring that the ship itself had become a sword. "Oh, ooh, that's amazing." The sight drew heated reactions from the mages, especially the men. A battleship that could be customized like this. Even a man with a frozen heart would feel it blaze watching such a spectacle. HMPH. Not bad at all. Even Chris Benimore adjusted his glasses in approval. "Professor Merrilder, is that supposed to be cool?" He'll never understand men's sentiments. But regardless, everyone could feel how extraordinary Ludger's magic was. He had turned the entire battleship into a sharpened blade. Even a fool could tell where that blade was pointing. Full speed ahead. They couldn't waste time dealing with the creatures swarming around them. The Dreamwalkers ceased intercept fire and poured all their energy into the engines. The aerial battleship, slowed by the storm of creatures, regained its acceleration. Thud! Creatures hurled themselves against the ship, but the reinforced hull didn't even scratch. Cheers erupted at the sight of the strengthened vessel, but the joy didn't last. Swoosh, a roar like a massive torrent filled their ears. The beating of countless wings converged into one, shaking space itself. What are they trying to do? The answer came quickly. The creatures that had been charging at random now gathered as one and slammed headlong into the battleship. Those colliding with the blade were shredded and scattered. It was suicidal like moths rushing into a blade, like mayflies striking a moving car. But sheer overwhelming numbers made even such brute tactics effective. Our speeds dropping. The acceleration that had been building began to falter. The enormous blade at the prow was also beginning to chip under the strain. No matter how sharp and sturdy, it couldn't withstand that volume of mass hurling itself against it. "If we get stuck here, it's over. Clear the path." Clara's shout drove everyone to grit their teeth and unleash more firepower. Spells streaked across the void, striking the mass of creatures head-on. Unlike before, they could now focus all their firepower in one direction. But even so, the endless swarms swallowed the magic whole. Some mages faltered, despairing. Spells crushed before they could even detonate. How could numbers alone overpower magic? For now, the rapidly orbiting cubes shredded the approaching creatures, preventing casualties. But how long could that last? We need stronger penetration. Ludger began moving the steel cubes around him again, assembling something new. Screech. The creatures wouldn't allow it. Sensing what he was trying to do, they howled. One shriek set off a chorus, and suddenly the swarm moved as one will. Rumble, they condensed into a storm even greater than before, a vast black vortex that made faces go pale. Holy shit, the biggest one's coming. There's no stopping that. If it hits us, we're all dead. We need to prepare a huge spell. Too late. While they hesitated, the creatures had already united under one will. By the time they decided to resist, the vortex was already rushing toward the ship. It was unstoppable. As despair and fear froze the crew, two figures strode forward. Step. They stood on the Proutwo masked men. Gasps spread among the onlookers. They were the mysterious figures who had appeared with France. Was it courage or recklessness to step forward now? Most thought it was the latter. Looks like the leader's prepping something big again. HMPH. Then let's at least work together to open a path, don't you think? Don't order me around. I was going to anyway. It's not an order. It's a suggestion, idiot. To me, there's no difference. The words were curt but more familiar than hostile. It was enough. Let's go. CHAK. Alex drew his sword and took stance. They didn't need to say what role each would take, both understood instinctively. Phantos gripped his massive harpoon and nodded. The vortex drew closer, a storm of creatures tangled in hideous writhing. Ah, disgusting. Alex joked, but his actions belied the levity. The tip of his sword began to spin the air into a spiral. A vortex formed visibly, twisting the scenery itself. This world really is nice. Things I'd have to perform with my body in reality, I can manifest here with pure insight. What was a fleeting flash of inspiration to others stretched long enough for Alex to grasp. With his talent, the senses dreamland gave him were nothing short of astonishing. Was this what it felt like to step beyond the flesh into the realm of pure mastery? Perhaps here lay fragments of a knight's ultimate peak. That his instincts suggested it only confirmed his gift. This path was no lie, but such thoughts of the future were premature. For now, let's give it a try. Alex swung his sword. Flash. Just one swing, yet the blade flared like a streak of light from the heavens. A massive ashen spiral of energy shot forth, colliding with the vortex. It was tens of thousands of creatures bound together. Even Alex couldn't hope to stop it alone. I wasn't planning to stop it anyway. All he needed was to slow it down. If he could slip his reverse spiral into the clockwise vortex's seams, even slightly, it's weakening. The unified mass faltered, its storm slowing. A subtle but masterful technique, exploiting the gaps and using the enemy's own force to unravel it. Even to the untrained, the swordplay was familiar. Commander Lutus Wardart's swordsmanship. Similar but different. Still, only Lutus could do that. Who the hell is that man? Did Lutus take on a disciple? The questions didn't last. Weakened or not, the vortex wasn't gone. The creatures began to move again, ready to swallow the battleship. Then Phantos leapt. His role had always been for this moment. His muscles swelled like they would burst as he poured power into the harpoon. The colossal weapon shot forth like lightning, aimed at the heart of the storm. Rumble like a salmon leaping against a torrent, the harpoon tore through the black gale, ripping it apart. Boom! A hole opened in the center of the storm. Gasps erupted. They opened a path, just the two of them. Who are those men? Doesn't matter, there's a way through. Now's the only chance. In the nick of time, Alex and Phantos had bought them precious seconds. Well done. Ludger unleashed his prepared magic. Clink, clink. The cubes swarmed to the prow, attaching to the blade. A simple sword wasn't enough. They needed something that could pierce and shatter. The shape formed a massive drill with twin spirals. WHRRRR. The drill mounted on the prow spun at full force. Damn, that's badass. Knew it. I had a feeling about him from the start. HMPH. Not bad. Brino stood on the bridge, tears streaming down his face at the sight. Rumble. The battleship plowed through the hole in the storm. Creatures threw themselves at it desperately, but the whirling drill hurled them aside. SCRECH. Unable to stop them head-on, the swarm tried surrounding from every side. They were deep inside enemy ranks now. Ludger smirked. Headmaster, I believe we've given you enough time. Yes, everything is ready. Elissa's pink mana shimmered as she closed her eyes. Though her firepower was always impressive, she had never prepared this long before. The strength of a mage's spell was proportional to preparation time, which meant this spell would surpass anything she had shown before. Everyone, hold on to something. The ship will shake. She opened her eyes. Golden pupils flared with condensed power, the morning star that illuminates paradise. As the radiant brilliance blazed forth, Ludger suddenly recalled a line he had once read. Let there be light. Even the creatures that knew no fear recoiled in terror, fleeing from the radiance. But it was meaningless. Once within range, there was no escape. Creatures touched by the spreading pink light screamed and exploded. Each blast triggered another, chaining into a storm of detonations. Light bloomed everywhere, as though a star had descended to tear apart the black tempest. On the deck, jaws dropped in awe. This was far beyond sixth circle magic. Perhaps Elissa Willow had just touched the threshold of the seventh. Damn it. That's an explosion even greater than mine. It's unfair. Magic is unfair. Sheridan stomped her feet, dazzled and furious. But at the same time, she couldn't help but acknowledge Alyssa Willow's brilliance. That woman, she really is amazing. She froze as Alyssa's golden eyes turned toward her. It wasn't coincidence Esh was being watched directly from the bridge. Alyssa smiled warmly. Sheridan went pale and ducked behind Brino's back. Thanks to Alyssa's dazzling finale, the NV light path was clear. The aerial battleship smashed through the wall of creatures, rushing straight for Noxana's summoned relic, Nursery Rhyme. I see it. We've finally arrived. If they destroyed Nursery Rhyme, it would be over. The battleship, drill spinning, charged the Black Bell. Just before it struck, a surge of power burst from the bell, forming an octagonal shield. Crash! The impact hurled everyone forward. Ludger clicked his tongue. As expected, a tool wielded by a guard would have defenses, but to think the battleship's full-force ram hadn't budged it at all. Grind the drill spun furiously against the barrier, but it didn't move. Instead, sparks flew as the drill's tip ground down. Though forged of enchanted steel, it was being worn away. Then came grim news. Boom! One of the wing engines overheated and exploded. 564 chapter Spirit Camouflage. 1. It's bad. They're swarming us from behind. To make matters worse, the constructs were rushing toward the rear of the warship. In front lay the barrier manifested by Nursery Rhyme. Behind, a swarm of constructs like a storm cloud. They couldn't deal with the constructs. They first had to break through the barrier before them. Focus all your strength. Alyssa gathered condensed mana at her fingertips and fired it toward the barrier. The long stream of pink light struck the barrier and then fizzled out like a dying candle flame. Alyssa's expression hardened at the sight. What, I didn't even use full power, but that was still a strong attack. Instead, a tingling pain throbbed in her right hand, the one she had released the spell from. The others had similar reactions. Every time a spell struck the barrier, it lost its power and vanished. The backlash from the barrier was so violent that the mages groaned and staggered back. Chris Benimore frowned over his glasses. This isn't an ordinary barrier. It's generating recoil stronger than the impact applied. Alex and Fanto stepped forward, but it was useless. Their sword strikes and harpoon thrusts collided with the barrier and were hurled back by the rebound force. Crack, crack, crash. The tip of the drill snapped, then wore away at an accelerating rate. Scarlet sparks burst like fireworks. Ludger's expression hardened. He kept producing cubes to replenish the drill, but it eroded and vanished faster than he could create them. Still, I can't let go here. The aerial warship was holding together only because of Ludger. He was desperately patching the cracks with more steel and replenishing shattered armor. If he took his hands off for even 1 second, the aerial warship would collapse. Perhaps because they all knew this, the others were throwing everything into breaking through the barrier. Keep pounding. Even if your limbs break, keep pounding. If we can't break through here, it's the end for all of us. Just as the Dreamwalkers, still undaunted, were about to strike again, a strange phenomenon occurred in the barrier. Wu-wang. The barrier's translucent surface rippled like water, then began forming a black mass at its center. Ha! The moment someone voiced their confusion, black energy erupted outward in a radial blast, sweeping across the deck. It happened so suddenly that no one had time to respond. They only shielded their faces with their arms. But even after a moment, no pain came. They realized someone was standing in front, blocking the energy alone. Ma Master, the Dream Master, Clara Cohen. She stood with her staff, single-handedly holding back the energy released by the barrier. The old woman was gone. She had rejuvenated to look no older than her 30s, barely withstanding the massive torrent. Her youth restored meant she was burning all her strength. Stagger. But even Clara Cohen couldn't withstand that overwhelming current alone. When her body faltered, someone stepped behind her to support her. At the same time, some of the crushing pressure on her body lifted. Soon the waves of energy released by the barrier ceased, and Clara barely survived. What on earth are you doing? You almost died just now. Fran's voice trembled with anger and grief as he demanded an answer, but Clara smiled. What else could I do? This is all I can contribute here. You mean sacrificing your life? You know it was because of that kind of act that father died, and now you intend to do the same. Perhaps that's exactly why. They say husband and wife grow alike through love. You know, mother. France bit his lip hard. his expression tangled with turmoil. "So you finally call me mother again." Seeing Clara smile gently at him, France felt something choke and rise within his chest. His heart ached as if being torn apart. This isn't what I wanted. France knew his father would never return. He was dead, and the departed could only ever live on in memory. But Clara was different. She was still alive, and France still considered her his mother. She was his only remaining family. What I truly wanted was, after avenging his father, France only wanted to be with Clara again. Though many years had passed, he wanted to spend whatever time was left with her. Even if they could never go back to how things once were, if they could mend that deep rift in his heart even a little, it would be enough. That would have been enough. All I wished was for you to live and be with me, mother. That's what I want too. I've already lost my husband. What mother in this world would want to lose her only child as well? So if it means saving you, I will gladly give my life, because she was his mother. At those words, Fran's tears, held back until now, burst forth. He wanted to sacrifice himself in her stead, but his reason clung desperately to stop him. His role was not to fall here. At the very least, he had to destroy nursery rhyme with the dagger he had honed for so long. For that, even now, he had to conserve every bit of strength. Another attack is coming. The barrier stirred again. Clara gently pushed aside Fran's supporting hands and stood. "Mother, no, France, no, no, not you, mother, not you." Clara shook her head and spoke to him. "Let me go. Sometimes, instead of clinging to what flows away, you must let it go. I realize that too late, but I don't want you to. And you still have things you must do." France couldn't stop his mother from slipping from his grasp. He reached for her desperately, but Clara walked forward, widening the distance. His hand couldn't reach. Though she was not far, it felt like an eternal distance, unreachable forever. France bit his lip hard. If not, he would break down sobbing. The wrinkles on Clara Cohen's face vanished completely, her appearance now that of a woman in her mid-20s. She had reached her prime. Before, she had always stopped halfway to save her life, but this time was different. She had become a fully lit fuse, a candle burning at its brightest. Clara never looked back. One who was leaving must never look back. No, perhaps it's also because I'd grow weak if I did. As she let out a bitter smile, someone approached her side. She turned her head and saw a familiar wrinkled face. Xantman, old Hagno master. "Why try to look cool all alone again?" Xantman grinned. At the same time, his body began to return to its younger form. His beard vanished, his wrinkled skin becoming lively and youthful again. "At least two are better than one, no. But if even you go like this, what about the rest?" "Well, the ones left behind will miss us a little, I suppose." Murmuring that, Xantman glanced back. The fellow dreamwalkers who had always bickered with him were staring. "Xantman, you." Their eyes widened in disbelief and VLHT. Don't copy, read here at his choice. But no one stopped him. For him to act this way meant he had already made his resolve. Once a man was ready to burn everything away, the only thing left to give him was words of support and a push forward. Chasing futile dreams, pursuing unattainable ideals. Even if mocked by the world, he would laugh it off, because they were the ones who walked dreams, because they were dream walkers. "Farewell, Xantman. Go on ahead. We'll be right behind you. Leave the rear to us." Hearing their solemn words of farewell, Xantman showed a relieved smile and fixed his gaze forward. "See, with comrades this reliable, I can go without worry." Clara let out a sudden laugh, light and fresh on the youthful face of her 20s. "Truly, our school is nothing but fools and idiots." Well, of course. Who founded this school? Who led it? We're just a bunch of dunces who followed two fools, Nathanael and you, Master. And as for the future of our school, we've made sure it'll carry on properly. Clara nodded at that. "Yes. Then let us go. The road won't be lonely. You'll regret coming with me. I talk far too much. I'll nag Nathanael to no end once we get there." The two dream walkers, now in their youth again, slowly approached the barrier. The black aura gathered atop the barrier quivered at its limit. Just as it seemed the energy would burst forth, Clara thrust her staff hard against it. A violent backlash surged out, her body driven back, but Xantman caught hold of her staff with her, steadying it. A fierce storm roared, and all the others could do was stare in stunned silence. The energy amassed on the barrier mingled with Clara's dream essence, gradually transforming into another kind of power. Black and green, intertwined like the most beautiful marble a child might hold in their hand. "Quahaha! What a sight to see before I go." Xantman's raucous laughter rang out at the radiant vision. And though she wa'n't here mere youngest, Julia, dropping the corners of his grin for the first time, he gave a gentle, soft smile. Live well. Don't cry your eyes out just because I am gone. The sphere of light exploded. The brilliance was so blinding that all turned their faces or shut their eyes. Two surging energies had fused and detonated into a massive blast. Yet amazingly, no harm touched those aboard the ship. Up to the very end, Clara and Xantman had steered the force so that most of the impact turned against the barrier. The massive energy that should have been released outward slammed back instead. And for the first time, the barrier wavered visibly. It didn't just ripple, it split. A hole opened at its center, just large enough for one person to squeeze through, but it was a hole nonetheless. It broke through. There's a hole in the barrier at last. For the first time, hope sparked among Themonly for the barrier to mark their hope by slowly beginning to repair itself. No, the barrier's closing again. Through the narrowing crack, someone jammed his hands to hold it open. Ludger Cherish. Shadows wrapped around both his arms as he strained to keep the opening from sealing shut. Creak creak. The barrier shrieked harshly where it touched his hands. Ludger pushed the shadow power to its utmost, yet it was barely enough to hold the gap. Well helped too, the dream walkers rushed to aid him. Each threw out hooks woven from dream essence, bracing the gap against collapse. This is the passage, Master, and Xantman gave their lives for. Guard it with your own lives. Well help as well. The Sion instructors surged forward, lending their strength beside the dream walkers. But even so, they couldn't fully stop the barrier from closing. Slowly, steadily, the hole shrank. Had two people sacrificed themselves only for it to all end in vain? Number Selena, staring in helpless despair, heard a whisper. Will you be all right? The voice was so like her own that she almost thought it came from her. But Selena knew it was not her voice. It was Esmeralda's. And if she considered Esmeralda's true nature, perhaps it wasn't wrong to say it was also her voice. Ure still lost in confusion. Esmeralda pierced straight into her heart. In the nightmare gifted by Noxana, Selena had faced the truth of her forgotten past. That she wasn't real, but an artificial spirit. That the true owner of her body, Esmeralda, was gone. That she was a counterfeit. Her memories of the past were nothing but scraps of Esmeralda's happy days, stitched together. That cruel truth shook Selena's fragile heart. But perhaps the old memories were fabricated. But what about all the memories since you came to Sion? Were those fake too? Can you call those false as well? Selena shook her head violently without realizing it. No, at least everything she had lived since coming to Sion was real. Laughing with students in class, sharing pleasant stories with her fellow teachers, commiserating together, dreaming of what lay ahead, all of it was true. And now, the feelings she bore toward Ludger Cherish, fighting with all his might before her, they were absolutely not false. Please, Esmeralda, help us all, for you gladly. Darkness spread out from Selena's body, but it was not frightening. Rather, it was strangely gentle and warm. Behind her, the dark spirit Esmeralda appeared, softly embracing her from behind. Esmeralda's body poured over Selena like ink, melding into her. Selena's black hair merged with the darkness. Her pink locks turned as dark as the night sky. Her eyes turned crimson. Her robes shifted, dyed in black to match. That's. Virno Dentes widened his eyes in disbelief at what Selena had done. Spirit camouflage. Selena had now reached the pinnacle state that a spirit user could only attain when communion with their spirit reached its absolute limit. 565 chapter Spirit Camouflage. 2. Spirit Camouflage was when a spirit mage wrapped the power of a spirit around their own body to maximize its strength. In Virno's case, he clad himself in the power of a wind, spirit receiving overwhelming boosts to speed, ignoring air resistance, and even shrouding his fists in airflow to amplify their destructive force. At first glance, one might think it absurd. A spirit mage, who normally just summoned and commanded spirits, now standing on the front lines himself. Could he really fight properly? But a spirit mage who achieved spirit camouflage had their physical abilities raised to an absurd degree. What's more, by drawing out the spirit's power to its absolute limit, they became something like a living semi-incarnation of nature itself. That from instructor Selena. In Virno's memory, spirit mages who could achieve spirit camouflage were extremely rare. To compare it to mage hierarchy, spirit camouflage was close to the sixth circle, the Lexura class. something impossible without extraordinary talent and effort. And more than that, what was required was communion with the spirit itself. Spirits are the embodiment of nature. No matter how human one may be, there's no way a human mind could form true communion with the will of nature itself. It wasn't that spirits were lacking it, was that human ability fell short. Would a pet dog ever truly understand all of its owner's thoughts, worries, and burdens and sympathize with them? It was the same for spirit mages. Spirits, incarnations of nature, were far beyond the scope of human understanding. This was why Sion's other spirit studies instructors could not achieve spirit camouflage. No, for short-lived humans, it was something impossible for almost all of them. Even Virno, who had reached it, was only able to because he was a very old elf. And yet Selena, at a young age, had succeeded in spirit camouflage. Virno did not realize how special Selena's case was, that she was not an ordinary human at all, but an artificial spirit, and that the spirit she merged with, Esmeralda, was not an ordinary spirit either. Humans and spirits were both incomplete, but because of that, when two incomplete beings came together, they could transform into something complete. Selena, fused with Esmeralda, stretched out her hand. At her fingertips, a black sphere formed. Slowly, it shot forward, reaching the narrowing gap in the barrier. Everyone stepped back. Her voice was quiet, but all present heard it clearly. Those struggling at the entrance instinctively stepped back. Their bodies moved before thought. Their instincts compelled them to retreat. The fist-sized darkness Selena had fired reached the gap in the barrier and then swelled greedily in size. It expanded to a radius of about 5 meters, swirling like a vortex. Then the darkness vanished like a mirage, leaving behind a cleanly carved, massive passage. What? It could be broken that easily. People gaped, unable to believe what Selena had just shown. Ludger was just as shocked. For Selena, fused with the dark spirit, was the spitting image of Esmeralda. When he looked at her in disbelief, Selena too glanced back and their eyes met. Selena gave him a goofy, innocent smile. Only then, seeing that carefree, guileless grin even in such a dire moment, did Ludger realize that she was still Selena. He gave her a small nod, then turned his gaze to the gaping hole in the barrier. Until now, the barrier had always regenerated itself whenever it was damaged. But this time, it did nothing, because the darkness Selena used had devoured the space itself. The barrier, which normally repelled external force like a spring, had no answer against the dark spirit's power. It wasn't an impact from outside, nor a force seeping in to destroy from within. It simply consumed the space itself. The darkness attribute magic I use is nothing more than imitating the attribute with mana. But that is not an imitation. That is true darkness. If the spirit studies community were to witness this, they would foam at the mouth in shock. Of course, that assumed they made it out alive to tell the tale. That was how overwhelming and incomprehensible Selena's display of power was. Still, whatever the case, the barrier being opened was a ray of light amidst despair. It's open. If we widen the hole and just get inside. But Sheridan's cry from the bridge cut off midway. With a crash, something slammed into the airship and shook it violently. What was that just now? What had struck the ship was just a single creature. But unlike the others, it was not ordinary. It was far stronger, far faster. If the other creatures were crows, this one was a resplendent golden eagle. No way feeling the familiar aura, Fran's eyes widened. The golden creature that had rocked the ship and pulled back let out a mad laugh. Kahahaha, it had a bird's body but the head of an old, hooked-nosed man. The creature was none other than Nerva, resurrected after death. I must thank the goddess. Though this form is not as complete as before, at least I can fight once more like this. Nerva's speed, as he circled in the air, was nearly impossible to track with the eye. Among the black creatures, the golden Nerva stood out blindingly, but his speed made such visibility meaningless. His figure blurred, drawing golden lines through the sky. And before they realized it, that trail had pierced the airship's main engine. KWANG. The rear section NV8, original source of the ship, exploded, debris flying everywhere. This is bad. The main engine's gone. Sheridan screamed from the bridge. The ship lost thrust and began slowly tilting to one side. Dreamwalkers tried to sustain it by blowing dreams into it, but with the engine destroyed, it was like pouring water into a bottomless jar, and Nerva was hardly going to stand by and watch. Crash into the ground already, you worms. Ah, ugly bastard. Sheridan aimed the remaining main gun at Nerva, but his movements were too fast to target. By the time the sluggish cannon swung toward him, Nerva had already vanished, leaving another golden trail in the air. That web of golden lines in the sky turned again toward the ship thigh's time for its center. Nerva meant to cleave it in half. A simple body slam, but the power he'd shown destroying the engine was more than enough. I'll split you apart. Triumphant, Nerva suddenly froze mid-flight. His gaze was locked onto a man standing on the deck, his face heavy with gloom. That man, Nerva could feel it. The power of his nemesis second only to Ludger in bringing him humiliation within the infinite prism emanating from that human. Sedna Roshan had once said it, that the beast of Javodin was merely a human wielding that power. So it's him, though resurrected by Noxana, Nerva had not lost his memories. That nightmarish form the beast of Javodin had shown still haunted his instincts, forcing a split-second gap in his movements. And in that gap, a cluster of black tendrils lashed toward him. Nerva snapped out of it, flapping his wings hard, twisting his body, and making an impossible right-angle turn to escape. On the deck, Selena extended her hand after him, fingers twitching in frustration. Even with his avian body, Nerva shuddered at her presence. From Selena, fused with the dark spirit, radiated a terrifying power of another kind. Before, she had merely slain one of his subordinates, just a minor threat. But between his death and rebirth, Selena had become a top priority danger. And the cause of this sudden change was, as always, the one called Holy Grail Ludger. Possessing the power to overturn fate itself, his existence became the pivot point that warped those around him. We can't hold on much longer. At this rate, we'll crash. Brino's cry made everyone realize how dire the situation was. They turned toward the breach in the barrier. Run! It has to be now. As people scrambled, Nerva's face twisted grotesquely. With the bird's body in the old man's face, he shrieked and ordered his creatures. What are you doing? Stop those vermin. Go, lay down your worthless lives to protect the goddess relic. Rumble. As the creatures swarmed, the sound was like thunder within storm clouds. Thanks to the time Nerva had bought by destroying the engine, the monsters clung to the airship, tearing at its armor. The ship, barely holding together, finally gave way and tilted into a full crash. The deck splintered with a dreadful crack, tearing apart. Those standing upon it were dragged into the chaos. No. Selena spread her black tendrils like a web, barely patching the ship together. But her darkness was for absorbing and annihilating, not for mending. I can't hold it for long. Selena. Ill help. Merylda joined in, tossing alchemical reagents that burst and glued into the cracks. Ill assist as well. Brino conjured armored plates, layering them over the deck. This is endless. Chris Benamore clicked his tongue, manifesting his magic and binding the ship with masses of vines. One by one, Sion's instructors poured strength into keeping the ship intact. And above them, the creatures bared their teeth and swarmed down. Boom, pink flashes streaked through, spherical explosions bursting like stars in the air. Elissa, pouring out mana, spoke. We can't all go. Someone must stay to protect those here. Her eyes fixed on Ludger. Understanding her meaning, Ludger nodded. He would trust her with this. Turning, he charged toward the breach in the barrier. Owens. At his call, the members of Owens all responded. Alex and Phantos flanked him. Violetta, Arthur, and Hans joined. Sheridan leapt down from the bridge, and even Bella Renojo had been gazing wistfully at Chris Benamore through her mask followed. Ludger and Owens plunged into the barrier, France on their heels. No, the Dreamwalkers moved to follow but were blocked as Nerva's golden form slammed down onto the deck. None shall pass. The murderous light pouring from Nerva's eyes made their faces harden. Fine, we had plenty of debts to settle with you anyway. Better this way. It would felt wrong to just ignore you. For the Dreamwalkers, Nerva was the one they most despised. He had killed comrades dear as family and, because of him, both their master and Xantman had sacrificed their lives. And Nerva grew irritated seeing them unafraid. Creatures that couldn't even stand before my complete self, daring to run their mouths. That was before. Now we're not so sure we'd lose. What did turning into a bird make your brain bird-sized too? Forget it. Guys, let's roast this chicken. Boil it. I like mine fried. Their mocking laughter turned Nerva's face crimson. Good. Even like this, I'll show you I can tear you all to shreds. Beyond the barrier, Ludger was startled to find they could step on solid ground. From outside it hadn't been visible, but inside stretched a different world. A dry, featureless realm of white octagonal tiles. At its center lay a black paper. Nursery rhyme, destroy that, and it would all be over. Now's my chance to France gripped his dagger and stepped forward, but Ludger stopped him with a hand. Not yet, save your strength. You'll need it later. Right, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. The relic nursery rhyme sensed the intruders within its domain. Though a tool, it had its own will and instinct. That was what made it a godly artifact. Power surged from nursery rhyme, a massive psychic wave crashing over Ludger's group. Sparks of black crackled around it, forming a new barrier. They had to shatter it with overwhelming force before it completed. Cerridon. At that moment, Ludger spoke an unexpected name. Everyone blinked in surprise, and Cerridon stepped forward with a confident smile. Ready. Ever since I started piloting that airship, I've been itching to use this. I see. Understood. Ludger glanced back at Owens and France. Fall back, unless you want to be caught in it. 566 chapter Flame of Division 1. Step back. What do you mean by that all of a sudden? France couldn't understand Ludger's words. At the very least, they should be destroying that thing right now, not telling people to retreat. What baffled him even more was that everyone else obeyed Ludger's order without protest. You're serious? Muttering in disbelief as he watched Owen step back, France heard Alex casually chime in beside him. Just watch, rookie. Our leader never says anything meaningless. Who are you calling rookie? I never joined your organization. Well, since you're fighting alongside us right now, let's call you a temporary rookie. You're the one clinging to us, aren't you? Let me be clear, the goddess nursery rhyme can't be destroyed without me. Who knows? We'll see about that. And what exactly can that little girl do? Conjuring an airship from imagination was impressive, yes, but destroying nursery rhyme was a different matter altogether. Still, considering what they've managed with just a handful of people, who knows what else they might pull off. France felt uneasy, but chose to trust Ludger. This was the man Envite, read more on our source, Zero Order had spoken of with confidence. The man who had already proven his worth in Dreamland far beyond expectation. At least in this battle, Ludger's judgment had to be sounder than his own. So France too stepped back. Ludger gave Cerridon a nod. Show us. The greatest explosion you can imagine. The greatest explosion sounds a bit much. He'll go with just a decently strong one. Why? I love explosions, but I can't exactly blow up the whole world, can I? Arrogant wordspat when backed by ability, such words were called confidence. Cerridon moved her small limbs and strode forward. Watching from behind, Violetta asked Ludger cautiously, Ona, what exactly did you teach Cerridon? I just gave her a hint about the kind of explosion she longed for. A hint? Yes. Not an answer, just the problem itself. But Cerridon can deduce the answer and then some. No, she would try to make something beyond the answer. That was her genius. You best be careful. If you face this explosion wrong, you'll go blind. What in the world? It's begun. It appeared without warning. Everyone stared in disbelief at the black object that materialized above nursery rhyme. It was a bomb, oval in shape. Fairly large, yes, but it didn't look like it would unleash an explosion capable of breaking a divine relic. And there was only one. But Ludger thought differently. She had really done it. That was no mere imitation of a bomb. It was loaded with 90 highly enriched uranium, with neutrons, high explosives, and even the proper trigger structure built perfectly inside. He had only given her the basic principle and method, yet she had completed something almost identical to the real thing, without trial and error. The massive bomb began to fall. Compared to nursery rhyme's barrier, it looked like a tiny anchovy rushing a boulder, but Cerridon's lips curled into a confident smile. The moment the missile struck the barrier, a deafening roar split the air as the world ahead turned white. Ludger wrapped the others in shadow for protection. Even at this distance, the sheer power of the blast would send a shockwave ripping through them. When the wave passed and he released the shadows, what they saw left everyone slack-jawed. A mushroom cloud of crimson flame was blooming into the sky. For the first time in his life, France felt not just astonishment, but almost despair. That was a bomb born of imagination. Even with his eyes shielded, he had still caught glimpses of it. The light alone had been so overwhelming that its form bled through the shadows. A perfect sphere of fire exploding outward. The heat it carried was beyond estimation, melting through nursery rhyme's barrier as if it were paper. Hundreds of meters erased in an instant, the surrounding area torn apart by shock and heat. The power was so great that parts of nursery Rhymes' black surface actually sagged and melted. At this rate, maybe, they don't even need me to destroy it. Had that fallen on a city instead of the barrier, the thought alone made his skin crawl. And the tiny dwarf girl who had conjured it all spread her arms wide and laughed. Yuahaha, behold this magnificent explosion. This is it. This is exactly the blast I always wanted. Cackling like a madwoman, Sheridan gazed fondly at the mushroom cloud, then suddenly frowned in thought. Wait, what if I could use that explosion to trigger an even stronger one? Enough. Stop there. Ludger cut her off. Fusion reaction is still beyond you. Fusion, so you do know something, don't you? You'll tell me later, right? For now, what's ahead comes first. Ludger's gaze fixed on nursery rhyme. It was still humming, but unlike before, it wasn't regenerating its barrier. Sheridan's nuclear strike had inflicted significant damage. In terms of output, that surpassed even Sixth Circle magic. And here in Dreamland, there's no concern of radiation either. It was the perfect environment for nuclear detonations. 3 more strikes like that, and it'll shatter completely. Great, then let's do it. Sheridan conjured more nuclear bombs. 3 missiles dropped vertically toward nursery rhyme. If they detonated together, not even a divine relic could withstand it. But nursery rhyme was divine indeed. Instead of erecting a barrier, it gathered black energy and fired it at the incoming bombs. The nuclear warheads exploded in midair. Sheridan clutched her cheeks and screamed. No, my masterpieces. Self-defense interception, ha. Annoying. She rained down more bombs, but each was shot down by beams of black energy, like lasers. Boom, boom. The sky bloomed with firelight again and again. Realizing they couldn't hope for another lucky strike, Ludger turned to Owens. It's our turn now. Phew, I thought this was going to end without us lifting a finger. What about the barrier? That won't be an issue. While it's locked into intercepting attacks, it can't deploy its barrier. Arthur had studied nursery Rhymes state. Sheridan's assault had been so overwhelming that the relic had shifted into an offensive stance instead of defending. The best defense was offense, after all. And that was exactly what it had chosen. All right, then. Time to smash that huge thing. To Alex swung his sword, deflecting a black beam streaking toward them. Ting! The redirected blast struck the tiled floor and detonated. Geez, attacking in the middle of someone's sentence. No manners at all. Wasn't it strange to expect manners from a tool in the first place? It's a divine tool, isn't it? I thought at least conversation might be possible. Nursery rhyme vibrated ominously. Around it, black crystalline energy swelled, quivering as if ready to burst forth at any moment. Judging by that, guess not. A black beam shot forth. The members of Owens each responded in their own way. Ludger cloaked himself in shadow, twisting space itself to divert the beam. Alex and Phantos parried with their weapons, while Arthur swatted an oncoming ray aside with his bare hand. Violetta unleashed a storm-like gust, sweeping the dark beam away. Take these potions. Owens down the vials Bellaruna handed out in one gulp. A surge of tremendous energy filled their bodies. In reality, such concoctions would have carried nasty side effects, but in Dreamland it was different. The effects manifested as they should, but the backlash was nearly non-existent. Bellaruna knew this, and so she conjured every drug she could imagine and passed them out. Increased reaction speed, enhanced strength, amplified mana, boosted resistance, dulled pain. As the empowered group surged forward, Violetta swung her fan wide. Go! A fierce gale roared, shoving Ludger, Alex, Phantos, Arthur, and Hands forward. They raced toward nursery rhyme, like the wind itself. Sensing their approach, the relic sparked violently, black bolts flaring across its surface. To call them sparks was an understatement given nursery Rhymes' size. It was more like a storm of black lightning. Leader, incoming, I know. As if he had been waiting for this, Ludger conjured an iron cube in his palm and hurled it skyward. The cube word, expanding rapidly, assembling itself. What emerged was the golden bird once wielded by First Order Leslie. Alive as any war machine, it spread its wings and took the brunt of the lightning head-on. But Ludger hadn't summoned it merely as a shield. The lightning coursed into its body, stored within. Like a sponge, the construct drank in the scattered bolts around it as well. When the storm cleared, a steel bird cloaked in black lightning flapped its wings. Steel shaping magic. the Black Thunder bird. With a piercing shriek, it streaked toward Nursery Rhyme, wreathed in searing black current. It moved so fast it looked like lightning given life. The Black Thunder bird slashed across the relic's surface, gouging rough scratches into its shell. When Nursery Rhyme flared with more lightning, the construct banked through the air, greedily swallowing the bolts. Holy hell, that's busted. Do we even need to fight anymore? Don't get cocky. Keep moving. What about that thing? It won't last long. Alex understood instantly. Even if it could absorb lightning, the Black Thunderbird had limits. The steel core Ludger forged was holding out for now, but the more energy it drank, the hotter it burned. Eventually, it would melt down. Already its body glowed red as it flew. Collapse was inevitable. Absorbing the attack is only part of its purpose. The real aim is what? This. As Ludger pointed to Nursery Rhyme, the Black Thunderbird gave one final flap of its wings, shooting like an arrow at the massive bell. Nursery Rhyme gathered power at its core and fired it at the incoming construct. Through the radiating torrent, the bird forced its way upstream like a spearhead. Then, at the breaking point, the overheated core shuddered and released every drop of stored energy outward. Quiang. The compressed black lightning detonated. A dark sphere spread in every direction, devouring part of Nursery Rhyme's surface. Even a divine relic couldn't withstand its own power hurled back at it. Look, it's working. Arthur gasped at the relic's cracked shell, lightning scars carved across it. But in the next instant, his breath caught. Black light rose over Nursery Rhyme, and the damage healed as though time had reversed. It's all restored, so it needs a strike too powerful even for it to regenerate. The only thing that came to mind was Ceridan's nuclear blast, but Nursery Rhyme would be watching her most carefully. Then a colossal hand began to descend over the relic. Leader, I see it. The hand of Noxana, goddess of death and dreams. She was moving to ring Nursery Rhyme again. If that bell tolled once more, it would be over. It had to be stopped, but how did one oppose a hand hundreds of meters wide? Brother, Hans called to Ludger. I'll do it. You send me. Even amidst the chaos, Hans' face was grave, resolute. Recognizing it, Ludger gave a small nod. Understood. His shadows wrapped around Hans. He sent him to the top of Nursery Rhyme, where the goddess palm was descending. Noxana's shadow was vast enough to allow such a transfer. In the blink of an eye, Hans was there staring up at the enormous black hand filling the sky. His body quivered just from looking at it, instinct urging him to flee. But he forced it down. All right, let's do this. Hans released everything he had kept chained within, and his body swelled, growing massive. 567 Chapter Flame of Division 2. Hans' body swelled in an instant, growing to dozens of meters in size. His form was covered in black fur, crowned with the skull of a wolf. The beast of Javorden glared upward, red light blazing from deep within its hollow skull. Mounted atop Nursery Rhyme, the beast of Javorden raised both arms and blocked Noxana's descending palm. The beast of Javorden boasted a frame as large as a high-rise tower. Yet even so, it was still smaller than a single one of Noxana's palms. That was how colossal she was. Difference in scale was overwhelming. Boom! When the beast of Javorden's two arms met Noxana's palm, a massive shockwave blasted outward. But contrary to the expectation that it would be crushed like an insect, the beast of Javorden held its ground against her hand. Hans is holding on. Ceridan cried out in joy, but Violetta shook her head. He won't last. Look there. The beast of Javorden's arms began to tremble. One knee buckled, his body slowly pressed down toward the ground. In a contest of raw size and power, the beast of Javorden was beginning to lose. Awoo! All three of the beast's heads howled at once. It was a howl strong enough to scatter even part of Nerva's authority as an apostle of dreams. But Noxana's palm paid no heed to such cries, continuing to bear down with unstoppable force. Crack! The beast's forearms bulged until the skin split and blood spurted out. The wounds regenerated at once, but the pressure was so great that the healing could not keep up. A power that surpassed even his immense vitality and regeneration. And this was nothing more than a light gesture, meant only to strike a bell. That fact alone spoke volumes of the gap. Leader, he won't last much longer. Do not worry, I am ready. Ludger adjusted his coordinates, preparing to move to Hans' side. But Nursery Rhyme would not allow him to act freely. Vast currents of energy raged outward, filling every space except the spot where hands stood. If Ludger moved recklessly, his body would be torn apart. Going somewhere. Alex cut in to block it. With an explosive burst of aura from his blade, he slashed apart the black wave nursery rhyme had launched, splitting it like firewood. Through the path that opened, Ludger fixed his coordinates and melted into shadow. He reappeared beneath the beast of Javodden. You've endured well. Ludger pressed his hands together. Dream energy and mana surged together, and from four directions around the beast of Javodden, golden silhouettes shot upward. Jikokuten Tara, Tamant, Verivar, K-Mokuten, Verpka, ZJ10, Verhaka. The four guardian generals of the cardinal directions rose, opposing Naxana's hand. For the first time, her immense palm came to a halt. In that instant, the beast of Javodden snarled, both shattered arms already regenerated, and opened its bony jaws wide. Crack! From its skull sprouted a golden horn. At the same time, one of its blazing red eyes turned a vivid blue. From the beast's gaping mouth, bluish mana gathered and blasted outward in a fan, straight toward Noxana's palm. A massive blue column shot skyward, forcing her hand back. That breath, wrung from his very life force, pierced her palm and surged past the back of her hand. The blue flash streaked across the sky of the deep layer, tearing through to the boundary sky of Noxana's constructed reality. Everyone saw it clearly, those in the deep layer and those in reality alike. That is Sedna, who had been watching anxiously, widened her eyes at the familiar blue light. That pure beam of mana was undoubtedly the same mana Canon Hands had once unleashed in his beast form. But whether this light was the ray of victory that would turn the tide, or merely a final desperate candle before extinction, no one could know. The same uncertainty hung over those enduring endless barrages against the aerial warships above. My goddess! Nerva, now a golden bird, instinctively turned within the barrier at the aura he sensed. As Noxana's faithful servant, he could feel it. The divine body of his goddess had been wounded. How dare some bastard! He bared his teeth in rage, but he had no leisure to dwell on it. You bird-brained fool, where are you looking in the middle of a fight? An old dreamwalker swung twin massive hammers, and Nerva scrambled back in alarm. He swung them as if they were props from a comic, but the weight was real enough to break Nerva's bones and tear his flesh. Fa! Damn, you're quick. Why's it so hard to catch one damn chicken these days? Because you're old, that's why. What? The dreamwalkers, battered and bleeding, laughed as they mocked each other. Nerva's eyes burned with fury. You leeches. You know you're no match for me. How long do you intend to keep this up? Who says we're no match? We've been going easy on you and you still haven't realized it. That's right. I've actually been hiding 30 of my power. Only 30. I've been holding back half. Nerva frowned. The more wounded they became, the closer they edged to despair, the stronger these men grew. Was this what it meant, that when cornered by death, the subconscious would release even greater strength? Damn it. If only I had my full body, I could toy with them single-handed. He longed to rush to Noxana's aid, but the dreamwalkers bound his steps and pressed him harder. They had always been coordinated, but now they felt on another level. It was like fighting many, yet also like fighting one. Nerva felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Threads. He saw faint threads drifting from their heads, intertwining with one another. He realized what it was. You bastards, don't tell me well. For a bird brain, you're quick on the uptake. That's right, we're sharing every thought and dream through dream synchronization links. Are you insane? If humans shared dreams like that, our egos might collapse. Of course we know. This was beyond merely sharing dreams. Every judgment thought, even the deepest subconscious within them shared. The risk of one's self collapsing, merging into others, becoming something unrecognizable, enormous. And so what? What have you forgotten? If we fail here, we're finished anyway. That's right. If we're going to die, better to fight to the death. And honestly, my mind feels clearer than ever. The dreamwalkers laughed like madmen. For others, dream synchronization would indeed be madness. But for them, it was different. They had lived side by side for decades, closer than friends, tighter than family. A brotherhood forged in a school of outcasts no outsider could judge. And so they spoke as one. And right now, we have only one goal. Countless voices merged without a single discord, to smash you to pieces. Noxana's palm had a massive hole pierced through it. Everyone breathed in relief at seeing the hand meant to strike nursery rhyme finally halted. But Ludger's expression remained cold, because the gaping black wound in the goddess' palm was already filling with viscous tar, regenerating rapidly. The sight brought despair. Nursery rhyme lashed out wildly, hurling energy in every direction. Ceridan's bombs exploded nearby, scattering fire and light. Violetta's storm was shredded apart. Alex, Phantos, and Arthur struck from all sides, hammering nursery rhyme to draw its attention. But clearly they could not keep it up for long. Still, we bought time. Did we not? Yes. The answer came from another man hiding in Ludger's shadow, France. It took a while to locate the core. But now this is it. Though nursery rhyme manifested as a massive bell, its true core was hidden somewhere inside. France had concealed himself since the beginning, searching for it. And now he had found it. He drew a dagger. Ludger extended his hand, conjuring a shadow sphere the size of a fist before France. Without a word, it was Clerthai's was the path to the core. This ends everything. It was time to awaken from this wretched dream. But just as France thrust the dagger, his body froze. And Ludger could not ask why it was frozen too. GHHKHHHK. Fran's dagger slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. Ludger strained to turn his head, eyes wide. And there he saw Noxana. Her eyes glowed white smoke like dispersing clouds, fixed upon Ludger, France, and the beast NVLGHT, exclusive on NVLGHT of J. Vorden. That was all. Yet the crushing pressure paralyzed them, as if mountains bore down from every side. He could scarcely breathe, his jaw trembled. Even sealed, just eye contact is this overwhelming. Panting, Ludger clenched his teeth and endured. He met Noxana's gaze with an unwavering stare. Fine then. Look as much as you wish. See with your own eyes just how far humanity's fragile struggle can reach. Slowly, Ludger stooped to pick up the fallen dagger. His hand creaked like a rusted automaton. But the blade was still aimed at nursery rhyme's core. One thrust through the shadow and it would be over. Wait. Even sealed, she could easily move her hand. We suffered so much from just one palm. Why is she merely watching now? And then the other hand. Before Ludger could strike, massive black columns erupted around him, not columnsure fingers, big enough that nursery rhyme itself could rest in one hand. Compared to that, the four guardian generals and the beast of J. Vorden were nothing. Ludger felt like Sun Wukong trapped in the Buddha's palm. We've been inside her hand from the beginning, so all their desperate struggle amounted to no more than a gesture she could end with a flick. But then had she not ended it? Ludger lowered his eyes to the dagger in his hand. What are you doing? France forced the words through frozen lips. Stab it now. Noxana's stillness was their last chance. Even now outside, their allies were risking their lives. Destroying nursery rhyme now was the logical choice. But Number Ludger knew it was not the answer. He let the dagger fall. Fran's eyes bulged in disbelief, demanding an explanation. Ignoring him, Ludger fixed his gaze on Noxana. Let us speak, goddess. You would speak with a god, France muttered in shock. To ruin everything at the very end, but then something astonishing happened. Noxana, who seemed ready to crush them in her hand, instead nodded. Tar gathered before Ludger, shaping into the figure of a woman. Pale white skin, long black hair, so beautiful it felt alien, almost wrong. When she opened her eyes, soft green light shimmered gently. Yes, child, you wish to converse with me. 568 chapter, Everything is Myself. 1. Fran's eyes widened at Noxana's appearance. So did everyone else's. The goddess had revealed herself. Not her true form, but an avatar fashioned in the likeness of a human. And even that alone was undeniable proof that she was willing to converse. Child, so tell Muhat is it you want of me? Noxana smiled with maternal grace. There was none of the scorn or mockery one might expect from a being addressing mere mortals. It wasn't simply that her thoughts were unreadable. Her gaze was filled with the affection of a mother cherishing her children. Affection. Ludger let out a short, hollow laugh. Indeed, gods were truly arbitrary beings. Even her act of trying to drown the entire world in dreams ultimately, that too was born from Noxana's love. Divine love was like that, so vast, so transcendent that a human could scarcely comprehend it. But that aside, now was the time to use the chance he had been given. Will you stop? Stop. Noxana tilted her head as if she did not understand what he wanted her to stop. But she was still the goddess of dreams. Almost immediately, she understood his meaning, and her lips curved with amused delight. You dislike dreams. No one dislikes dreams, but a life spent only dreaming is not right. Why not? In dreams you can gain eternal happiness and rest. No pain, no sorrow, no despair, perfect utopia. Isn't that what your children have always longed for? Utopia. Who in the world would turn it down? Truthfully, Ludger himself would want to live in such a place if it were truly possible. But happiness that is simply granted is not true happiness. Opportunity and joy are not gifts. They are things one must claim with their own hands. Living while leaning on such things show is that any different from pigs being fattened in their pens. A curious metaphor. But isn't a pig's happy life better? We are human. Indeed, that must be why you struggle so desperately. But do you think all humans believe as you do? No, of course not. There were those like Ludger who held to conviction without compromise. And there were those who compromised each moment, seeking only peace and comfort at hand. In fact, the latter were far more common. To most of the world, Ludger was the anomaly. Could you tell a day laborer with no money for tomorrow's meal, work hard and your dream will come true, and expect him to believe it? Or to an orphan without parents, if you study diligently, you'll grow into a fine adult? Can you guarantee that? Or as a teacher, surely you know this one. Can you tell a student with no talent for magic, with effort, you can become a mage remembered in history? You could not, because countless walls stood in the way of reality. Only the fewest of the few could harvest the fruits of success. But dreams were different. There, anyone could become what they wished. There, anyone could achieve what they longed for. Perhaps the world Noxana wished to create truly was the happiest world. From a grand view, ask if it was rightmost would answer yes. And yet would happiness gained that way truly have value? Not everyone's happiness could coexist at once. Suppose one man wished to be the richest in the world. The dreamland would grant him that wish. But if another also wished to be the richest, then what? If both held equal wealth, could either truly be the richest? The same with relationships. If a man dreamt of a beautiful woman's love, the dream would give it. But if that woman dreamt of loving another man, what then? The only way to grant everyone happiness would be to seal them each in their own separate dream worlds, never meeting, never crossing, living apart in personal utopias. But is that truly real? Is happiness that comes from a dream where everything bends to your will truly genuine? At first, yes, it would be joy. But after, humans always desire more. With 100, they want 1,000. With 1,000, they crave 10,000. Would endless indulgence in desire bring happiness? Such a world would give only endless ennui. Desire and yearning would vanish. Progress would cease. In the end, the world Noxana sought was not so different from the one Lumensis desired. The cage would change shape from aviary to fishbowl, but still a cage. Child, you dislike such a world. If buried in a life without lack, do you believe anyone could still feel the concept of want? It is precisely because something is missing, because we yearn, that we can feel fulfillment in attaining it. What worth is there in things received freely without cost? At first, perhaps pleasant, but soon people would tire. Yes, a life of unbroken happiness is near impossible. To gain it, one must castrate desire or abandon happiness. But there would be no sorrow, would there not? That is no grief, no pain, no despair. Here none of it would touch you. You could forget hardship, correct your mistakes, heal every wound upon your heart. Noxana walked gently toward him. Her black hair fluttered, the tips dispersing like smoke. Would you not want that too? Her white hand touched Ludger's shoulder, as softly, warmly as a mother comforting her child. You've suffered so many wounds, endured so much sorrow. Yet you never abandoned the struggle, never gave up facing the great fate that lies ahead, though you know not what awaits at the end. She smiled tenderly, as if proud of him. Well done. The genuine praise seeped into Ludger's heart. No child like you has ever existed before. You've worked so hard, done so well. But how long can that last? That is what I fear. No one knows. Yes, not even I, goddess of dreams, can see that far. But must you truly go on carrying those wounds? Regret flickered in her voice. To one who embraced mortals with compassion, Ludger's stubbornness to bear wounds must have been painful to see. So she wished to enfold him, to heal his broken body. Of course, the fact that he bore the qualifications of the Grail was no small part, but her kindness itself was sincere. I can erase your past, every failure, every wound, every sorrow. I can heal them all. Ludger knew she meant it. That made him grateful and for a moment shaken. Perhaps this was the best choice. Later, looking back, he might wish to return to this moment. Even so, no. The hand on his shoulder flinched. Why not? Because all of that is me. He lowered his gaze to his hand. Beneath the Rip Van Winkle glove, it was calloused and scarred, but Ludger did not see it simply as it was. That hand bore blood. That hand had let slip precious things. A hand that had foolishly lost and remained empty. My failures, my grief, my wounds, all of them made me who I am. Clench. He closed his fist, eyes burning as he stared at Noxana. So I thank you, but I refuse, I see. Noxana's eyes lowered, subdued. She withdrew her hand, turned her back, and walked away slowly. Child, you mean to fight to the end? Against me, yes. Against one far greater than you. One who could slaughter you all with but a finger. Even so, I will not stop. I see. Her back turned, her face unseen. But Ludger thought, could almost feel her smiling. Why, he did not know. It was just a sense. But Noxana, who sought to break free of her seal, won't stop just for these words. He readied the final sealing art he had prepared. And then the goddess' true body moved. W.H. what? France gasped for breath as the crushing pressure lifted. The overwhelming force that threatened to choke them was utterly gone. It wasn't that he didn't know, knew she had withdrawn her own power. The dream song that had stretched beyond Lederbelk into the nearby cities halted. And as if time reversed, the sand receded back toward Lederbelk. It stopped. Now look, it's flowing back. Those fighting the constructs saw it too. Teachers and dreamwalkers guarding the failing warships blinked in confusion as the creatures retreated. How can this be? Why? Why? Nerva, bloodied and sprawled on the deck, cried in despair. My goddess, why abandon the grand plan now, when it is within reach? He had believed, without doubt, that the awakened Noxana would finally reclaim authority from Lumensis, that all the world would be buried in dream sand, all people forever happy, but with just one step left chose to stop. Opposite of when she had struggled to break free from the NV8 original source, obelisk, she now curled up, resting her chin upon her arms. The goddess of dreams, who had awoken, fell once more into a dream-on from which no one knew when she would awaken. This cannot be. Nerva poured out his last strength, wings beating as he rose into the sky. Eyes wild, he glared at the dreamwalkers, then fled with frantic flaps. That chicken-headed bastard is running away. The dreamwalkers could only watch him go. They wanted nothing more than to cut him down, but exhaustion weighed them to the bone. More important than the fleeing Nerva was the fact that Noxana had returned to slumber. It's over. We won. We won. They embraced one another, leaping with joy at their victory. Selina, merged with a spirit, let out a deep sigh of relief. Her first spirit union, but she could no longer maintain it. Her hair shifted back to pink. No, perhaps it was more correct to say the black hair had never been hers to begin with. That thought made her smile faintly, and she spoke to the mass of black fur drifting near. Thank you, Sister Esmeralda. If you ever need help, just say so. Though no words came, Selina felt the emotion clearly. Professor Ludger, you did it. She turned her eyes toward the barrier that still shimmered in the distance. The goddess withdrew her will. France muttered in disbelief. Noxana could have drowned the world in dream sand this very instant. The ending was just one step away. Yet she had chosen to retreat, without even fighting, just for a few words exchanged. Why? France was stunned. And Ludger, too, was puzzled. Her kindness toward humans was plain enough in her words and bearing, but to abandon everything so easily was hard to understand. Why? Ludger asked the lingering avatar. It turned, smiling warmly. What a strange thing to ask. You dreamers are, in the end, my children. Was it not your wish to reclaim the world from Lumensis? We created this world for all to live together. Naturally, the rightful owners are the children who carve out their lives here. Not Lumensis, not even me. For such a reason, who fought harder than you. At a loss for words, Ludger met her gaze, and Noxana smiled. How could a mother ever defeat such beloved children? 569 chapter, Everything is Myself, 2. Noxana had stopped it all for one simple reason. Because she loved more. More than she hated and resented Lumensis, who had betrayed the guards and tried to usurp the world. She loved the people living in this world even more. So Noxana brought everything to an end with her own hand. France felt something welling up in his chest at that truth. Ordinarily, he might have held it back, but now he could not. Why? Noxana's gaze turned toward him. If this was how it would end, why did you begin at all? Why? How many had died in this affair? It wasn't a matter of nations. It was a danger so grave that not only humanity, but every other race had been forced to stand guard. Many lives were lost to stop it, and among them was Clara Cohen, master of the Dreamer School. If it was going to end like this, my mother, the others, France, bowed his head at last, unable to restrain his grief. Noxana looked down at him with pity. Child, that you lost someone precious pains me as well. In the end, this was my fault. Because I failed to properly govern my apostle, this all came to pass. She spoke words of apology. I am sorry. It was unbelievable. For a God superior to mankind in every way to speak an apology aloud. Even if it was through an avatar, it was still Noxana's true will. It was nothing like an elephant bowing to apologize to an ant. It was on another plane entirely. France lifted his head at that apology. His eyes, red from tears, stared at her in disbelief. His lips trembled. Sorry, you called me. That day, decades ago, the day my father died. France remembered. The first time he fell into the deep layer of the dreamland, he had heard a call. He remembered that day, and he had thought and thought again. Who was it who had breathed will into the fragment and called him? He had not known at first, but now he was sure. The goddess before him, Noxana. It was she who had called him that day, when he knew nothing. Because of you, everything of mine was ruined. If you had not called me, my life would never have become like this. Child, I know the state you were in. I know that feeling. And so all I can do is say I am sorry. Sealed as I am, that is all I can offer. Yes, words alone will not ease it. Even if they were only foster parents, losing those dear to you, how deep must that grief cut? Her words were sincere, and that truth crushed Fran's heart all the more. He knew it was meaningless to rage. Noxana had no malice. All she bore was a love too great to measure. But because she was divine, that love was beyond what humans could bear. Can a person gently stroke an ant's head? Can they feed them scraps of their own food? From their view, it was kindness and love. But to the ant, a loving hand became the pressure of a mountain crushing down. Divine favor, food from the gods, became a disaster that burst their bellies. Humans were fragile enough to be broken by even the smallest trace of divine goodwill. Better if she had not loved. Better if she had passed over them as mere insects. Noxana could not have been ignorant of Fran's heart. It is truly lamentable. I love my children, yet those who receive my love are ruined. Her gaze lingered on Ludger. Perhaps that is why the other guards favor you, because you do not break so easily. Noxana sighed softly. The call that day was not my will. To you, it was nothing more than a murmur in my sleep, a meaningless twitch of a finger as I slumbered. She opened her palm. Upon her white hand, a fragment of relic appeared. That this fragment was steeped in my power. France recognized it too. How could he forget the object preserved in the depths of the Dreamer School? Yes, that was the cause. That drew me. It was simply this object's peculiarity. Noxana turned to Ludger. Child, you came for this, did you not? Do you know what it is? Not exactly. I don't know who made it or why. Only that if all the pieces are gathered, it will become an extremely powerful ancient artifact. Relic, yes, that is what you call them. Strictly speaking, not wrong. Around them, the scenery began to collapse. Her true body was sinking into slumber again, and the summoned nursery rhyme was losing form. There is little time. I must explain quickly. What is it really? What you call a reliquary made it. The word we left the goddess' lips. France was aghast, and Ludger exhaled. Judging by your reaction, you suspected as much. Yes, they could not be analyzed, even with the knowledge and science of ancient humans. I thought they must carry a more mystical power. But to think they were born of God's hands, that is right. What you call relics were our toys, just like this nursery rhyme. At her call, the vanishing bell shuddered. A divine artifact with will. With a single toll, it could incapacitate all existence. And more, it possessed its own self and power. And relics were of the same kind. But most relics weathered with time, their performance severely diminished. The ones you know now are mere fractions of their original might. But this one is different. She shook the fragment in her hand. Normally, once broken, a relic is useless. Even made by guards, its form must remain whole. But this, though, Shatteredlos is nothing. Gather the scattered pieces, and it will be even stronger than before. Why? Because it was not made by one guard. Not one. Yes. She nodded at Ludger's thought. This artifact was forged by many guards together. Each piece contains its own divine power. That is why, even broken, its strength remains. Reunite them, and it is whole again. Her expression turned sorrowful. I too was among the makers. This fragment was imbued with my power. So that is why was it here in Dreamland? Why had Nathanael tried to cast it into the Dreamland? Why was France drawn here? Because this fragment bore Noxana's power. The tragedy from Nathanael to Franz born of the godly force within the shard. Then this fragment itself holds power. What a strange question. You have already seen the result, that I see it, the day you fell into the dried well. When you found the fragment glittering in the moonlight, the gears of fate began to turn. At her words, Ludger recalled his past. That day he fell to the bottom of the empty well, with no rescue, faced with death. And there have found it shining. Was that chance? And when he took it and saw the vision like a small hand mirror, was it fate that led him here? Chance and inevitability, what must never happen and what must happen, all crossing paths. In the end, this was always your task. That is why I gave you the chance. She extended the fragment toward him. Take it. It is yours now. Ludger did not refuse. He took the last fragment of the relic and gazed at it, eyes complicated. He had known it was extraordinary, but never that it was crafted by gods. And so he was all the more certain. This would be enough to achieve his purpose. To you, I am truly sorry. Noxana apologized again to France. He looked at her, bit his lip, and shook his head. I know you bear no malice. This was only a natural disaster. Suppose a man lost family to a natural disaster. Could he blame the disaster? If it were a being far greater than the storm, with a mind vast beyond human measure, what human could demand responsibility? And yet Noxana apologized. France could not mistake it truly cared, and that hurt all the more. His clenched fists loosened. In a weary voice he spoke, I know there is no point in cursing fate now. I came here for vengeance, but I've realized that's not what I truly wanted. You've chosen to accept. Yes, I will accept it. That is what my mother would have wanted too. Noxana smiled at him, proud. I have no mother. I am everyone's mother, yet I have never had one of my own. So I cannot know what it means to lose her. But from the sorrow I feel from you now, I can know how deeply it cuts you. And still, France chose to accept. Well done. That's enough. No, my words are always true, and such a worthy child deserves a reward, a gift. Why? Because your mother would want it. Is that answer not enough? France gave no reply, but it was not rejection. Noxana reached her hand to his head. She stroked his hair with her white hand. Strong child, who has overcome grief, may your path be blessed. Golden radiance spread from her hand, seeping into France. Ludger's eyes widened. That's it was like Nerva's dream sand, even purer. She's making him her apostle. It was hard to dismiss as illusion. Gold shone in Fran's pupils. But wasn't Nerva her apostle? A god could have only one. Yet Noxana had not stripped Nerva's role away. That could only mean one thing: Nerva was dead. The Dreamwalkers must have finished him. So Ludger thought. No, my goddess. Why do you do this? Nerva beat his torn wings, flying desperately. Feathers falling, golden blood dripping, but he had no strength to care. The goddess, barely awakened, had chosen sleep again. It was incomprehensible. She has not fully sunk into slumber yet. If I can just persuade her, but his thin hope was pierced by a sword from the sky. Too slow to dodge, one wing was skewered. Then his body was hurled to the ground. Who? Staggering up in the dust, he glared for the attacker. And when his golden eyes fell on the black doll emerging from the cloud, they widened in shock. Hello, Nerva. Where are you rushing off to? Zero Order waved at him with a smiling face. 570 chapter, Everything is Myself. 3. Nerva's face showed a trace of dismay. Of all things, he had run into the one he should never have faced here. What are you doing here? Did you forget what I said? I declared war. Of course I came to keep my word. With that, Saruna lightly drew the sword that had been driven into the ground. It was the very sword that had pierced Nerva's wing and brought him down. The ornate blade slipped free far too easily. Nerva instantly sensed the sword was no ordinary weapon, but more baffling was why Saruna was here at all. What is the meaning of this? Weren't you watching the situation from outside? At least until he had spread the infinite prison, Nerva had felt no sign of Saruna in the depths. So did that mean Saruna had noticed only afterward and entered the depths then? What did he think would happen? Besides, the very moment the infinite prison ended, the goddess awakened. There's no way he could have come out unscathed from that. Suddenly, Nerva realized. From the timing of Saruna's appearance to the way he had shown up clearly targeting him, wasn't it all too convenient? Saruna noticed the change in his eyes and grinned, as if to say that Nerva's suspicion was correct. From that smile, Nerva knew his unease had become reality. You planned this all along. What are you talking about? Don't deny it. You mean you had already drawn up the blueprint for this entire situation? Ha, me, aren't you giving me too much credit? You're the one who said I was nothing but a greenhorn. True. Back then you were. But you've changed. Saruna nodded casually. Right, I've changed. And so have you. I've changed. Nerva, do you not understand why Goddess Noxana went back to sleep? What are you? Someone who loved humans more than anyone else would never have drowned them in slumber by her own will. You, her apostle, didn't even know that. Saruna's words struck Nerva's source nerve. Silence. Nerva flared one wing, sending out a violent wind, but it never reached Saruna. An intangible aura scattered it all around him. Impossible. Even if it was a wing beat, it carried the power of dreams, yet it was blocked so easily. Had Saruna truly grown this powerful? Just how strong had he become in the past centuries? I can't tell. Nerva gathered knowledge through dreams to discern his opponents, but that authority did not work on another apostle like Saruna. He should have been able to learn indirectly through the dreams of those around him. But there's nothing, not a single trace. Not even Saruna's closest associates knew his true strength. Nothing about him was exposed. And yet, having easily brushed aside Nerva's attack, Saruna wore a strangely pained expression. What's that look for? Just even though we weren't on good terms, we were still fellow apostles, and I acknowledged your strength. Saruna let out a small sigh, not to provoke, but out of genuine regret. The way you are now, Ure, far too broken. I am broken. The old you was wiser. Even with your cautious nature, you never hesitated to make bold decisions. Now you've become too cautious, lost your sharpness, and grown stubborn. Saruna's eyes turned to Noxana's body sealed within the obelisk. Yes, it all changed after the goddess was sealed. Lies, lies, I haven't changed. I am the same as before. If only your link to the deity you serve had been cut off like ours, maybe it wouldn't have come to this. But that half-baked hope only pressed you deeper into despair. There was no way to revive a dead god, but there was a way to awaken one who slept. Nerva had done all this to awaken Noxana once more. That blind devotion, condensed over ages, had twisted into a deranged delusion. You were brilliant. Even now, though you've lost your edge, you can still make rational judgments. Back then, even I, who disliked your temperament, had to admit you shone. But now Nerva's lips trembled. He should have refuted Saruna's words, but strangely, no words came. The Saruna Nerva remembered had lost his guard and possessed only a frail power. He had hardly shown emotion, seemed like a lifeless doll, and even when his guard had died, he had not raged at Luminis. Nerva had despised that. Looking at Saruna had been like staring at a puppet without a soul. At that time, Saruna had seemed so worthless that treating him as a fellow apostle had felt like charity. But the Saruna before him, now he's enormous. Even standing still, he pressed down on Nerva with crushing pressure. An apostle feeling oppressed by another apostle. Such a thing should be impossible. Am I really that weakened? Nerva realized his own pitiful state far too late. It was irony itself. The apostle who lost his guard had grown stronger over time, while the apostle who still served his guard had fallen apart. You said it yourself once. The path of an apostle should be from despair to hope. That was something I said long ago. From Saruna's lips came the very words Nerva had once spoken to the other apostles, directed then at Saruna himself. From falsehood to truth, from misfortune to happiness, from a fleeting life to one eternal. It was Nerva's philosophy of dreamsend, Noxana's favorite phrase. From the world of darkness to the world of light. From the NVLGHT world of delusion to the world of peace. From the world of affliction to the world of enlightenment. And what awaited at the end of that was the immortal self, transcending the vicious cycle of suffering in reality, seizing true freedom at last. Wasn't that the dream you longed for? But what have you done now? Under the guise of a false paradise, you tried to harvest human lives, from truth to falsehood, from happiness to misfortune, from fleeting life to meaningless life, from the world of light to the world of darkness, from the world of peace to the world of delusion, from enlightenment to affliction. Something long festering inside you has gradually corrupted you into something else. I've changed. Yes, that's why you danced blindly upon the stage I had set. Fine, suppose you're right that I've changed. Then how do you explain the goddess' actions? I already told you. She was always a guard for humans. She would never make a choice that harmed them. You, of all people, should have known. You calculated even that and came here for me. You're an obstacle to what comes next. Better to cut the danger at its root. So your goal from the beginning was to eliminate me. Nerva spoke in self-mockery and lowered his head. Only now, at the end, do you recover a little of your old insight. But it's too late. Even your right-hand man you used as bait. You might see it as bait, but France volunteered. I only provided a useful tool to help him. So that's how it was. Of course, I did nudge him in that direction. It was a long and grueling effort. The sudden confession left Nerva's eyes wide. What did you just say? He stared at Sir Runa, demanding an explanation. Sir Runa only shrugged, laughing. It was exhausting. For ages I made contact with dreamwalkers, subtly brainwashing them to believe relic fragments had to be hidden in dreamland. It took tremendous patience. Well, what are you saying? Don't tell me you orchestrated this from the very beginning, even the day that Greenhorn fell into the depths decades ago. Sir Runa gave no answer, only smiled. But seeing that smile, Nerva trembled. From Sir Runa, he read an indescribable madness. Don't tell me even that event 500 years ago. Nerva recalled the dream of 500 years past, when Basara had invaded a kingdom. Why had Basara attacked there? Why had a dreamwalker been in that kingdom? And was it really coincidence that the dreamwalker's descendants had reached this place now? You mean you've been working beneath the surface for centuries, using humans as puppets? Nerva's lips quivered with shock. I misjudged you. You haven't just grown more cunning. You've grown more evil. I know. That's why they called me the Great Demon. No, this isn't mere evil. There's madness in you that defies comprehension. Those events 500 years ago, yes. Sir Runa accepted without hesitation. I did it. Why? Because it wasn't supposed to happen then, not the way I wanted. Wrong place, wrong time, so I overturned the whole board. By using your fellow apostle Basara, persuading a creature of blind rage was easy. He was a time bomb, liable to explode any time. I couldn't leave him loose, so you decided to take him out with the situation. He wasn't useful to me, and waking Methat was your doing too. By rights, Nerva should have remained asleep for ages, like life hibernating through a long winter before emerging in spring. But Sir Runa had deliberately provoked him to wake, saying it was spring already. Yes, from the moment you briefly stirred decades ago, I began sending down canaries regularly. That's how you came to awaken now. My awakening, and even the goddess opening her eyes, all of it. They would have woken someday anyway. But if they appeared after everything was finished, that wouldn't do. I needed to settle it beforehand. Nerva felt his head spin. What happened between you and Saintess Archinis? That's not what matters now. Sir Runa cut him off. Nerva gave a bitter laugh at his own plight. You've been waiting for this moment from the start. You've danced perfectly upon the stage you spent centuries preparing. Thinking back, even that dagger was strange. The weapon France used was far beyond human craft. To hurt me at all, it had to have your touch. His gaze fell to the sword in Sir Runa's right hand. And this longsword, that's the main piece. The dagger was just a byproduct for forging the original. Oh dear. You suddenly catch on, and it's quite startling. You mock me to the end. Well, a loser has no right to protest. The rage that had dominated Nerva's face faded into calm. In his eyes shone the clarity once praised as the sharpest among apostles. But that sword isn't meant to kill me. Its power is far too great for that. One does not use an ox cleaver to kill a chicken. And that doesn't even look like an ox cleaver. It's meant for something greater. Sir Runa, just what are you aiming to kill? Our purpose has always been the same, hasn't it? At those words, Nerva nodded quietly. Yes, then go ahead. I intended to anyway. But you know you won't give me a gentle death. That Sir Runa's expression, for the first time, shed all smiles and grew cold. It was his true face, never before shown. I was prepared for that from the start. Sir Runa's sword severed Nerva's neck. The head scattered like sand in the wind, and so too did the bird's body. Sir Runa looked down for a moment at the dissolving remains, then raised his gaze to nursery rhyme floating high above. France, you will surely receive the goddess blessing. He sheathed his sword at his hip and turned away, leaving behind only these final words. So on the promised day fulfill the contract. 571 chapter, the truth covered by cloth. 1. Noxana bestowed her blessing upon France. It was not the authority of an apostle, yet because it was power given directly by the goddess of dreams, its value could not be measured. France felt a complicated weight as the strength surged inside him. He wondered if, had he possessed this power from the beginning, the outcome might have been different. He shook off that dangerous thought and spoke to Noxana. Thank you. He still hated her, yet receiving this strength was something to be grateful for. I am glad to hear that. With a relieved smile, Noxana's eyes turned toward Ludger. I would also like to grant you a gift, but that won't do, will it? She had seen straight through Ludger's circumstances. He was deliberately maintaining a sealing ritual to block the interference of other guards. Others could not see it, but Noxana could. A threefold barrier, intricate and complex, hovered above Ludger's head like a halo. It looked like three interlocking rings of light, each one dense with lines like a luminous barcode. Seeing how perfectly they meshed together, Noxana found Ludger even more mysterious. As long as that remained, the voices of the guards could not reach him. And thanks to it, Luminis had not been able to pinpoint Ludger until now. If Noxana gave him a blessing here, Luminis might notice. To be honest, I am tempted. I know I shouldn't, but I want to give you my blessing. Ludger was a peculiar case. Noxana loved all humans as her children, yet Ludger felt far more exceptional than that. They say every finger hurts when bitten, but Ludger was outstanding even among them, truly one apart. But that is not what you want, so I will not do it. Thank you for your consideration. Fufu, to thank me for how unusual you are. In the end, all I can do for you is to pray for good fortune in what lies ahead. If it is the goddess support, then nothing could be more reassuring. Such sweet words. Yes, with all the fragments gathered, you no longer need my power. You have walked this path entirely by your own strength. Smiling softly, Noxana waved to him. It is time for farewell. I will fall into slumber once more, a long dream without knowing if I will ever wake. She lifted her gaze to the sky. The entrance to the mortal realm was now closed, so only the sky of the depths was visible, yet her sight reached beyond to the skies above reality. She felt it, the immense malice that lingered there. Surely he had noticed her awakening, outwardly claiming justice and kindness, but in truth narrow and petty. That was Luminis. Soon the continent would be swept into chaos. Just my awakening causes all this. I am truly sorry for the children of the surface. Her awakening had been forced by Nerva, twisted over countless ages, sacrificing innumerable human lives. If she probed deeper, she could sense another's cunning will at work. For even her awakening had not been by her own will, but she chose not to mention it. She held no anger, no resentment. Being so transcendent, Noxana felt only detachment. What lies ahead must be faced by those left behind. My interference will bring no good. And yet, she found she did not want to leave Luminis free to act unchecked. So she raised her energy and sent it soaring beyond the depth sky. She did not know when, where, or how it would manifest. If fate existed, or if someone was meant to fulfill something inevitable, then this seed she left behind would surely bloom into the most splendid flower. With this small safeguard set in place, Noxana slowly closed her eyes. Sleep well, everyone. May you dream sweet dreams. Her incarnated form scattered like heat haze. At the same time, nursery rhyme vanished completely, and Noxana's true body curled in upon itself, returning to slumber. Yet there was one difference: no, her body slept in the shape of a beautiful woman at peace. It's over. The leader succeeded. The members of Owens, who had been fighting nursery rhyme, smiled brightly at the vanishing relic. Wait. The goddess has gone back to sleep. It's all finished, so how do we get out of here? Alex suddenly raised the question. Hadn't they said leaving Dreamland's depths was nearly impossible? But before his words could linger, the very sky of Dreamland began to resound. Not only resound, the depths were engulfed in an immense light. Just as people began to fear something else was happening, they felt an irresistible pull, as if submerged deep underwater, suddenly yanked upward by a rope. No one was spared. Ludger, France, the members of Owens, those on the battleship, even the citizens and students cheering from afar. When the light finally dimmed and the pull released, they all opened their eyes at once and awoke from the dream. This is Alex looked around at the underground waterways, belatedly realizing. This is an emergency exit. Don't tell me we've actually returned. Around him were Phantos, Violetta, Offa, and Bellaruna. The same phenomenon occurred across the entire city of Riederbelk. Those who had been trapped in the sleeping sickness awoke one by one, realizing they had returned to reality. My goodness. In her classroom, Taishi pinched her cheek. A faint pain pricked her, but it still felt unreal. After all, pain in dreamland had felt the same. This really is reality, right? Then what, you think you woke from a dream into another dream? Even at Leo's sarcasm, Taishi sat dazed. Normally she would have flared up, bickering with him, but she was too drained to be angry. We've all returned to reality. Yes, strictly speaking, we merely dreamed. To call that just a dream, it sounded absurd. Dreams had always been dismissed as nothing but illusions. But after what they had experienced in dreamland, could it be brushed aside so lightly? No, perhaps they had belittled dreams too much all along. Dreams were another world. Even if they awoke, the moments spent in those dreams were not without value. Taishi's eyes turned to Aiden. Aiden, why are you so quiet? Aren't you glad we came back? It's not that I am not glad. He gave a bitter smile, gazing out the window. But there are people who didn't make it back. Ah, only then did Taishi realize. There were many who had not returned from the Dreamland incident. What had occurred exceeded any natural disaster. The number of dead would be beyond counting. Taishi, Leo, and Iona's faces all sank with the weight of it. Just then the back door of the classroom slid open, and someone rushed out. Everyone turned toward the sudden sound. They glimpsed ash-gray hair. Rhine, Erendia called after her, but no answer came. Rhine sprinted through the academy. All around, newly awakened students wandered in confusion, unsure if this was dream or reality. They paid no attention to her desperate flight. She ran until she reached the forest. Why, she did not know. Only that instinct told her he would be there. And indeed, at the forest's entrance, a man was emerging. Their eyes met. Rhine stopped and stared. A man beautiful as though carved from marble, blue eyes like a tranquil lake, long black hair flowing. Once his sight had made her heart tremble, but not now. Now her heart was colder than anything. Is it true? Rhine's voice trembled as she asked Ludger. Was it really you, teacher? Did you kill her? The question was pointless. She had already seen. When Noxana had awakened, a nursery rhyme resounded, the waves of its power had swept through all, dragging them into nightmares. In that dream, Rhine had witnessed it, the moonlit forest. Ludger thrusting a dagger into her mother's heart. The memory was fragmented from the seal he had placed, but that scene stood out in cruel clarity. Still, she asked, only out of desperate denial. She wanted it to be a lie, that she had no family, only lost memories from some accident, and Ludger had always been a good teacher. She clung to that wish. But yes, the word that came from Ludger shattered her hope. Not a sweet lie, but a brutal truth. I killed your mother. There is no falsehood in that. Rhine's body staggered. As Ludger moved toward her, she screamed. Don't come near me. He froze. Her bowed face was hidden, but her grief, rage, and torment were clear. The betrayal of one she trusted, and the sudden blow of cruel truth even her strong spirit could not withstand it. Rhine, enough. I don't want to hear excuses. The more she heard his voice, the more it tore her apart. The voice once sweet even when lecturing in dull classes now filled her with dread. Ludger feared if he left her like this, she would break. Not mere worry, but instinct. There is something I must tell you. He prepared to speak of what had happened that night. But just then, someone came running toward them, breathless. Rhine, Freud and Ulberg. He too had awakened and sought her out. Senior. Her hollow eyes turned to him, and when he met them, his heart sank. Your eyes you knew, didn't you? Freuden did not ask what she meant. Her state, her gaze, Ludger's heavy expression, it said everything. I wanted to tell you. The words slipped from him, and he instantly regretted them. He had had countless chances to speak, and each time chose silence. And noticing he had wanted to tell her, it was too late. Betrayed by Ludger, now even by Freuden, who could she trust? SHHHHK. Magic rolled around Rhine's body. Her seething rage sent her mana spiraling out of control. Above her head, a shape appeared. That's Ludger's eyes widened. Her magic beast-shaped like a polyhedron. It resonated with her will, exuding violent mana. Brilliant light poured from its body. Something was about to happen. Realizing it, Ludger sprang toward her. Boom! The wave of mana blasted against him, pushing him back. He raised his own power to resist and froze. My mana is losing ground. Not that the beast's mana was greater. Rather, it carried something that overcame raw disparity in strength. I hate this. Ah rumble. At Rhine's whispered words, the beast shook violently. I'd rather just leave anywhere. Rhine, Ater Nocturnus, clad in shadow, Ludger reached through the resistance, stretching his arm toward her. The next instant, a blinding flash engulfed the area. When it faded, Freuden stared in shock. This is what? Rhine and Ludger were gone. Even the ground they had stood on had been cleanly gouged away, as if sliced by a sharp blade. But where have they gone? 572 chapter. The truth covered by cloth. 2. Rhine's magic beast released mana that created a powerful force field around them. It covered Rhine, Ludger, and a part of the surroundings completely, forming the shape of a massive sphere. The moment the force field's energy reached its limit, Ludger felt his body being pulled somewhere with great urgency. It was clearly something he had never seen before, yet the sensation did not feel alien. On the contrary, Ludger even felt a strange familiarity in it. This is similar to when I leap across space with coordinate designation. When the dazzling light before his eyes vanished, Ludger felt the ground sink away beneath his feet. Where is this? His boots sank into snow up to his calves. The sight of a white snowstorm and freezing winds made Ludger's face stiffen. The Utah Kingdom. If one had to name a place where such fierce blizzards raged even at this season, there was only the Utah Kingdom. Sheer cliffs and villages scattered with crimson lights glowing. It matched the scenery of the Utah Kingdom that Ludger remembered. How could she cover a distance of hundreds of kilometers from Riederbelk? But Ludger's doubts did not end there. Wuong. Rhine's magic beast vibrated again and repeated the same process as before. As his body was pulled somewhere else, Ludger now saw suffocatingly humid jungle air, a jungle region of the southern continent. From the Utah Kingdom to here, it hadn't even taken 3 seconds. 3 seconds. In that short span of time, they had moved from the far north of the continent to the far south, a distance of thousands of kilometers. So that's what it was. Rhine's mana isn't some kind of non-attributed energy, mana unknown until now. Now he understood why it had been called a curse, not a blessing. Rhine's mana was space attribute magic, and right now Rhine had awakened her mana in full, but this was not something fortunate for her. If anything, it would shorten the already limited span of her life even further. Rhine, stop. If you keep doing this, it will be dangerous. Ludger shouted, but Rhine did not listen. Her head hung low, mumbling something, looking as if her soul had left her. Coon. With another vibration, the scenery shifted once more. This time they had arrived at a sheer cliff. Ludger's eyes caught the sight of jagged, towering mountain ranges all around them. This is the giant's spine, a place said to be where ancient monsters had vanished beyond. Because of the harsh environment and steep mountains, what lay beyond was still an unknown world. Ludger, though he had wandered the world, had never been here. But that wasn't what mattered now. No, my voice won't reach Rhine right now. Then he had to somehow stop the magic beast causing this phenomenon. Ludger gathered shadows into his hands, shaping them like beast's claws. Striding toward Rhine's magic beast, he grabbed it with both hands. Stop. He gave the command-like word and forced pressure down to suppress the beast's power. It was coercive, but if he didn't, Rhine's mana would spiral out of control. In truth, it was already on the verge. The magic beast struggled against Ludger's force. Each time it resisted, the scenery whipped and changed. A factory where laborers walked, a dense coniferous forest, a luxurious mansion room, a country village with children running about. The rapidly changing scenes finally stopped. The exhausted magic beast dispersed naturally, and Ludger finally exhaled the breath he had been holding. If I hadn't granted coordinate designation to Ater Nocturnus, I wouldn't have been able to stop it. Fortunately, Ludger had a deep understanding of space magic. Otherwise, he too might have been swept away by the beast's power. He hurried to check Rhine's condition. Rhine, are you all right? But there was no reply from Rhine, her head still lowered. Just as Ludger reached out slowly, Rhine slapped his hand away. Smack! More than the pain on the back of his hand, Ludger was struck speechless at her expression. Tears welled in Rhine's eyes. They soon streamed down her cheeks, but more painful than the tears was the hostile glare directed at him. Suddenly, memories of her childhood overlapped in his mind. Rhine, I don't talk to me. Rhine turned her back and tried to leave quickly. It looked like a pitch-black alleyway, but for Rhine now, where this place was didn't matter. All she wanted was to get as far from the man before her as possible. She weaved through the alleyways searching for an exit. By luck, she saw light beyond. There's the exit. The moment she stepped toward it, one of her legs gave way. Ha! Rhine realized she was standing on a high place. and she had just misstepped into a fall. Too late to react, her body froze. Ludger, who had been chasing after her, grabbed her hand and pulled. "Are you all right?" Rhine immediately drew away from him. She shot Ludger a glare, then looked at the precipice she had nearly fallen from. If before her eyes only held anger, now they showed shock. That was how alien the scenery before her was. "Where is this place?" "Cheek." Before her words even ended, white steam erupted. The pressure was so great the heat rose more than 100 meters. Even from far away, the scorching air could be felt on their skin. Columns of steam jetted up everywhere. Hot springs? No. This was no natural place. Clank, clatter, hiss, the sound of massive steel gears turning, compressed steam rushing through thick drains. Turbines spinning, cylinders interlocking in a roar that seemed both bizarre and harmonious. Steel machines. In a space larger than several of Sion's training fields combined, countless machines filled the vastness. To end up here of all places, Ludger muttered in a low voice as he looked at the familiar sight at the end of random space travel. Ilamakia. Some called it the moving island. Some called it the city of future technology. Others said it was the future of Magitech, the headquarters of the new Mage Tower, an island of machines and steel. This was Ilamakia. Should I call this bad luck or fortune? Ilamakia floated across the sea, drinking in vast amounts of seawater, refining and boiling it, using the steam energy to move the entire island. This was not a place one could come to at will. Its coordinates shifted regularly without caution. One could easily have ended up dropped into the open sea. Ludger intended to tell Rhine they should leave this place. But then her eyes lost focus, and she staggered. Ludger quickly caught her. Ha! Rhine breathed heavily. Ludger felt the extreme heat radiating from her body. Her fever is severe. At this level, fainting would be natural, but Rhine endured. Not only that, she even tried weakly to push him away. "Even in this pain, you still want to reject me." Ludger felt a dull ache in his chest. Of course. The pain of betrayal from someone who had killed her mother, sealed her memories, and pretended ignorance must be far greater than any physical pain. Knowing that, Ludger could not offer excuses. He couldn't. Rhine's faint resistance ceased. Her body went limp, about to collapse. Ludger held her and examined her condition. Her excessive mana is rampaging inside her body, and not just any mana space mana. Ludger placed his hand on her forehead and invoked mana. "Hold on just a little." A magic circle appeared above her forehead. Ludger carefully adjusted his mana, suppressing the rampaging mana within her. Rhine's expression eased, though Ludger's face remained grim. This was only temporary. For now her mana was stabilized, but if it rampaged again, how long could she endure? Once mana rampages, it tends to keep doing so. The caster must calm their own heart to subdue it. Looking at Rhine fallen into unconsciousness, he doubted it would be easy. Of all places, Ilamakia, perhaps this too was the pull of fate. At least this was not a place without connections. There were people here he had to meet. Just endure a little longer. Ludger lifted Rhine in his arms and moved, keying, and in the shadows, a lens was watching them. Its aperture narrowed and widened, recording the scene. In Ilamakia, Nikolai had just received a report about recent movements. He had been expanding influence while clashing with black mages of the underworld. At first, his expansion had been rapid, but as the black mages banded together, the situation changed into a prolonged war of attrition. So now, this new report drew Nikolai's attention. Someone appeared without any record of entry onto the island. Nikolai immediately picked up the crystal orb that came with the report. The palm-sized artifact stored scenes and displayed them when activated. When he used it, light flared and an image unfolded before his eyes. An alley in a neutral district, untouched by people. Suddenly, a flash of light and a man and a woman appeared. What? Nikolai was stunned. They had appeared as if dropped from the sky. No, even if they had fallen from the sky, he wouldn't have been as surprised. He could have assumed a mage using flight magic had landed there. But the two had appeared too quickly. In just an instant. If they had flown that fast, they would have crashed and died. Even slowing down the recording, the only explanation was they suddenly appeared. As if they crossed space itself. Wait. Crossed space. Nikolai frowned at the peculiar sense of déjà vu. Recently, there was a man he knew who had shown similar magic. Nikolai replayed the scene. The recording still had NVLGT, only on NVLGT much left. The man and woman were shown in conflict. The light was too dim to see their faces clearly, but it was obvious their relationship was strained. The woman turned to flee, the man chased after her. Then, in another angle captured by a different device, Nikolai's eyes went wide. John Doe, the face revealed under light, was someone Nikolai knew well. The Black Dawn's First Order John Doe, currently hiding under the false identity of Ludger Cherish, instructor of Theon, and he was here in Isla Makia. Wait, something doesn't add up. Nikolai felt his head tighten. Sion and Riederbelk were in chaos with sudden natural disasters, and only a few days ago, reports confirmed Ludger Cherish was still in Sion. It shouldn't be possible to travel from the Empire to Isla Makia in mere days. Especially since Isla Makia hadn't docked recently, no outsiders could have entered. But here was the man who should be in Riederbelk, and the girl with him a student of Sion. What was going on? Nikolai tapped his temple with his finger, then smirked. Whatever the truth, the opportunity remained unchanged. Now was his chance to kill him. 573 chapter, the truth covered by cloth. 3. Riederbelk was in a state of emergency. The dream sand had vanished, and while the incident had ended, the damage remained. Many people woke from their slumber, but just as many did not. At first, joy over survival had come to the forefront, but that was quickly drowned out by the grief of losing loved ones, weighing the city down in sorrow. This is a headache. In the mayor's office of Riederbelk, the first Princess Aileen clicked her tongue at the endlessly rising pile of paperwork. Barely a day had passed since the end of the incident, yet the reports stacked so high they filled an entire side of the large room. It was proof of how serious this disaster had been. At least relief supplies are being distributed as quickly as possible. But the horror of the event left the city in turmoil. Some who had awakened from the dream could not grasp reality. Incidents piled up in the hundreds where people muttered that they were still dreaming, causing chaos as they tried to wake up. Violence and looting broke out everywhere, and citizens cowered in fear. Outside, guards, police, and knights were doing their best to maintain order, but manpower was short. With unrest erupting all across the city, handling every case was simply impossible. Even the normally complacent mayor had taken to the streets to reassure people directly, though part of that was because he felt uneasy being in the same room as the first princess. There is one area strangely quiet. Aileen's eyes moved to the map of Riederbelk, covering an entire wall. It was dotted with red pins, each marking an incident of violence in the city. And those were only the most serious. If every incident were marked, the map would have been drowned in red. But there was one area with noticeably fewer pins. That street from that day, Royal Street. Once an abandoned slum, it had been transformed when an unknown wealthy man invested heavily in it. The filthy, crime-ridden neighborhood had disappeared, replaced with the most affluent street in all of Riederbelk. I wonder what that man is doing right now. As a teacher of Sion, he surely had matters of his own to handle. While thinking this, Aileen glanced toward the door of the mayor's office. Enter. At her natural command, the door opened. The sword of your highness, Passius, has returned from his mission. There's no need to put on airs when no one is watching. Speak as you normally do. Haha, you're right. I prefer it this way too. Still, you never know who might be listening. It doesn't hurt to be careful. Listening ears, Mayleen's gaze sharpened. What news? The theocracy of Bretis NVLGHT has moved. A dispatch is already on its way to this city. The scale, the largest yet. I've heard that the vanguard has already crossed the border. They will arrive soon. Of course. After how little time has passed since the last demon-related disaster, they wouldn't let such an opportunity slip. Even as she spoke, Aileen's hands did not stop skimming through the paperwork. Passius let out a wry smile as he watched. These are matters her subordinates would handle anyway. Such was royalty. They only had to lift a finger and people would rush to take care of everything. That was power. But Aileen was different. Call it stubbornness or conviction, but she insisted on handling things personally. Likely because she once felt powerless. When no one was there for her, she had nearly been overthrown by the coup within the military. If not for Ludger that day, the Exilian Empire would be known by another name. The memory of that helplessness was carved into her bones. She had keen eyes and a sharp mind, but without hands and feet to match, she had been powerless. And so, Aileen despised inaction. Even now, though she was sorting papers, just moments ago she had been touring the streets and directing officials. But that did not mean she micromanaged everything herself. She knows how to use people flawlessly. Her judgment of others was sharp. At a glance, she could tell their level of ability and what they could handle. Unlike others who overburdened or underutilized their people, Aileen assigned tasks precisely at the limit of their capability. There was no room to complain of impossibility because her judgment was rarely wrong. Passius had never once seen her fail in this regard. She could squeeze the last drop of ink from a dried squid. That was why he, too, suffered countless hardships as her guard knight. And yet, knowing all that, I chose to follow her. Passius shook his head with a sigh. There are too many witnesses from this incident. We won't be able to stop rumors from spreading. You mean the demon of dreams? With thousands of people saying the same thing, it can only be true. A perfect justification for the British theocracy to act. What about the local branch of the church? We've been watching their movements closely, but for now they remain still. Still, Aileen stroked her chin, suspicious. Strange. Isn't Priestess Rumria here in the city? With her rank, she should have acted already. Perhaps they feel at a disadvantage and are waiting for reinforcements. After all, Commander Lutus and Archmage Clinton are here in this city. Perhaps. Still, it bothers me. Just then came a knock on the door. When Aileen granted permission, one of the guards entered with a troubled face. The guard knelt before her. What is it? The thing is stop dithering and speak. Priestess Rumria has come, asking to see your highness. The priestess. Passius was startled. Until moments ago, the Lumines branch in Rederbelk had shown no sign of movement. They had been busy tending their own many casualties from the disaster. And now Rumria had appeared. How many with her? The guard's voice trembled with disbelief. She came alone. What? A priestess of her standing, without attendants. In Bretis, a priestess held high rank. Wherever she went, a shadow of attendants followed an entire force of high priests and paladins. Aileen's thoughts spun. Did she sneak out, or is this a ploy to lower our guard? Either way, there was no point overthinking. She gave her order. Bring her. We can't leave such a guest waiting. Yes. Soon after, Priestess Rumria entered the mayor's office, guided by the guard. Oh my. With a tiara over her eyes, she smiled brightly, looking every bit a carefree princess from a fairy tale. Aileen disliked that smile. Whether it was feigned or genuine, she could not tell. But one thing was certain: Rumria was the very opposite of Aileen. It's a pleasure. We meet again. Spare me the idle chatter. State your business. Aileen's fierce aura pressed down on her, but Rumria's smile did not falter. I've come to make you a good offer. A good offer, You sound as if you're trying to proselytize. Foo-foo. No, truly, I mean a good offer. As you know, this city has just gone through a great ordeal. And soon people from my homeland will arrive. Won't that be inconvenient for your highness? I thought to offer my help. Help offered out of nowhere sounds suspicious. Don't be so harsh. Of course, I have my own interests too. Still, how about it? I can't stop them forever, but I could buy you some time. Aileen tapped the desk with her finger. She wondered why Rumria was doing this, but the calculation of what could be gained mattered more. For now, I can promise this much. Our Lumines church will not infringe on the Empire's rights. This incident is too large to ignore, but we have no intent to act with force. Could you, if you wished? At Aileen's provocation, Rumria only smiled. So what do you want in return? Only one thing. There's a being in this city that requires our attention. A being. Yes, someone our church has hunted for a very long time is hiding here. All I ask is that you allow us to make contact with them. At the same time, Elissa Willow, the headmaster, was troubled over Sion's internal state. Ha! It's fortunate that things ended safely, but our academic schedule is ruined. Safe meaning only that Sion's students had suffered no casualties. Outside, Rederbelk was a house of mourning. The students were no less shaken. It had not been long since a great incident in the capital, and now this. And this time, a hair's breadth could have meant death for all. For now, the dreamlike unreality kept panic at bay. But once they truly grasped reality, what then even the teachers meant to reassure them were showing signs of trauma. Of course, most had spent their lives in theory, far from battle. Now they had fought for their lives. Survival did not erase the chill down their spines. Still, some are doing well. The changes in Selina and Brino were remarkable. Normally timid and insecure, both had shown striking mental growth since the Dreamland incident. Not just them, several teachers had matured, myself included. The Dreamland incident had not been only a curse, but Alyssa's mind was heavy for another reason. Professor Ludger is missing and with him, the student Rhine. Rhine had always caught Alyssa's eye, a commoner, yet with striking beauty and an air of mystery, and her undisclosed mana attribute had piqued Alyssa's curiosity. Now Rhine had vanished, together with Ludger, leaving behind only a massive surge of magical energy. By the time I regained my senses and reached the forest entrance, nothing remained but a crater carved as if gouged by a sharp blade. At that moment came a knock. "Who is it?" Freuden Ulberg, a rather unexpected visitor. "Enter." When permission was given, Freuden stepped into her office. His expression was as calm as ever, but Alyssa sensed a firm resolve in him. "Freuden, what business brings you here? I have something to tell you about the disappearance of Professor Ludger, Cherish, and Rhine." "You mean you saw something?" "Where they went?" Freuden nodded. Realizing something extraordinary had occurred, Alyssa clasped her hands and rested her chin on them. Her golden eyes gleamed sharply. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" 574 chapter, The Serpent's Pursuit 1, Freuden explained what he had seen. Rhine's mana had gone out of control, and because of her power, both she and Ludger vanished together, as if NVLGHD, read the full story, swallowed into somewhere else. Hearing this, Alyssa at first doubted him, but one look at Freuden's calm expression convinced her that it was the truth. "But Freuden, how exactly did you witness that?" "That is a personal matter. I can't explain." "Very well. And do you know where the two of them went?" "That I do not. It was the first time I've ever seen such a thing. Not even a guess. Nothing at all. Nothing. And in a situation where we desperately need every hand, Ludger of all people is absent." Alyssa's words, spoken as if she were searching for Ludger, made Freuden suddenly ask, "Is Professor Ludger really that important?" Alyssa's brows twitched slightly. This was the first time Freuden, usually so cold and detached, had shown an emotional reaction. Of course, a man of Ludger's talent cannot be easily replaced anywhere. "A man of talent, you say?" Freuden's lips twisted. "Do you really believe he deserves such praise?" The moment the words left his mouth, Freuden realized his mistake. Overcome with emotion, he had said something he should not have, but spilled water cannot be gathered back. He braced himself for a scolding from the headmaster, yet Alyssa instead spoke words he had not expected. "As I thought. You know about him as well, don't you? About Professor Ludger." "That is," Freuden faltered, then asked, "Are you saying you knew too, headmaster?" "I learned later. But clearly you noticed long before me. How curious. A suspicious man enters Theon, and yet a student recognizes his identity and chooses to remain silent. I don't know his full identity, only that I had ties to him in the past. Bitter ties, all the more intriguing. One of the heirs of the Empire's three great ducal houses had a past grudge with Ludger Cherish. I cannot say more." "Yes, yes. Another personal matter. But judging by your reaction, your relationship was far from good." "Then why do you trust him, headmaster?" "Because he is capable. Is that not enough?" "That I prefer capable people. That doesn't mean I hire villains." "Ludger is suspicious. Yes, but suspicion does not always mean evil." That was Alyssa's firm belief. To cast Ludger aside for suspicion alone would be foolish when his ability was so enticing. Besides, the dedication he had shown to his students proved he was not a villain. Could such actions have been mere acting? The way he had fought desperately in Dreamland to protect Arthur instructors had seen it too. You saw it as well, Freuden, did you not? That part I will not deny. But still, I have reasons I cannot forgive him. Because of that girl, Rhine, isn't it? How fiery. If only I had such a romantic affair of my own. Alyssa joked with a playful smile, then her face suddenly sharpened. You came all the way here to say this. Clearly you have another purpose. Speak. Freuden straightened unconsciously under her pressure. Among the students, he was seen as a lofty wolf that few dared approach. But before Alyssa Willow, things were different. And he had once glimpsed the true power of her magic pink radiance that ripped space itself apart. So this is the majesty of a sixth circle mage. Still, he would not bow his head. He tightened his grip on his thigh, forcing himself steady. "I want to return to my family estate." "You mean you want to leave Sion for a time?" "Yes. To speak with my father. About this incident and about what is to come." Your father, Alyssa smiled, intrigued. Not just at the determination in his voice, but that he admitted he would borrow the hand of his father, the Duke of Ulberg. "I had heard you were not on good terms with him. Was I wrong?" "It would be a lie to say otherwise. I do not think well of him, and yet you will borrow his power, as heir, if need be, then even as his son." Such resolve. What could move you so, I wonder? Love, perhaps. I simply refuse to feel powerless any longer, watching from the sidelines. Ha, very well. Elissa shook her head. You will allow me to go. There's no reason to stop you. Classes are impossible anyway. This is effectively an indefinite suspension until things are settled. Even at best, it will take weeks. Then she added, if you are to borrow power, then borrow it properly. I understand. Freuden bowed deeply, then left the headmaster's office. He walked some distance down the quiet corridor until someone stepped into his path. Recognizing the figure, Freuden narrowed his eyes. Flora Lumos. Where are you rushing off to, Freuden? It does not concern you. But then he corrected himself. No, it may concern you as well. Is it about Professor Ludger? Yes, Ludger Cherish. He and Rhine have disappeared together. Flora's expression chilled at his words. Her mood clearly dipped, but she did not show anger, and that unsettled Freuden. She had certainly changed compared to before. More importantly, are you all right? He asked. What do you mean? With this incident, the Lumines church will move. And as the needle follows the thread, so too will your family. House Lumos. Among the three ducal houses, the one most devoted to the Lumines faith. If the house moved, then the Duke himself would move as well. You may be dragged back into your family's grasp. Flora's eyes wavered, but only for a moment. She quickly regained her composure. That is my concern. Perhaps I worried needlessly. With family matters, I am in no position to lecture you anyway. Freuden gave a self-deprecating smile as he walked past her. Flora silently watched his back as he went. Ludger carried Rhine on his back as he strode through Isla Machia. Isla Machia was an island made of vast mechanical structures. Its overall shape resembled a giant wedding cake rising higher toward the center. At its heart stood a steel-spired headquarters of the new Mage Tower. But that was not where Ludger was heading. Quite the opposite. He went toward the rougher districts, the cluttered alleys where few respectable feet wandered. Ha, what's this? Isla Machia was home to many. There was a city, residents, and countless outsiders visiting. Naturally, some of those who lived there worked in violent trades. Hey, you! A hulking man sitting outside a tavern gave his companions a look, then stepped in front of Ludger. Not a face I've seen before. Lost your way, maybe. Ludger's figure stood out no matter how one looked at it, wearing a spotless frock coat in a filthy alleyway, a woman carried on his back. With features refined enough to remind one of a nobleman, Ludger drew even more attention. No, I came to the right place. Where's the gambling den around here? Heh, gambling den. Judging by your fine clothes, you look like you've got plenty of coin. You shouldn't be crawling into a dump like this. You need a better place. A better place. Right here. The man spread his right hand as he spoke. In other words, he was demanding Ludger hand his money over. Click, clack. The massive man's right arm gave the sound of interlocking cogs. That arm was not flesh, but brass, and not an ordinary prosthetic for daily use. Its size and shape were far larger, closer to a weapon than a limb. The brute raised it, trying to intimidate Ludger. His companions at the tavern table snickered, each one bearing their own grotesque modification zone with a prosthetic leg, another with a glass eye, another with a steel jaw. They looked comical and at the same time monstrous. Well, you know this place well, don't you? This place. Ha, we've been running these streets for over 10 years. We don't just know the Alice, we know who's doing what and where. Then tell me, where's the gambling den? Didn't you hear me? You're standing in it. The man clenched and opened his prosthetic hand before Ludger's face. Or are you too thick? Maybe if I scar that pretty face of yours, you'll listen. You want a man's conversation. Ha, so you've got some pride after all. But when the brute tried to glare at Ludger, his whole body froze. If that's what you want, I won't refuse. Those eyes. From Ludger's gaze, the man felt something overwhelming, something that crushed resistance. See can't breathe. His quicker-witted companions noticed something was wrong. Their faces hardened as they rose, surrounding Ludger. Don't know where you came from, but you picked the wrong day. And he's carrying a woman on his back, too. Wait, she's pretty, isn't she? Maybe we could. The words never finished. The man's head was slammed into the ground hard. Thud. His skull cracked the dirt floor, and Ludger's boot naturally came down on it. It seems ill need to teach you all a lesson in manners. What the none of them had seen him move. By the time they realized it, their comrade's head was already pinned under Ludger's foot. But it was too late to back away now. Pride as long-time thugs of the district wouldn't allow retreat. Get him all at once. As they rushed in, Ludger slowly gathered mana. Leaving one alive should be enough. When the fight was over, broken prosthetic limbs littered the ground. Men writhed on the floor, groaning. The brute stared hollowly at his shattered brass arm. Was there a mage here? When Ludger stood before him, he immediately bowed his head. Forgive me. I didn't realize you were a mage. Enough. Just answer the question. Q question, the gambling den, was the biggest one in this area. The man, pale, quickly stammered out directions. B, but why would a mage want a gambling den? That's none of your concern. Sorry. Flattening himself to the ground, the brute dared to peek uponly to find Ludger already gone. Relief rushed through him. Our cursed luck. He had picked a stranger to extort, only to stumble onto a mage. His boast of 10 years on these streets was no lie. He'd seen much, and most so-called tough men turned out to be empty shells. But this time, he had pulled the losing lot. I should just be glad I am alive. But what about his unconscious companions? What about his ruined arm? Sighing heavily, he lifted his head just as a man approached slowly. Ha! He frowned at the newcomer. A tall figure in a long black trench coat, a wide-brimmed hat pulled low. Who the hell are you? He was about to scoff at the suspicious disguiser than froze when he glimpsed the pale face beneath the hat. Why, you what the hell are you? His instincts screamed that this was no human. The pale man rolled his eyes grotesquely, tilted his head unnaturally to the side, and asked John Doe, "Where is he? What? Who's that crunch?" Before he could finish, the pale man's hand crushed his skull. Ah, misjudged strength. He scratched his cheek with his blood-soaked hand, leaving a red streak without care. Well, no matter. If I sweep the whole area, I'll find him. The man in black stepped forward, and behind him, shadows surged like a tide. Nishalas minions had begun to close the noose around Ludger. 575 chapter, The Serpent's Pursuit, 2. The priests dispatched from the theocracy of Bretis arrived in Rederbelk. They had only sent a portion of the faithful as a vanguard, but that did not mean their number was small. A group composed of 300 paladins and priests. But what unsettled the empire far more than those 300 was the man leading them. This is truly sorrowful. To think the city itself is drenched in sin. The speaker was a middle-aged man in his mid-40s, with a benevolent impression and slender, half-closed eyes that curved slyly. The tall frame, the sharp features, and the pure white robes suited him. If he had been a remarkable beauty in his youth, that image still lingered even now, though age had touched him. Welcome, Cardinal Patricio Ramilo. Bishop Preden stepped forward and greeted him with utmost respect. Cardinal Patricio Ramilo, second only to the Pope in power within the theocracy of Bretis, and one of the 5 cardinals that existed. Considering that cardinals were usually no younger than 60, the fact that he had only just entered his 40s spoke volumes about his extraordinary ability. Fufu, Bishop Preden, how have you been? I live always within the grace of Lord Lumines. Preden moved with utmost care, not daring to offend him. Though Preden himself held the seat of bishop, and his own ability could not be said to be lacking, before Patricio such a title felt hollow. What unsettled Preden most was the peculiar atmosphere that surrounded Patricio. I heard the city as a whole has been swept by evil. His words were soft, but the sensation was like a snake crawling across one's skin. Preden steadied his reason to avoid revealing his unease. Yes, it is all my fault. Fufu. Bishop Preden, how can you say such a thing? This is not because of any failure on your part. Patricio smiled, shaking his head. Even in such a situation, the constant smile on his lips made it seem as though he wore a mask. It is simply because the people of this city sinned. Evil has accumulated, and thus such things have occurred. Only through purification of that sin will such things never happen again. Purification. Patricio uttered that word. Preden bowed his head as though in assent, but inside his thoughts churned. Purification. Does he mean to attempt such madness here in the Empire? The word carried its literal meaning. To sweep away all heretics with unclean thoughts and doctrines, and forcibly spread their own creed. Sheer insanity. In the past, perhaps the theocracy's might was so great that even the birds in the sky would fall at its gesture. But those days had long passed. The theocracy of Bretis no longer held the same majesty. The number of believers had dwindled, and above all, the nearly 20 years of isolation had inflicted the greatest damage. To Preden, Patricio's words sounded like the empty arrogance of a frog trapped in a well. but he is not someone who would utter words without purpose. He had not ascended to the rank of cardinal at such an age merely out of ambition. He had the ability and the mind for it. Cardinal Patricio, in particular, was notorious for his serpent-like cunning. Even Preden, far away here in the Rederbulk diocese, knew of Itzo what must his true nature be like. Preden lowered his head to avoid giving offense. Yes, your eminence speaks the truth. No, Bishop Preden, that is the wrong attitude. What? Purification, you say? In the past, yes, such things were done. But as you know, the world has changed. We cannot cling forever to outdated NVLGHT ways in a changed world. We must act and move according to those changes. Preden struggled to follow his meaning. Just a moment ago he had pressed for purification, and now he flipped his words so easily. Preden realized the true intent behind his actions. So it is not his real opinion at all. He is testing my heart. Though Patricio's rank was higher, the authority over Rederbelk belonged to Preden himself. Patricio sought to seize initiative. But was it necessary to provoke trouble so directly? If he pressed his rank, Preden could never resist anyway. But Bishop Preden, I see someone important is absent. At his words, Preden understood what he meant. Priestess Rumria. Patricio had never been interested in Preden to begin with. The one he watched warily was not Preden, but Priestess Rumria. Though a cardinal outranks, a priestess is by no means a low office. The priestess sisters gathered directly beneath the saintess. Their rank was technically below cardinals. But the 5 cardinals could not unite easily, whereas the priestesses moved as one, like sisters. That was why they were called sisters. To target Rumria was, in a broader sense, to challenge the entire order of priestesses. Thus Patricio was cautious. Her Holiness said she had someone to meet privately, and so she stepped out. Alone, Patricio's brow twitched faintly. Bishop Preden, I must admit I am disappointed. How could you send someone so precious as the priestess alone in such a dangerous city? She refused all escorts most adamantly. The priestess' authority exceeded even Preden's. He could hardly refuse her will. Even so, should you not have secretly sent guards or arranged a hidden escort? I apologize. It is all my fault. Preden admitted his failing honestly. Even if it were not his fault, once Patricio pointed it out, it became so. My thinking was too short. Fufu. Do not be so hard on yourself. How could I scold a worthy man such as Bishop Preden? Patricio smiled as though he had never meant to rebuke him. Preden shivered at the sudden shift. Just then, Rumria returned to the Rederbulk branch. Oh my! Seeing the larger gathering and the cardinal at their head, she lightly covered her lips with her hand. Why, your eminence, it has been a long time. Ha ha! Indeed it has, priestess. Do you enjoy life outside? It has been so long since I saw your face, I feared you would never return. A reproach for not having come back to the theocracy. Normally, someone with tact would reply in kind, but Rumria did not. I enjoyed life outside. Even at those blunt words, Patricio's expression did not change. Still smiling, he asked, I am glad to hear it. So have you accomplished what you set out for? Of course. And you, your eminence, what brings you here? That is what I wish to speak of. I was dispatched because word reached us of a demon's appearance. Ah, a demon, you say. The city was swallowed by golden sand. Tens of thousands perished. If that is not the work of a demon, then what is? Thus I came at the head of 300 faithful to patrol the city. There is no need. Rumria cut him off firmly. I cannot understand what you mean by that. Exactly as I said. We decided not to interfere in the city's affairs. I already negotiated with the princess. Priestess, forgive me, but that was your negotiation, not mine. But I promised that no one else would wander freely into the city. Her tone, as if to say, is that not enough, was almost brazen, but Patricio was not easily cowed. Fufu, amusing. But priestess, if so, then what of my face? I came all this way with 300 faithful, not to mention those waiting outside the city. My dignity must be upheld. I can uphold it for you. At those words, Patricio's half-closed eyes opened slightly. Through the narrow slit glimmered a serpent's sharp fangs. Now that is tempting. But unless it is something substantial, it will not satisfy me or them. Do not worry. This is something worthy of the entire theocracy. Then let us hope your words are no empty boast. What is it? With a gentle smile, Rumria replied, We have made contact with the immortal monster we have so long pursued. Ludger stepped into the inner part of the casino. Though the city outside was unsafe, The casino building towered high and shone with dazzling lights. Naturally, the place teemed with wealthy people dressed in luxurious attire. Perhaps thanks to his clothing, Ludger passed the guards without question and entered easily. Flashing lights from every side. People shouting with joy after winning, and others collapsing in despair after losing. Drunks causing scenes, dragged away by guards. Women in revealing outfits carried trays laden with chips. A space filled with pleasure, frenzy, and greed. For an ordinary person, just breathing that air would be overwhelming, but Ludger calmly observed. Ada Nocturnus, take Rhine. He handed Rhine to his familiar. The crow-shaped shadow embraced Rhine and followed behind Ludger. Onlookers found it curious, but not shocking. Isla Machia, home of the new mage tower, often drew mages, and large casinos such as this were frequented not only by wealthy businessmen, but also by mages. A common sight anywhere. Still, Ludger himself was anything but common, so eyes lingered on him, and on the sight of Rhine asleep in the shadow's arms. A handsome man and beautiful girl exuding peculiar charisma inevitably drew attention, even here. But Ludger ignored the stares, focusing only on finding one person. At last his gaze fixed, found him. From one corner burst loud cheers. Whoa, insane. How many times is that now? Who wins that much at craps? How lucky is he? Isn't there some trick? No, the guards checked him several times. It's no trick. Gathering the words, Ludger twisted his lips into a thin smile. Yes, a dog never changes its habits. Of course he would be here. Ludger pushed through the crowd. People parted before the pressure of his presence. With that massive shadow trailing behind him, who would not? At last he reached the table where 2 dice were being thrown, and he saw him. A man in his late 30s, with ivory-colored, unkempt hair and a shabby appearance. His beard was patchy, neglected. If groomed, he might have been handsome, but his appearance ruined it all. Yet tonight he was the star. Kuhaha, well now, I am on fire today. Who would thought it would go like this? The man burst into laughter after winning yet again. The dealer stared wide-eyed at the dice on the table. The man gleefully reached to rake in his chips until Ludger spoke. Still scamming with your gambling? Ha! Who the hell? The ivory-haired man turned with a twisted face, and when he recognized Ludger, his face contorted strangely. You. His expression was a mess of suspicion, unease, anger, and shock. Faust, I told you countless times to quit gambling. Don't call me by that ridiculous title. Muttering so, Faust glanced past Ludger's shoulder at the shadow at Rhine asleep within it. His eyes widened. Rhine, his disbelieving gaze turned to Ludger. Why is Rhine here? That is exactly why I came for you. Meeting his gaze, Ludger spoke his name. Gariel Cosmo. As Rhine's teacher, you should know full well what this means. 576 chapter, The Magician of Time, 1, Gariel Cosmo. The expression on his face, which had been drenched in excitement from his gambling success, sank heavily in an instant. Is that really true? That's way too early. There was an incident. Ludger said this as his eyes slid toward the chips stacked in front of Gariel. Your bad habit hasn't changed. Didn't I tell you to stop cheating at gambling? And no, that's Gariel fidgeted under Ludger's reproach. The dealer, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, carefully spoke up. Us, sir. With all due respect, this casino never allows cheating. That remark is excessive. There was even a hint of pride in the dealer's expression about his line of work. If it had been real cheating, there would have been no way the casino would lose money like this in the first place. It was natural he reacted sensitively to Ludger's words. The cheating I mentioned isn't what you're doing. Pardon, it's rather this man. Ludger pointed at Gariel as he spoke, and the dealer's face twisted oddly. Wait, just a moment. That can't be. In this place, we can detect if mages use magic. We personally check it all. It wouldn't be possible for him. To the dealer stopped mid-sentence. Because when he saw Gariel's anxious expression, not knowing what to do, a strange thought crossed his mind. The man was sweating coldly, and suspicions that hadn't been there before began to sprout. Sir, surely not you, right? H.R. Oi, what are you talking about? Cheating. I won fair and square. Everyone saw, didn't they? And besides, with mana detection, you know whether I used magic or not. The more aggressively Gariel shouted, the more suspicion turned into certainty. The dealer's face hardened, and the guards who had been waiting on the sidelines began to surround the table. Spectators, realizing the situation was turning strange, backed away. Gariel glared sharply at Ludger. Are you really doing this? I almost had it all. Had it all. I don't even understand why you need money in the first place. Of course it's for research. If it was money for research, I've been giving you a steady supply until now, more than you could even use up, and still that wasn't enough. That's Gariel stammered, avoiding eye contact. Ludger sighed quietly. Didn't I tell you already? It's just a habit. Gambling is something you should cut off quickly. Damn it, shut up. You're younger than me, so stop acting like some elder giving me advice. If not for you, I would have won it all and walked away clean. By then, the grim-faced guards had closed in, surrounding both Ludger and Gariel. Even though Ludger looked at them as if to ask why they were aiming at him, he couldn't escape suspicion, since he was clearly acquainted with Gariel. These guards really aren't afraid, are they? They must know we're mages. Almost as soon as Ludger finished speaking, the guards pulled out their equipment. In one hand, they held a suppression steel rod. In the other, a small shield. Just when Ludger was about to scoff at what they could possibly NVLGHT do, with such tools mana flared from the rods, extending their length threefold until they resembled spears more than batons. The shields also glowed, forming bluish mana barriers around them, so even guards nowadays carry artifacts. This is a rich casino. Of course they would. Forgot where we are. This is Isla Makia, a place where mages roam the streets like it's normal. In Isla Makia, whenever an incident broke out, there was a high chance a mage was involved. And when mages caused trouble, the scale of damage was on a completely different level from ordinary criminals. If mishandled, it could cost countless lives. To prevent such disasters, there needed to be ways to subdue mages directly. The tools the guards were wielding now were just that. Anti-mage artifacts. Mage Hunter, Major Jaja. Looks painful enough. If you get hit, it's not just painful. These are crafted with state-of-the-art magitech. You've been hit before. I've seen plenty who have. They ended up bawling their eyes out, dripping with snot. Ah, very reassuring. As the two bantered lightly, one of the guards suddenly lunged from behind. You take care of it. Faust. I told you not to call me by that weird name. Annoyed, Gariel still readied himself. Just as the guard's baton was about to smash into the back of his head, got you. Whoosh. The baton, swung with confidence, sliced only through air. Before the guard could even register his confusion at Gariel, vanishing like a mirage right before him, thunk. Ha! The guard's leg caught on a chair that hadn't been there before, and he tumbled forward under his own weight. Behind the fallen guard, Gariel reappeared, whistling casually. Damn it, Jimmy, what the hell are you doing? That idiot. How do you miss that? Other guards cursed, but those with keen eyes had already stiffened at what they'd just witnessed. What was that? Didn't that mage just vanish? And that chair Jimmy tripped on it wasn't there before. What kind of magic is this? Casting without any formula, the guards exchanged glances. If one wasn't enough, they'd all attack at once. This is your mess, so you deal with it. If you hadn't shown up, I would've left with my winnings without any problems, you know. Grumbling, Gariel crooked his finger at the approaching guards. Come on. This one hand is enough to deal with the lot of you, all together. The guards moved in unison, so fluidly that they didn't trip or block each other, but instead advanced like a single body. Even for Gariel, it looked like escaping such a net wouldn't be easy. The guards were sure of it until Gariel disappeared from his seat again. It happened in a blink, and just as quickly he reappeared. As though he had leapt across space itself, Gariel vanished and then materialized again, and around the guards rushing at him, chairs and random objects rained down all at once. You are what the hell? The guards were utterly thrown off, unable to make sense of what had just happened. The bystanders who had been watching were the same, bewildered. What in the world did he just do? What kind of magic was that young man using? Only Ludger remained calm, knowing what Gariel's magic truly was. As expected. No matter how many times I see it, it's bizarre. It was like watching time itself being sliced away and compressed, as though he alone was moving along an entirely different timeline. Well, that's not wrong. Gariel Cosmo, that's exactly what the man's magic does. Gariel Cosmo, the man who had mastered a peculiar magic, passed down as a one-man inheritance time magic. The effect of his magic was absurdly simple: to stop the time of the entire world, except for himself. In other words, time stop. The moment he cast his spell, everything in the world froze, living or non-living. The bug crawling on the floor, the bird flying in the sky, the person speaking mid-sentence, the object falling mid-air. All of it. In that frozen world, the only one able to move was Gariel Cosmo himself. To others, it must look like he's performing miracles. And given how broken time magic was, calling it a miracle wasn't an exaggeration. Stopping time, of all things. Such a spell had never been recorded in the history of magic. The reason he could keep winning at gambling was because he changed the dice rolls in the short instant of time stop. It was the same for blackjack or poker. By stopping time for just a few seconds, he could peek at his opponent's hands. That alone meant he could never lose. That such an incredible ability was being used for nothing more than winning money at the tables seemed ridiculous. But a power this fraudulent naturally came with massive penalties. Har up har others couldn't see it, but just watching him steady his breathing told the story. In stop time, even the air itself was frozen, so standing still in one spot wasn't possible. Gariel had to keep moving endlessly. Worse, because the oxygen was frozen in midair, he was forced to draw in air that wasn't flowing, making it far more difficult than normal breathing. At least it isn't true time stopping gets closer to deceiving the world with a miracle. So he doesn't go blind from being unable to receive photons or anything like that. Even the smallest movement consumed enormous stamina, and this time-stop magic carried more than one penalty. First, living beings could not be touched. When time was stopped, the caster Gariel was forbidden from making direct contact with living creatures. If a stopped life form and a moving Gariel came into contact, the law deceiving the world would collapse, triggering a breakdown of time itself. The only saving grace was that indirect interference was allowed. Inanimate objects could be touched freely, so he could use them placing things above people's heads, then releasing the stop to let them fall as an attack, like earlier. But since air was frozen and his breathing unstable, even carrying and moving a chair consumed tremendous energy. That was why he was panting. Second, no magic could be used during stop time. Casting a spell alone while the world was frozen and then cancelling the stop to win outright such one-sided combat was impossible. During time stop, all Gariel could do was move his body on his own. Though a mage, he had to run with his own legs, lift things with his own arms. Third, reversing time or accelerating it was impossible. The only thing possible was stopping. That was the limit and flaw of his time magic. And while the world's time froze, the caster's body still continued aging. If he lived years inside stop time, the others would remain young, but he alone would grow old. For that reason, Gariel Cosmo always ended his time magic quickly. Otherwise, he de-aged twice as fast as everyone else. In a way, his time magic seemed absurd and miraculous, yet in truth was not so useful. Still, against mere guards like these, it's more than enough. Just as Ludger thought that boom, the casino entrance exploded, smoke and dust clouding the air. Guards rushed out, forming up at the doorway as they glared into the haze. Who's there? When the dust cleared, a man emerged wearing a black trench coat and fedora, his skin unnaturally pale. He stood nearly 2 meters tall. His bulging eyes rolled in different directions independently, grotesque and uncanny, and those eyes fixed on Ludger beyond the guards. Fu Ndu. He bared his teeth in a chilling grin. What the hell? You know that guy. Never seen him before. Looks like he knows you, though. The pale man lifted a gloved hand, pointing straight at Ludger. There was red blood smeared across the leather. He'd already killed someone. Kill them all. Everyone who gets in the way. As soon as his command fell, shadows surged from behind him. They were pale-skinned humans, draped only in rags. What are those? Block them. Damn bastards. Do you know where you are? The pale humans clashed with the guards. The guards didn't fall easily. With their expensive artifacts, they formed up in disciplined ranks, blocking and deflecting with spears and shields. But the pale humans were beyond human. They bounded on all fours like beasts, leapt with impossible strength, wielded monstrous power. If the guards hadn't been armed with artifacts, it would have been a one-sided slaughter. What the hell are those things? And why are they after you? They must mistaken me for someone else. Ah, forget it. Not my problem. You handle it. Before he even finished speaking, Gariel vanished from the spot like a candle snuffed out. An alley outside the casino. Having escaped to a safer place, Gariel let out a sigh of relief. Made it this far. They won't chase me here. But a voice came from behind him. Is this a safe route? Shit, you scared me. What's wrong? How the hell did you follow me? I followed your shadow. Before Gariel disappeared, Ludger had split off a fragment of Aether Nocturnus and planted it on him. The moment Gariel fled, Ludger calculated the coordinates and slipped through the shadow after him. Of course, Rhine was with him as well. Realizing what Ludger had done, Gariel's face twisted in shock. Why, you maniac? You can use spatial movement. What are you, a monster? Funny hearing that from the guy who stops time. Wait, then what about inside the casino? Ludger glanced toward the direction of the casino, where explosions still echoed. Well, they'll manage somehow. Those freaks looked like they were after you. You sure about this? That's the strange part. I've never made enemies here. What about me? What if they're after me? That's why I said here. Gariel stared at Ludger, then let out a sigh. Those guys just now, I think they're from a new faction that's surfaced recently in Isla Makia. Those things, Gariel's expression hardened. I don't know why they're targeting you, but this isn't good. If they've marked you, you'll never escape this island. And that could have grave consequences for everything yet to come. 577 chapter, The Magician of Time. 2. The Relief Corps from the Theocracy of Bretis entered Rederbelk. After the initial vanguard of 300, the number of paladins, priests, and relief personnel under their command had swelled to 2-0. A total of 300 people spread throughout Rederbelk to begin relief efforts. Originally, Priestess Rumria had agreed not to interfere with the Empire's authority, but Princess Aileen had accepted the proposal that they could at least provide aid. Considering the city's population exceeded several 100,000, 300 seemed a small number. But in a city where violence had been rampant everywhere, Rederbelk began regaining stability with astonishing speed. One priest calmed more fear than 10 guards ever could. Religion's power really is terrifying. A guard spat on the ground, watching streets that had been in constant turmoil fall silent as if doused with cold water. Some of us break our backs running around trying to keep order with no effect, but one priest shows up, says a few kind words, and everyone settles down. How does that make sense? What choice do we have? We're not the type to soothe people with words, and we don't wield holy power like they do. We've been putting in no small effort to protect this city too. As the guard grumbled, a priest who had just finished relief work passed by, bowed politely, and stepped aside without incident. The guards exchanged surprised looks. He really just walked off without trying anything. Aren't they supposed to preach here? Reports from higher up say the Luminese Church is only here for relief right now. Nothing else. I heard that too, but I thought it was a lie. As if a sparrow would pass a grain mill without pecking. But if they're letting it go like this, maybe it's true. Maybe they're not as bad as we thought. The wariness toward the Luminese Church melted away like salt in water, replaced by cautious respect for their sincerity. Naturally, every detail of this was reported back to Princess Aileen. The city is regaining stability quickly. The church has kept their word just relief, then they step back. In fact, the number of citizens wanting to become followers of the Luminese Church is increasing. At these reports, Aileen furrowed her brow. So, in the end, religion truly is powerful. When crime rose, order could be restored with more patrols, harsher punishments, dismantling criminal groups. But when it came to disasters beyond comprehension, it was different. If neither the state, nor the guards, nor the knights could protect them, what good were they? Religion was the opium of the people. That the Luminese Church gained such response was natural. This calamity had been caused by the demon of dreams. Of course, people would flock to the god who stood as its antithesis. The influence of religion on society had not rusted one bit, even after 20 years of silence. They're parasites, creeping into hearts anytime, anywhere, devouring from within. It was only natural Aileen disliked their presence. Part of it was her rational temperament, her preference for control over all things. But more than that, the church itself worried her. In the past, the church was linked to the very roots of our empire. Father warned me repeatedly not to touch them carelessly. There was something hidden within the Luminese Church. That unease made it impossible for Aileen to view them favorably. Yet she couldn't deny the effectiveness of their power in times like this. Even while suppressing her misgivings, she scrutinized their every move, looking for the slightest trace of suspicious activity. More than that were a commander Ludus Wardart and Archmage Clinton Rothschild, and what are they doing? Well, this is unexpected. Lutus Wardart looked around with disbelief at the place he had arrived. The massive cathedral that formed the grand chapel of Rederbelk. The Diocese of the Luminis Church in this city. I didn't think you were such a devout believer. Naturally, Lutus hadn't come here of his own accord. He had been brought here by Clinton Rothschild, the Empire's strongest Magino, the man who had reached the highest peak of all humanity. Ha ha. Do I look like someone who believes in gods? Don't you? I've never denied their existence. But gods are gods, and I am myself. The only thing I seek is the pursuit of magic. Have you forgotten that? And what does the pursuit of magic have to do with this place? Ah, that. I can explain. A third voice cut into their exchange. Both Lutus and Clinton turned toward the approaching man, a handsome middle-aged man with a sly smile. Lutus scowled. Cardinal, what brings you here? Ha ha, so you know me. You brought an army into this city. How could I not? To be remembered by the Empire's foremost knight, it humbles me. Spare me the flattery. Lutus snorted. I want to hear the reason first. Why bring me here separately? Of course. Don't worry. Once you hear me out, Commander Lutus, you'll understand. Patricio stepped forward to lead them personally. As they walked the cathedral's corridors, he began to speak. Commander Lutus, are you familiar with the ranks of magicians? I know enough. Of course you do. Then you must also know the level your companion, Clinton here, has reached. He's no companion, just an acquaintance. Still, I've never seen a mage greater than this old man, so you're not wrong. Even as he said it, a certain face flickered through his mind. Ludger Cherish. In raw mastery of magic, Clinton was higher. But when it came to its application, that idle thought was broken apart by Patricio's next words. A seventh circle mage. Among humans, Clinton is the only one to have reached such a level. Why bring that up now? But what if there were another level beyond? At that phrase, Lutus halted for a moment. It was only for an instant, but the surprise on his face could not be hidden. His eyes slid toward Clinton, walking silently beside him before shifting away. You mean the eighth circle? Yes, the eighth circle grander. A realm spoken of only in legend. It's NVLGHT, exclusive on NVLGHT, existence uncertain. And why mention that all of a sudden? What if I told you that realm truly exists, and the one who achieved it still lives? This time Lutus did not stop walking. From the moment Patricio began speaking, he had sensed the words were heading this way. But knowing it in advance did not blunt the impact. Someone reached that realm and still lives. Yes, alive for a very long time. They're not a human. At Lutus' remark, Patricio, who had been leading the way, turned for the first time and nodded. Correct. Even the name of that realm, Grander, is nothing more than a title borrowed from her true name. In other words, the eighth circle is itself a synonym for her. So, Ludus' aura swelled slightly as he asked, why bring her up here now? You'll see soon enough. Clinton was the one who answered instead. Before long, Patricio arrived before a massive door. Here it is. As Patricio approached, the door opened on its own. From the crack of the opening, an overwhelming density of energy poured out. A heavy stench of blood, aged as if it had been ripening for centuries. With his sharpened senses, Lutus instinctively drew up his aura, frowning. But when he saw Clinton doing nothing, he naturally suppressed it again. You've got quick instincts. A voice drifted out from beyond the darkness of the door crack. They had thought that she, one who had lived for so long, must be some sort of hideous monster, but the voice was strangely clear and pure. What was even more astonishing was that beyond the crack, it wasn't darkness at all. It's simply that the density of the aura is so high, nothing can be seen. Focusing his eyes, only then could he make out the space inside the door. A golden-haired girl sat there, waiting to receive her guests. She was small and doll-like, impossibly cute-hard to believe she could be the master of the overwhelming aura filling the chamber. It's as if something colossal has shrunk itself down and taken the form of a little girl. Such was the intensity of her presence grander. Lutus felt his fingertips trembling. His fascination with the strong, his thirst for contest, began to rise within him. And the same curiosity flickered in the other side as well grander herself. Oh, the strongest human mage, the strongest human swordsman, and one disgusting creature thrown in as well. Ha ha, disgusting, you say? That's a bit harsh. Surely we could become good trade partners. Silence. Grander's red eyes fixed on the three of them. So, can you give me what I want? Between her slightly parted crimson lips, sharp fangs flashed. If you've summoned me here, you best have an answer worthy of that act. Come in. Ludger entered Gariel's hideout. The room, untouched by cleaning for who knows how long, was piled high with books, bundles of papers and layers of dust. Though the space was fairly large, there was hardly anywhere to step. Ludger shot Gariel a cold look. Don't you ever try tidying up? No, it's a pain. As long as there's a place to lie down and sleep, that's good enough. Gariel scratched at his shaggy hair as he replied. Here, sit down. You're still a guest, so ill at least play the host. The moment you tell me to sit in a dump like this, any hosting is out the window. Ludger's expression chilled at the sight of the long-neglected, squalid room. It was more fit for a recluse than a proper home. For someone as orderly and clean as Ludger, it was nearly unbearable. SSSHH. Ada Nocturnus, holding Rhine in its arms, hesitated before quietly settling into a corner of the room. Gariel, sipping at a steaming cup of coffee, glanced at Rhine, who lay unconscious like she had fainted. So intently was he focused on her that he tilted his cup too far. Hot. Drink slowly. Nobody's going to steal it. TSSHH. Ha. Fine, let's hear it then. Why the hell are you here and what happened to Rhine? Just as Ludger could not fully understand Gariel, Gariel could not fully understand Ludger. Ludger explained everything that had happened up to now. As Gariel listened, his expression shifted moment by moment, until at last he let out a sigh. I honestly don't know what to say. A demon of dreams, and Rhine recovering all her sealed memories there. Not all, only fragments. But among those fragments the memory that you killed my sister. At Gariel's sharp remark, Ludger did not reply. Gariel opened his mouth to say more, then shook his head. No, I am sorry. You must have had your reasons. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that it was my doing. For now, we need to solve the immediate problem. Rhine's mana has run out of control far faster than we anticipated. That means we don't have much time left. But we did gain something. They had finally understood exactly what kind of mana Rhine had, long thought to be non-attributed. Right spatial magic. What do you think? As a time mage, you should have some insight into space. Ha me, I may be a time mage, but only half a one. Time itself has too many strict limits. Time magic was riddled with restrictions far too many. It was suited not for fighting, but for fleeing from fights. Even if one stopped time inside a locked room, there was no way to escape the room. Gariel had never once thought his magic was especially great. At first, it hadn't been that way. When he first learned magic from his master, he had been ecstatic, soaring with joy. But as he practiced and saw the limitations firsthand, as his mind stiffened, he realized brutally just how incomplete it was. To master this magic, I had to abandon everything else. Time magic forced its wielder to devote everything solely to the time attribute. Even talents for other attributes were consumed, stretching the hexagon of magical ability grotesquely long on one side. Had things gone normally, Gariel could have reached at least the fifth circle across multiple fields, but in exchange for time magic, he could only wield the first circle in all others. That's not the point. To suppress Rhine's mana, we'll need a very powerful curse. A curse, huh? To restrain power that transcends space, ordinary curses won't cut it. That's why we'll need the strength of a black mage. Perfect. This island is crawling with them. Gariel shrugged, then added under his breath. Or at least, it was until just recently. 578 chapter, into the heart of the battlefield, 1. The Ulberk ducal house was situated in the northern reaches of the empire. It commanded vast lands, but the greatest portion of that territory was a dense and endless coniferous forest. The forest was home to many beasts, and rumor had it that even spirit beasts dwelled there. Freuden Ulberk had once again set foot in the land of his family. The young master has arrived. When he entered through the gate, the knights of the house stood in formation and bowed deeply in respect. They wore uniforms emblazoned with the sigil of the wolf. These were the wolf knights, the guardians of the Ulberk family. Such a reception might have been burdensome to some, but Freuden accepted it with a nod, his expression calm. This was hardly his first time, and besides, he had matters more pressing. Where is the head of the house? As always, he has gone into the forest. I see. Shall I guide you? No, I can find him on my own. Freuden made his way alone toward the woods behind the manor. Under a sky veiled by pale grey clouds, the forest breathed with a clear and solemn aura. Each step, Freuden took crunched softly against fallen branches and leaves. The scent of the woods, the sounds of insects, the sheer vitality of life breathing all around. Amidst it all, Freuden walked straight and unwavering toward his goal. The path was not carved, but he had been here more than once before. At last, beyond the trees, his sight opened, and before him spread a lake. The beating wings of birds startled into flight broke the silence, and a serene blue lake entered his gaze. It was a scene beautiful as a painting, yet Freuden's eyes did not linger on the water. Instead, they were fixed on the solitary figure seated at the lake's edge, a fishing rod in hand. Amidst this thick woodland, the man sat alone at the lakeshore without a single guard. Freuden called to him, Lord of the house. The reply came instantly. I told you to call me father. I refuse. Then how about Dad? Lord of the house will suffice. HMPH. You really are a heartless brat. The man gave a dry chuckle and turned to face him. It was a face so identical to Freuden's that one might imagine it was Freuden grown older save for slightly longer hair. Yet unlike Freuden, cold and precise, this man exuded a certain listless ease, a sense of leisure. The same face, but such opposite temperaments that it was almost strange. David Ulberg, head of the Ulberg family, one of the empire's three great ducal houses, symbol of the wolf. Well then, what brings my taciturn son to see me today? I've come to search for someone. Someone is it I ask that you lend me the men of the house. Freuden had come to David, his father, to borrow men to search for Rhine. The knights of the Ulberg family had, from olden days, excelled in tracking and pursuit. Just as wolves followed the scent of prey, so too did they embody the nature of their sigil. Even if one fled beyond the empire, to another land, once the wolf knights set their mind to it, there was no one they could not find. And the man who now let his fishing line drift, looking like some idle gentleman, was no exception. Though he greeted with smiles and laughter, David was the very man who had woven and ruled over this dense web of information with ruthless care. For that reason, though Freuden and his father did not get along, he had come here, swallowing his pride, to ask his help. Ha ha! Life does bring strange turns. My son coming to me with a request of all things. David laughed as though pleased. To him, Freuden was a son worth all the pride in the world. Though the weight of his future as heir must be crushing, he bore it well, displaying even now the fine bearing of a wolf. But still, you are immature. Me? Freuden twitched, reacting at once. Immature. He had heard something similar from Ludger not long ago. He could not help but bristle. And what part of me is immature? The very fact that you react like that proves it. But more than that, you hide your emotions far too much. Hiding one's emotions is natural. Yes, natural. But you hide them excessively, to the point where it is as if you are announcing to the world, I am hiding something. Freuden was at a loss for words. True concealment is when the other person never even realizes you're concealing anything at all. Are you saying you can do that, Lord of the House? I don't need to anymore, so I don't bother. But you, my Sonia, are not there yet. David turned his gaze back to the fishing rod. The float drifted idly on the still lake, showing no sign of movement. So tell me, who is it you've come to me so directly to find? A personal matter. A family can't know, not something that should trouble you. That commoner girl, then. At David's words, Freuden's eyes widened. He glared at his father's back, astonished that he knew. Though David hadn't turned, he laughed, as if he could see Freuden's face clearly. Did you think I wouldn't know such a thing? You've underestimated your father far too much. That stings, you know. It must have been Henry. Not at all. Henry kept silent, for the sake of your friendship. I have ears and eyes beyond Henry, my son. Some help from one particularly cantankerous old man, too. David chuckled, far too lightly for one who bore the title of Duke. But soon he stilled his laughter, stood slowly and faced his son. It's been quite some time now. Nearly 10 years, hasn't it? The day you were kidnapped. Freuden said nothing, but he remembered it as well. When he was young back, when he was far more arrogant, drunk on the privileges of nobility, had been abducted. The fault had been his own, too. On what should have been a simple outing by carriage, he had thrown a tantrum, refusing the usual route and forcing them on a long detour. Though the Ulberg house was one of the empire's three ducal families, many watched them jealously. With Freuden exposed before such eyes, what followed was inevitable. The carriage had been ambushed, and he was taken by unknown assailants. That day had been unforgettable. The first time he had realized the harsh reality outside the safety of his family's walls. But that misfortune had, in a roundabout way, granted him an unforgettable bond. You were saved by someone, and only after more than a month did you return to me again. But in that month, you grew. From a clueless boy into someone far more like a man. I found it both regretful and admirable. Why are you telling me this? Because I have the same feeling now. David smiled as he said it, and Freuden remembered exactly why he avoided his father. His manner was unbecoming of a duke, too light, too careless, with not a trace of dignity to be found. My son, love. David spoke to Freuden as though offering gentle advice. Those words, to love. It was the kind of phrase one might read only in a romance novel. A noble could not love freely. They were bound by their houses. Their fate was to enter loveless political marriages for the sake of their families. Do everything you can to be with the one you love. And if one bore the name of the Ulberk family, one of the three great ducal houses, that was all the more impossible. The greater the fame of the family, the heavier the burden it placed. Yet David was telling Freuden not to enter a political marriage, but to love, even if it ends in failure. David nodded as though it were nothing. The fact that you loved will remain in your heart, will it not? And Freuden realized the source of his discomfort toward David. It was self-loathing. Every time he looked at his unworthy father, he vowed never to become like him. But in the end, he was his father's son, not so different from him after all. He had deceived himself, wearing a mask, telling himself it was right, that it was natural. And so, when he looked at David's honesty, he was envious but smothered the feeling. Now you finally face yourself properly. Sensing Freuden's shift, David burst into a bright, delighted smile. All I've realized is that I am still a greenhorn. Yes, that's how it is. That's how one grows, step by step. But to realize it at your age, that's my son. Come, let me embrace you. As David spread his arms wide and approached, Freuden raised a hand to ward him off. That's a bit much a hum. So, still not ready for hugs. But it's enough that you've steadied yourself. I'll assign you aid, as you asked. Y'all send the knights? Better than that. Ow, the distant cry of a wolf echoed. From deep within the forest came the sound of a beast. Freuden tensed for a moment. Between the thick conifers, dark blue shadows flickered. As Freuden raised his guard, countless wolves revealed themselves around the lakeshore. Don't be afraid. These children will aid you. These wolves, what are they? My friends. And soon yours as well. Even as David's words fell, one wolf emerged from the pack. 3 times the size of the others, with a sleek, powerful frame, its fur dark blue like the twilight sky. Mana shimmered along its coat like heat haze, a sight both magnificent and terrifying. A spirit beast, the guardian of our house, my old companion. This is your first time seeing him, isn't it? It meant to introduce him when I passed the seat of Lord onto you. Never thought the chance would come so soon. That spirit beast, it will guide me. Yes, this one will find the person you seek, no matter where they may be, even to the ends of the continent. David approached and stroked the beast's great neck gently. The spirit beast closed its eyes, savoring the touch. I ask this of you, my friend. At his words, the spirit wolf opened its eyes, gleaming like starlight, and dipped its head in acknowledgement. The beast lowered its body. Freuden steadied himself and climbed onto its back. Thank you. Before departing, he offered his father his thanks, then vanished like the wind atop the spirit wolf. Having sent his son off with the spirit wolf, David returned to his seat by the lake and cast his fishing rod once more. To think I'd live to hear my son thank me. Perhaps this is the reward of being a father. A faint smile curved his lips, but then his expression hardened. The tide is shifting. The theocracy of Bretis, the Pablo family, and even several magical schools. And Lumicia moving as well, are you? His eyes turned toward the still surface of the lake. Whatever it is that's about to happen in this empire, let it turn into a blessing if the gods are merciful. So until recently, there were many black mages. After hearing from you, I've been working to make contact with them, especially with those versed in curses, since that's what matters most. And you found one. I did. The ancient curse school. It's not just a name, it truly traces its roots back centuries. Their curse magic is far more vicious than modern cursorcraft, which is why they're branded black mages. But at its core, the lineage is the same. Their current leader is estimated to be at least fifth circle. Fifth circle. For a black mage, not bad, but that might not be enough. I said at least. They keep to the shadows. Considering how black mages often conceal their true strength, it's not impossible that they're a sixth circle, and someone of that caliber is hiding out on this island. This is Machia. Only here would such a figure come. Machia harbored an intricately woven society of black mages. The new mage tower, The island's true power left them be for a reason. Black mages brought in money, yes, but above all, they were too difficult to root out completely. But then a NOVELIGHT problem arose. The pipeline I had painstakingly set up has collapsed thanks to a newly risen faction. Those pale-skinned humans. Yes, I don't know what those bastards did, but they devoured several black mage schools and grew enormously. Ludger nodded. Considering that the Hellfire School had been crushed and driven off, it was inevitable. Nicolay Experimental Army. That's why he's chasing me. Somehow he knew I came here and he sees this as his perfect chance to kill me, to settle his grudge. Nikolai was moving as if he meant to devour all of Isla Machia's darkness. But the Black Mages did not go quietly. Sensing the threat, they had formed a coalition, abandoning their usual solitary ways. Now the Black Mage Coalition and that new faction are locked in balance, a lull. But it's like a ticking time bomb, no one knows when it will blow. Then we'll need to re-establish the link with that curse school. That's the real problem. Gariel hesitated, then spoke. Even if they call this a lull, the fighting hasn't stopped. And unfortunately, that ancient curse school got caught up in it. So that's why the pipeline broke down. Exactly. They haven't been wiped out, have they? Not yet. But they're in no position to come out and make contact. Gariel glanced at Rhine, her face filled with worry. So we'll have to go ourselves, straight into the heart of the battlefield. They would have to move directly. 579 chapter, into the heart of the battlefield, too. We have to go there ourselves, huh? Well, it's better this way. I can't do anything alone, but with you around at least I feel secure. I don't like you, but I'll admit your skill is the real deal. Do you really say that proudly right in front of me? What? Why not? Wasn't this the kind of relationship we already had? Watching Gariel's provocation, Ludger shook his head. To get angry over Gariel's words was pointless. Their relationship was far more subtly entangled than it looked. They didn't like each other personally, but they acknowledged each other's abilities. When they faced each other, the one bearing his fangs was always Gariel, and Ludger certainly didn't enjoy working with someone who openly disliked him. Yet still, the two of them had joined hands. And the only reason that was possible was because of one person. Rhine, don't forget. I'm not helping you. I'm helping Rhine. I know. That's why I am using you. Because I can't save Rhine on my own. You're irritatingly rational. Gariel crossed his arms and muttered grumpily. Unlike Gariel, who was lazy and free-spirited, Ludger was ascetic and cold. But that didn't mean he lacked the human heart a man should have. If Ludger were truly a man with no blood or tears, Gariel would never have dealt with him at all. Enough talk about our ridiculous relationship. That's not what matters now. Yeah, you're right. We're supposed to go save that ancient curse's school black mage, but where exactly are they now? Hold on a second. Gariel rummaged through the pile of junk in the corner of the room, found something, and brought it over to Ludger. It's a rough map of Isla Machia. Unfolded wide, the old sheet showed the overall shape of Isla Machia laid out like a diagram. No, not like a diagram. It was an actual blueprint. This isn't just a map, it's a schematic, isn't it? Ah, yeah, it's a schematic. A normal map would only show Isla Machia's general terrain, but what Gariel revealed detailed the entire internal structure. A schematic of the mechanical island. Where the hell did you even get this? Something like this would be kept under the strictest security. I forgot where I got it. I've got so much junk lying around, you know. Maybe it just fell into my hands by coincidence. Gariel casually pointed his thumb behind him. Back there was a mountain of random junk, books and bundles of parchment, none of it with any clear purpose. Ludger shook his head. You stole it. There's no way a schematic of the island just happens to fall into someone's lap. Why speak so harshly? I only borrowed it, borrowed it. I'll return it someday. A cheat gambler would also say he only borrowed money from the casino. That was just to raise funds. I had no choice. You claim you hate using time magic more than death itself, and yet here you are using it freely. Gariel bristled at Ludger's remark. I don't hate it more than death, all right. It's just that when I use it, only my time flows forward, so I hesitate. If you knew what happened to my master, you wouldn't talk like that. You mean your master? Time magic was passed down as a solitary legacy. Naturally, Gariel had a master, and that master had been a user of time magic as well. How do you think it feels to hit 40 and already have white hair and a white beard? Gariel's master looked like a scholar who had lived a long life. like some kind of idealist out of a fairy tale. Though he looked near 80, his real age was barely 40. He had spent 40 years trapped inside halted time. He had used time magic often, and every use accumulated until he aged rapidly. My master was absurd. He went so far as to trick me, saying time magic was magnificent. Gariel shook his head as though sick of the memory. As a child, reckless and ignorant, he had been enchanted by the idea of manipulating time and agreed on the spot. I can imagine. Time magic drives all of one's magical potential into mastering that single field. It wasn't something just anyone could learn. It demanded that every magical stat be invested into time magic, alone, a reckless condition. To even attempt it, one had to have remarkable aptitude across the board. Gariel had been that kind. If he hadn't chosen time magic, he could have become an exceptional mage in many fields. Even if he hadn't reached the very peak, he could have mastered multiple attributes up to 5th circle without difficulty. Given enough time, he might even have reached 6th circle. That thought always left Gariel lamenting his lot. Damn it, why did I ever learn this? Penalties, restrictions, and the so-called glorious time, magic amounts to nothing but disappointment. I really felt conned, but regretting it now was too late. Once chosen, there was no way to turn back the time. A time mage unable to turn back time wasn't that like a barber who couldn't cut his own hair. So Gariel rarely used his magic. And when he did, only for fleeting seconds, like at the casino table. Part of it was his desperation to avoid aging too fast, but part of it was a petty act of rebellion against his now-deceased master. The great time magic his master had praised so highly, he now used only for petty thievery. My master told me to become a great man with time magic, but not a chance. Ill live, however, I want with this power. Enough digression. Gariel pointed at a part of the blueprint with his index finger. See here. Yeah, this is where we need to go. Isla Makia was a massive island that moved with mechanical devices. It sucked in seawater, boiled it off, and vented it as clouds of steam day and night. Huge pipes carried the compressed vapor, cylinders regulated pressure, gigantic barometers, and steel gears ground endlessly. An existing island had been rebuilt into this. Isla Makia, a precise, sturdy mechanical colossus pointing the way toward the future. Its overall shape resembled stacked discs from large to small, like a wedding cake. Inside, though, it was packed with factories, devices, and magitech machinery. Isla Makia is made of 5 levels. The lower you go, the larger and broader it gets, but the worse the law and order. From the 1st floor to the 5th, the lower floors were harsher, while the higher ones glittered with wealth and luxury. Their current hideout was on the 2nd floor, cleverly hidden in an isolated area where few people lived. But the spark Gariel pointed to was at the very bottom, the 1st floor. The shadow, the darkness of Isla Makia, the underground district where the black mages lived. The 1st floor is split in half right now, the new faction versus the union of the old black mages. And the biggest clashes are happening here, in Sector Eminus 34. The floor was divided into sectors labeled by letters and numbers, and the east sector was where the two sides were waging their most intense battles. Unfortunately, the ancient curses school had established itself there. It was an old, respected black magic school even on this island. But now, with the sudden arrival of Nikolai, Veram, and Victor's alliance, they were on the brink of collapse. They're holding out somehow, but I don't see any other black mages lifting a finger to help. Didn't you say they formed a union? Every bit of power should count. Even if black mages join hands, they're still black mages. They don't trust each other, and plenty are just waiting to stab each other in the back. You think they'd waste their strength being noble and rescuing anyone? For now, they're only holding hands because of a common enemy. Before that, it was chaos like the Warring States period all over again. Such people could hardly form a proper alliance just by clasping hands. It's practically a miracle they've lasted this long. They were at each other's throats, and now they're fighting a public enemy side by side. But stepping in to save someone is a completely different matter. In other words, we can't expect support from the others. Exactly. The new Mage Tower claims this fight has nothing to do with them, so they're just observing, or at least that's how it looks on the surface. On the surface, the new Mage Tower considers this whole war a source of income. Even if the Black Mages have gathered together, they can't fight with their raw strength alone. They need to bring in potions, artifacts, and magitech tools for the battles. You're saying the new Mage Tower is selling those things. War makes money. So on the surface, the new Mage Tower sits still, but behind the scenes, they're rowing furiously. At that, Ludger gave a cold, mocking smile. It was all too obvious what the new Mage Tower was after. They want to milk the fighting on the first floor for profit. No wonder the Black Mages can form some semblance of a union and endure. From the tower's point of view, war was just a lucrative business, even if it was only an internal clash, confined to the first floor of the island. To the new Mage Tower, this underground war is business. They're subtly sending mages to support the Black Mages, and discarding the expendable ones along the way. Is that it? The ancient curses school doesn't generate enough profit. Money. In this materialistic reality, it caused the most problems, and at the same time served as the greatest solution. Utterly repulsive. Old tower, new tower, I've never seen one clean-handed bastard among those carrying the tower's name. But that's not what matters. What matters is that we need to break into Sector -34, through a bombardment zone where enemy and ally are all mixed together, just the two of us. Not just the two of us. You've got me, don't you? Do you even know how to fight? No. Looking at Gariel's shameless answer, Ludger felt a headache coming on. He'd be of no practical use in battle, which meant, in truth, he should be excluded from the roster. But if we both leave here, then who's going to look after Rhine? Well, I at the very least, the one who has to guide the way can't stay behind. When Ludger's eyes sharpened, Gariel hunched his shoulders. Isn't there anyone else we can call on? Nope. It's not like I've been here making friends. You've lived here for years at least, and you've got no connections. Then how have you handled research and information gathering all this time? I doubt you did it all alone. Of course not alone. Not alone. In Isla Machia, there are those who handle work in place of people. Did you forget? This is a place where magitech is advanced. Gariel clapped his palms together. At once, as if waiting for the signal, a knock sounded at the door. What? Ludger had sensed nothing outside, yet someone was knocking. As he frowned, the door opened, and a woman in a maid's uniform stepped in. Not a human. She looked like a beautiful woman at first glance, but Ludger immediately realized she wasn't alive. An automaton, correct. The green-haired, bespectacled woman, an automaton, stood demurely by Gariel's side. No wonder he hadn't felt a presence. She wasn't alive. But even more, she was no ordinary automaton. Her movements were smooth yet restrained, her steps silent. What was hidden beneath the long skirt that swept her ankles was impossible to guess. For a being of steel to move so quietly, she had to be a special model. Well, surprised. Doesn't she look almost like a real person? Believe it or not, she's one of the finest automatons ever built. Packed full of magitech. Gariel shrugged. This kind of special automaton could only be seen here, on Isla Machia. Even Ludger had never laid eyes on one like her. But Ludger felt little excitement. She was an impressive automaton, but he knew two far more extraordinary ones. Even Isla Machia's magitech creation couldn't compare with Arthur, a national-level secret experiment from a great steel kingdom. Thinking of Arthur's internal design, Ludger judged its technology several generations ahead of this. Yeah, must have cost you a fortune, but he couldn't be bothered to explain, so he gave a perfunctory reply. She can be used for housework too, so Shell take care of Rhine. Housework. Ludger cast a half-lidded look at the messy room. His eyes plainly asked if this thing was really meant for housework. Gariel looked away awkwardly. Well, I just like things the way they are, so I don't make her clean. I hope your automaton does its job properly. I'd rather not have to smash it with my own hands. It does look human after all. Wait, smash it. Enough. Ludger suddenly rose from his seat. What? Where are you going now? What do you think we've been talking about all this time? Before stepping out, Ludger turned and looked at Gariel. At the same time, Ada Nocturnus gently laid Rhine back on the bed, then flew toward Ludger and wrapped itself around him. From his toes to the crown of his head, shadow enveloped his body. A cloak of darkness like raven wings fluttered and scattered black feathers. A mask shaped like a crow's beak slid over Ludger's face. We don't have time. We go now. Blue light flared in his eyes behind the mask. With full force. 580 chapter, into the heart of the battlefield, 3, -34 sector was currently engulfed in all-out fighting. Between the steel structures, the drawn-out exchange of blows resembled nothing less than endless trench warfare, a war of attrition that showed no signs of stopping. Had one side possessed greater strength, the battle might have ended in one-sided victory. But the two factions were locked in perfect balance, as if set on a scale. Of course, that balance had not come about by chance. It was an artificial, finely tuned balance created through outside intervention. The Black Mages and the rising faction clashed, and pulling strings from behind, selling their goods into the carnage, was none other than the new Mage Tower, the true ruling body of Isla Machia. Not a bad situation. Palmput, a fifth circle mage of the new Mage Tower, flipped through the day's ledger of artifacts sold to the Black Mages. In this continuous war of attrition, the Black Mages poured their vast fortunes into buying weapons and artifacts from the new Mage Tower. The sums they had hoarded over time were astronomical. Even now, long after the fighting began, they were still spending heavily. Well, if their entire faction might vanish, what use is money? And the Black Mages weren't acting without thought. Yes, this new rising faction was dangerous, but if they were crushed, all their accumulated knowledge and resources would become the Black Mages' prize. They've likely gathered the research of many Black Mage schools already wiped out. Drive them out, and the returns will far exceed the money they've spent so far. Palmput did not mock them for their scheming. If they didn't think that way, they could never justify burning through such massive sums. Well, all we have to do is keep raking in the money. Palmput tapped the ledger with a finger. It didn't matter how many Black Mages died in this fight. It didn't matter how many residents of the first floor were slaughtered in the crossfire. Most of them were worthless anyway poppers crammed into slums, beggars, criminals. There were innocent victims, of course, but the first floor was largely a lawless zone, and its people were hardly virtuous. If they were swept away and killed, Palmput considered it a cleansing of Isla Machia, something to be welcomed. Sure, it's disgusting seeing Black Mages drag residents off to use as meat shields or sacrifices, but that much can be overlooked. At first it was unpleasant, but once he saw the rows of zeros on the ledger, that disgust vanished. As the one handling finances and oversight, Palmput was not working alone in Eminus 34. Several war mages were already stationed nearby, observing the battle constantly. If one side began to falter, the war mages would deliberately intervene, keeping the conflict alive. We should be thankful this rising faction is so strong. If the Black Mages had been too powerful, the new Mage Tower would have had no excuse to restrain them. The occasional tactic of pulling back war mages mid-battle to weaken the Black Mages' front could only work for so long. The reason the balance held was that the Black Mage coalition was always at a disadvantage. Idiots. Even when faced with a common enemy, they only try to pass the burden to someone else, refusing to sacrifice themselves. They can't restrain their greed. How could they ever fight properly? Pooling money was one thing. Sending their people to die was another. The death of a single third circle Black Mage was a heavy loss to any school, so they held back, and in doing so, they were pushed by the experimental troops who fought without regard for their lives. In those moments, the war mages would intervene just enough to push back the experiments, keeping the stalemate alive. The only problem is, the resistance of this rising faction keeps getting fiercer. It'll have to request reinforcements. It wasn't that elite war mages could ever be overwhelmed by mere experiments, but Palmput believed caution never hurt. Lately, the Black Mages, desperate to conserve manpower, had been enslaving nearby residents with curses or brainwashing, forcing them to serve as meat shields. Curses, eh? That reminds me, one of the schools trapped in Eminus 34 has been sending constant requests for help. The ancient curse school, wasn't it? Their name sounded grim, but in truth, they were gentler than most Black Mage schools. They studied ancient curses, nothing more, not human experimentation, not vile deeds. Because of the stigma, they were lumped with Black Mages, but their conduct resembled that of a normal mage school. They even had tradition behind them. But in this war, they were being crushed, on the verge of annihilation. Curses required elaborate rituals, mana, mediums, rare ingredients, and ancient curses even more so, too impractical to use effectively in battle. To Black Mages desperate for frontline strength, saving such people was a luxury they didn't have nor did they desire to. With fewer rivals, the spoils would be greater. No need to help them. They're worthless. Palmput dismissed the curse school without a second thought. Then his portable artifact buzzed with a communication from the field. Yes, what is it? It's bad. Palmput's brow furrowed at the sudden urgency. What happened? An unknown third party has entered the battle, and why does that? He's too strong. He's wiping out everything alone. What? Pomput snapped, spitting into the artifact as his eyebrows shot up. What the hell are you doing? Did you forget this is business? Stop him. We're trying our best, but he's too powerful. What? The sounds beyond the artifact left no room for doubt. Thunderous explosions, desperate shouting of war mages. Pomput knew instantly this wasn't some minor mishap. It was a disaster that could collapse their entire operation here. Since stop him, Pomput screamed into the artifact. Hold him back as much as possible. I am coming too. No reply. Kamitu busy fighting, no doubt. Pomput snatched up his staff and rushed outside. He would see for himself what fool dared disrupt the new mage tower's business. Kraboom! Lightning fell from a clear sky. Violet bolts split into 10, roots of a colossal tree striking downward, scouring the earth. Steel structures sagged and melted beneath the storm. Not merely destroyed metal was fused, tunneling open like molten pathways. Cold sweat ran down the war mage's back. What in the world is that monster? It was disaster, arriving without warning. At first, it had been the black mages against the rising faction. The black mages hurled meat shields and sacrifices, trying to thin the numbers of experimental troops. For a time, it seemed they were winning. But the experiments adapted, pushing back against the meat shields with overwhelming force. Even the black mage's magic could not deal them a decisive blow. As the experiments pressed harder, the war mages stepped in, cutting them down just enough to stabilize the situation. Until from the sky, something black appeared, like a droplet of ink squeezed from condensed night. That black speck fell into the center of the battlefield. Too late, people realized it wasn't ink. It was a man, cloaked in shadow. An intruder, sudden and inexplicable. They wondered, but no one pulled back. After all, he was just one. Charging alone into the heart of battle was suicide. Whoever he was, he had made a fatal mistake. But the moment the shadowed man spread his spell, that assumption shattered. A war mage felt the wrongness immediately. Everyone, scatter, KWOOM. A massive shockwave erupted. The shadowed man unleashed his mana and aura in every direction, sweeping the entire space at once. The instant the war mage realized it was raw mana release, he felt something he had never known, even through countless battles overwhelming. Those farther back, watching from a distance, fared better, but those too close to the Shadow Crow were crushed. Experimental humans with pallid skin suffered heavy losses, their broken limbs strewn like snapped dolls against walls and floor. Black mages, enraged by the collateral damage, turned their fury on him. It was satisfying to see the experiments obliterated, but they too had lost. How dare you, here of all places? Whoever sent Yaoyu should have thought twice. They assumed his strength spent after such a display. That assumption lasted only moments. Another formation unfolded. Blue mist rose around him. Mana fog. The onlookers stiffened. Mana fog. A feat only possible for mages of 6th circle, lecturer level. 6. A 6th circle archmage. Then came the fire. Scarlet flames erupted, devouring everything in sight. The black mage who whispered those words was reduced to ash in an instant. D-damned lunatic. The others scrambled, erecting every barrier, pouring out every artifact. Block it. Throw in everything you've got. More than 100 layers of wards rose, swallowed by the tide of fire. The experiments fled NVLIGHT outright. Like beasts sensing a predator, the instant they saw Ludger's arrival, they bolted. Because of that, most escaped his fire magic unscathed. Only a few too slow were swept away and incinerated. Barriers shattered, black mages blasted back. Ludger watched silently, then lifted his head. Crack. Metallic cubes assembled into a massive lightning rod. The moment it struck ground, lightning fell. Who the hell are you to barge in here? The war mages moved to surround him. Their numbers, with a 5th circle among them, gave them confidence. Don't falter. He's drained from that spell. Hit him now. No need to ask his name. Kill him. They raised their magic as one, and Ludger narrowed the blue eyes behind his crow mask. BZZZT. Purple lightning coiled around him, uncoiling like a serpent. Wait, another 6th circle spell so soon. They reeled in horror, but it was already too late. The violet lightning storm consumed everything. 581 Chapter Ancient Curse School 1. The storm of violet lightning raged. Inside that storm were countless blades of lightning forged from pure mana. A 6th circle lightning element grand spell. 10,000 thunder blades that sever the clouds true to its name, 10,000 blades of lightning scattered in all directions, slicing the entire space to ribbons. The ground charred black where the lightning struck, and some steel structures sagged and melted under the heat of the current. The war mages felt as if their sanity was slipping. Hold on. Throw in everything you've got. Though only elite war mages had been gathered, each had prepared artifacts that could preserve their lives in dire emergencies. They huddled together, burning every last safeguard they possessed. Even the resonance shield spell unique to New Mage Tower magicians was raised. And still, cracks spread through the shields, blood gushing from their lips under the backlash. This monster. The fifth circle mage bit his lip hard against the tingling electricity that pierced even their wards. That spell wasn't even aimed at us. The man cloaked in shadow had cast a sixth circle grand spell as nothing more than a display. Had he truly directed it at them, their crude defenses would never have held. Rumble. When the storm of lightning blades finally subsided, what remained of Sector Eminus 34 was a neat, flattened clearing. The fifth circle war mage looked around. Every other war mage had been taken out. They still clung barely to life, but only because their enemy had allowed it. Why? You who in the world are you? He forced the words out with a trembling voice, but no answer came. Of course there wouldn't be, not from someone hiding their identity. Still, was silence all he'd give? Where in hell did such a monster come from? A sixth circle mage, here on this island. A mage of that caliber would have triggered reports to the upper echelons the instant he entered. And yet, he had heard nothing. Then could he be another new Mage Tower magician? No, an opposing faction schemed to sabotage us. The new Mage Tower was one organization, but inside it fractured into countless factions. His faction was the radical one profiting from the war at any cost. Others criticized them, saying they should focus on keeping peace on the island. Not an impossible thought, then. I have to report up, but he realized he couldn't. All his artifacts had been destroyed in that one attack. Grinding his teeth, he NVLGT, official version, shouted at the black mages watching from afar. What the hell are you doing? Just going to stand there? The black mages scowled. What were they supposed to do? Fight something treated like a natural disaster, and to be ordered so harshly, like underlings, it only stung their pride. But to retreat now would be no less humiliating. Voices clashed among them. Why not strike now? Are you insane? Didn't you see? He used sixth circle magic twice. If he's cast it twice, he must be drained. No sixth circle mage can keep hurling spells like that. He's got nothing left. Our own losses are massive. If we back off here, the other sectors will laugh at us. So you want to charge now? Even those war mages were flattened. So what? Their commander is still standing. Their debate ended quickly as a new presence approached. From the distance, a mage wrapped in mana flew straight toward the battlefield. Pomput, field commander, landed in the ruined center. His sharp, irritable eyes locked on Ludger. The man cloaked in shadow was unrecognizable, but the devastation spoke for itself. What faction are you with? Who sent you? Pomput asked, then let out a dry laugh. Not that it matters. You've come this far, so you're ready to see it through, aren't you? Ludger fixed him with a silent stare. Through the beak-shaped crow mask, his blue eyes held nothing but faint curiosity. Pomput, even seeing this carnage, looked not fearful but confident. He must have had something to rely on. The reason soon revealed itself. Something black shot through the sky and slammed down beside Pomput. What is that? It was a massive block of brass. Mana ran through circuits carved along its surface, clearly no ordinary device. Unfamiliar, yet somehow familiar in design. A metallic clicking began within. At first, the sound of a spring winding. Then the clang of gears, mana thrumming, steel locking until the cube split open like a blooming flower, unfolding into a massive form. A steam golem. It resembled the brass golems Brino had built for the magic festival. Only Brino's was spherical. This one was cubic, and far larger. How many high-grade mana stones power this thing? Brino's had needed only one. This one carried at least 5, and it was no ordinary golem. Where its head should have been was an open cockpit. Pomput climbed in naturally. Heh! Ludger let out a dry chuckle, recognizing it. These island mages really do build all sorts of things. What Pomput donned was a reinforced exoskeleton suit based on a steam golem. There had always been suits of armor crafted for Grand Knights, but this was something else. Better to call it what it was, a powered suit for mages. Consider yourself lucky. You'll be the first to witness the Magi Giant. Pumput stood tall in the latest creation of Magitech. Its bulky upper frame dwarfed its legs, yet it moved with surprising ease. The machine's raw output, even aside from mana stones, was monstrous. Clank, clank, Pumput clenched and unclenched the Magi Giant's massive fists. The steel hands mirrored his movements precisely. Each one was bigger than a man's torso. One grasp would crush a human like dried parchment. It's still experimental. But with a sixth circle opponent appearing, I should thank you for giving me the perfect test. Pumput's eyes gleamed as he savored the chance to test his prototype. Ludger simply raised a hand and pointed a finger at him. A light probe to start. A dart of light shot at Pumput's exposed head. The obvious weak point with a try. But a mana field flared before Pumput's face, swatting it aside. Did you really think it'd leave such an obvious weakness? Pumput spread both arms wide, bracing the Magi Giant to charge straight at Ludger. Coming is he. Just as Ludger prepared himself, a violent burst of mana blasted from the Magi Giant's back, propelling its massive frame forward like a cannonball aimed at him. Fast. Ludger thought so as his body sank beneath the shadow, vanishing from sight. The giant arm swept through where he had stood, missing as Ludger slipped away. Then the Magi Giant hung briefly in the air, twisting, before landing lightly without issue. What was that magic? Ludger studied the Magi Giant with intrigue, while Pumput frowned at the spell Ludger had just used. An attack that should have been unavoidable dodged as though the ground had swallowed him. Earth magic? No. Illusion? Not that either. You use magic I've never seen before. Which faction are you from? That spell I wanted. Pumput licked his lips. Ludger's intrusion had already caused massive losses, yet he saw in that spell a chance to make up for them. Ludger, however, ignored his reaction, focusing instead on the Magi Giant's movements. So, low-altitude flight charges. Then those legs are for balance only. Those bulky legs weren't for walking, but for holding the frame steady. Actual movement came from mana stones, ejecting energy to generate thrust. A ton-heavy armored frame soaring through the air. Just how much output did it carry? 5 visible mana stones outside, but who knew how many more were hidden inside? So it wasn't a lie that they built this to fight a sixth circle mage. A machine built to counter the pinnacle of magic. That Magitech had advanced this far was shocking. A powered suit for fighting mages, controlled by a mage himself, an irony not lost on Ludger. It reminded him that the new mage tower, too, was far from clean. He had once thought, seeing Lord Rotron, that it was freer, better than the old mage tower. But anywhere people gather, it ends up like this. He could not dwell on the thought. Pumput, his eyes gleaming with hunger for Ludger's magic, moved the Magi Giant again. Clank. The massive shoulder hatches swung open, revealing built-in high-explosive warheads. Gun barrels protruded from the open hatches and the backs of its hands. "I'll wipe you out in one barrage." The barrels roared. Specialized shells streaked out, trailing flame as they filled Ludger's vision. The firepower unleashed by a single unit rivaled that of an artillery battalion. Ludger raised a hand calmly. "Idiot. Even a sixth circle can't block this kind of firepower." But Pumput's smug expression didn't last. The missiles and shells that had been flying straight at Ludger all veered off midair, twisting away to crash elsewhere. Some even spiraled toward the black mages watching in the distance. Boom! Explosions and fire blossomed across the battlefield. Pumput's eyes locked on Ludger, still shrouded in a jet-black shadow amid the flames. Metal magic. He realized it then. Ludger had manipulated the very projectiles he fired. Not shaping his own metal, but seizing theirs in mid-flight. Could he have a color title? No. If that were true, the destruction would be far greater than this. Besides, the shadow cloaking him was no mark of a single attribute mage. The man before him was not bound to one element. Wait, what's this? Pumput noticed faint iron dust shimmering in the air. So that's it. The dust had been scattered beforehand, clinging to the projectiles, twisting their paths away. To an outsider, it looked like metal manipulation, but it was precision at the highest level. Could anyone even create iron dust so fine with metal shaping magic? Which meant his control over mana was absolute. Pumput felt a chill. This wasn't simply a sixth circle mage hurling raw power. His composure and finesse were unsettling. For a moment, Pumput wondered, was Ludger truly not a war mage himself? No matter. I'll crush him here. With the Magi Giant, I can even defeat a sixth circle mage. If special munitions don't work, I'll end this with overwhelming magic. The mana stones of the Magi giant thrummed violently. Mana surged like a fountain, coursing through its intricate circuits and feeding the core. Resonating stones amplified one another, not adding power but squaring it. 5 external stones, 3 internal, 8 in total. The Magi giant's output transcended reason, but Pomput overlooked one thing. Victory in battle was never decided by raw power alone. He realized it only when a faint mist rose around him. What is this? Pomput tried to sweep the mist away with the Magi giant's mana. It pushed aside the floating iron dust Ludger had spread, but the pale fog clung to his face unhindered. What? The moment it touched him, Pomput felt his strength drain. It wasn't an illusion. His skin grew brittle, wrinkling in seconds as though he were aging decades. UAAH. Ludger stood silent, watching as Pomput collapsed screaming. For this was not his doing. He turned his gaze to where the white fog had come from. There stood a figure in a black robe, a staff in hand, face hidden behind a mask of goat bone. You must be the black mage of the ancient curse school. Crow mask and goat mask locked eyes in silence. 582 chapter Ancient Curse School 2. The black mage wearing a goat bone mask looked rather small in stature. Judging by height alone, he was about half of Ludger. Small as he was, it wasn't something to dismiss. Hadn't he just witnessed with his own eyes how that cursed mist had pierced the Magi giant's mana barrier with ease? It was no ordinary curse. I heard some commotion outside and came to see for myself. And what is this mess supposed to be? The voice inside the mask echoed hollowly. He aimed a staff, far taller than his own body, at Ludger. So are you the one who caused this uproar? I heard that the ancient curse school was trapped on the battlefield, merely waiting for rescue. What? Ha ha ha. What a funny thing to say. Rescue, you say? At that laugh, Ludger realized Guriel must have got his information wrong. Do you know about Guriel Cosmo? Guriel Cosmo? Wait a moment. I think I've heard that name somewhere. Ah, now I remember. The goat-bone masked black mage tapped his palm lightly with his staff. Heh. Come to think of it, I once considered opening dealings with that brat. If you're asking about his name, then is that why you've come looking for me? Yes. Guriel Cosmo judged that your ancient curse school was endangered by being caught up in the war. That's why I came to offer aid. Aid, you say? The black pupils behind the white bone mask swept over Ludger's surroundings. You really came to give aid. Yet you've turned Zone Eminus 34 into a complete wasteland. There were too many bugs. Bugs, you mean those fellows still watching us from far off. The black mages remaining on the scene were keeping their distance, only stealing glances at Ludger. When Pomput had stepped forward, they were ready to join in as soon as victory seemed assured, but once they saw him crushed in an instant, they drew back. After all, Pomput had been subdued even while piloting the Magi giant, a power suit meant for anti-mage combat. Now, with all their artifacts spent, the black mages had neither strength nor will left to fight. Communication was cut off, so I suppose people outside made a fuss. But from the start, this was where our school had been staying. No matter the opponent, we had confidence we could endure. And yet here you are, outside. When waves of mana from consecutive sixth circle spells are felt, shouldn't one at least come out to see what's happening? The release of 2 sixth circle spells in succession meant a clash between Lexura-class mages at minimum. I thought a civil war was breaking out in the new mage tower. Even for me, if Lexura-class mages fight in my own front yard, I can't just lie there peacefully, even if it doesn't blow out my back. Then I'm glad you didn't. Glad nonsense. The real problem is that this sight was caused not by 2, but by just 1 mage. So you're wary of me. Wary? No, just curious. I wondered what sort of person would come to us with business. Seems at least a conversation is possible. Ludger fired a mana bullet into the air. Mana burst like a firework overhead, scattering brilliant light. End of engagement. At that signal, Guriel suddenly appeared beside Ludger. The mirage-like arrival made the ancient curse school's black mage shake his mask in surprise. What is this? Appearing suddenly from nowhere. Spatial movement. No, there are no traces of mana at all. Wait, it's already over. Guriel, arriving, was just as bewildered by the scene. When he heard that a battle was raging in Zone Eminus 34, he thought they'd be staging a rescue to pull the ancient curse school's black mages out safely. But what he saw was different. Ludger had dropped into the center of the battlefield and alone completely overturned it. This lunatic, how much stronger has he gotten since I last saw him? He'd already known Ludger had a brilliant mind and immense talent in magic, but this was beyond reason. It hasn't even been that long since I saw him, and yet these traces did he use some kind of grand magic? How many elixirs has he consumed in just a few years? Gariel's stunned thoughts didn't last long. Right now, the black mage before them came first. Ahum, a pleasure to meet you. I am Gariel Cosmo. Ah, yes, the carefree Gariel. I'd heard of you from your disciple, but to actually meet you in person. By any chance, are you the master of the ancient curse school? Yes, that's why I came out here alone. At the word master, Ludger silently nodded. The curse magic he'd shown, while subduing Pomput, was far beyond what an ordinary member could wield. Not magic, through standard formulas. There's a reason their school bears the word ancient. The black magic used by this master was of a different vein than standard black magic or magic in general. If anything, it resembled the true magic Ludger himself used. So, what's the reason you sought me out? Is it true that the ancient curse school can wield the most powerful curses that no longer exist in this world? Eh, I don't know where you picked that up. What? Then it isn't true. No, it is. You came to the right place. Gariel's expression, once sinking in disappointment, twisted with surprise. Then why did you? The curses we use are indeed powerful. Perhaps none in the world can compare. It sounded like boastful swagger, but having seen it himself, Ludger knew it was no exaggeration. And yet, but we do not use these curses carelessly. What? A curse, in the end, is something to kill. And if you've come to us, isn't it because you want someone dead? Ah, no, wait a moment. Aren't you black mages? Yes, and you dislike killing people. You didn't even kill with curses here. It's not that I dislike it, it's that taking assassination contracts with our art doesn't sit well with me. Why not? Why? If the shopkeeper doesn't want to sell his goods, he doesn't have to. Gariel was at a loss for words, then regained his composure and gave a laugh. In that case, it should be fine. We are not here to borrow curses to kill anyone. Not to kill. Yes, we want to save someone. At that, a faint violet glow seeped from the black pupils within the goat mask. Oh, to save someone with curses. I think I see using poison to cure poison, yes. Well, something like that. The remark pierced the situation instantly, leaving Gariel flustered. There was no hiding it now. If they could not persuade the man before them, they had no other way. If it is to save, not kill, then you should have no objection, correct? What do you say? The master fixed his gaze on Gariel and replied sharply, No. What? What's wrong now? I don't like your arrogant attitude. What does that? Even Gariel was left speechless at the master's behavior, which was more like that of a sulking child. Weren't masters of a magical school supposed to be the most composed, insightful of all? Were all black mages like this? When Gariel, flustered, failed to give a proper answer, Ludger spoke. What will make you accept the deal? A deal must, of course, be an exchange of what both sides desire. I can pay money, any amount. What if I ask for enough to buy this entire island? The master of the ancient curse school chuckled. We have no need for money. To wield ancient curses, rare herbs, reagents, and materials must be required now. Ludger's sharp remark did not faze him. That we can gather ourselves. If money was our aim, would we be living in such a remote place? We have our pride as well. Then what do you want as the condition for the deal? Persistent, aren't you? But I don't dislike that. Well then, how about this? The violet pupils within the mask curved like a crescent moon. It was like the mischievous grin of a child imagining a fun scheme. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, magic for magic. You mean yes? In exchange for granting ancient curse magic, the condition is that you must also give me comparable magic. At those words, Gariel cried out in alarm. Wait a moment. To demand as a condition some ancient magic that has already vanished from the world. That's the same as refusing to make a deal at all. Refusing. If you show magic or offer it as condition, well, do it. What clearer deal could there be? You call that? Oh, if that condition is too harsh, I could be lenient and settle for a special spell at least. What about a magic you yourself possess? That is when Gariel hesitated. The master of the ancient curse school snorted. So it's that important to you, yet you can't give up even one thing you possess. This is why one must respect the greed of mages. If you were truly desperate, you would be able to do it. He marked Gariel while glancing sidelong at Ludger. That gaze was not of expectation or doubt, but of near certainty. "You're the same, aren't you?" That was what the violet eyes within the mask were saying. Ludger was an extraordinary mage. Therefore, his greed for magic must be even greater. To climb to the sixth circle required talent and effort, but those alone were not enough. All of them were twisted in some way. It was difficult to define exactly what that distortion was, but its direction was akin to obsession bordering on madness toward magic itself. To demand magic from such a person was the same as touching a dragon's reverse scale. That was why he laid out such an absurd condition with such confidence. "If you can't, then let's end I will." What? The goat bone mask tilted slightly to the side, as though he had misheard something. "Did I hear wrong? I said I will make the deal. Truly, I do not like lies. What reason have I to tell a lie that will be exposed here? You might lull me into carelessness, capture me, then threaten me. No one would dare envy-ite, original source, touch a black mage who has openly revealed himself. The moment they did, the warding curses hidden inside his clothes would strike them down." "Heh, you even know that? Good. Then what spell do you intend to offer me?" Even though his tone carried a warning that, if it did not meet expectations, there would be consequences, Ludger did not flare up. It was as if he had complete certainty that this deal would not fail. That attitude began to irritate the master when Ludger spoke. "Choose, choose, choose what? Choose among the spells not reliant on formulas, but wrought with the power of mystery itself." When the master saw the intangible aura rising around Ludger, his violet eyes widened. "You at the very least, what I can offer appears greater than what you can." The image of something once used by mages of a distant age flickered before his eyes. As one who studied ancient curses, there was no way he could fail to recognize the aura Ludger was displaying. Not the mana formulas of modern magic, but something vague and abstract. Some would call it barbaric or inefficient, yet in truth it was neither. "You, what on earth are you?" Ludger's voice was quiet, aimed at the master. "Now will you talk seriously? My name is Cravat." The master of the ancient curse school, who led Ludger and Gariel down into the underground, finally introduced himself. When he removed the goat bone mask, his face was shockingly youthful. His two-toned hair, gold streaked with orange, stood out vividly. His hair was long, tied back into a ponytail at the back of his head. From his short stature, one might have assumed he was an old man, but his unwrinkled skin made him look like a child. "What, do I look that strange to you?" "Ah, no, it's just you look younger than I expected." When Gariel scratched his cheek as he spoke, Cravat furrowed his brows. "Even looking like this, I'm over 40, you brat. Don't judge me by appearances. Look over there. That one hasn't reacted at all." Cravat glanced at Ludger's face, now uncovered from shadow. Ludger had no reason to be shocked at Cravat's youthful looks. He knew someone who looked even younger, despite being 10 times older. Of course, Virno was an elf, but the difference between true age and appearance was the same. "So, where is the person in need of my curse?" "This way, please." Now that he knew Cravat's real age, Gariel's tone grew quite respectful. At that, Cravat raised his brows, but followed silently behind Gariel. Since his school members were said to be safe, Cravat had chosen to move alone. Through the underground waterways, the three eventually arrived at Gariel's hideout. Once inside, Cravat spotted Rhine lying on the bed and immediately examined her condition. Who? After raising his mana and making a detailed diagnosis of Rhine's state, Cravat finally spoke about 10 minutes later. "This I can do." 583, Chapter Ancient Curse School 3. At Cravat's words, Gariel's face brightened. "Really? Yes. Seeing this child's condition, I think I know why you came looking for me. Indeed, as she is now, ordinary recovery would be impossible." Cravat had seen Novelight straight through Rhine's condition at a glance. Anyone else would not have even known why she was asleep, but Cravat was different. "From the start, are you sure this girl is really a mage?" "What do you mean by that?" Ludger asked back, having sensed something unusual in Cravat's question. "The force rampaging inside her body is strange. It looks like you temporarily doused the fire with outside help, but that's just a stopgap measure. The force boiling inside her will eventually destroy its owner. That's why we called you here." "Right. If you hadn't gone to some famous priest or looked for healing potions, but instead came to me, who deals with ancient curses, then you must have already guessed what kind of state she's in." The only one not understanding the conversation between Ludger and Cravat was Gariel. Gariel pressed Cravat for an answer. No, so what exactly happened to Rhine? Why are you asking if she's even a mage? Because the force rampaging inside this child's body is divine power. What? For a moment, Gariel thought he'd misheard. The claim that the source of the force destroying Rhine's body was divine power sounded almost fictional. Divine power. But I don't feel anything like that from Rhine at all. Of course not. This isn't the kind of power that ordinary paladins or priests use. It's far purer and cleaner than that, to the point where an ordinary mage wouldn't even be able to distinguish it from mana. Would that mean some high priest or saint is involved? That much I don't know. I've never seen or heard about what kind of past this girl had, but I get the feeling that even the power of those people wouldn't be enough to explain it. Cravat stroked his chin with a finger. Gariel still looked unconvinced. But divine power is a good thing, isn't it? Why would it destroy her body? Just because something is good doesn't mean it's good for the body. A person might need nutrients, but too much of them becomes poison. That's the way it works. How can that be? The purer the power, the more blurred the line becomes between good and bad. Cravat's eyes turned toward Rhine's sleeping face. Judging by her body's condition, it wouldn't be strange if she was experiencing the pain of her entire body being torn into shreds in real time. At such a young age, to be in this state was enough to make one think she had been abandoned by fate. Strong power is the most primal, without distinction of good or evil. Poison can be medicine, and good medicine can turn into deadly poison. Then Rhine's condition, now the powerful divine power, is colliding with her mana, eating away at it. Inside Rhine's body, it was like water and oil clashing together. No, calling it water and oil wasn't enough. Those two simply refuse to mix, but they don't gnaw at each other and ruin everything around them. The forces inside Rhine's body, however, on top of that, this girl's mana looks very special. If I am not mistaken, it's something I've never seen before. You can tell even that. At Ludger's question, Cravat furrowed his brows as if insulted. What do you take me for? I may look like this, but I have professional medical knowledge and qualifications as a magic researcher. Unusual for a black mage. Ha! What do you think a curse is? To lay a curse on someone, you have to prepare accordingly. You need to consider what kind of person they are, their constitution, the nature of their manyanly, then can you use the optimal curse. That much. Cravat shot Gariel a cold glare. Do you think curses are a joke? Ha, a joke. Typical mages never understand the profundity and complexity of curses. No, it's just hopeless with any magic besides my own. You can at least use basic magic. I can't. The one who answered was Ludger. What? The kind of magic he learned is of that sort. Despite his youthful appearance and attitude, Cravat instantly caught the meaning behind Ludger's words. So that's why his magic seemed so peculiar. He sacrificed all his magical talent and potential for just one kind of magic. If that's the case, even that shallow knowledge makes sense. Thanks for understanding, but still, calling it shallow knowledge is a bit HMPH. Still, what an odd combination. One is a user of some unknown, peculiar branch of magic, and the other is a great mage I've never seen before on this island. You don't know me? Ludger asked, surprised. His name and face should have been somewhat known, but judging by Cravat's words, he had no idea. Why should I? I lock myself in this island and study only curses. Well, it's not a problem if you don't know. Then looking at Rhine's condition, can you cure her? Anyway, continuing from earlier, her mana being special is part of the problem. Though his examination of Rhine had only been brief, Cravat had already discerned her mana wasn't ordinary. Normally, mana would have been completely extinguished by divine power this strong. But her mana is resisting, fiercely resisting that primal destructive force. Resisting. One side presses down, the other side rebels violently. With the two forces raging inside, how could a fragile human body endure divine power? Then can't she just learn to handle it? How? Are you telling someone who fainted from not being able to control it to now master it? This is power she didn't even know she had. How can she suddenly wield it? That's besides, this divine power doesn't even belong to her. Didn't I say? It's too strong, it's a blessing, so strong it's become a curse. Like being branded directly by God himself. At those words, Ludger shuddered. But neither Gariel nor Cravat noticed his subtle reaction. When she was little, Before her mana had fully bloomed, it would have been suppressed by the divine power without issue. But as she grew, as her mana grew with her, and as she studied magic, the two clashed more and more until it came to this. That can't be. Gariel's face clouded. He had sealed Rhine's memories, taught her magic, supported her when she wanted to go to Theon Academy. What he thought was kindness, affection for the daughter of the woman he once loved turned out to have led to this. If I hadn't taught Rhine magic, this wouldn't have happened. Looking at sleeping Rhine, he recalled the day they first met. Who are you, Grandpa? When Rhine, whose memories had been sealed, opened her eyes, what she saw was Gariel in disguise as an old man. He had attached a fake beard and even used an artifact to disguise himself, so Rhine had firmly believed he was an old man. I am your teacher. So Gariel became her guardian and teacher. In learning time magic, Gariel had lost all talent for other branches of magic, but the theory remained in his mind. He used that knowledge to teach Rhine. In truth, he hadn't needed to teach her. It had been his stubbornness. The world was harsh, and Rhine had lost her only familiar mother. For a commoner girl to survive, she needed at least enough strength to protect herself. Gariel decided that strength should be magic. A commoner who knew magic would be respected anywhere. If she had no talent, nothing could be done. But if she did, it was only natural to teach her. Fortunately or unfortunately, Rhine had talent. She couldn't control her mana properly, but her insight into theory and her comprehension were sharper than most children. Teaching her, Gariel had felt proud as a teacher. When she went off to a boarding school, when she said she wanted to go to Theon, he worried but supported her. But in the end, that very guidance had driven her condition. The truth stabbed Gariel like a dagger. In the end, had he once again failed to protect someone precious to him? All of this is because of me like this. He would have no face to show Rhine's dead mother. As Gariel was about to sink into self-loathing, Ludger's sharp voice snapped him back. Why are you whining like a child? You heartless bastard. Even in this situation, you only say things like that. Don't you have any consideration? That's my line. You think Rhine ended up like this because of you? Don't be ridiculous. Ludger curled his lips in a sneer. I am the one who taught Rhine magic. I am the one who made her summon a familiar. All of it was under my instruction. She's like this because of me, not because of the likes of you. It was unspoken, but Gariel felt Ludger had said, it's all my responsibility. Some tangled relationship you two must have. Cravat clicked his tongue at the sight of the two. One claimed to be her master, the other her teacher. To have such unusual mages as masters, what kind of life has this child lived? Cravat's gaze softened on Rhine. Even just in her sleep, she looked delicate and beautiful, like a princess from somewhere. Her power was unique, and her plight was not something seen every day. She seemed like the very embodiment of the world's favor, gathered into one. Perhaps meeting these two and being called here was also some kind of fate. Well, that wasn't the point. He had agreed, so he would do his best to purge the divine power gnawing at Rhine's body. There's only one way. I must remove the divine power raging in her body. The problem was, this wasn't ordinary divine power. This degree of purity, Tusk. I haven't lived that long, but I've never seen anything like this. How pure must it be to feel indistinguishable from mana? If it hadn't clashed with Rhine's mana, Cravat might never have noticed. To suppress divine power this strong, ill need a special grade curse. Special grade. A curse unreachable by modern magic. A primordial curse. One that rots away even conceptual parts, not just the material. To heal her, that level is required. Do you know how to use it? Would I bring it up if I didn't? But even I can't be fully certain. Even if I attempt it, the success rate isn't 100. What's the success rate? Exactly 50-50. And that's assuming I have all the catalysts and materials and I am in peak condition. W8. A curse with only 50% chance. What kind of special grade curse is that? The curse itself will activate without fail. The reason the odds drop is because what dwells in her body is divine power. Divine power and curses were polar opposites. Just as curses could strike at divine power could erase curses. If Cravat used the curse, the divine power would immediately move to wipe it out. From now on, it's a complete race against time. All the materials must be gathered. If it's a special grade curse, the ingredients won't be ordinary. Right. Not just one or two things. There are many, and some are extremely rare. Gariel asked grimly, where will we find such rare ingredients in such a short time? At that, Cravat smiled. Why, they're very close by. Close by, Cravat raised a finger and pointed out the window. Beyond the glass, past the white steam filling the streets, loomed a towering spire. Most of what we need will be there. W8, you mean? Gariel asked, as if trying to deny the thought forming in his mind. You mean rob the Mage Tower? 584 Chapter Black Knight 1. At Cravat's words, Gariel was horrified. Insane, truly, completely insane. Where did he say to rob? The Mage Tower. That iron spire rising tall in the very center of Isla Machina. Do you perhaps hold some grudge against the Mage Tower? Gariel couldn't help but ask. Huh, a grudge. I don't have one. Then why do you suggest robbing the Mage Tower? Well, that's no, don't answer. I think I already know the reason. Then why did you ask if you knew? Because I still don't like it. It's the Mage Tower, Isla Machina's greatest power. To rob it is no different than declaring war on the entire island. Gariel ranted. Unauthorized mages can't even enter the inner sections, and countless magical formulae and arcane engineered devices protect it. The precious materials are stored in special spaces so sturdy that even if the tower collapsed, not a single scratch would touch them. Ludger and Cravat looked at him with incredulous eyes. For someone warning about how dangerous it is, you sure know an awful lot of detail, almost as if you'd done reconnaissance to rob it yourself. Gariel flinched and turned his gaze away. Seeing that, both Ludger and Cravat came to the same conclusion. He did. He definitely did. Pressed under their stares, Gariel hurriedly tried to explain. That's not the point. The point is that robbing the Mage Tower's resources is practically impossible. True enough. Ludger nodded at Gariel's words. His questionable motives weren't worth digging into right now. What mattered was how to obtain the tower's precious curse reagents and materials. Troublesome. I've never robbed the Mage Tower before. What? The Mage Tower specifically. This time, both Cravat and Gariel stared at Ludger in disbelief. Didn't that mean he had robbed other places before? Well, you see, Ludger trailed off. He realized neither of them knew his past. With Rhine on his mind, his judgment had slipped, and he had spoken carelessly. Out with it. What did you rob? You told me not to gamble, yet you go around stealing. I don't want to hear that from someone who nearly did both gambling and thieving. My thieving attempt failed, and he boasted about it. Cravat exhaled a deep sigh at their bickering. You proudly admit your theft attempt failed. You two are sprouts of criminals. Did you sell your sense of morality somewhere? Now Ludger and Gariel both turned their gazes on Cravat, a black mage, talking about morality. From the outside, if anyone were asked which of the three was most malicious, everyone would point at Cravat. For him to shamelessly preach morality wasn't that absurd. But instead of shrinking back, Cravat puffed up even more. I say it because I am a black mage. Or should I sit here pretending with a false sense of propriety? On second thought, that was true. When he himself admitted to being a black mage openly, what sense was there in nitpicking over these trivialities? The three silently exchanged glances. With a small sigh, Ludger broke the stifling mood. In any case, the fact remains we must rob the Mage Tower. What, you're serious? If not rob it, then what? Go and politely ask them to hand over their precious materials. And do you think the Mage Tower would comply? That's fine. Say they did agree. How long do you think the authorization would take? We're pressed for every minute, every second. The approval alone would consume weeks. Gariel had no rebuttal. Ludger was right. But realistically, robbing the Mage Tower is impossible. It only seems impossible. That doesn't mean it truly is. And how can you be so sure? Because I've done it before. Gariel still eyed him with suspicion. At best, you robbed some small place. Arseny Lupin. At the sudden name, Gariel's brows rose. Why bring that name up? Because I worked under it. What? Gariel's eyes widened. His trembling finger pointed at Ludger. So you're saying that legendary thief Arseny Lupin, who robbed entire vaults of a nation's nobiliteth was you? Yes. How in the world? It just happened. Searching here and there for a relic, one event led to another until he had looted everything. And most recently, I robbed the Kunst auction house. I think I heard about that. Gariel remembered the incident. Letterbelk, neighboring Sion where Rhine lived. He had always paid attention to news from there, fearing the repercussions NVLG continue reading on her. That auction incident had become infamous. The nightmare of the night reappeared. Don't tell Methat too. Ludger didn't answer. His silence spoke clearly enough. Is that city cursed? Nah, maybe the whole empire is cursed. Liberation Army terrorism, cryptid appearances, the emergence of demons. And hadn't there recently been a mass sleep epidemic? Seeing Ludger here meant it had been resolved somehow, but the thought of what had happened was terrifying. All right, I understand you've done outrageous things, which is why I say there is no such thing as an absolutely safe vault. Ah, when an experienced man says it, it's hard not to feel reassured. What do you say, Cravat? Why ask me? He's the one with the experience. Out of all of us, he's the most reliable. I don't know much about the outside world, but judging from what I hear, he's practically an authority in thievery. Whether the word authority in thievery was appropriate or not, Gariel reluctantly admitted it wasn't wrong. So how do you plan to rob it? Normally with a detailed plan, but pressed for time, well, end it quickly. Quickly. How? I break the door. Ludger pointed to himself with his thumb, then pointed at Gariel with his index finger. You steal? Are you kidding me? I'm serious. And how will you break the door? Didn't I say? It's layered with protective spells and security systems. You think you can pierce it with sixth circle magic? Of course not. I am not planning to break it with mere sixth circle magic. Calling sixth circle magic mere was absurd, but compared to the tower's defenses, it truly wasn't enough. Stronger, powerer, a different approach was needed. For Ludger, the latter was far more natural. The question is this. If I break through, can you steal? That Gariel touched his lips, lost in thought. Could he? More truthfully, he was too scared. Even if Ludger broke in, who knew what other dangers lay inside? If they stepped in and found more triple and quadruple barriers, their one chance could be wasted. But then his gaze landed on Rhine, still sleeping peacefully. I can. Gariel looked at Ludger firmly. I can do it if you open the way. Meeting those unwavering eyes, Ludger gave a silent nod. Finished talking. Then let's plan the operation. You're joining too. At Gariel's question, Cravat replied as if it was obvious. Why do you think I came here? It could be dangerous, dangerous. Even if I stayed at our sect, fights break out constantly. Better to do what I want. Oh, so you just want to try robbing the tower? Robbing? No, I just want to see those arrogant mage tower bastards get hit. But that's not what I truly want. We made a deal. A deal. What Cravat truly wanted was the real magic Ludger had shown. My research into ancient sorcery hasn't advanced much lately, but this guy has exactly what I need. It's surprising. Even if it's a deal, you'd risk something like this. You think just because I am a black mage, I should stab you in the back and steal it. And no, that's not what I meant, forget it. I said I'd do it, so I will. Backing out now would wound my pride. Ludger studied him, then asked abruptly, is it responsibility? What responsibility? Knowing the danger, yet still choosing this for Rhine's sake to heal her. Wait, what are you talking about? Gariel was about to protest, but he stopped when he saw Cravat's expression. The man who normally reacted like a child was, for once, silent. Wait, really? What? I'm just surprised. Surprised. Do I look that heartless to you? Well, you do look like a weirdo. Gariel didn't say that part out loud, but Cravat clearly sensed it. He crossed his arms and scowled. HMPH. Who says there can only be one reason? I dislike the Mage Tower. I want to see them fall. I made a deal, and I want to heal this girl. Isn't that enough? More than enough. Ludger nodded in agreement. What I dislike most is this. Why is divine power always hailed as good, while curses used by black mages are always condemned as evil? Because they are dangerous. Generally, yes. But after seeing this girl's state, can you really call divine power good? Gariel closed his mouth. Rhine's very case was proof otherwise. What I loathe is the world's narrow-minded judgment. White is good, black is evil. A kind face is good, a harsh face is evil. I can't stand such prejudice. Cravat's voice carried genuine feeling. As a black mage, as the master of an ancient curse sect, how much scorn and discrimination had he endured? There was no easy comfort to offer. But now the chance has come. Divine power that kills. To save with a curse. Cravat clenched his fist, eyes gleaming with joy. Think about it. If it works, then I've shattered the world's prejudice with my own hands. He punched the air. His small, childlike figure made the gesture almost cute, yet it carried a strange, undeniable force. All those who mocked me, who pointed fingers calling me dangerous, they'll be wrong and ill be right. But even if we heal Rhine, who will believe it? Gariel voiced a practical concern. No one will know. Even if we made it public, no one would believe. Why should I need them to know? Cravat asked, as if it were obvious. What? I know. He'll know I wasn't wrong, that this path is right, that their words were nonsense. That's enough. What more do I need? Gariel was quietly shaken, so was Ludger. Anyway, I am in, no objections. As long as Ya'll be of help, I won't stop you before Ludger could finish rumble. A deafening roar thundered outside. The ceiling and walls collapsed. Through the gaps poured down a flood of black-red sword aura. 585 Chapter Black Knight. 2. The ceiling collapsed, as if the entire structure were imploding. It happened as suddenly as a bolt of lightning from a clear sky, yet none of those present seemed surprised. Cravat raised a surge of black energy around himself, blocking the falling debris. Though the rubble was a mix of steel and concrete, the black smoke supported it effortlessly, as if it possessed immense physical power of its own. The steel it touched began to corrode rapidly, disintegrating into dust as though centuries had passed in an instant. It was the power of an ancient Cursion that held both form and force. The next to react was Gariel. It took less than 3 seconds for the collapsing ceiling to crush the room beneath it. Gariel's mana flared around his body. He required no incantation, for his magic's mana itself was the formula that embodied it. A translucent white clock appeared above his head. Tick. The second hand stopped moving. Time stop. In the frozen world, Gariel moved. To others, only 3 seconds would pass. To Gariel, that time could stretch as long as his lifespan allowed. He extended those 3 seconds into 30 minutes. When time resumed its flow, the room had already been cleared. Every valuable, every material, even the bed where Rhine lay had been moved outside. Only Ludger remained. In truth, among the three, Ludger bore the greatest burden. From the cracks formed by the collapsing ceiling came a surge of crimson-black slashes, tearing through the gaps like an invading storm. In a single instant, Ludger constructed, executed, and completed a spell to block the oncoming strike. The collision of the two forces sent shockwaves bursting outward. Gas lamps along the street flickered violently before going out. Glass windows of nearby buildings shattered, and the lights trembled in chaos. Marks like claw gouges of a massive beast carved across the ceiling, and walls and beyond those gashes stood a figure clad in black armor. Ho! That strike was meant to finish this in one blow, and yet you blocked it. The First Order of the Black Dawn Society, Black Knight Verom. He spoke quietly, impressed, as he looked at Ludger's group, miraculously unharmed within the half-destroyed building. Knight Verom, Sir John Doe, I'm curious about your motive for this sudden attack. Were our relations ever so bad as to warrant killing each other? My apologies. I assure you, no malice was intended. You knew I was here and attacked anyway. That means you've already accepted the consequences. I made a deal. A deal, is it? It seems Nikolai made you quite the tempting offer. That he did. One too irresistible to refuse. There was clear discontent in Verom's tone. He didn't like taking orders from Nikolai, yet for him to draw his sword against a fellow First Order meant the deal held great importance. What, you two know each other? Gariel asked, startled. Well, you could call us co-workers. Then why are you trying to kill each other? That's just the kind of job it is. You said everyone on this island knew everyone else. I didn't know he was here. It heard rumors, but I didn't expect him to come looking for me. Judging by that sneak attack, I'd say he's pretty damn serious. Yeah, looks like we won't be avoiding this fight. Ludger stepped forward through the debris, his path illuminated by the fractured wall. Across from him, on the opposite rooftop, Verom's helm gleamed, light seeping from within. A shame it had to come to this. Indeed, a pity. There was no need for further words. Now that things had gone this far, only one of them would leave alive. Zero Order never interfered when the First Orders fought among themselves. That level of indifference raised doubts about whether the organization even functioned properly, but for now, Ludger was grateful. It meant he could fight freely. Just as Verom raised his sword, the shadows behind him stirred. They were joint experimental creatures created by Nikolai and Victor. Bloodthirsty beasts, aren't they? Clicking his tongue in annoyance, Verom lowered his sword. He wanted to wipe out everything in one sweep, but that vile Nikolai is probably watching somewhere. Best not to do anything he could use against me later. The experimental creatures crawled forward on all fours, charging at Ludger. Some climbed the walls, others leapt through the air, and a few burst up through the ground itself. Their movements and attack angles defied common sense. Humanoid yet grotesquely wrong, they evoked instinctive fear and pressure in anyone who faced them. One creature's mouth split wide open, exposing rows of jagged fangs teeth sharp enough to bite through steel. Just as it lunged to tear Ludger apart, his prepared magic activated. Crackle! An intense electric field erupted around him. Those too close were instantly carbonized, bursting apart as charred fragments. The quicker creatures immediately scattered, keeping their distance after witnessing the spell. The way they darted and vanished reminded Ludger of cockroaches hiding in a closet utterly repulsive. To use humans as test subjects, you've gone too far. Ludger lifted his hand. The electric field expanded, exerting magnetic force throughout the area. Metal fragments gathered, forming metallic cubes in midair. Veram's eyes widened at the sight. That's Leslie's magic. How could John Doe wield the spell of the dead Leslie? Before Veram could react further, the assembled metals twisted, bent, and sharpened into countless spearheads. In an instant, a storm of steel lances rained toward the experimental creatures like rays of light. They tried to evade, but these spears did not miss. They pursued relentlessly until they struck their targets. One by one, the creatures were pierced, scattering blood across the street. Some tried to escape into the open roads, but Ludger would not allow it. Where do you think you're running? The electromagnetic field enveloping the district shut down every light source, while simultaneously seizing control of nearby metal. Screech street lamps twisted and wrenched from the ground. Not only lamps rebar, building fragments, every trace of metal in the area moved according to Ludger's NVLG. Continue reading, Will. The metals bound the fleeing creatures, restraining them completely. The captives struggled violently, breaking free through sheer strength, monstrous strength beyond human limits. But the momentary opening that created was enough for the steel lances to strike. Thud, thud, thud. Impaled corpses filled the street. In a single spell, more than half the experimental creatures were subdued. Yet Ludger's expression remained grim. Even after being skewered, they're still alive. One creature, impaled through the chest, gripped the spear and tried desperately to pull it out. It didn't seem to feel pain at all. Its grip was so strong that the specially forged metal shaft began to creak and dent. Incredible regeneration and physical strength, no pain, no fear of death. They must have built an entire facility to mass-produce these things. These were worse than the chimeras he faced beneath the imperial capital. In fact, they might have been new models built from Victor Dreadpool's data on those chimeras. Leaving them alive is too dangerous. At that moment, several creatures changed targets. Instead of attacking Ludger, they veered toward Cravat, Gariel, and the sleeping Rhine. HMPH, over my dead body. Cravat released his signature black mist. The creatures that touched it writhed and rolled on the ground, shrieking. Gra! GHHHRRK. Their skin turned pitch black before their bodies went limp. Even if they couldn't feel pain, the sheer curse force embedded in the mist was unbearable. Still, one creature managed to break through Cravat's defense and lunged toward Rhine. At that instant, Gariel's household automaton silent until no moved. Slash! A silver line flashed through the air. Three creatures fell apart, torsos and legs severed cleanly. The automaton, wearing a maid's uniform, folded its legs gracefully into a poised stance. One leg raised and folded, the other pressing against the ground, a ballet-like pose. Beneath its skirt, its legs gleamed like enormous scissor blades. "Ha-ha, you see that? That's the power of a special automaton," Gariel shouted, pumping his fist. Ludger could only stare in disbelief. So that's where his money had gone to buy an advanced humanoid combat automaton. No wonder it had no presence and moved so smoothly. I suspected something, but still to think it even possessed combat functions. The automaton moved under its master's command to protect Rhine. Each step it took resembled a dance scene in its wake. The creatures were sliced apart, painting the air with crimson arcs. Even as its legs became drenched in blood, its dance did not stop. It was like watching a fairy tale of a girl in red shoes doomed to dance forever. Whatever the case, it's one less thing to worry about. Ludger turned his attention back to Veram. For now, the knight was a greater threat than any experiment. He extended his hand toward Veram. Armor and sword against his magnetism, that should have given him an advantage. But he realized immediately he was mistaken. Veram's body didn't react to his magnetic field at all. Ludger frowned. That armor, is it really armor? In a sense, it's a cursed relic wearing the shape of armor. Veram smiled bitterly and raised his sword again. If the experiments couldn't finish it, then he would. Perhaps it was better this way, trusted his own hand more than any abominations. Let me send you off without pain. Flash Verum swung his sword, and almost simultaneously a crimson slash tore through the air. The crescent-shaped strike seemed capable of splitting the world in half as it hurtled toward Ludger. Ludger gathered the steel cubes around him into a shield, but the strike pierced it with ease. It pierced a special ally shield that easily. Only after creating several more barriers did Ludger finally stop the attack. So that first ambush really was just a light strike. He's stronger than before. The last time they clashed had been during the destruction of Victor's secret laboratory. Even then, Verom's strength was unreal, but now it had grown beyond that. He truly lived up to his title as a First Order. His might had reached the level of a master. He's the opposite of Alex. Alex reached mastery through talent and technique, Verom through sheer power and physique. Simple, one-directional attacks, yet simple, did not mean weak. Each slash followed the arc of his sword, unleashing crescent blades that made him feel less like a knight and more like a mage, casting forth circle spells with every swing. More than a knight, was a true magic swordsman. Even if that power comes from a relic, can it really sustain that output for long? To maintain that kind of force should have consumed his very life force, yet Verom looked completely fine. It felt less like his own will and more like the cursed relic itself was manifesting its power to protect its host. Or was that just his imagination? Whatever the case, if the fight couldn't be avoided, he would face it head-on. Aeter Nocturnus, Ludger summoned the shadow magic around him. His entire body was cloaked in blackness, a raven mask forming over his face. Verom's crimson eyes widened behind the helm. That form, no, it can't be. 586 chapter, the reason for the curse. 1, so that's it. You were the man from back then. Verom roared, swinging his sword in a wide arc. From the path of that swing burst dense, crimson-black energy that swept across the area like a blizzard. The range was so wide that the abandoned houses nearby collapsed all at once as though hit by a typhoon. Fortunately, Gariel's hideout was located in a remote area, otherwise the casualties would have been catastrophic. Ludger charged straight into the storm-like force and emerged before Verom without a single scratch. Verom's eyes, hidden beneath his helm, trembled slightly. What kind of movement was that? The unbelievable speed Ludger had just shown shocked him deeply. First Order John Doe. A man specialized in infiltration, disguise, assassination, and covert operations, a favorite of the Zero Order himself. He never sought to befriend other First Orders. His personality was abrasive, and Verom had never felt any particular fondness for him. He was simply a man highly valued by the Zero Order, useful, nothing more. But what he saw now defied everything he knew. This was no ordinary mage. Verom understood that perfectly. And yet that movement, just no, it wasn't like a mage at all. Even a war mage couldn't move like that. No knight could dodge his attacks so easily either. Every single one of Ludger's movements contained the weight of countless battles. Then Verom's armor began to vibrate faintly. He steadied his breath and swung his sword again at the approaching Ludger. If the man insisted on fighting up close, then he would meet him in kind. Clang! The black sword and the swordstick collided, sending sparks flying. The shockwave rippled outward, stirring the air violently. In the darkness where the gas lamps had all been blown out, a man in a crow mask and the Black Knight exchanged sword dances. Caw-caw-caw-cack. Every time their blades met, light flashed through the dark, their figures flickering into view for an instant before scattering like afterimages. At first glance, the fight looked evenly matched, but anyone with real perception could tell Verom was at a disadvantage. Even though his body and weapon far outclassed Ludger's frail swordstick, they were fighting on equal ground. That alone was absurd for a mage. Verom knew it too, and he analyzed the situation calmly. He's blocking my greatsword so easily with that thin blade. Even if it's no ordinary weapon, his body should never withstand this mana reinforcement has limits. And his swordsmanship, no matter how talented a mage might be, this level of swordsmanship wasn't something one could simply learn by observation. Only someone who had held a sword for over 30 years could move like that, and Ludger had already shown him more than 5 entirely different sword styles. By the 6th, Verom couldn't help but curse inwardly. It feels like I am fighting a different person every time. The moment Verom began adapting to one pattern, Ludger's movements changed again swiftly, markingly. Ludger had lived through countless dreams under Nerva's influence, experiencing thousands of different lives. Though most of those experiences had faded, the most intense memories and skills remained within him. And those strong memories belonged to people who had lived extraordinary lives, warriors, soldiers, survivors of endless battle. Ludger had absorbed all of their techniques and made them his own. There was no need to learn, simply could do it. The only reason Veram could hold out was because of his black sword and the cursed armor he wore. Then, deciding this stalemate couldn't continue, Veram twisted his torso and spun like a top, swinging his sword. F-whoosh. Crimson-black slashes exploded outward in a whirling storm. Ludger slipped beneath a shadow and reappeared at a distance. The ground where they just fought was now a cratered ruin, as though bombarded by artillery. You are strong, as expected. Veram readjusted his grip on his sword. Then he felt a sting on his shoulder. When he looked down, the armor on his left shoulder had split open. When had Ludger struck him in that brief instant while he was preparing his attack? Veram stared at him intently. Ludger stood still, his sword stick tilted loosely to the side. Rather than anger, the knight felt a cold chill down his spine. That calm, almost arrogant posture wasn't bluster. It was confidence. And the truth was, Veram had been on the defensive the entire time. And he's a mage. Once he starts using real magic, Veram exhaled a quiet sigh, as if resigned to the storm gathering in his mind. I didn't come here half-heartedly, but it seems I have no choice but to go all out. As soon as he spoke, his armor began to change. CRRRKK from the broken edge of his pauldron wriggled something red, like a thin worm. It squirmed quickly to the opposite side of the fracture and pulled the two pieces together, stitching them closed. Ludger's eyes narrowed. The armor's regenerating. It wasn't rewinding time, it was moving, alive, as if it were a living organism. I figured it wasn't ordinary armor, but this is far more grotesque than I imagined. Indeed, a truly dreadful thing, Veram replied, a low, bitter laugh escaping him. There was self-mockery in that sound. It's called a cursed relic for a reason. This isn't something I can control. A living armor, a living armor. Ludger immediately recognized the artifact that granted Veram his power. It bestowed tremendous strength, but in return, the wearer was forever bound to it, unable to remove it for life. Judging by Veram's reaction, he clearly despised his own condition. The deal you made with Nikolay, was it to have that armor removed? Veram said nothing, but silence spoke louder than words. Ludger's guess was essentially correct. Is it so wrong for a man to struggle against his shackles? No, not at all. It'd have made the same choice. A living armor wasn't something you wore. It was something that wore you. Once donned, it could never be taken off, not while sleeping, eating, or even tending to other bodily needs. Yes, it granted immense power. But what good was that? You couldn't live a normal life, not even in the smallest ways. And worse, the armor often warped the wearer's speech and behavior, forcing traits alien to their true selves. But the most maddening curse of all was being trapped in that metal prison until death. I doubt Nikolai actually knows how to remove a living armor. Perhaps not. But I have to try. That uncertain hope is all I have left. Why does a drowning man clutch at straws? Because he knows it won't save him, but he can't bear to do nothing. Veram was the same. Nikolai was deceitful, untrustworthy, repulsive, but that faint thread of hope silenced every doubt. So if I raise my sword against you, I ask that you not resent me too much. It was the only choice he had. If it meant freedom from this hellish armor, he would cut down any own friend or foe. Not as the First Order Veram, but as the man trapped inside the cursed relic known as the living armor. Rumble. Crimson energy surged from Veram's greatsword like an underground torrent. He poured every ounce of strength into his strike. The arc of his swing tore the air apart, threatening to slice the world itself. But it doesn't reach him. His blade didn't touch Ludger. Was John Doe truly this strong? The question vanished with his next strike. Slash after slash, thrust after thrust, each carried the fury of a curse. Yet even within that maelstrom, Ludger remained unharmed, dodging, deflecting, and parrying effortlessly. Unlike Veram's desperate struggle, Ludger carried the calm poise of a superior fighter. KHH. Veram clenched his teeth and forced out every drop of power. The living armor responded, trembling in resonance. Red veins spread across its surface, infusing the sword with blinding energy. The aura around the black blade intensified, shrinking, condensing, until it became a narrow, blazing edge. It looked as if he were holding pure light and heat. TSSSSSS, as Veram angled the blade, nearby metal structures glowed red and melted, despite the sword envite, read more on our source, not even touching them. That looks a bit dangerous, Ludger muttered softly. He channeled mana into his sword stick. Wind howled, his shadowy cloak flared, and he began weaving a spell. That was when Veram moved. He kicked off the ground, his form blurring into an afterimage. A heartbeat later, the spot he stood on exploded under the pressure of his acceleration. He vanished from sight. Too fast for the naked Ionly, the heat radiating from his sword marked his trajectory. A streak of red carved through the air, melting every piece of metal it passed. He charged in a straight line toward Ludger, a ray of annihilation. Just as the blade was about to reach him, Ludger's sword flared with blue mana clang. Their bodies brushed past one another. Ludger calmly drew back his weapon and turned around. Veram tried to do the same but stumbled, dropping to one knee. The energy condensed in his sword dispersed, fading back into an ordinary black blade. How, a knight defeated by a mage. As disbelief filled him, a sharp cracking sound echoed. The helm of his armor fractured, spreading like spiderwebs before shattering completely. The pieces clattered to the ground, revealing a man in his mid-30s with a rough, weathered face more mercenary than knight. With trembling hands, Veram touched his own face. A flicker of joy quickly replaced by despair. The living armor twitched, then began to crawl up his neck, reforming the helmet. Even if shattered, it would regenerate and imprison him once more. So it still doesn't work, huh? He sighed. As his words faded, Ludger stepped forward. It was clear no unless the host himself died, the armor would never stop. There was no choice but to end it. With sword in hand, Ludger approached like an executioner. Resignation filled Veram's eyes. Wait, it was Cravat who spoke. Having finished off the last of the experimental creatures, he had been watching the duel from afar and now approached while the battle had quieted. Ho! Cravat crouched down and ran his hands over Veram's armor like a curious child examining an insect. What are you doing? SHH. When Veram tried to protest, Cravat pressed a finger to his lips. The knight fell silent, overwhelmed by the black mage's presence. After a while, Cravat straightened up. I think I can break this curse. For Cravat, head of the black magic school that specialized in ancient curses, a parasitic relic like the living armor was, quite literally, his area of expertise. 587 chapter. The reason for the curse, too. Cravat told them to stand back for a moment, then placed his hand on the living armor and released his mana. Dark energy welled up around him, seeping into Veram's armor as intricate magic circles spread across its surface. Several minutes passed. The trembling armor suddenly froze, then fell away in pieces with a heavy clatter. Veram stared blankly at the scattered fragments on the ground. It really worked. His trembling voice betrayed the depth of his shock. He looked down at his own hand, scarred, calloused, and covered in faint marks. They were NVLGT. Only on NVLGT his real hands. For over 10 years, all he'd seen was the black shell of that armor. It had been so long that he could barely remember the color of his own skin or the texture of his flesh. Maybe that was why even as he looked at his palms now, it hardly felt real. He opened and closed his fists slowly. Even that simple motion felt too vivid, too alive, like a dream he might wake from at any second, only to find himself imprisoned once again within that pitch-black shell. Damn it, I am disgustingly happy. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Even the sensation of crying felt strange after so long. The living armor devoured every impurity the host's body produced. Even if he had ever tried to weep in sorrow, no tear would have fallen because the armor had consumed them all. To live without the ability to express the most basic human emotions, could that even be called living? But now Veram felt alive. He was human again, no longer a puppet manipulated by a cursed shell. He wiped the tears from his face. For a man who had known only the pain of blows striking armor, the wet warmth of tears against skin was alien beyond words. But his joy did not last long. Ludger stood before him, radiating a cold blue aura. John Doe, no, you're not John Doe. Who are you? That's not what matters right now. Ludger tilted Veram's chin upward with the edge of his swordstick. A little more pressure, and that sharp edge could slit his throat. Verum swallowed hard. Talk. Ludger, his shadow form dispelled, stared down at him. What do you want to know? Nikolay plans. What he's doing here, what means he's using. Tell me everything you know down to the smallest detail. And don't even think about lying. Verum lowered his eyes and gulped again. He didn't have a choice. Verum spoke in full detail about everything he knew, why he was on this island, and what he had agreed to do alongside Nikolai. So not much information then. I was only an enforcer, after all. What Verum had wanted was freedom from the living armor. He accepted Nikolay deal for that reason and, in Nikolay name, fought the black mages who lurked in the underworld of Isla Machina. He hadn't asked many questions about the larger scheme, and so he knew little of it. Even if I had, Verum muttered, that sly bastard would never have told me his real intentions anyway. It wasn't an excuse. Even without knowing Nikolai personally, Ludger could easily believe I could imagine the man's calculating nature. I see. At Ludger's cold, indifferent tone, Verum squeezed his eyes shut, but no pain came. Puzzled, he cautiously opened them again and saw Ludger walking away, swordstick lowered. You're not going to kill me. There's no need. I tried to kill you. You could torture me, and no one would blame you, and yet y'all let me live. Tell me, then, without your armor, without power, what kind of threat could you possibly pose to me? Why should I bother dirtying my hands? It was absurd logic, but with Ludger holding the power of life and death, Verum had no grounds to argue. When he fell silent, Ludger gave a faint, dismissive snort. Verum watched his back retreating into the darkness and whispered, voice shaking, "Thank you." Tears still reddened his eyes as he turned toward Cravat and bowed deeply. "Thank you truly." Ludger left without a word, and Verum lowered his head again before Cravat. "I owe you my life." "Well, I just did what I could. Whatever the reason, it doesn't change the fact that you freed me." It was true Ludger had spared his life, but Cravat had freed him from the curse. A debt so great he could never repay it in one lifetime. "Well," Cravat said, scratching his chin, "I only did it because I was curious. It only ever read about living armor in ancient grimoires. So what now?" "Ha! What do you mean, what now?" "I mean, without that armor, you're basically powerless, aren't you?" He was right. Verum's rank as a First Order had come entirely from the cursed relic's power. Without it, he was nothing more than a middle-aged mana treasure hunter by trade. A treasure hunter. Yes, that was what he'd been before becoming a First Order, before being consumed by the living armor. He had once roamed the world, seeking artifacts worth fortunes. Even in an age of advanced magic and science, the continent was still riddled with mystery, ancient ruins of unknown origin, forests twisted into otherworldly realms, unexplored lands untouched by humankind. Treasure hunters sought those places, saw what others never saw, found what others could not. Verum had been one of them, a competent, if not exceptional, explorer. Then came the opportunity. An ancient ruin was discovered, and his team was the first to find it. Inside lay an artifact. Most relics decayed into dust over time, but this one had endured. They had been luckablessed, even. We did it. We're rich. Our lives are made. We actually did it. Everyone, you've worked hard. Go home to your family and celebrate. His teammates, like brothers, had embraced one another in joy. The relica coffin-like container holding the living armor was ominous, but selling it would have brought them a fortune. Then disaster struck. The moment they tried to move it, the ruin's internal mechanisms activated. They had assumed the traps were long broken, careless, blinded by greed. Damn it all, run, get out of here. The ruin trembled, dust rained from above. The ceiling collapsed. One by one, his comrades were crushed beneath the debris. The laughter and chatter of friends turned to screams, then silence. As Verum watched their blood stain the stone floor, a numb emptiness filled him. He thought that was the end until he saw it, the living armor glimmering faintly in the darkness. "Come, quickly." He wasn't sure if he'd actually heard the voice, but in that daze he obeyed. Mustering his last strength, he ran toward the relic instead of the exit. The living armor opened wide as if waiting for him, swallowed him whole, and fused with his body. Moments later, the ruins collapsed completely. When the dust and smoke cleared, a pillar of red light erupted from the rubble. From within it, a single black knight clawed his way out, gazing up at a star-filled night sky. Everything else was gone. The ruins, the supplies, his comrades, all that remained was the cursed relic now fused to him. From that day on, I've been like this ever since. The path before Verum, who had claimed the relic, was far from smooth. He tried to report the situation to the Treasure Hunter Guild, but instead they branded him as the culprit and expelled him from their ranks. That wasn't enough for them. Thigh even put a bounty on his head. The reason was simple. They coveted the living armor Veram had taken. Veram had forgotten something important. Though they called themselves a guild, the treasure hunters were, in truth, nothing more than bandits who fought to seize unclaimed treasures. Expelled from the guild, declared a wanted man, and burdened with every imaginable sin and accusation, Veram had no choice but to run if he wanted to live. It wasn't difficult. He had an ancient relic living armor. The living armor had taught Veram, who until then had never fought beyond a drunken brawl in a tavern, the ways of footwork, swordsmanship, and life-or-death combat. It gave him immense power to support that knowledge. At first he had tried not to kill, but as his body and mind grew weary, that faint resolve flickered out like a dying candle. Whenever pursuers came, he fought, and fought again. How much blood had he spilled? The living armor grew stronger with every life it took, feeding on blood, its power swelling. Eventually, there were no more pursuers. The treasure hunter guild that had set the bounty collapsed, and Veram vanished, his survival uncertain. He hid his identity and continued to move, bound within the armor he could not remove. Why was he doing all this? Was there any reason to go on living, even if it meant killing others? Yes, there was. He had only one goal left. Veram's steps carried him toward the families of his dead comrades. It was also his hometown, the place where he'd run around as a snot-nosed boy holding a wooden stick, where he and his childhood friends dreamed of becoming treasure hunters. They had boasted that they would find the greatest treasures in the world and live rich, glorious lives. Those foolish boys had grown up, married, and learned what responsibility meant. Even if their dreams and passions had faded, they lived on with the goal of keeping their families happy. Fools, why did you leave me behind and go first? The voice that leaked from the armor was not his usual tone. It had been warped by the curse. From the darkness, Veram gazed toward the distant village. Even though their husbands were dead, the wives and children lived on, working hard to survive. How long had he watched them through the slits of his armor? His gaze finally fell on a woman who had stepped outside to hang laundry, his wife carrying their baby on her back. While he had been away, she must have safely given birth. You promised you'd come back. He had promised to sell the relic, earn money, and return before the baby was born. He had promised to make her happy, but I couldn't do anything. He couldn't imagine how much she must have suffered in his absence, how lonely she must have been. What tormented him more was that he didn't have the courage to face her. Veram brushed his helmeted face with his hand. Clang! The gauntlet scraped against the helm, metal clashing on metal. There was no sensation of touch. No matter how he tried, the living armor clung to his body like glue. It wouldn't come off. Why? He felt as if he couldn't breathe. The living armor had saved his life, yet Veram could not feel gratitude. Why did you choose me? The moment he wore the armor, he had realized it. He hadn't chosen it, the armor had chosen him. If only it had left him to die there, he wouldn't have to suffer like this. Arog, why? Veram slammed both hands onto the ground. Crack, the earth split like a spider web. He struck with all his strength, but it wasn't his hands that broke, it was the ground itself. The armor absorbed the shock, leaving him without even the relief of pain. Why, why? No matter how much he screamed, it was useless. Even tears wouldn't come. The living armor didn't allow it. This was punishment. He was being punished for abandoning his friends and surviving alone, for breaking his promise to his wife, for staining his hands with countless lives. Despair, anguish, screams. And after gasping through all of it, Veram made a single vow. I will break free from this curse. So please, wait for me until then. All he could do was secretly leave letters at his wife's house, begging her to wait. After that, Veram became the Wandering Black Knight and eventually joined the Black Dawn Order. That was the path he had walked. This is the end of it. I am going back home. I only did this job to break the curse, and now that it's over, I have no regrets. Yeah, what about that armor? That thing? I've had enough of that damned armor. I've been trapped in it for over 10 years. Still burning with resentment, Veram glared at the living armor. It seemed to desire a new hearth. The cracks in its joints shimmered, and crimson threads squirmed like heat haze. Seeing that, Veram felt like he was going to vomit. I'll go home, see my wife and child. Eat good food, drink until I drop. So you're just leaving it behind? That thing seems to need you. It needs a host, that's all. It can't do anything on its own. No, it's different. What's different? Normally, living armors run on the wearer's life force. No matter how strong or healthy the person, within a week they dry up like a mummy and die. But you've lived with it for more than 10 years. Do you know what that means? Are you saying that thing's been protecting me? Cravat smiled faintly and shrugged. From what I see, yes. Even if it's not a normal living armor, I've never seen a host survive this long and stay that intact. Even so, it's a wretched thing that's kept me imprisoned. I can't stand the sight of it. As a curse master, I can tell. That living armor doesn't want to harm you. It's just like a baby bird thinking the first person it sees is its mother. It's childish. It didn't know better. You knew that, didn't you? You just didn't want to admit it. At Cravat's words, Verum fell silent. The past can't be changed. What you've suffered, I do feel sorry about that. But the important thing, Cravat smiled quietly, is what comes next. 588 chapter, The Reason for the Curse. 3. Ill be leaving that behind. I may be a cursecaster who enjoys cursing, but keeping such an item isn't really my taste. You're going to leave something that dangerous behind. I've got something urgent to handle. Still, I can't just leave a cursed object sitting there, so I'll send my people as a courtesy. Cravat pulled a portable signal transmitter from his robe and activated it. In a little while, members of my school will come and wrap that thing up nicely. Whether you leave it or take it with you, that's your choice. I won't take it. I'm sick and tired of things like that. Why tell me? I said it's your choice. Cravat smirked. He knew Verum's words weren't meant for him, but for himself. Well, if I had to give you one piece of advice, putting that on again won't be as painful as before. With that, Cravat turned and walked away. Verum stood there for a long time, staring at the living armor. From the gaps of the armor, crimson lines were still slithering out, writhing toward him. Maybe because of Cravat's words, what once looked repulsive now appeared different somehow. No longer the greedy lure of a curse seeking prey, but a desperate gesture, like a child yearning for a parent's affection, a child crying not to be abandoned, begging not to be left behind. Verum's face, once filled with hatred toward the living armor, twisted into something complicated. Cravat spotted Ludger waiting for him between the alleyways and walked up. What, you didn't leave yet? I stayed here just in case. Well, it's all handled now. Let's move. By the way, what about that brat Gariel? He left with Rhine and the automaton. Since their base was exposed, they must have moved to a secondary one. They have another base. They dug a lot of rabbit holes just in case. In Isla Macia, where even housing prices are sky-high, where'd they get the money to prepare so many? Grumbling, Cravat suddenly asked with curiosity, so why did you let that man live? What do you mean? That Verum guy. I mean, I don't have any grudge with him, and I was glad to get a look at a cursed relic he'd only heard about, but yeah, wasn't it different for you? To Cravat's eyes, Ludger was not a man of mercy. He was someone who had hidden his identity under many masks, committing countless crimes under various names. When Ludger had come to meet him in the Eminus 34 district, he had wiped out black mages and new mage tower magicians alike without hesitation. That was not the handiwork of a man who had killed only once or twice. Cravat couldn't imagine how many lives stained the road Ludger had walked. I thought you'd eliminate anyone with even the slightest chance of being a threat. I spared him because I judged there was no danger. He's lost his armor and never had any real power within the organization anyway. What if he runs to that Nikolai and tells him everything? Given Nikolai nature, he'd find Verum no useless nothing but a nuisance. Without the living armor, Verum was nothing more than an ordinary powerless man. That alone showed just how tremendous the armor's strength had been enough to raise him to the rank of First Order. Still, he didn't even try to take that living armor with him. Who'd be stupid enough to touch a cursed relic? At that, Cravat widened his eyes, then burst out laughing. Ludger looked at him, puzzled by the childlike laughter. No, it's just funny. You act like a man without blood or tears, yet I see you've got a soft side. Compassion. What do you mean by that? Don't react so harshly. I understand perfectly well. Cravat grinned, amused for some reason. I've been called a bad man, too. A guy who spends his life studying curses. Who'd ever welcome that? People just call me scary, dangerous, point fingers. And they're not wrong. Most of what curses can do involves killing people. I may look like this, but I am a black mage, and I've killed plenty. He said it casually, as though he were talking about the weather. That was how far his morality diverged from ordinary people's, or perhaps the environment he lived in had made such things normal. Of course, I never killed anyone innocent. Unlike those black mage schools were fighting now, those bastards snatch up any vagrant to use as meat shields or sacrifices. We fought only to survive, and still what came back to you was scorn. Exactly. But look at what I did today. Cravat smiled brightly, remembering earlier. With my curse, I saved a life. Even if it was out of curiosity, the result speaks for itself. No matter what others say, I used the power of curses to save someone. A black mage who had learned ancient curses and killed many, yet had also shown kindness. Human beings carry both good and evil. A hero to some can be a mortal enemy to others. Cravat knew that truth well, and thus didn't condemn Ludger's actions. In fact, seeing Ludger spare Verum made him realize this man wasn't a merciless villain, had a heart capable of mercy. People's preconceptions are terrifying. Bad men must always do bad things, and good men must always do good. Haven't you ever been trapped by that? I simply do what I believe is right. I've never thought of it as justice or anything like that. I like that answer. Ignoring public opinion and following one's own conviction for Cravat, Ludger's answer deserved full marks. Still, you're not being honest. You could have just said you wanted to save him. We bother with excuses about him not being a threat. At the very least, I need a reason that others can accept. For whom? For the people Hall one day question or condemn me when the mercy I showed comes back to bite me. Like, why didn't you just kill him and spare yourself this mess? Something like that. Then why bother at all? You could have just killed him. I wanted to prove something. Prove what? That the goodwill I show will someday return to me as goodwill. Cravat blinked, eyes widening. He could have been offended by the disbelief, but Ludger answered calmly. I want to believe the world isn't that far gone yet. Even if things have grown harsher and selflessness has faded, deep inside people there must still be some goodness left. There has to be. You Cravat let out a faint laugh. You're more impressive than I thought. I expected you to be cold and purely logical. Is there a problem with that? No. On the contrary, I like it even more. Guess I misjudged you. From your demeanor, I thought you were some shadowy mastermind pulling strings behind the scenes. Well, isn't it true? This level of skill, a murky past, and every trace of that past extraordinary in its own way, and now you're a teacher. Where did you say you work again? Sion. Sion. Ah, I've heard of it. That's where young magicians go to learn these days, isn't it? There are more magic schools than you'd expect. Obviously, it's because you're the best among them. How in the world did you even infiltrate that place? No, wait, since you changed your identity, was it undercover employment? Not something I did. Something that was done to me. Cravat shot him a puzzled look. If it's undercover employment, then you did it. What do you mean it was done to you? Indeed. Ludger felt it was unfair, yet he had to admit the description wasn't wrong. Trying to explain the whole situation would only make his circumstances sound more pathetic. Caw, caw. A few crows flew over the heads of Ludger and Cravat. What's that? Oh, those are mine. Noticing that they weren't ordinary crows, Ludger raised an eyebrow. Cravat casually explained, it's a crow transformation curse. You put that curse on your disciples. Why that look? You think I'm some garbage master who curses his own students just to use them? If that's not it, then it must mean something else. A curse isn't just about casting, it's about casting and lifting it. That's the complete process. Ludger wasn't particularly well versed in curses, but he'd heard something similar before from Professor Merrilder, who taught curses and disenchantment. They look like that because of the crow transformation curse, but they can undo it whenever they wish. You know what that means? In other words, they can transform into animals at will and move freely. Exactly. With this, we can move unnoticed or gather information without drawing attention. Hardly anyone cares about a few crows flying around. Ludger nodded in agreement. Hans used a similar method, after all. Hans usually gathered information from rats, but lately his power had grown enough to communicate with birds as well. People never imagined the lowly creatures they dismissed as vermin could be listening in. He hadn't expected that same weakness to be exploited here too. So that's why you came out of that fierce battle unscathed. In this day and age, intelligence warfare is everything. As the two were talking, Gariel greeted them. What you done already? Came back faster than I thought. Where's Rhine? I moved her safely. It's an unused hideout, but I've kept it clean enough, no need to worry about that. At least it'll be much cleaner than before since there's nothing to mess it up. If anyone heard that, they'd think I was living in a pigsty. Weren't you? Maybe a bit messy. Following Gariel's lead into the hideout, Ludger felt slightly relieved by the larger space. So how exactly was the previous hideout discovered? We were always careful. Looks like someone caught our tail. Did we ever leave one to begin with? They just hadn't made the effort to look until now. This place won't last long either. Ludger recalled what he'd heard from Verom about how Nikolai had found out where he was. There are all sorts of devices in Isla Makia, especially ones tied to security. Ah, right. It's a hub of important research and business, after all. Everyone's constantly trying to protect what's theirs. Cravat added, and to steal what isn't. Attempts to steal research data or magical items from rival corporations, schools, or magicians were common in Isla Makia. This barren, metallic island wore the mask of progress, but beneath it, wolves drooled in secret waiting to sink their teeth into others' intellectual property. Eyes that spy on others, and veils that hide from those eyes. If you ask what Isla Makia's most advanced technologies are, it's those two without a doubt. So the entire island is covered by an extensive surveillance system. Right, but no single person controls it all. Each faction has its own version of surveillance, managing only its territory. In truth, Isla Makia was home to thousands of organizations, each with its own network. The new Mage Tower was simply one of the most prominent among them. But why bring that up? It seems Nikolai has taken control of that surveillance system. Nikolai. Ah, the new rising power everyone's been talking about. But controlling the surveillance system. At most, he'd have a few districts under his thumb. Ludger shook his head. Gariel stared at him, eyes wide with disbelief. Not just a few. He secured control over more than half of the island's surveillance network. What? Half? Gariel couldn't comprehend it. If that was true, excluding the new Mage Tower's private systems, Nikolai effectively controlled over 70% of Isla Makia. No way. We're still fighting the Black Mage Show. Could he possibly take that much? If he had, someone else would have noticed long ago. Apparently, he can breach other people's surveillance systems. Breach? What's that supposed to mean? Ah, right. That term doesn't exist here yet. And put simply, it means breaking through another person's security and seizing control of their system, bending it to your will. Are you kidding me? That's even possible. How? If there are surveillance and security systems, it's inevitable that methods to disable or hijack them would appear. And he's expanding that control in real time. Gariel shook his head, dizzy from the thought. Wait then, what about our hideout's location? Assume it's already exposed. If not now, it's only a matter of time. Which meant that no matter where they fled or hid, as long as they were on this island, they were within Nikolai's grasp. Then what do we do now? What else? Even with the possibility that their every move was being watched, Ludger remained calm. We proceed with the plan, whether Nikolai was watching or not, whether he kept sending assassins or not. We hit the new Mage Tower first. 589 chapter, The Knocking Door, 1. The raid on the new Mage Tower was set to begin at dawn the next morning at the very moment the sun rose. Since mages usually stayed up all night engrossed in research, their daily rhythm was often inverted. Isla Makia was perpetually veiled in a shroud of thick, hazy steam, so even when night turned to morning, sunlight barely pierced through. It was a place where people had no choice but to live under dim, grey skies rather than bright ones. And so, adapting to such an environment was only natural. Scratch, scratch. In the dark night, Ludger sat under the small glow of a gas lamp, pen gliding over paper. The black ink spreading across the page recorded details about Rhine's treatment. Curses, mana theory, biology. I need to consider all of them. It wasn't just about curses alone. Rhine's body was currently in turmoil. Her spatial attribute mana and divine power were entangled and clashing violently within her. The battlefield that was her body was deteriorating NVLGT, official version, at an alarming rate. For now, Ludger's emergency measures had forced a truce, but no one knew when the boiling power within her would erupt again. It could happen later or it could happen right now. He was suppressing it by periodically infusing energy, but it was merely a stopgap. The reaction is accelerating. At this rate, even my power won't be able to contain it. Even true magic, mystical kind, born from mastery wasn't enough. He had to eliminate the root cause. the divine power itself. He'll need to use a curse to nullify the divine power and make the two forces annihilate each other. But even that won't be the end. Even if the divine power were erased, Rhine's ever-expanding spatial mana would still be a problem. After purging the divine power, the raging spatial mana had to be subdued. Cravat would handle the removal of divine power through ancient curses, but restraining Rhine's own Manathat part fell to Ludger. For that, I need to create a proper medicine. If this situation had happened out of nowhere, it would have taken ages to prepare, but fortunately, Ludger had planned for such a possibility. I suppose I owe Bellaruna my thanks. Their past discussions about potential cures had finally borne fruit here. As Ludger continued writing, his pen suddenly froze. Still not enough. The formula he had developed with Bellaruna was based on the assumption that Rhine's mana was non-attributed. A cure made for that wouldn't work fully on spatial attribute mana. It might help temporarily, but not completely heal her. To achieve full recovery, he needed proper ingredients and more complex refinement processes. Even if I can secure the ingredients from the new Mage Tower, adding those new procedures won't be easy without Bellaruna here. Nor could he recklessly rely on the pharmacological knowledge he'd learned secondhand. If it were his own body, he wouldn't hesitate to use poisonous herbs, but Rhine was different. Her condition was like thin ice, covered with cracks so fragile that a single wrong touch could shatter it. Even the slightest imbalance in the medicine's strength could destroy her body. Because of that, Ludger couldn't apply his own methods directly to her case. Unlike Muho can swallow any poison and stay alive, Rhine can't. Time, ingredients, data, Samplesh lacked all of them. As he pondered desperately, his gaze drifted toward the bed. There lay Rhine, sleeping soundly, as if merely resting. The occasional tremor in her eyelids told him she was still fighting a painful internal battle. Rhine! How shocked he had been when he first saw her again. The Rhine he remembered was still a child over 10 years younger than the woman lying before him now. He had only heard of her through Gariel's letter snooze that she was learning magic and doing well. Lately, even those letters had stopped coming. And then fate had brought them together again at Sion through sheer accident. He hadn't planned to become a teacher. Circumstances had simply forced him into it. And somehow, that twist of fate had led him to cross paths with his past once more. People often said the future was unpredictable, or perhaps this was the cruel trick of destiny. Ludger had never given that much thought. If anything, he had deliberately avoided such thoughts. The trick of destiny. The very phrase filled him with disgust. His life belonged to himself. Past wounds, present pain, future fears. Past memories, present comfort, future dreams. None of these should be dictated by fate, gods, or others. There were things to be forged and won by his own hand. That was why Ludger didn't believe in destiny. Even knowing that gods existed and that they wielded transcendent power, refused to bow to them. Because the one who defines me is no one else but myself. And the same went for others. Every person should have the right to choose their own life. Even if that life meant obedience, as long as it was chosen by one's own will, it deserved respect. But being denied that choice entirely, that was something he could never accept. That's why ill save her. He had seen too many people robbed of their futures by so-called destiny. That day's misery, helplessness, grief, and self-loathing would never forget them. He had lived fiercely ever since, growing stronger through endless struggle. He had walked a path of thorns soaked in blood, never stopping. As long as others could shed fewer tears than the blood he'd spilled himself, that was enough. I have to find a way. Muttering as if to affirm his own resolve, Ludger suddenly recalled a memory. Do not fail. He snapped his head up. From the depths of his memory, he unraveled an ancient magical formula. White codes composed of mana floated in the air, drawing intricate equations and structures. Andrei Semov. Ludger spoke the name quietly. Thank you. Gariel couldn't sit still. His anxiety made him fidget restlessly in his chair. The operation would begin at dawn. Technically, at this point, it was already early morning. No matter how many times he ran simulations in his head, there was no guarantee things would go smoothly. For someone like Gariel, who had always preferred certainty and safety, the unknown was pure terror. Sit still already. Ure fidgeting like a child. Unable to stand it any longer, Cravat clicked his tongue and scolded him. Coming from someone who looked much younger than Gariel, the words felt jarringly out of place, but Gariel wasn't in the mood to argue. Cravat, Aren't you nervous at all? Why would I be? I don't even have that much to do. That's easy for you to say. I am the one who has to go inside that new mage tower and who knows what's waiting in there. Didn't you say you were going to stop time? Then you won't be caught by anyone, right? Well, yes, but still Cravat stared at him for a moment, then said flatly, I see. You're not afraid of the tower itself, you're afraid of using your power for too long. Flinch. Gariel froze mid-motion. I have no idea what you're talking about, don't bother hiding it. Not many people enjoy using their own abilities. Does that include you, Cravat? Nope. I use mine because I like it. What? Gariel blinked in disbelief. I said I've seen plenty of people like you. Never said I was one of them. Judging by that reaction, I am right, aren't I? Well, I heard enough to get the gist. Your so-called teacher tricked you into learning that magic, didn't he? Something like that. Pouring all your talent into mastering one single spell, that's how you ended up being able to stop time, huh? Impressive, I guess. Are you jealous? Jealous? Hardly. I've seen plenty of idiots dig one well too deep and die in it. Aren't you one of those who dug deep into curses yourself? Curses come in many kinds. And besides, I can use other magic too. Unlike you. Gariel groaned quietly, and Cravat suddenly asked, so what's the deal between you and that teacher? And who's the girl sleeping over there? That's well, if it's a past you'd rather not talk about, fine. I'm not that curious. Cravat turned away, clearly uninterested, which somehow annoyed Gariel even more. That man and I were bound by misfortune. When Gariel began to speak, Cravat turned back toward him. From the very start, I hated him. Younger than me, yet acting like he'd already seen the world. Always calm, mature, like some damn adult. Sounds like jealousy. It's not that simple, though maybe a bit. His talent for magic was extraordinary, far beyond mine. Gariel let out a short, bitter laugh. No, maybe I just envied him for being everything I couldn't be. To someone who had devoted his life to time magic, Ludge who could freely wield every element, and discipline was dazzling beyond comparison. But the real reason lies with Rhine. You said you were her master, and he's her teacher. What happened with that remarkable girl? At first, it wasn't Rhine, it was her mother. Her mother, yes. A strong, beautiful woman with a heart purer than anyone's. Just recalling her made Gariel's tone soften with warmth, but beneath it was unmistakable sorrow. Someone you loved, then. Normally, Gariel would have flushed red and shouted at such a blunt question. Yes, I truly loved her. Cravat raised his eyebrows in surprise. Didn't expect that. It's the truth. Gariel smiled faintly, recalling Rhine's mother so much like Rhine herself now. You probably wouldn't believe me, but Rhine's mother and I knew each other since childhood. Is that so? Yes. When I was studying time magic under my master, there were others who sought to learn it too. She was one of them. The two of them had become fast friends as children, though in truth, it was mostly thanks to her open, kind nature. It would have been strange not to fall for her. But in the end, I became the successor of time magic, and she left to study other fields. He had been certain they would meet again someday, and several years later they did. When he met her again, she was holding the hand of a small childer girl with her mother's same features and hair color. It was easy to tell whose daughter she was. Gariel smiled wistfully. I understood then. To her, I was just a close friend. When he asked about the child's father, she only smiled and shook her head. But Gariel didn't care. Just seeing her again was enough. He became like a father to Rhine, caring for her, helping raise her, and staying close to her mother. And when Rhine turned 6, then 7, that's when I first met him. Two people had come to visit, though people might not have been the right word. One was a golden-haired girl in a dress, beautiful like a living doll. The other a young man just stepping into adulthood, Ludger. Together, they formed an oddly mismatched pair, strangely harmonious, yet not quite fitting. The most surprising part was that Rhine's mother recognized the golden-haired girl and welcomed her warmly. As the women talked, Gariel and Ludger were left alone. Gariel studied him closely. I don't like this kid. He looked like some noble young gentleman, but his eyes were hollow, lifeless. Something about him rubbed Gariel the wrong way. A man should have passion, drive, fire, not that empty stare. Hey, how old are you? So Gariel, acting the senior, tried to start a friendly conversation. He was willing to be generous, maybe even bond a little. Get lost. That was the answer he got. Creak, the sound of a door opening pulled Gariel from his memories. Ludger stepped out. Gariel turned toward him. It's time. Time to strike the new mage tower. 590 chapter The Knocking Door 2. The moon sank, and the sun began to rise. The darkest hour had passed, giving way to the pale light of dawn. Yet the morning light could not fully reach Isla Machina, shrouded as it was in steam. As though rejecting the laws of the world itself, the island remained dark, dull, and oppressively humid. It was an hour when most people fell asleep rather than woke. That alone showed how out of sync Isla Machina was with the rest of the world. The sun rose slowly over the ocean's horizon, unfurling like a blooming flower. Its radiant beams scattered across the waves, shattered into countless fragments of lightning to be swallowed up by the island's mist. The world blurred into a pale haze. A realm of white and grey vapor rose like a dreamscape. At its center towered a massive steel spire, a sharp pinnacle stabbing into the heavens, symbol of the new Mage Tower, a modern Babylon. And Ludger stood on the rooftop of a nearby building, gazing toward that colossal structure. So this moment really came after all. Cravat, standing beside him, murmured with a strange mix of nostalgia and awe. His voice was muffled by the drifting fog and moisture in the air, but Ludger heard him clearly. It begins now. Once I prepare the spell, Yowl cast the curse and then pull back. You don't have to tell me twice. I was planning to. I'll need to fine-tune the curse for that girl afterward anyway. Ludger pulled a pipe from his coat. A spark of flame danced on his fingertip as he lit it and drew in deeply. The potent strength of the poisonous herbs seeped through his lungs and into his bloodstream. To an ordinary person, it would have meant death 100 times over. Even a knight would have coughed up black blood. But Ludger was unfazed. For him, poison was little different from medicine. The toxic energy surged through him, transmuting into mana as it flowed outward. A bluish mist began to rise, curling around him. Mana fog. Ludger controlled it with effortless precision, bending it to his will. With a slight motion of his hand, the mist gathered, condensing above his open palm. Cravat watched intently. Using that venom as a mana source is absurd enough, but that level of control. The mana gathered in Ludger's hand was enough to make Cravat's skin tingle. Not just physical, it exerted a psychological pressure that made the air heavy. Well, with that much power, I suppose, he really can take on the new Mage Tower. But to release mana of that magnitude without loss would normally be impossible. Before Cravat could finish the thought, the bluish glow in Ludger's hand began to take shape. It solidified into a massive, double-edged sword. Over 5 meters long, it gleamed with the faint light of condensed mana. It looked like a siege weapon made to tear down fortresses, perhaps a hunter's blade forged to slay giants, which wasn't far from the truth. Before him stood an iron Goliath. To shape and contain mana of that scale so perfectly, that's insane. Not a single wisp of power leaked. Every thread of mana was gathered cleanly, no waste, no turbulence. To control it so completely that it became a flawless, solid form, only a monster could do that. Cravat, who rarely judged or admired others, couldn't help but think so. A monster with a human heart. Ready. Yeah. Cravat began to infuse his own power into the enormous blade of mana. The force of an ancient curse, a power that crushed, corroded, and spread decay like a plague. A red aura seeped into the blue sword. Normally, the two energies should have clashed violently. But under Ludger's perfect control, they merged instead. His mana and Cravat's curse intertwined seamlessly. The once blue blade deepened into a dark violet hue. Magic and black magic fused together, the blade of corruption. I'll head back first. Make sure you succeed. With the curse imbued, Cravat's part was done. He withdrew as planned, NVLIGHT, leaving only a quiet wish for Ludger's success. Ludger nodded once in reply. The violet blade floating above him aimed at the middle section of the Mage Tower. He sent a signal through the communicator, starting in 10 seconds. Ready. Yeah, don't rush me. For this to work perfectly, not even a 1-second error is allowed. You have to freeze time at the exact instant my spell hits the tower. Can you do it? Even before he finished speaking, Gariel's laugh came through the line. Did you just lecture a time mage about timing errors? His voice brimmed with confidence, a stark contrast to his anxious tone from the night before. My time never slips. Good. Ludger smiled faintly and fixed his eyes on the towering structure ahead. The operation began. He launched the violet sword toward the Mage Tower. A sharp whine split the air as the blade shot forward like a beam of light. Ping! A long afterimage trailed through the fog as it tore across the sky, leaving a gaping tunnel in the steam. The moment the blade of corruption struck the tower's outer wall, its defense systems activated. A Magitech barrier destined to repel external assault flared to life. The fusion of modern technology and magic rippled outward from the tower's surface. Layer upon layer of shimmering barriers unfolded. Though it housed scholars and researchers, the new Mage Tower was nothing short of a fortress equipped with every cutting-edge innovation. The old Mage Tower had been similar, but this was an entirely different scale. A home for mages, a research facility, and the most impregnable fortress in the world. A citadel that no bomb nor siege engine could ever breach, now raising its shield to repel the intruder. The impact came almost simultaneously. Ludger's sword slammed into the enormous mana barrier. In raw power and output, the defense system had the clear advantage. Even with amplifiers, no individual could rival the mana reserves protecting an entire structure. No matter how efficiently he had crafted the blade, compared to the tower's scale, it was a toothpick against a fortress. But Ludger's sword wasn't about brute force. Cravat's ancient curse, layered over it, defied that logic. This wasn't the modern kind of hex woven by formulas. In theory, it was a true curse, born from ritual and mystery, that ignored all conventional resistance. Keening, the magical barrier, locked in a struggle with the sword, began to crack from the center outward. The curse burrowed in, corroding it from within, spreading its rot through every layer. The first barrier collapsed instantly. The sword surged forward. The second and third walls melted or crumbled in the same fashion. Layer after layer shattered until finally the blade pierced the tower's main wall. It sliced through it as easily as tofu. Boom! A blazing purple line cut through the sky. The streak of light traced perfectly across the tower's midsection. A gaping hole burst open in the outer wall, and it didn't stop there. The sword carved straight through the interior, tearing through floors, walls, and supports before punching out the far side. Ludger watched in silence. A massive passageway now pierced the tower, something no intruder had ever achieved. But within seconds, alarms began to blare. Walls would seal, partitions would fall, and mages would be awakened to respond. All of that would happen in less than 5 seconds. But for him, 5 seconds is more than enough. At that instant tick, time stopped. You really made quite the mess, didn't you? Within the frozen world, Gariel looked up at the tower. The violet beam cutting through the air made him whistle in disbelief. That lunatic had actually broken through the tower's defenses with a single strike. Well, perhaps not entirely alone. Cravat's curse had made it possible. Still, knowing him, he probably could have done it solo anyway. With that idle thought, Gariel moved toward the tower. W. Emergency sirens wailed across the island. Their heavy echoes rolled through the morning mist like an ominous sunrise bell. From the rooftop, Ludger watched the spectacle. Faster response than expected. Had Gariel managed to retrieve the target inside? He forced himself not to dwell on it. Now wasn't the time to worry about Gariel. War mages burst from the tower's interior, new Mage Tower's combat division. They flew through the air toward him, riding waves of magic. Their swift and coordinated formation showed they were no mere scholars locked in labs. Not my problem. I just need to escape. But before he could move, Ludger sensed something behind him and smirked. I knew you'd show up. He ducked his head just as something sharp sliced through the air where it had been. Without turning, Ludger drew his sword cane and swung. Clang! The attacker blocked, but the sheer force sent him skidding backward. Ludger turned. A black coat, a fedora, pallid skin. Again, is it? John Doe. The creature tilted its head, rolling its strange, glassy eyes toward him. One of Nikolai and Victor's biological experiments, and this one clever enough to follow orders and even speak. A special specimen, no doubt. It gripped a massive greatsword in one hand, proof that it could use tools skillfully. Of course, you didn't come alone. At his words, the creature's mouth twisted into a grin. Moments later, more figures landed on the rooftop. Each one clad in a black coat and hat, skin ghostly white. They held various weapons and stared at Ludger with eyes full of killing intent. So you were waiting to pounce the moment I showed myself. Cunning bastard. Nikolai could have interfered before the operation began but hadn't. He'd chosen to strike after things were already in motion. A slow, cruel method meant to choke Ludger gradually, to break him under pressure rather than end him quickly. Even a small delay now could be fatal. Even if they're A-enhanced, there's no way mere test subjects can stop me. Then he noticed them pulling injector vials from inside their coats. Of course, you wouldn't make it that easy. If they hadn't, Ludger might have been disappointed in Nikolai. SHHK. The experiment subjects injected the serums. Moments later, they began convulsing, drooling as their bodies expanded grotesquely. Muscles bulged beneath their coats, veins swelled red and blue across their necks and faces. Experimental stimulants, huh? They were already powerful, and now they'd been doped beyond reason. Just how strong were they now? F-wish. Ludger's eyes caught the faint sound of air being cleaved. In less than a tenth of a second, his shadow-clad body flickered out of sight. Weapons slashed through the space he'd just occupied. The attacks landed almost simultaneously, closed their sounds blended into one. Ludger reappeared in a nearby alley, straightening up from the darkness, then had to leap aside again. Boom! A test subject crashed down where he had stood. Its legs sank ankle-deep into the ground, cracks spiderwebbing through the alley walls. They tracked me that fast, so they could detect his position somehow. Had they developed a way to trace his short-range spatial shifts? This way, I heard something here. To make matters worse, the war mages were closing in on the scene. 591 Chapter Reinforcements 1. Theon, the greatest magic academy of the Empire. It was a place where only magicians and authorized staff were allowed entry, but now, people dressed in unfamiliar pure white robes had begun to come and go. They were the delegation from the theocracy of Bretis. Priests walked around campus, offering psychological counseling to students and comforting their hearts. That was all they did, yet even that was enough to lighten the heavy atmosphere that had settled over Theon. While strolling through the courtyard, Aidan stopped when he heard a sound from nearby. Curious about what it was, he turned his head and saw a group of students praying outdoors. Prayers, here at Theon. Under normal circumstances, such a sight would have been unimaginable. But not now. Since the recent sleep plague incident, more and more students had begun to pray like that. It wasn't something that had only started yesterday or today either. Maybe that number will only keep increasing from now on. As Aidan was thinking that, someone tapped his shoulder. "What are you doing here?" "Ah, Leo. What are you staring at like that?" "What's that? Those guys are nobles, aren't they?" Leo narrowed his eyes at the praying noble students. The curl of his lips held nothing but mockery toward them. They always acted so high and mighty, but in the end they're clinging to their god. "Leo, do you dislike the Lumines Church?" "Of course I do. I've hated it from the start. Praying to a god doesn't change anything." Leo's voice carried a deep, lingering bitterness, the kind only someone who had once prayed desperately and failed could possess. Aidan knew what Leo had gone through, how deep his suffering had been, and because of that, he couldn't easily offer comfort. Leo must have prayed with all his heart. But no matter how many times he prayed, nothing changed. In the end, it hadn't been a god who saved Leo, but the teacher who had guided him. Still, that's surprising. I didn't think you'd be interested in things like that, Aidan. At Leo's remark, Aidan scratched his cheek with his index finger. "Ha ha, is that so? You're an upright guy. You still are. Everyone else is anxious these days, but you don't even look nervous. Makes me think your nerves are made of steel. It's not like that. I just thought it was curious, that's all. I can understand why they're praying. You can. I don't have any particular grudge against the Lumines Church. Actually, I got scolded by Professor Ludger once because of that. That happened." Aidan scratched his head, embarrassed, as he explained. "I once went to the staff room to ask him something. Theology came up by chance. If you got scolded for it, then Professor Ludger must think like I do. Yeah, he really doesn't like religion. Actually, he seemed to hate it." "Well, that figures." Leo nodded. He could picture Ludger perfectly, that solitary man standing tall and aloof, leaning desperately on some unseen faith. It was impossible to imagine. The professor said this. Relying on something else is nothing more than turning your eyes away from reality. Nothing changes that way. Even though Leo hadn't heard it himself, he could almost hear Ludger's voice clearly in his head. If it were truly Ludger, he would have said exactly that, and Leo agreed wholeheartedly. "I think he's right about that. But I couldn't agree that religion was unnecessary, so I argued back." "What? You argued with him?" Leo's jaw dropped. Even with Aidan's bull-like stubbornness, he never expected him to say he'd actually argued with Ludger. "I didn't argue the way you're thinking. I just said religion has good sides too. And Professor Ludger let that slide. He first asked me why I thought that. Leo had half expected the professor to throw a book at him, but asking for his reasoning instead. That was exactly like Ludger, too. So what did you tell him? I said that religion can help people. Help them, yeah. My mother's a follower of the Luminis Church. That was something Leo had never heard before. It was when I was really young. You know, I have younger siblings, right? Sure, you're the oldest. Yeah. Back then, my mother was about to give birth. It was a cold winter day, a blizzard raging outside. That's when her labor pains started. Aidan came from the countryside. Proper medical care wasn't available there, and the weather was at its worst. Thanks to the neighbors' help, she managed to begin giving birth, but it was dangerous for both her and the baby. Good God, and I was just a clueless kid. There was nothing I could do. One of the neighbor ladies said it all depended on mother's will, but she was already exhausted, hadn't eaten or slept properly for days. Aidan could still remember that day clearly. Even as a child, he sensed how grave the situation was. Could a frail village woman really survive such an ordeal? NVLHT, don't copy, read here, in those brutal conditions. At that time, Mother prayed. She prayed. Yeah, she prayed desperately to God. Said she didn't care if she died, as long as the child was born safely. Her prayers had lasted all night long. Even as she gave birth, she continued to pray. Did those prayers reach the heavens? The baby was born healthy, and Mother survived as well. The blizzard that had been raging stopped the next morning, and sunlight filled the sky. No one knew whether it was divine grace or simply fate. But Aidan understood one thing: even if no miracle had descended, the sincerity of her heart as she prayed had been real. Because she had her prayer and her faith, my mother endured that hardship. So when I see people praying like that, it doesn't bother me. Professor Ludger's words are right too, but acting that way isn't meaningless. It gives people courage to stand up again. That was why Aidan didn't think religion was inherently bad. Taken too far, it was dangerous, but a world without any faith at all would be terrifying in its own way. So what did Professor Ludger say after that? He didn't say much, just told me to leave. Really, that's unexpected. I thought he'd have a whole lecture ready. He seemed to agree, actually. He didn't say so aloud, but I think he holds a deep hatred toward the Luminis Church. Hatred, huh? Maybe something happened with them in the past. Yeah, maybe. But now we can't even ask him about Ith vanished all of a sudden. That was when a third voice cut in between the two of them. Mind if I listen to that story too? When they turned, a woman in a white robe stood there, smiling brightly. A white tiara covered her eyes. There he is. War mages using flight magic fired spells at Ludger. Arrows, spears, and bullets imbued with every elemental property streaked toward his vital points. Flying while casting, they weren't just drawing formulas while running, they were performing acrobatics midair. It was proof of their veteran skill. Ludger wrapped himself in a shadow cloak like a phantom thief. The incoming spells struck the cloak and were deflected in distorted directions. Meanwhile, the war mages landed on rooftops, alley railings, and surrounding buildings, moving to encircle him. Just as Ludger tried to break out of the trap, a test subject swung a massive metal weapon at him. Clang! A blue flash sliced through the air above his head. It wasn't an ordinary iron blade, it was a magic killer, a weapon designed to nullify magic. They had come fully prepared. Yet even as Ludger noted that, he sensed something strange about the whole situation. The test subjects from Nikolai and the new mage towers war mages aren't fighting each other. Instead, the tower's mages were carefully avoiding the test subjects and targeting only Ludger. That told him one thing: they've already joined hands. No wonder their response had been so fast. After the ambush, Nikolai must have tipped them off. The new mage tower was a massive organization. Naturally, it had internal factions. Some members upheld their pride as mages, but others, like these, colluded with the underworld for profit. Just like Pomputethi's men were the same breed. They were clearly from his faction. Don't move. You're surrounded. Surrender peacefully. You were ambushed, yet instead of executing me on the spot, you're telling me to surrender. I am touched by such mercy. Ludger snorted at the war mage's warning. They weren't sparing him out of kindness, they wanted him alive, to deliver to someone. What kind of deal did you make with Nikolai? He pay you off, of course. To protect their own interests, they'd not only allowed the black mages and Nikolai group to fight freely, but even maintained a forced balance between them from the shadows. Money was the only reason. Given that, it was hard to call the Black Mages the only villains here. These men traded in lives like currency, no different from the very scum they condemned. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves? Ha! You've still got a mouth on you for someone cornered. A mustached war mage grinned coldly at him. So what? We just do it for the money. Even mercenaries have more honor than you. Seems you've forgotten your situation. Your life's in our hands. You should be begging instead of acting proud. The war mages laughed crudely. Or are you waiting for help from your companions? Foolish hope. Did you think we didn't know about that black mage working with you? They even knew about Cravat's presence and had already sent pursuers after him. That so-called master of the ancient curse schoolets, see how long he lasts against war mages. So you're just stalling to buy him time, huh? Pointless effort. How do you feel now? Heh. Ludger couldn't help but laugh. The smug war mage's face twisted in irritation. Laughing. Do you not grasp the situation you're in? Actually, that's what I should be asking you. You mean to tell me you sent only war mages after him? How disappointing. His tone was utterly sincere, which made the mage's face contort again before he forced a smirk. Idiot. You think we'd handle this carelessly? We've taken every precaution. We sent proper men for the job. Proper men, her curses and poison black mages who deal with both are disgusting to fight. So we made sure he wouldn't get a chance to use them. We sent enough troops to crush him in one blow. Prototype automatons, artifacts, works. Think that's not enough? Ludger gave him a cold smile. Yeah, not enough. Far from it. Those troops are for dealing with a black mage, aren't they? What? Just like you have your trump cards, we have ours. A faint grin curved beneath the shadow mask. By now, yes, they should be arriving. Our local helper. Cravat stood silently in the alleyway, surrounded by war mages. Remaining still in such a situation was as good as surrendering, as if inviting them to kill him. He knew that perfectly well, and yet he didn't move, because a man had suddenly appeared before him. Since when did the new Mage Tower start joining hands with shady, nameless scum like you? The metallic clatter of his armor echoed as his voice boomed from behind an iron mask. The tower mages surrounding Cravat froze in place. Why are you here? A sixth circle mage of the new Mage Tower, the Iron Mask, Rotron. His eyes gleamed sharply from within the pitch-black mask. I can't just let this matter slide. I trust you're all prepared for the consequences. 592 chapter reinforcements. 2. Step. The moment Rotron appeared, the surroundings fell silent. The mages of the new Mage Tower who had made a deal with Nikolai stared with wide eyes, confused as to why he was here. His arrival was a shock to them. If you withdraw even now, Ill promised to spare you from the worst outcome. Rotron's deep, metallic voice echoed from within the iron mask. So Rotron, this is not your concern. The one who answered was Jeffrey, the captain of the war mage squad leading the group. With thick sideburns and a long beard, he spoke firmly, unwilling to appear intimidated by Rotron. We are carrying out official duties to capture the intruder who attacked the tower. Please step aside. His tone was polite, but his expression and voice were not. He clearly found Rotron's appearance bothersome. After all, Rotron belonged to the opposing faction, no reason at all to welcome him. Yes, official duties. Naturally so, since the tower was attacked. Then please move aside. But doesn't something strike you as strange? Rotron's gaze swept slowly across the area. I see some unfamiliar faces. From behind the iron mask, he carefully surveyed the gathered crowd. Not all of them were war mages from the tower. There were outsiders mixed among Themen whose very presence screamed dirty work. And these automatons, what are they? Since when did our new Mage Tower produce such things? They're a newly developed automatons. They were just completed recently, and we decided to use this chance to test their performance. A field test. Not a bad idea. Rotron nodded slightly. But these look to me like they far exceed the approved specifications. The automatons, standing around like mannequins, were excessively armored far beyond regulation. Didn't we establish an internal agreement regarding this matter? Don't deny it. I've memorized the entire rulebook. That's, and you even brought along armored suits that haven't officially been released yet. Isn't that excessive for apprehending one intruder? It's almost as if what? As if you're using full force to erase your own dirty secrets. Your words go too far. A war mage shouted, unable to contain his fury. His voice trembled with rage and hostility toward Rotron. Jeffrey raised a hand to restrain his subordinate, then spoke coldly. Sir Rotron. Even for someone of your Lexer rank, those words are difficult to overlook. Difficult to overlook. Yes, that's an insult to us. Or are you deliberately interfering because you belong to an opposing faction? Interfering? Rotron muttered as if he couldn't believe what he'd heard. Geoffrey seized the momentum. And you just happen to appear here alone at a time like this. Don't you think the timing is a little too convenient? It looks as though you're openly trying to protect that black mage. Geoffrey's mouth twisted into a sneer. Unless Uray with him, hostility surged, filling the air like a crushing weight. Magic, killing intent, and malice pressed down on the space between Rotron and Geoffrey, yet Rotron stood calmly, unmoved. How amusing. He looked around. There wasn't a single gaze that wasn't laced with animosity. Their intent was clear, even without reading their minds. They planned to brand him a traitor and eliminate him here. As the leader of an opposing faction and a major power within the tower, Rotron had made plenty of enemies. He blocked their proposals, challenged their corruption, and made them grind their teeth in resentment. Now, with ample forces gathered, they saw a chance to get rid of him for good. He had walked right into their den. Well, this makes things easier for me. When Ludger had sent word beforehand, Rotron had been skeptical. But now, standing here, he understood. I had hoped you wouldn't cross the line, but so be it. A surge of tremendous mana rose around him. That mana soon took shape. A towering humanoid form appeared behind Rotron, folding its arms. A sixth circle mage who specialized in unique series magic Rotron. At his display, the war mages all readied for battle. A fierce fight is about to begin. Rotron turned slightly toward Cravat behind him and warned quietly, I won't have the strength to protect you. When the fighting starts, hide yourself or run. I appreciate the warning, but don't underestimate me. Cravat's expression darkened, his irritation plain. I was already planning to take care of these guys myself, with or without you. Then that's good. Just don't get in my way. Same to you. The mage in the iron mask and the black mage wearing a goat skull mask stood shoulder to shoulder. Crush them all at once. At Geoffrey's command, the automatons drew blades from their arms and charged. You needn't worry about me. You'd better worry about yourselves. Ha! Keep talking, Big. What are you all waiting for? He's asking for death granted. At the signal, the war mages unleashed their spells. At the same time, Nicolay test subjects moved to surround Ludger, attacking from all directions. A flawless, coordinated assault, no openings anywhere. Ludger watched them, channeling mana into the swordstick in his hand. From behind the shadow mask, his blue eyes blazed. The only ones drinking punishment here will be you. Mana surged at the tip of the swordstick, taking on elemental properties. Crackle. He spun, swinging in a wide arc, and countless shards of ice sprouted along the path of his blade, freezing the air itself. Several test subjects charging in were instantly caught, their limbs encased in frost. The war mages responded by firing flame spells. A rain of fire fell from above. Flaming spears flew through the air. Waves of fire rippled across the ground. Yet Ludger's sword dance didn't stop. He lightly struck the ground with his swordstick, and as if bursting from an underground spring, water surged forth. He gripped that water with his free hand and drew it out. Shah! What emerged was a whip of pure water. Ludger swung it, the liquid arc slicing through the air, and in an instant every flame in its path was snuffed out. The war mages moved to counter, but Ludger was faster. Crackle! The mana of frost turned to lightning. The energy around the swordstick shifted, forming a curved single-edged bladier thunder saber. When Ludger swung, a storm of electricity erupted, rippling outward. What the hell? His mana conversion speed is insane. They tried to respond, but Ludger marked them with yet another transformation. The water whip vanished, and now his hand held a spear wreathed in flame. He hurled it into the air. The flaming spear exploded, scattering into hundreds of smaller bolts that rained down like fiery hail. It wasn't like the war mage's earlier fire rain. Each ember carried enough power to burn a man alive. Some war mages raised defensive barriers. Others, veterans, charged straight through, their bodies shielded by protective artifacts. They swung weapons infused with elemental mana. You think you're the only one who knows Southern Kingdom magic. Clang! A war mage's wind blade struck Ludger's lightning saber. The compressed wind swirled violently, beginning to grind away at the blade, a miniature drill spinning in his grasp. You've learned a few tricks. I'll give you that, but you can't beat us with that alone. Then how about this? Ludger abruptly withdrew his strength. The war mage's balance collapsed, his guard wide open, and what filled his vision was the flash of Ludger's swordstick. Slice! The head spun away. Without pausing, Ludger turned and kicked backward at another attacker. Boom! The man had twin rock shields, and he barely blocked the kick, but the impact made him grit his teeth. What the hell, Barefoot? And it hit like that. He started to retreat, but his shield jerked to a halt. Looking down, he saw a black talon clamped onto it. A crow's claw. Aether Nocturnus, shadow magic within Ludgerhead, shaped his foot like a raptor's talon, clutching the shield tight. The war mage was yanked forward straight, NVLIGHT, into the executioner's blade. Another life vanished, and still Ludger did not stop. He pressed the attack even harder. He extended his arm, and a shadowy hand like a demon stretched out, twisting around a mage's neck. Crack! Another one down. In the storm of crimson fire and dancing shadows, the black monster's eyes gleamed, seeking its next prey. The war mages shuddered, chills crawling down their spines. I've never seen anything like that. He's a damn monster. Ludger fought like a mage, like a knight, and like a beast obeying pure instinct. His shifting elemental styles, unpredictable rhythm, and surgical precision, every strike was fatal, every movement honed for killing. It was a fighting style forged solely for taking lives. The war mages, veterans though they were, froze in terror. In that chaos, Nicolay test subjects moved. They charged through the falling flames, bodies burning but unflinching. Their special coats couldn't block all the fire, but their monstrous bodies could endure it. Clang! As they attacked together, Ludger spread his cloak wide like wings, using it as a weapon to deflect their blows. One test subject slipped underneath, aiming at his blind spot, but Ludger's leg struck first. Crunch! Wrapped in Aether Nocturnus, his leg had morphed into the taloned limb of a crow or eagle. That strength crushed the target's skull instantly. Blood splattered across the ground, but the headless body suddenly reached out, grabbing Ludger's ankle. A split second later, the creature's body swelled grotesquely, then exploded. Boom! The blast rocked the entire area. The war mages barely raised barriers in time to withstand the shockwave. Did he die? Given the sheer force of that explosion, not even Ludger could have survived either, so they thought. But when the smoke cleared, despair twisted their faces. He's fine. How is that even possible? Ludger stood there, completely unharmed. An explosion of that magnitude at point-blank range ate not a scratch. So they even planted bombs inside their bodies. Even headless, these creatures still moved. That, and now internal explosives. But unfortunately for them, such ordinary explosions couldn't harm him. The remaining test subjects saw him unharmed and roared, charging again with weapons raised. All is vanity. Ludger once again invoked the same magic. His form blurred like an afterimage, and the test subjects' weapons passed harmlessly through him. Even those trained for perfect instinctual response froze in confusion. If I am given even a moment to prepare, ordinary physical attacks don't work on me. A true spellone that naturally deflected all attacks lacking mana or aura. For a first-time opponent, it was impossible to counter. The swordstick gleamed with killing intent. Heads flew, hearts split open. 593 chapter reinforcements. 3. The test subjects, whose life signals had been cut off, squeezed out the last of their strength, attempting to self-destruct. The bombs implanted in them used special powder that even silence of fire couldn't neutralize. But Ludger only watched silently, then swung his swordstick with deliberate precision. Shashashak. In the blink of an eye, the blade sliced through the subject's elastic flesh as smoothly as cutting through water. Their muscles, tougher than rubber and stronger than steel fiber, split apart like butchered meat. The swordstick's edge traced through skin and sinew, cutting directly through the wiring of the explosive device implanted beside their hearts. Their final act of self-detonation failed. Those with severed heads or pierced hearts convulsed for a few brief seconds before falling still. Ludger turned his gaze toward one test subject whose head was still intact. "You're watching, aren't you, Nikolai?" He could see it clearly in the unnatural movement of the subject's pupils-like camera lenses, adjusting their focus. "I know you're watching me through these things. If you're as predictable as I think, you can hear my voice as well." He raised his foot toward the test subject's head. "Wait for me. I'll finish my business and then come find you." Crunch. After crushing the creature's skull, Ludger turned toward the war mages. A chill crawled down their spines as if their bodies were submerged in ice water. He had effortlessly wiped out Nikolai prized test subjects, nullified explosions with impossible magic, and carried himself like a figure carved from nightmares. Everyone there shared the same thought. We can't win. Had they underestimated him because he was alone? No. They knew from the start he was a sixth circle mage, and they had prepared thoroughly. They had done everything they could, yet it meant nothing. Was that thing really human, or a reaper sent to punish their arrogance? Well then, the reaper spoke. Let's finish this fight. To grant them the death they feared, wait for me. I'll finish my business and then come find you. Crunch. With the sound of something being crushed, the screen went black. Nikolai, resting his chin on his hand, watched in silence before irritably shutting off the artifact display. John Doe. How dare he claim he'd come find him after taking care of other matters first. Even in this situation, the fact that Nikolai wasn't his top priority wounded his pride. Like a damn cockroach, still alive. Recent intelligence had made one thing clear: John Doe was far stronger than Nikolai had originally assumed. As a mage, his minimum level was sixth circle. Nikolai had wondered if the man had always been that powerful, but then realized no wonder Zero Order favors him so highly. That thought explained everything. Nikolai had taken that into account when devising his plan. No matter how strong the opponent, he would ensure victory. This wasn't a fight. It was a hunt, cornering a wild beast and suffocating it slowly until it died. And now, that beast had strayed from its territory and stepped right into his yard. Unable to let such a chance slip away, Nikolai refined his plan to perfection. That lunatic attacked the new mage tower. Sure, but thanks to that, it's even easier for me to control the mages connected to my network. And yet this was the result. John Doe is far stronger than I thought. Veram had been defeated, and this latest operation had failed as well. The first time, Ludger had Alice fine, but this time Nikolai had set the perfect stage for a one-on-one, and still he failed, which meant Ludger wasn't just any sixth circle mage, was one of the strongest among them. Even within the same rank, the gap in power could be enormous. Ludger's combat prowess bordered on monstrous. This wasn't how things used to be. What happened to him after he went to Theon? Nikolai knew that academy had been a storm of incidents, but instead of breaking, Ludger had grown stronger through it. But this time will be different. I still have plenty of cards left. He was confident. When separated by distance, there wasn't much he could do to control the situation. But here, on Isla Machina, things were different. On this island, there was nowhere his gaze couldn't reach. Nikolai had already seized control of all its shadows. The black mages still fought to protect their scraps of territory. That was merely the surface truth. In reality, Nikolai had already completed his consolidation of power. The war against the black mages was merely the work of a fraction of his forces. If he wanted to, he could wipe them out completely with overwhelming power. But he didn't, because he needed the data. Every fight served as a test to collect data from his experimental subjects, to refine and perfect them. Destroying the black mage schools, absorbing their resources and knowledge it had, was simply a bonus. He rose from his seat and walked toward one wall of the room. A large transparent glass panel covered the entire side, reflecting his silhouette against the blackness beyond. Prepare it. At his murmur, the darkness beyond the glass lit up. Red emergency lights flickered to life. The crimson glow spilled down like blood, revealing rows upon rows of test subjects standing in formation. Pale-skinned humans. Under the red light, they looked like creatures freshly dragged out of a pool of blood. Every one of them wore a red gas mask over their mouths. As the red light swept over them, a glow of the same color began to swirl faintly in their dull eyes. Satisfied, Nikolai turned toward the opposite wall. It too was glassed as he approached. A cool blue light illuminated the inside. Cold as the northern sea, the light revealed another army of test subjects. Blue units. Unlike the Reds, these wore visored helmets that covered their eyes, and from each shoulder jutted horn-like ampules filled with blue liquid. Code Red. Code Blue. At his words, the subjects along both walls lifted their heads. The Code Red's eyes gleamed blood red. The Code Blue's eyes glowed icy blue behind their visors. It's your turn. Nikolai smiled confidently as he looked at his twin armies. The red and blue units' creations, refined through countless battles against the black mages. Of course, the experiments were still ongoing, there was room to evolve further. I am curious to see it. He smirked as he returned to his desk. It was stacked high with experiment reports compiled by his subordinate hundreds, maybe thousands. Yet his attention was fixed on only 3 documents. The first, the Eye of Godwat allowed me to dominate Isla Machina, a tool capable of hacking and controlling all surveillance systems, devices, and artifacts on the island. The second, the steel heart core that drives Isla Machina's massive power source. The island's nucleus, its reactor, the engine that sustained its enormous energy output. And the last, the supreme existence that will contain them all, the guard of machines. Its completion was near. After cleaning up the battlefield, Ludger swiftly withdrew. The commotion from the fight had already drawn pursuers, and it wasn't just his own safety that mattered. Even if he sent reinforcements to Cravat, the enemy's strength was too formidable for them to hold out unscathed. Determined to assist, Ludger moved quickly until he reached a narrow, deserted alley and was forced to stop. A hole. In the center of the alley was a perfectly round hole, as if carved out with a razor. He stared for only a moment before leaping down. Using flight magic, he landed softly and found himself in a vast, underground facility. Pipes and cables ran along every wall of the corroded tunnel. The area was abandoned, rusted, and reeking of battle. Fist and footmarks scarred the walls, traces of curses burned into the floors, and corpses. New Mage Tower mages, hired mercenaries, and Nicolay lackeys. Bodies lined the path ahead. The deeper he went, the fiercer the signs of battle and the more dangerous the foes. Broken automaton parts gave way to human corpses, and finally to the slain war mages of the tower. Ure here. At the end of the tunnel, a man wearing a goat horn mask greeted him. Cravat. His black robe was torn and scorched in several places, proof of a hard fight, but no fatal wounds. That could only mean one thing: Somion had guarded his flank. It's been a while. A beastman mage in an iron mask stepped forward. The iron mask, Rotron, recognized Ludger and bowed his head. Ludger dispelled Aether Nocturnus and returned the greeting. It has been a while, Sir Rotron. It has indeed. When I first heard, I couldn't believe it. To think such a thing was happening on Isla Machina. He let out a low chuckle. To tell me outright that you plan to raid the new Mage Tower to expose the corruption of the opposing faction, what would have happened if Id told someone? Then we wouldn't be standing face to face like this. You didn't tell anyone. I had to be sure. If it had been anyone else, I wouldn't have listened, but Professor Ludger Cherish is a different story. Rotron held a genuine trust in Ludger. To call it some trust would have been an understatement, even an insult. They were comrades who had fought together in the capital, and Ludger was the teacher of his half-sister, Iona. To Rotron, Ludger was one of the few people he could truly trust. But he was also a man of endless mystery. Even now, a Sion professor launching a raid on Isla Machina's new mage tower, teaming up with Cravat, the master of the ancient curse Black Mage School. A mage working alongside a black mage enough to make the world point fingers in scorn. Even Rotron needed to hear how this had come to be. So tell Muhat exactly is going on here. Are you aware of what's been happening in Isla Machina recently? Yes, only vaguely. The conflict raging on the island's first level, the turf war between the black mages and the emerging new faction. Rumor had it that the new Mage Tower's dissenting faction was making enormous profits from the chaos. Now, seeing it firsthand, those rumors were clearly true, and darker truths hid beneath them. Then this will be easier to explain. Ludger gave him a concise summary. The new faction, Nikolai, and his army of test subjects was moving to seize control of Isla Machina, backed by a major faction within the tower. So it's come to this. Rotron didn't deny the shocking revelation. He had already suspected something of the sort, even someone as politically detached as he couldn't avoid hearing such whispers. Ludger's words were simply the final piece in a puzzle that was already nearly complete. And yet, the difference between almost complete and complete was absolute. If half of the new Mage Tower joins forces with Isla Machina's underworld, a new empire will rise and no one will be able to stop it. That's why I came to you for help, Sir Rotron. But can I alone make a difference? We're not weak, but their scale of power far exceeds ours. True, Ludger nodded. It would be ideal if we could find at least one more ally. There might be a way. By chance, another Lexer-class mage is currently on this island. Another Lexer. Rotron's voice dropped, echoing faintly inside the mask. But summoning that person won't be easy. There ain't not someone you can meet easily. 594, chapter, a hard person to meet. 1. Gariel moved within the stopped flow of time. When he entered the mage tower, he saw mages inside who had yet to grasp what was happening. They were frozen with expressions that said, "What is going on?" in the face of the sudden shock and deafening roar. Gariel moved carefully, avoiding collision with those mages. In this stopped time, he had no need to hurry. If Ludger had proceeded with the operation according to plan, his own task here would be simple. Still, climbing all these stairs is rough. Because time had stopped, the elevators weren't moving either. Even though he was walking slowly, climbing the tall stairs of the mage tower demanded no small amount of stamina. He tried to steady his breathing, but his panting only grew heavier. Phew. Huff. If I knew this would happen, I should've worked out. Even as he said that, he knew it was the kind of resolve he would never actually follow through on, even with time to spare. At last, Gariel reached the target floor and looked around. He had the map memorized completely, so he knew precisely where the storage room was located. Here. Even without the map, it was easy to tell. A massive tunnel had been blasted through the entire floor. To think he really broke through the new Mage Tower's defense system and made a path. Everything along Ludger's magical trajectory had been blown away. It was fortunate no one lived in this area. Otherwise, there would have been significant casualties. Even though the job was to rob the tower, killing innocent workers in the process would have left a sour taste. Perhaps aware of that, Ludger had aimed only at exact pinpoints. He really did drill a perfect hole through. The place Ludger's magic had passed was sliced cleanly, as though carved away by something. And along that path lay rooms storing the tower's important materials and items. Gariel headed toward the innermost storage chamber. This place, filled with the new Mage Tower's vast collection of items, also held prototypes of future magical artifacts set to be released. Once inside, an overwhelming array of goods unfolded before him. Gariel swallowed hard at the sight. How much is all this worth? He could grab just one of these and make a fortune selling it. Without self-control, he might have lost his mind and tried to take everything. Shaking his head, Gariel reminded himself of his purpose. Get it together, Gariel. What matters now isn't mana, it's finding the ingredients to heal Rhine. Calling it medicine was generous, it was more of a cursed reagent, but that didn't matter. Recalling the intel he had received beforehand, Gariel began searching the warehouse. Take this and this too. Rare herbs, remains of ancient beasts, essence of ice from eternal snow mountains, fragments created by spirits. Well, a few extras should be fine. Gariel also strapped on a few small artifacts that were easy to carry. Normally, taking anything would trigger the theft alarm, but that only applied when time was flowing. In this frozen moment, no matter how many objects he carried, no alarm could sound. Gariel packed everything he needed. The weight was considerable, but still manageable for one person to carry. Grunting, he descended the stairs and finally exited the Mage Tower, arriving in a deserted alley. Far enough away that no gaze from the tower could reach him. Time stop. Release. Tick, tick. The clock's second hand above Gariel's head began to move again, making its sound. Time resumed. Quoom. A massive explosion echoed from afar. People on the nearby streets turned toward the new Mage Tower in alarm. Moments later, a shrill alarm blared from the tower, sending crowds into panic. That guy, will he make it out safely? A sudden worry for Ludger crossed Gariel's mind. Ludger had volunteered for the most dangerous part of this operation. To pull something like this against the Mage Tower lives wouldn't be enough. No. What am I doing worrying about him? He'll manage to come back alive somehow. Gariel decided to focus on his own task first. The priority was to get the items he gathered back to the secret hideout. SSSK. So absorbed in thoughts of treating Rhine, Gariel failed to sense the malicious presence sneaking up behind him. Just before the ambusher's strike could reach him, one of the stolen Mage Tower artifacts wrapped around his body emitted light. Slash KHK. Gariel's eyes widened as a searing pain spread through his left arm. The attacker was one of Nicolay's special experimental subjects, clad in a black coat and fedora. What thou? How did they find his location? No, more importantly, how had they caught up this quickly? Wait. That bastard did say I'd taken control of most of the city's surveillance systems. Even so, he had carefully chosen routes with minimal monitoring, and still they found him. They'd been targeting me from the start, with troops already stationed nearby. Gariel glanced down at the bracelet on his left arm. If I hadn't grabbed this from the mage tower, he would have lost more than just a cuteat would have been his head. Thankful for that small fortune, Gariel focused on the enemy before him. Nikolai wasn't only after Ludger. He was targeting Cravat, and now Gariel as well. He plans to kill everyone connected to Ludger. Then Rhine's in danger too. He needed to get back to Rhine immediately and move her somewhere safe. Meanwhile, the experimental subject, having missed its strike, steadied itself and charged again at Gariel. The sharp twin steel blades in its hands crossed like scissors, about to slice through Gariel's neck, but his figure vanished like a mirage. The creature skidded to a halt. Its body slid across the ground, eyes twitching wildly as it searched for traces of Gariel. But time had already stopped again. Gariel had escaped far away. Huff Huff Gariel panted heavily. He hadn't been able to stop the bleeding before making his escape, and the strain on both his body and mind was extreme. He took out a prepared recovery potion and poured it over the wound on his arm. As the wound quickly sealed, a wave of danger washed over him, and he instantly cast time magic again. Boom! A spell struck vertically into the spot where Gariel had just been. Damn rat! The war mage who had fired the ambush clicked his tongue. Following orders from above, he had been waiting nearby. Once he spotted the target matching the provided description, he attacked immediately. The order had been simple: kill that man, no matter what. So he had launched his spell without hesitation, but the target vanished like an illusion. What the hell is that? As he puzzled over it, a signal came from a comrade nearby. Suspect spotted in Sector B-12. Matches description: a scruffy-haired young man carrying a pile of goods. What? He was just here a moment ago. From A-54 to B-12. In that shorter time. What, did he teleport or something? Moments later, a new report came through. Wait, the guy disappeared. A C-42 sector here. I just spotted the scruffy-haired suspect you mentioned. Wait, he disappeared again. What? What in the world was going on? He vanished and reappeared again, and Agon almost simultaneously in multiple sectors, throwing the war mages into chaos. Everyone, get a grip. The bastard must be using some kind of spatial transit magic. Move as if that's the case. A spell of that scale will either have extreme mana drain or a heavy restriction. The war mages regained composure and began to move in formation. And Gariel, being hunted, could clearly sense their coordination. Damn it. It's been a long time since I've been chased like this. He couldn't help but frown at the burning pain in his arm. Though he had hastily used a recovery potion, the wound inside hadn't fully healed. Nathai's wasn't an ordinary wound to begin with. My arm's going numb, damn it. Did they coat their weapon with poison? No wonder his breathing had been getting heavy. I'd prepared for this. Using poison in case the initial strike missed. Nikolai truly had an obsessive personality. Damn it. The poison's spreading, and my concentration keeps slipping. Time magic didn't consume much mana by being maintained over time. Once he spent the mana to activate it, that was it. Unless he manually released it, he could keep moving through the frozen world indefinitely. By any measure, it was an absurdly efficient spell, but it burned away his lifespan with each use. Even then, this kind of time magic could easily collapse if the user's physical condition deteriorated. Maintaining time magic required constant physical and mental stability. That was why Gariel always made an effort to remain calm within the stopped world. But this time, poisoned, it was different. After walking for a while, the spell collapsed powerlessly. Gariel grit his teeth as he felt time resume around him. There he is. These persistent pursuers instantly pinpointed his location and came charging in. They must have expanded their net wide. It would be hard to escape unless he got down to the third floor. I was too careless. If I can just get down to the fourth, no, the third floor. At that moment, a wave of mana surged from afar. Gariel clenched his teeth and tried to activate his time magic again. But perhaps because of the poison, the spell didn't form properly. Time barely stopped just before the incoming spell grazed him. Had he been even a fraction slower, he would have been hit directly. But he wasn't unscathed. Some of the stolen New Mage Tower materials had been caught in the explosion. Damn it, damn it. There was no time to check the damage. Before time flowed again, he had to get as far away as possible. How far did he manage to go? While stumbling forward, Gariel suddenly collapsed. The poison had started spreading further his legs wouldn't respond. As time stop broke, the items he'd been carrying scattered across the floor. Ah, damn it. Gariel, his vision blurring, scanned his surroundings. He didn't know what this place was, but the wide open lot was filled with heaps of steel scrap. And among the piles of metal, his pursuers began to emerge one by one. Well, look at that. The rat's just lying here. Seriously impressive, though. What kind of magic did he use to get this far? If he'd gone just a little farther, he would have escaped the perimeter. Too bad for him. Hearing that, Gariel bit down hard on his lip. If only he'd held out a bit longer, might have made it. That thought washed over him with a bitter sense of defeat. What should we do with him? Kill him, obviously. Wouldn't that be a waste? Whatever magic he used, we could take it for ourselves. True. You think this guy could handle torture anyway? If not, we can always dissect his brain. The war mages muttered such gruesome things as if they were NOVELIGHT discussing the weather. Gariel's expression darkened when suddenly, who's making such a racket out here? Thud, thud. From one side of the clearing, a loud shout erupted, followed by the heavy stomp of footsteps. The war mages turned toward the source, startled. There, a massive heap of steel was moving. What the hell is that? They thought the scrap itself was shifting, but no. Someone was lifting it. What the huge, shirtless man was holding a pile of junk at least 10 times his own size in both hands. His sweat-drenched upper body rippled with monstrous muscles, and the most ridiculous path was still raising and lowering the pile in rhythm as he walked toward them. Huff, huff. All right, 5 sets done. Workout complete. Kuang. With a satisfied grunt, the man hurled the scrap down onto the ground. The impact sent a small tremor through the lot. What the hell? He lifted that alone. Wait, what did he say? Workout complete? Probably means today's training complete or something. As the war mages exchanged confused looks, the bandit-like man glared at them. Who the hell are you to cause trouble in my training ground? Don't you know I hate being disturbed when I'm exercising? The war mages bristled, glaring back. He looked like a strong knight, sure, but he was unarmed, barehanded. How dare some musclehead in Ilamakia talk down to mages of the new mage tower? Reading their hostile gazes, the large man let out a short laugh. So not only do you interrupt my workout, you pick a fight too. I already didn't like seeing a whole group bullying one Manx. This works out nicely. He clenched his fist. Blue mana flared clearly around his knuckles. Wait, mana on his fist. The war mages realized something was very wrong. One of them, staring intently at the man, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. You, why are you here? Sensing danger, the war mage tried to stammer an apology, but the massive man spoke first. Too late. 595 chapter, a hard person to meet, too. There are all kinds of mages in the world. Mages who use strange magic. Mages with peculiar personalities. Mages who train in bizarre ways. There are plenty of eccentric mages performing every sort of oddity imaginable, and such mages often possess reputations that far exceed their actual ability. But even among those eccentrics, there were a few who were truly famous. Weird methods of training, unmage-like behavior, unmage-like appearance among Sixth Circle lecturer class mages. One man stood out as the prime example. Phiron, take this. Magic of justice. Phiron shouted as he thrust out his fist. Mana shaped like a giant fist flew forward in a straight line, sweeping through the war mages. It was called magic, but in practice, it was nothing more than a blast of condensed fist wind. Defense was meaningless. The sheer power behind that casually thrown spell shattered every shield and protective artifact the war mages tried to raise. No matter how eccentric he was, his opponent was still a Sixth Circle mage. Once one reached that level, their power carried weight, regardless of public opinion. What the hell? Why is that man here? The war mages broke apart in panic. They knew clustering together would only get them annihilate, but even without that, facing such a monster head-on was impossible. And he looks even more deranged than before. A mage as famous as Phiron was impossible not to recognize. And yet, the war mages could barely tell it was him. First, he wasn't wearing the robe that symbolized his school. He was bare-chested. Second, he'd grown out his beard and hair wildly, leaving his appearance utterly unlike the man they remembered. He looked like a mountain bandit who had come down after living alone for 30 years. If they hadn't seen the way mana gathered into the shape of a fist around him, even his own family might not have recognized him. Our retreat. Retreat. In the end, the war mages had no choice but to flee. Gariel stared blankly at the scene, then shifted his gaze to Phyron, who approached him slowly. So, how'd you end up being chased by those guys? They look like mages from the new mage tower. Water. You're asking for water. I've got protein shakes, though. Water matter. Only then did Phyron notice the scattered ingredients around Gariel. You stole these? No, wait. Your attitude's way too desperate for that. Looks like there's a story here. Gariel couldn't answer. The poison had spread through his body, leaving even his lips stiff. His breathing was growing heavy. At this rate, his muscles would seize up and kill him. That was when Phyron acted. Pang. He spread a hand the size of a pot lid and pressed it to Gariel's solar plexus, releasing a gentle surge of mana. The mana coursing through Gariel's body washed the poison's energy away. Khh. Gariel coughed, spitting out blackened, dead venom. After several gasps, he realized his body was moving again. His eyes widened at Phyron in disbelief. He deneutralized the poison. No, it wasn't healing. He depurified the poison itself into pure energy. While Gariel was still reeling, Phyron grinned. Now Thenmund explaining what's going on here. Having arrived at their new hideout with Cravat and Rotron, Ludger frowned when he didn't see Gariel anywhere. If the one who should have arrived first hadn't shown up, it meant something had happened along the way. Even if Gariel could stop time, he lacked field experience of being ambushed wasn't impossible. It seems he'll have to go look for Gariel before Ludger could finish. The hideout door burst open, and Gariel stepped in with a massive man following behind him. What the hell? Who's that giant? Who is he supposed to be? Cravat and Rotron looked bewildered at the bandit like Phyron. Only Ludger narrowed his eyes, recognizing him immediately. Sir Phyron. Oh, so you're all here, ha ha ha. Phyron laughed heartily and waved as though greeting old friends. Ludger turned to Rotron. Don't tell me this is the mage you mentioned, yes. That's right. But I heard he secluded himself on the island, refusing visitors and dedicating himself to his own research. How in the world? Rotron had thought summoning Phyron would be nearly impossible. Meeting him at all was difficult enough, convincing him even more so. And yet here he was, showing up on his own. So Phyron, your appearance gone, was the well-kept mage they once knew now looked like someone who had spent decades alone in the wilderness. Ha! This. I've been so focused on training lately, I didn't bother with my hair or beard. Got a bit long, I suppose. A bit. Even Cravat knew of Phyron. But the image he knew didn't include a mane and beard like that. If I skip shaving and cutting my hair for a week, it ends up like this. A week? Gariel's eyes went wide. How could anyone's hair and beard grow that much in a single week? Maybe it's all the protein I eat. Pew-ha-ha-ha. Seeing Phyron laugh uproariously at his own joke, Ludger could only shake his head. A monster born of pure testosterone. Unbelievable, but somehow, hearing it about a sixth circle mage, it almost made sense. So hat's all this about? Why are you here, and who's this little black mage kid? To Phyron, who had come to assess the situation, seeing Ludger, Rotron, and Cravat all together looked oddly mismatched. It's a long story. Sorting out the tangled situation would have to come first. Let's start with introductions. My name is Cravat. I'm a black mage living in Isla Machia and the master of the ancient curse school. Don't let appearances fool you. I'm quite old, so don't you dare treat me like a child. That last line was directed squarely at Phyron with a sharp glare. Phyron just laughed and shrugged. My apologies then. One by one, everyone introduced themselves. When Gariel's use of time magic came up, both Rotron and Phyron reacted in shock. Time magic, that's a real thing, my god. I thought he was just some frail civilian. Ha! Gariel gave a bitter smile. The name sounded grand, but in reality, time magic was full of limitations and rarely useful. All right, let's review. Professor Ludger Cherish, you robbed the new mage tower. Correct. At Rotron's question, Ludger nodded. And your purpose was to save a student's life. That's right. I understand it's hard to gather the necessary materials on this island in such a short time, but still, that was reckless. Especially now, when Isla Machia is in such turmoil. Ah, right, Phyron interjected, crossing his arms. Now that you mention it, the island's been noisy lately. Did something happen? Phyron had indeed come to Isla Machina, but he hadn't paid much attention to the island's political climate. That, however, only made it more telling if even someone as indifferent as Phiron could sense the growing unrest here. Then something was seriously wrong. As you already know, Sir Phiron, Isla Machina is home to the new mage tower, various mages, and black mages alike. Recently, all the commotion has started from the black mages' side. A new faction appeared within their territory, and that's what sparked this mess. But from what I saw, the new mage tower's mages seem to be involved too, aren't they? Recalling the war mages, Phiron asked. Rotron nodded, sighing through his nose. There have been signs for a while now, but it seems the new force active on this island has allied with a certain faction inside the new mage tower. A faction within the tower, huh? As you know, the tower broke away from the old framework of the old mage tower to pursue new ideals. But even if the purpose is the same, the methods cannot be identical. The new mage tower's internal factions were largely divided into two sides. Those who believed that any means were justified if it served their purpose, and those who insisted that, at the very least, they must uphold reason and morality. The former argued that magical research required money, and that therefore capitalism should be the foundation of their work. In their eyes, cutting corners or ignoring ethics was permissible so long as it brought in funds. I was on the opposite side, said Rotron. He distrusted excessive capitalism. He couldn't accept mages who prioritized playing with money over immersing themselves in magic. And so the two groups came to be known by names that reflected their ideologies. The money-driven faction bourgeois, their opposition proletariat. The bourgeois mages always said the same thing: magic requires money. A mage constantly gasping for funds will never be able to pursue true research. Regulation, they said, only stifles procrastinating what could be a one-year project into 10 years of delay. Well, that logic isn't entirely wrong, Cravat admitted, nodding slowly. But the problem is that those bastards didn't just cross the line, they obliterated it. He could understand it all too well. Among black mages, there were plenty who would do anything for profit. Was regulation truly a barrier to the advancement of magic and science? And without regulation, could magic and science still develop in the right direction? That question had long been a constant debate between the two factions. Naturally, there was no definitive answer. In the end, it was simply a difference of perspective. Each side had its own justifications. In any case, Cravat said, the important part isn't nitpicking their moral flaws. What matters is that the bourgeois faction has officially become our enemy. I never imagined they'd go this ferrying with dangerous outsiders, illegally modifying automatons, crafting weapons to kill mages, even conducting live experiments. At this rate, they were no different from the black mages society despised. The new mage tower had been Rotron's second hometh place that had accepted him, a beastkin, as a mage. He couldn't stand by and watch it fall into corruption. So let me get this straight, Phiron said, crossing his arms and shutting his eyes. A faction of the new Mage Tower joined forces with a mysterious organization. That organization's now targeting you, and to save a terminally ill student, you went as far as to rob the tower itself. He nodded gravely. And then, between his closed lids, tears began to spill. What a moving story. It shakes the very soul of manhood itself. Phiron's sudden wail of emotion made Gariel glance awkwardly at Ludger. His eyes said, is he always like this? Ludger subtly shook his head. No idea. He wasn't this bad before, Ludger thought. Seems he's drifted even further from civilization since I last saw him. Still, that might actually be for the best. If Phiron were more logical and cold-blooded, it would have been much harder to get him emotionally invested. All right, it'll help. When a man's soul burns this hot, he can't just sit still. Truth be told, I've always wanted to try robbing that steel tower myself. Hey, Rotron's face stiffened. That last part was hard to overlook. Before this could escalate, Ludger quickly changed the subject. So Phiron, may I ask what brings you to Isla Machina in the first place? Everyone turned to him, clearly curious as well. Ha! Research, of course. Phiron's tone implied what else could it possibly be. Everyone murmured a soft ah, as if remembering something obvious. Right. He was a mage, after all. I heard there are various artifacts here like ones that weigh more than they should. Thought I could use them to give my muscles a little extra stimulation. Besides, this island's full of iron perfect for lifting heavy things. At that, Gariel recalled the clearing where he had collapsed earlier. He assumed it was just a junkyard filled with discarded scrap metal. Apparently, it really was a training ground. Gariel leaned toward Ludger and whispered, "Is this guy really a mage? A school of magic that uses muscles? What the hell kind of discipline is that? Coming from someone who stops time with magic, that's a bit rich." Whatever the case, having Fyron on their side was reassuring. Gariel, remembering how he fought earlier, nodded appreciatively, then suddenly recalled something and spoke up. Mage Fyron, there's something I've been wondering." "Hmm, go ahead." "When I was hit with that paralysis, poison, how did you cure it instantly like that?" He couldn't understand it. His first impression of Fyron had been that of a battle mage Somion who only knew how to throw punches. And indeed, Fyron specialized in combat magic. But curing poison wasn't something a typical war mage could do, and yet he completely purified it with just a touch of his palm. "Oh, that." Fyron's tone was utterly casual. "That's a manual therapy spell I developed myself." Manual therapy? Did he just say manual therapy? Did I mishear that? 596 chapter, the scene of that day. 1. At the words manual therapy, Gariel's mouth fell open. Manual therapy? Wasn't that just something like a massage people got when they weren't feeling well? No, wait, does a mage even know about manual therapy? And besides, cleansing poison isn't manual therapy at all. Relaxing muscles or joints and flushing toxins and waste from the body were two entirely different things. Even those who didn't know the full situation could tell just how absurd Fyron's answer was. Why is everyone looking at me like that? For someone at my level, this kind of magic is basic. That's how I reached lecturer level. Was that so? Cravat and Gariel turned doubtful eyes toward Rotron. After all, wasn't there another sixth circle mage present who could confirm or deny it? Why are you looking at me like that? Obviously, he's the weird one. At Rotron's remark, everyone nodded in relief as if that confirmed it. Of course, it made no sense that even a sixth circle mage would learn something like that as a matter of course. Fyron, looking somewhat wronged, protested. "Come on, you've learned even stranger magic than I have. It's unfair that I am the only one getting flack here. What I learned is a special type magic. Then mine's a special type too, special type muscle magic. Has a nice ring to it, doesn't it?" Fyron began to explain the simple principle behind his magic. "It's called manual therapy, but really, it just came to me while checking up on my school members' bodies. The name's just for show. You check on your disciples' bodies, and that leads to a spell like this." Cravat asked, utterly unable to comprehend it. "What kind of schoolmaster personally checked on the bodies of his students?" "Well, my members work out with iron every single day." That's the magical school Fyron led was so eccentric that even among mages it was treated like heresy. Mages who trained their bodies more brutally than knights ever did. Because of that, it was easy to tell which school someone belonged to even without an identification tag, just by the muscles bulging through their clothes. Still, if you overtrain, muscles can tear and joints can get damaged. Our school's goal isn't just to bulk up. The key is how well you can use your body. So their hulking muscles weren't built merely for appearance. Flexibility, muscle coordination, and cardiovascular endurance were all equally important. When you eat mostly protein, people often end up with gout or other issues. Whenever that happens, I help them personally, and one day I thought, wouldn't it be great if I could just cleanse it all away with mana? That was how he came up with the spell he just used on Gariel's so-called manual therapy magic. It's called manual therapy, but it relaxes the muscles, removes lactic acid, prevents gout, and flushes toxins and waste right out. Why is it actually so practical? For all its silly name, its effectiveness was outstanding. It was strange enough that a musclehead mage knew such a spell, but since it served as preparation for even more intense training, that somehow made sense too. But NVLGHT, read the full story, why ask about it? Was that really what you were wondering while dying? That spell you described it simply, but in practice, its structure must be extremely complex, right? Well, yes. Everyone's constitution is different, so I have to adjust the mana amount precisely to match. Took me ages to develop. Why? In that case, couldn't it maybe help Rhine's condition? At Gariel's words, Ludger was the first to react. "I see. I understand what you mean. Cleansing someone's body of malignant energy and impurities essentially meant purifying them. At present, Rhine's body was a battlefield of spatial mana and divine power clashing and entangling. Even if the divine power were removed, the rampaging spatial mana would still threaten her life. But if they used Phyron's magic, it could calm that mana and stabilize her body. The potential was enormous. He'll have to see the girl's condition first, but it shouldn't be impossible. When Phyron stroked his beard, the coarse hair rustled audibly. I should check it myself. He decided to go see her immediately. Rhine was lying quietly asleep in her room. A specialized automaton was changing the wet towel on her forehead. When the automaton noticed the people entering, it stepped aside silently. Rotron and Phyron both felt curiosity toward the human-like automaton, but that wasn't the priority now. So this is the child. Rotron stared intently at Rhine through the iron mask. Mana gathered in his eyes as he calmly examined her condition. Her soul is unstable. Her soul? Gariel asked in surprise. The rampant energy in her body is one thing, but this pure yet violent power isn't natural. It's a curse branded deep in her bloodline. We call that the soul, and this girl's soul is bound. Rotron had once been a warrior of the Beastkin tribes. Beastkin traditionally wielded the power of the spirits that harmonized with nature, and Rotron could do the same. His special type origin magic had been born from that spiritual power. Well, I don't understand any of that soul talk, but when it comes to the body, I am confident in my field. Phyron too examined Rhine carefully. Hold on a moment. After asking permission, he extended a hand the size of a pot lid toward Rhine. His palm stopped about 10 centimeters above her solar plexus, and mana gathered there. Like ink spreading through water, the mana diffused and scanned her whole body. When the inspection was done, Phyron withdrew the mana and spoke. Her condition's terrible. Her whole body feels like it's being torn apart by pain. It's a miracle she's even alive. Is it that bad? This kind of unique constitution is new even to me, but if I look a bit deeper, I might be able to find a way. Still, he couldn't do it alone. Both Rotron and Phyron turned their heads toward Ludger at once. Is it possible? For a teacher like you, right? They didn't know why, but somehow it felt like if it was Ludger, he could carve open that path called possibility. If everyone helps, it's possible. Ludger looked at Rotron and Phyron, his voice filled with sincere resolve. So please, lend me your help. Neither Rotron nor Phyron refused Ludger's request. Rotron was already entangled in the New Mage Tower's political struggles, so he had no choice but to ally with Ludger. Phyron, on the other hand, volunteered out of a sense of justice. To ignore a dying girl without doing what he could that would violate his principles. I'll first check the New Mage Tower's movements. If I can get support from my faction, it won't hurt. Then I'll keep examining the girl's condition in more detail. Leaving those words, Rotron departed the hideout, and Phyron began a closer inspection of Rhine. The sight of the massive Phyron delicately examining her looked oddly incongruous. But Phyron hadn't reached the sixth circle through brute strength alone. To reach that level, one needed a firm grasp of magical theory as well. For all his rugged exterior, Phyron was quite intelligent. Two sixth circle mages lending their strength that's more reassuring than I expected. Their once uneasy team now had two Lexera-class mages added, and both perfectly complemented the weaknesses Ludger, Cravat, and Gariel lacked. If this goes well now with this, we can definitely save Rhine. That hope was only natural. Gariel recalled the moment earlier when Ludger had pleaded for help. That guy. He begged those two sincerely. It was unlike Ludger. The Ludger Gariel knew would have stiffened his neck and ordered them to help her try to strike a deal. No. Was that really who he was? Or was it just the image I wanted to believe in? Gariel thought of Ludger's face. Behind that cold exterior, the man possessed altruism and compassion for others. That must be why he could go so far for someone like Rhine. And me? What about me? In this mission, Gariel's role had been simple to step into a stopped world and retrieve a few designated items. But how had that turned out? They'd been ambushed out of nowhere and nearly died. No, dying might have been better. If Phyron hadn't saved him, he would have been dragged to the New Mage Tower's secret lab and dissected alive. I'm so weak I can't even be of help. When the poison spread through his body and his breathing faltered, what he felt wasn't fear of death, it was self-loathing. To be so useless, paralyzed by poison, fleeing and trembling, even though he wielded magic that could control time itself, all he could do was steal and run away. He felt utterly pathetic. What the hell am I doing? Gariel grabbed his hair with both hands and shook his head roughly. Just then, Cravat entered the room, saw him, and handed him a cup. "What are you brooding about alone? Here, drink this. What is it?" "Detox juice. You were poisoned by paralysis venom, right? Even if the emergency purge worked, there might still be residual toxins. Drink it, you'll feel better." "Thank you." Gariel accepted the cup respectfully with both hands and drank it down. Cravat watched him silently. From the look in Gariel's sunken eyes, it was obvious he was wrestling with something inside. It wasn't really Cravat's problem. He could have left it at that, but Gariel's earlier story lingered in his mind. Something about his past with Ludger Cherish. Damn it, if I hadn't heard that, I could ignore this. But now, scratching his head, Cravat sighed, resigned to playing the unwanted role of counselor. "So, what's eating you this time?" Gariel's hand trembled as he set the empty cup down. "I just feel so powerless." Yet unlike before, he didn't try to hide it. Maybe he'd actually been waiting for someone like Cravat to ask, "What's powerless?" I was the only one who got caught. Poisoned, running away, too weak to fight back. I don't even know if I am any use to Rhine. Well, that magic of yours isn't much for combat, sure. But that's no reason to wallow in self-pity. Time magic has endless possibilities if you think about it differently. Maybe. But I'm afraid of my magic. Afraid. Do you know what it feels like to be the only one aging while the whole world stands still? Gariel's long-suppressed thoughts spilled out. Every time I use it, I move further ahead of everyone else. 1 minute, 1 second accumulated again and again until days, months, maybe years pass. That's time magic for you. And that's what terrifies me. That someday it'll go too far ahead until I'm nothing. That my end will be like my master's. Gariel still remembered his teacher's death. A man in his 40s trapped in the body of an 80-year-old, his brain rotting with dementia, dying in misery. An idealist who had always said, time magic is wonderfulusit for justice. His end had been wretched. Gariel had watched it all, from the process to the result. He deceived a knave boy into learning this magic, praised it as the greatest power of all, and then died pathetically. How do you think that felt to watch? There was no respect left in the primal thought, I never want to end up like that. That was why Gariel never used his time magic to help anyone. He used it for his own gain, for gambling or petty theft. That was his way of defiling the magic, a form of rebellion. But what's worse is that, with this magic, I couldn't protect the woman I loved. Gariel stared at his palms. I could only watch her die, frozen in stop time. He remembered that day clearly, the day Ludger killed Rhine's mother. 597 chapter, the scene of that day. 2. The first meeting between Gariel and Ludger was the worst. Gariel, who wanted to show something as the older one, and Ludger, who was negative and hostile toward everything in the world. It was inevitable that they would clash the moment they met. That arrogant brat. Gariel had tried to teach Ludger a lesson. As an elder and as a user of time magic, he wanted to make that kid pay for looking down on him. Ludger, who sensed Gariel's intention, immediately entered battle mode without a word. His stance resembled that of a finely sharpened sword. Just as the two were about to collide in earnest, "Are you two fighting?" a naive, innocent girl suddenly appeared out of nowhere and asked with a bright voice, "Don't fight. Get along." The moment Gariel saw Rhine's innocent eyes, his attitude changed completely. "Haha, Rhine, fight? Of course not. You're not fighting, right? Of course not. Hey boy, we're not fighting, are we? We're fine, right? HMPH. Ludger snorted as if losing interest and walked away. That cocky little brat. Gariel's forehead veins popped, but he decided to let it go. He figured fighting with a kid like that would only make him look pathetic. "Rhine, how about we ignore that brat and go fishing by the stream? Let's catch your favorite fish, Rhine." "Where are you going?" Rhine ran off, following Ludger into the forest. Before Ludger could react, she grabbed his wrist and clung to him. "Let's play together." "What? Let's play." Rhine clung to Ludger like a child throwing a tantrum and refused to let go. Ludger hesitated, unsure if he should shake her off or not. After all, she was just a clueless little girl, and seeing her like this reminded him of a friend he had left behind in the theocracy of Bretis. Catherine. She had been around the same age as Rhine when he first met her, and now it had been nearly 10 years since he last saw her. "Fine, I guess. Really, what do you want to play? Let's go to the stream. Catch fish for me." Rhine laughed brightly and pulled Ludger by the hand. Ludger followed, his face showing pure annoyance. Someone watching the scene with admiration approached Gariel. My daughter's cute, isn't she? So, is the talk over? Yeah. Gariel recalled the blonde-haired woman he'd been speaking with. He didn't know what conversation they'd had, but it didn't seem like a casual one. It seems we'll be staying here for about a month. That's fine, right? Why are you asking me? I'm not even the owner of this place. If the owner's fine with it, then so am I, ahaha, I suppose so. She laughed and stood beside him, her eyes following Ryan's cheerful figure running ahead. Please take care of my daughter. Why do you sound like someone who's leaving? It's nothing. I just mean I can't protect her forever. Gariel wanted to ask what she meant by that what was going to happen, but when he saw her expression, he decided not to. Don't worry. Novelight. No matter what happens, I'll look after Ryan. That's reassuring. Gariel thought of saying something cooler like he would dedicate all his time to protect her, but it felt too embarrassing, so he kept it to himself. Determined to keep his promise, Gariel went looking for Ryan. When he arrived at the stream in the forest, he was met with a surprising sight. Got it. Wow, you're amazing, Opa. That brat who looked like he'd never done a day of hard work had rolled up his pants and was catching fish in the stream with bare legs. Seeing how skillfully he did it, Gariel was momentarily speechless. Ryan's delighted laughter and Ludger's faint smile gave Gariel a strange feeling. Hey, you brats, having fun without me? Ah, Uncle Gariel, I told you to call me Opa. You're an uncle. Enough. Hey, brat, let's see who can catch more fish. Are you an idiot? Why would I? Ludger frowned in irritation, but when he met Ryan's shining eyes, he clicked his tongue. Fine. It's not like it's hard anyway. With Ryan cheering behind them, the two men began their fishing competition. As expected, Ludger won. Even without using magic, he caught fish with remarkable skill. You're really hopelessly clumsy. Shut up. Meanwhile, Gariel, who had only flailed uselessly, sat on a nearby rock, panting heavily. I won't lose next time. If there even is a next time, suit yourself. That day, everyone had a satisfying meal with the fish they'd caught. The most memorable part was Ryan puffing out her cheeks like a squirrel while chewing her fish, making everyone laugh. Ludger quickly adapted to life here. He played with Ryan, trained magic lightly with Grander, and enjoyed peaceful rest amidst the beautiful scenery. Gariel often challenged Ludger to contests, but always ended up losing. It was frustrating not being able to put that cocky brat in his place, but whenever Ryan burst into laughter, all irritation vanished. Over time, Ludger's first impression improved considerably. Though his arrogance was annoying, Gariel realized the boy wasn't completely rude. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep playing with a clingy child like Ryan. Ludger also became close with Ryan's mother. Hey boy, are you getting along with my daughter? Yes, I suppose. Why so stiff? Relax, just call me Nuna. Did you finish your talk with my master? Ah, you mean Miss Grander? Not yet. There's still more to discuss. Ryan's mother scratched her cheek with an awkward smile. Ludger didn't know why she looked that way. He hadn't overheard any of her conversations with Grander. What's wrong? Curious. Should I tell you kindly since I'm such a nice Nuna? No need. I'm not really curious. It's between my master and Herth'll handle it. Ahaha. So you trust Miss Grander? Her words struck true, and Ludger lightly shrugged. It's not like me knowing will change anything. I'm busy enough just playing with Ryan. I appreciate that. You're right. Sometimes it's better not to know anything and just enjoy the moment. Her voice sounded suddenly sad when she said that, and before he realized it, Ludger turned to look at her. Contrary to what he expected that she would look, Depressage looked at Ludger with a teasing grin. The moment Ludger thought, I've been fooled, she hooked her arm around his neck. What's this? Were you worried about this, Nuna? You act tough, but you're soft inside, huh? That's not it. And could you please take your arm off me? Tusk, you've got a cute side, don't you? Just know that you're far too young to be worrying about me, including that man named Gariel. At the mention of Gariel's name, the smile at her lips faintly dimmed, but it was so brief that Ludger didn't notice. Well, he's still too young, too. Isn't that a bit harsh to say about a time mage? You even heard that? Sounds like you two got quite close while I wasn't looking. He's been dying to beat me, that's all. Anyway, I won't pry into whatever's going on between you and my master. But, just don't do anything that'll make Ryan worry. She's your only family. Family. At that word, she blinked before smiling warmly and nodding. Of course. The happy days passed quickly. Not a single day went by without Ludger going out with Ryan. To be precise, it was more that Rhine clung to him and dragged him off somewhere almost every day. Opa, let's go deeper into the forest today. We went there last time. That was last time. Today's today. Perhaps because she was an only child and had no father, Rhine followed Ludger around like a real older brother. Maybe playing with him was her way of making up for the loneliness of growing up without siblings. Though Ludger complained, he still played with her in the end. Since his master was often away, Ludger had plenty of free time anyway. But today was a bit different. Rhine, who had gone ahead into the forest, came running back to report what she had seen. Opa, there's a kidnapper over there. What? Thinking there was no way kidnappers could be in such a forest, Ludger followed Heronley to actually find them. They had captured a boy about Rhine's age. Judging by his refined clothes, he was a young noble, clearly a target for ransom. What do we do? Wait here. Ludger waited until the kidnappers were distracted, then ambushed them with a prepared spell. They couldn't react in time to his swift and silent attack. There weren't many of them, so he handled it easily. He removed the hood covering the kidnapped boy's head. The boy squinted against the sudden light, then looked up at Ludger with eyes full of arrogance. Hey, you commoner, hurry up and untie this rope. Ludger and Freuden Ulberg's first meeting was quite intense. Even though Freuden was the one being rescued, he looked at Ludger with an expression that said, "What's taking you so long?" He didn't even have the decency to say thank you. Just like his fancy clothes suggested, nobles always had their necks stuck up high. Hey, didn't you hear me? If you don't untie me right now, I'll tell my family when I get back. That last sentence was what truly got on Ludger's nerves. He decided to loosen the brat's stiff neck with his fist. Thud, ack, why you hit me? You actually hit me. Maybe that wasn't enough. What? Thwack. After a second flick to the head, Freuden finally went silent. Ludger looked down at the fainted boy, sighed, and slung him over his shoulder. The brat was arrogant, yes, but leaving a kidnapped child at the crime scene wasn't an option. He was just about to leave when Rhine's voice rang out from behind him. Opa, behind you. Ludger ducked low, still carrying Freuden on his shoulder. A sharp blade sliced through the air, cutting several strands of his black hair. What now? There's still one left. I was hoping to finish this cleanly. How annoying. The man who appeared was different from the other kidnappers Ludger had taken down. Even putting his relaxed demeanor aside, his armor wasn't simple leather, it was more formal, fitted, and regulated. A knight, what's one doing here? Who? Sharp eyes for a kid. Beating those grunts before they could report back too looks like you've been trained well. The knight grinned, resting his sword on his shoulder. He didn't look like the solid, disciplined type of knight one imagined. His belly bulged, and he looked soft all around. The kind of physique you'd see in a knight who hadn't trained properly for years. A retired knight, then. The fact that a knight was kidnapping a noble child already reeked of corruption. That's none of your business, brat. You've seen too much, so now I've got to kill the witness. The fat knight raised his sword toward Ludger. A faint aura shimmered at the blade's edge, it aura said to be wielded by knights. Ludger immediately invoked a defensive spell. Crash. Even though he cast it hastily, his spellwork was flawless. Yet the knight's single slash shattered it completely. Seeing that, Ludger frowned. So the man's strength was real despite his appearance. What's this, kid? You're a mage. Did the family send you already? No, that can't be right. The knight's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He hadn't expected such precision or speed from a boy this young. Even after his defense broke, Ludger's face remained calm. He was clearly no ordinary kid. Well, whatever. You'll die anyway. Same goes for that girl back there. At the mention of killing Rhine, Ludger's eyes narrowed. But instead of flaring up with killing intent, he exhaled softly and relaxed his stance. The knight blinked in confusion. What's this? Don't tell me you've lost your will to fight. Not lost, it simply found no need for it. The voice came from behind him. The knight flinched and turned around. When he saw who had spoken, his expression turned to shock and disbelief. What the hell? A blonde girl in a red dress stood there. The knight frowned and spat out, a damn kid still wet behind the ears at those words. Ludger felt a chill crawl down his spine. 598 chapter, the scene of that day, 3, gulp. Ludger unconsciously swallowed. For someone as composed as he usually was, his instinctive reaction showed just how shocking the human trafficking knight's words were. Objectively, NV original source speaking, he could understand it. Grander's outward appearance was that of a girl barely in her early teens. She was doll-like and beautiful, dressed in clothes that perfectly matched that fragile image. Even if one met her deep in the forest, it would be natural to feel puzzled rather than wary. But sometimes, ordinary logic simply didn't apply. And this was one of those times. Hee. A laugh slipped from Grander's lips. The sound made every hair on Ludger's body stand on end. Ah, that man was done for. The instant he saw Grander's crimson eyes curve like crescent moons, Ludger could only pray for the fat knight's soul. Boy, take that child and leave this place. What I am about to show you is still too early for your eyes. Understood. With Freuden slung over his shoulder, Ludger quickly withdrew and took Rhine with him. Oh, Opa, we have to get out of here. Why? I'll explain later. Despite her young age, Rhine didn't whine or Argesh obediently followed. Just as Ludger reached the edge of the forest boom, a massive wave erupted from the forest center, followed by a towering crimson pillar. The blood-colored light made Ludger's expression freeze. Rhine turned as if to look, but Ludger covered her eyes with one hand. Can't see. It's nothing. Don't look. When the crimson pillar faded, an eerie stillness fell over the forest. Ludger stood silently, gazing back into the darkened trees. Though it was still broad daylight, the coniferous forest was shadowed and dim. From that darkness, a pair of red eyes emerged. Grander walked out slowly. Is it over? The others nearby have been dealt with as well. It was the abduction of the heir to one of the Empire's three great ducal house, Ulberk family. Naturally, the knight hadn't been acting alone. Their network spread across the whole forest. Yet Grander said she had taken care of them all in mere moments. If someone asked whether that was possible, Ludger would have answered yes. Impossible for others, perhaps, but not for Grander. And when Grander said she had taken care of them all, that meant no bodies remained. They had become mere blood now inside her. Ah, drinking such tasteless blood after so long leaves me in a foul mood. Grander crooked her finger at Ludger. Knowing exactly what that meant, Ludger sighed and laid the unconscious Freuden down on the ground. Rhine, watch over this brat for a moment. Okay, and cover your eyes, understand? Okay, count to 60 before you look. Obedient as ever, Rhine did as he said. The only rule she failed to follow was keeping her counting silent. 58, 59, 60. All done. When she opened her eyes, she saw Ludger fixing his shirt sleeve while Grander smiled in satisfaction. Opa, your face is pale. Guess I'll have to eat some meat tonight. Shaking his head, Ludger hoisted Freuden back over his shoulder. Who's that kid, anyway? Grander, curious, followed alongside him. No idea. Looks like a noble kid who got kidnapped. Judging by his clothes and his attitude, he must come from quite a wealthy house. A noble's child kidnapped in a place like Thisho, amusing. Well, whatever. Well, take care of him. Not we, Mom. We need to tell Rhine's mother about it. Same thing. Arrogant as ever, but that was just how Grander was, and Ludger didn't bother arguing. By the way, you've been out a lot lately, Master. Seeing you back means your business is done. Not yet. Not yet. That's unusual for you. What, trying to butter up your teacher? Sorry, but this vampire of yours isn't omnipotent. There are things even I can't do. You mean like cleaning or tidying up the house? That's something unnecessary, isn't it? I already have a diligent child who does it for me. My convenience clearly doesn't factor into your plans. Freuden woke about 3 hours later. How dare you lay hands on me? The moment he opened his eyes, he remembered Ludger hitting him and began thrashing about. Ludger looked down at him and clenched his fist again. The brat still hadn't learned. He'd have to fix that. Maybe Freuden sensed it because his mouth snapped shut at once. Quick on the uptake. Good. Ludger relaxed his fist. Freuden glared at him sulkily, then puffed out his cheeks and spoke. Contact my family. I am Freuden Ulberk, heir to the Ulberk ducal house. If you escort me safely back, you will be richly rewarded. He wasn't as brazen as before, but his arrogance was still clear. Still, considering the name he bore, it wasn't empty talk. The problem was that no one here had the slightest reaction to the great Ulberk name. What a funny name. Rhine laughed brightly. Freuden stared, dumbfounded. Funny. The Ulberk family with its centuries of history and prestige. Yeah, it's funny. You mean you've never heard of it? Never before. Rhine, who lived quietly with her mother, had never heard of such noble families. But Freuden was so shocked by that fact he could hardly close his mouth. Anyway, want some? Rhine offered him a plate. It was food left over from dinner earlier. Freuden had missed the meal while unconscious, so she had brought him some herself. Why should I eat this kind of food? He almost said he wouldn't touch anything not made by a famous chef, but stopped. Growl. Come to think of it, since being kidnapped, he hadn't eaten anything but water. When the kidnappers had tried to feed him, it was mashed potatoes with salt made by their filthy hands. He refused, of course. Compared to that miserable slop, the meat on Ryan's plate looked downright tempting. Normally he would have turned up his nose, but hunger left him no pride. Well, I suppose accepting something like this is a noble's duty. Oh my. Ryan's mother smiled warmly at the sight of him. For a girl of her age, Ryan's oddly mature charm only made her cuter. What's this flavor? Who cooked this dish? They should be brought into our household immediately as our chef. After taking a bite of meat, Freuden's eyes sparkled as he heaped on the praise. Ryan giggled at his reaction. That's great. Opa, he said, the meat's delicious. What? Freuden looked at Ludger with a face that said, no way. Ludger glanced back at him, then let out a quiet snort and curled one corner of his mouth. That alone was enough to tell who had made the food. Grrr, Freuden clenched his fist in frustration, yet couldn't stop eating. No matter how proud and arrogant and noble he was, it was hard for a hungry child to resist a hot plate of meat. This humiliation ill repay it someday. Sure, you'd better start practicing your cooking first then. In that moment, Freuden made a resolution. He would create food so delicious that he could crush that insolent man's arrogance with it. But for now, he had no means to do that, so he swallowed his anger and turned his attention elsewhere. Hey you, what's your name? Me, I'm Ryan, hee hee. What about you? Hey, don't talk so casually. How old are you? Me, 7, I'm 8. I'm older, so you should speak politely to me. Wow, I got another opa. Ryan jumped up and down, in excitement for reasons only she understood. Freuden watched her with an unreadable look. Born into House Ulberg, Freuden had never truly seen people as people. No, perhaps it was more accurate to say he couldn't. Everyone who approached the heir of Ulberg did so with obvious motives. Either they were schemers trying to curry favor in hopes of gaining a position someday, or they were those consumed by jealousy and spite, looking for a chance to drag him down. Freuden had been clever enough to sense those intentions from a young age, so he had always acted arrogantly, because the smiling masks of others would crack easily in the face of a haughty child. He enjoyed exposing those masks, and so he maintained that attitude deliberately. But Rhine was different. The world Freuden had grown up in was entirely grey, a lifeless blend of black and white, stripped of warmth and color. And within that monochrome world, he met a girl who shone like a vivid flower petal. Pure, untainted, and sincere to the core, Rhine showed no hidden intent. Freuden felt as though he were under a spell. Let's play together. Perhaps that was why, when Ryan grabbed his hand that night and dragged him out to watch something, he couldn't refuse. He didn't even notice Ludger getting up with a resigned sigh to follow after them. That night, Ryan, Freuden, and Ludger headed to a small pond in the nearby forest. There, Freuden saw the dazzling glow of lights dancing in the darkness. Look, isn't it pretty? Hee hee. Fireflies fluttered through the air, illuminating the woods in soft light. Their glow reflected off the pond, mixing with the starlight from above. In the moonlight pouring down between the trees, Ryan's laughing face shone radiant and almost holy in his eyes. Thump, he was just a naive child, or perhaps a boy forced to act mature precisely because he was too smart for his age. That night, for the first time, he came to know the feeling called love. The wolf ran. It pounded across the earth, rode the wind faster than any train. Ah, Freuden opened his eyes. It had been a long time since he'd dreamed of the past. To remember something from nearly 10 years ago so vividly, fully awake, Freuden lifted his head and realized he was riding on the back of a wolf. Ah, right. He was still traveling astride the great wolf. The wolf spirit, king calling it extraordinary would be an understatement. Even though Freuden had fallen into a deep sleep on its back, he hadn't felt the slightest discomfort. At such speed, he should have been battered by the wind or sick to his stomach, but he wasn't. Warm, gentle. He could have released his grip and spread his arms wide without feeling a single tremor. It was as if his body had merged with the wind itself. Tap, tap. The enormous wolf sprinted at impossible speed, yet no one so much as glanced their way. A passing woman, a farmer harvesting wheat, a driver steering his carriage, they simply closed their eyes, savoring the breeze as it brushed past. This is the spirit that has protected our family for generations. The sacred wolf said to dwell only in the forest bordering House Ulberk's lands. Now it was carrying him swiftly toward some unknown destination. But where exactly are we going? Freuden wasn't sure if the wolf even knew the location he sought. Still, seeing how its stride never faltered, there must have been something waiting ahead. The wolf ran as if crossing the entire continent and finally stopped when the horizon beyond the cliff revealed the sea. The ocean. They stood atop a coastal cliff. The crashing waves below told him they had reached the edge of the continent. The wolf raised its head, sniffed the air, and stared toward the distant horizon. Don't tell me Rhine's beyond that. The wolf nodded. Freuden's face hardened. If she were somewhere on the same continent, he could have found her eventually, but across the sea. Thank you for bringing me this far. You should return now. Still, he couldn't give up. He planned to find a ship in the nearest town or city. But when he thanked the wolf and moved to dismount, it snorted in amusement, as if refusing his request. What's wrong? Just then, the wolf's body flared with magical energy, and before Freuden could react, it leapt straight off the cliff. In an instant, he felt his body lift weightlessly, the waves rushing up to meet him. Why? Before he could finish, the wolf's paws struck the waves, and instead of sinking, it raced effortlessly across the surface. Looking closely, its feet weren't touching the water, but the air just above it. Incredible. He hadn't expected it to run on the sea itself. But that meant they would reach their destination much faster. All right. Forgive me for imposing, but please let's go. At his words, the wolf let out a thunderous howl and sprinted across the ocean. Behind it, storms rose in its wake, towering columns of water spiraling skyward as it ran. 599 Chapter Fragile Things. 1. Ludger, Rhine, and Freuden often spent time together. For Ludger, it was simply that he had nothing else to do, so he played with Rhine. Freuden, too, had free time before his recall to the family estate, so he joined them. As for Rhine, she was delighted just to have one friend and one older brother to be with. Gariel also came by occasionally, but since he still had not fully mastered time magic, he often had to return to where his master resided. Because of that, Gariel usually only visited on weekends. At first, he was relieved to know that Ludger and Freuden were there. He had often felt guilty for not being able to spend enough time with Rhine when those two were absent. Whenever Gariel left, Rhine used to look sad, but now she no longer seemed lonely. That was a relief for Gariel, and yet it also left him feeling as though something precious had been taken from him. Still, he thought that as long as this peaceful daily life could continue, nothing else mattered. However, there was one thing Gariel had not anticipated. Rhine's mother was growing thinner and weaker with each passing day. She coughed often, and sometimes her face twisted in pain. At first, he assumed she was simply feeling unwell, but as the symptoms grew more severe, Gariel began to sense that something was very wrong. Are you sure you're all right? What do you mean, you're sick? You should go to a hospital while you can. For yourself and for Rhine. Ha, it's just a light cold. You're taking strong painkillers. You call that a light cold, so you saw. She smiled awkwardly and scratched her cheek. Something inside Gariel twisted with a feeling of betrayal. Why didn't you tell me? Did you not trust me enough? It's not that. Then why? Because this is an illness no one can do anything about. Her appearance was frail perhaps because of the pain, but even more than that, there was a certain resignation in her once bright face. The same face that had always smiled cheerfully now looked utterly drained. Gariel, for some reason, couldn't bear to look at her and averted his eyes. Let me help. I can ask my master about it. That won't be enough. The one who answered instead was Grander, who had just entered the room. Ugariel now understood exactly who she washo tremendous a mage that golden-haired girl truly was. She was not even human to begin with, an existence so ancient and transcendent that no one could guess how many years she had lived, refining her magic over countless ages. Her accumulated knowledge and power were on a scale that even a time mage like himself could never compare to. What do you mean it's not enough? With all the knowledge and solutions I possess, the most I could do was extend her lifespan a little. But even that has reached its limit. Gariel looked at her in disbelief. The woman in bed gave a faint, apologetic nod. I am sorry for hiding it until now. Since when? Nathan, how long were you supposed to live originally? When I was first diagnosed, they said my life would end around 20. What? But you're yes. I've lasted 5 more years. She spoke while gazing toward the window beyond her bed toward the place where her daughter had gone, accompanied by Ludger and Freuden. But when I die, that child will be left all alone in this world. So I wanted to hold on a little longer. That's why I asked Lady Grander for help. Honestly, I never thought someone would actually come looking for me, trusting only in the vague legends written in ancient grimoires. Grander sighed, perhaps still finding it absurd when she remembered their first meeting. But even so, the one who had granted her an impossible 5 years of borrowed life had been Grander herself. Then there really is no way left. None at all, Gariel asked desperately, almost pleading. None. There's not enough time to examine her condition. And besides, the magic I study isn't about saving lives, it's about ending them. Even for a great mage, analyzing a sudden case of non-attributed mana disorder was a daunting, nearly hopeless task. But you're a legendary magician. Why can't you? Because I've never needed that kind of magic. Grander was an ancient true vampire, one who could not die. Ordinary mages studied countless different kinds of spells, but she had no need to. Even what she had picked up casually, by mere observation, was more than enough for her. Her innate talent for magic made that possible. But to study something this deeply, something entirely outside her domain, was another matter entirely. There is, however, one thing that could be called a method. What is it? My blood, your blood. Yes. If I grant her my blood, she'll become my thrall. She wouldn't die. But I don't recommend it. Why not? It's better than dying, isn't it? Grander snorted Novelight softly. Foolish child. Sometimes death is the kinder choice. What do you mean you wouldn't understand? You haven't experienced it. But sometimes death is the most sincere form of blessing there is. Her voice sank low, heavy with an emotion Gariel had never heard from her before. He found himself unable to speak. Even if she became my thrall, it wouldn't remove the source of her pain. She wouldn't die, but her body would keep tearing and splitting apart from within. Shed live in unending agony. Can you imagine living like that forever? Then how much time does she have left? Hard to say, but I think she knows better than I do. Gariel turned to her, hoping desperately that it wasn't what he feared. She smiled faintly, as though resigned to her fate. At most, a week. No more than that. A week. Only a week. I'm sorry for hiding it, but I couldn't help it. Gariel's lips trembled. The woman he loved had only a week left to live. He had never hated himself so much for living so blissfully ignorant while she was suffering right beside him. Even if she hadn't told him, he should have noticed. Had he really been too blind to see the condition of the woman he loved? Gariel clenched his fists tightly. I'll find a way. Gariel, I'm grateful, but this is impossible. Then am I just supposed to stand here and watch? He shouted. She blinked, startled by the outburst. Gariel, who always smiled so easily, now looked furious from the depths of his heart. I'm sorry, but there's nothing you can do. I didn't come all this way just to. Before he could finish, Grander intervened. The children are coming. The unspoken warning told him to stop talking. Gariel bit down on his lip. I'll go, Gariel. He halted at the voice that called him from behind but didn't turn around. Don't worry. I'll find a way and come back soon. With that, he vanished from the spot. Though he usually avoided using magic to save time, this time he had invoked time magic immediately. That was how desperate he was. Every single minute of the remaining week mattered to him. He's gone after all. Yes, he has. Looks like he even took the medical records you kept so carefully. What a troublesome man. It just shows how much he cares about me. That's why I wanted to keep it hidden until the end. You knew, didn't you? Grander meant his feelings. She smiled faintly and nodded. He's so obvious. How could I not know? And yet you still didn't accept his feelings until the end because of your condition, I suppose. Back then, yes. That faint, meaningful smile made Grander raise one eyebrow. You, after all, SHH, please don't say any more. The children will be here soon. Grander turned her head away as if she had never intended to say anything further. A vampire who wishes to die and a human who wishes to live. What a tragic fate. At Grander's quiet remark, the woman nodded in agreement. You can say that again. Back in his distant workshop, Gariel immediately threw himself into research. Only 7 days remained. Far too short a time to save someone's life, but Gariel refused to give up. I will save her. She was his light, the blessing that had given him the strength to endure the harsh years. Even if she had suddenly vanished one day and reappeared later with Rhine by her side, his love for her had never changed. So he would save her. Even if it meant using up every second of his remaining time, he would save her. With that thought, Gariel stayed awake for days on end, desperately searching for a way to save her. But no matter how much he racked his brain, he could not find any solution. While rummaging through his master's study, Gariel finally found an old document. Time Freeze. The power of time magic, despite its grand name, could neither fast forward nor reverse time. The only thing it could do was stop the flow of time around everything except the caster. But Gariel suddenly wondered if one could stop everything. Then perhaps, conversely, one could also stop just one single existence. He didn't know how that might be achieved, and until now it had been nothing more than idle imagination. But No had found a clue right before his eyes. My disciple, what are you doing right now? Master. Gariel turned toward the old man almost accusingly. This magic, is it real? This time freeze spell, is it truly possible? That is, why didn't you ever tell me about it? Why hide such an incredible spell? Because it's a spell you have no need for. None of us do. What do you mean? What could possibly be more necessary than this? Do you even understand what it means to stop another's time? Is that really so important? Of course it is. Once time is frozen, who will make it move again? Obviously, I will, even if it kills you the moment you cast it. Gariel's eyes widened in shock. That spell doesn't merely stop someone else's time. It transfers all of your remaining time to them. You sacrifice your own life to halt theirs. Then the moment I cast it, it'd consume my remaining lifespan and die. Exactly. The time freeze spell demands the caster's life as its price. And once it's cast, it cannot be undone unless the caster reverses it. But the caster dies the instant the spell is triggered, which means the frozen person can never awaken again. They cannot eat or sleep or close their eyes or even breathe. They remain sealed in wax called frozen time, eternally preserving that single moment. Could that truly be called living? You would use that on a person. Then it's not just throwing away your own life, it's killing that person too. I taught you magic to help and save others, not to destroy yourself. Then what do you want me to do? Gariel shouted at his master. The old man's eyes went wide. You insolent brat, you're the one who told me to use my magic to save people. That's what you taught me. But what good is time magic if I can't even save the one I love? He had always been a talkative, stubborn student, but never before had he cried out like this. Gariel's master, Morris, looked at his disciple with a heavy expression. My student, this power exists to help people, yes, but that doesn't mean we can help everyone. Some things are simply unavoidable, truly unavoidable. There are things in this world you cannot escape, no matter how hard you struggle. So you're telling me to just stand by and do nothing? No, keep struggling, but not like this. Not in a way that's already wrong from the start. Gariel's clenched fist trembled violently, but he had no words to refute him. He couldn't even remember the last time he had felt this powerless. The only advice I can give you is to spend what little time you have left with the person who's precious to you. Morris looked at him gently as he said it. Gariel ground his teeth, then disappeared from the spot. Morris clasped his hands behind his back and looked upward. So she was that precious to you, was she? As a teacher, it pained him that this was all he could say. I am sorry, my student. That's all your teacher can offer. Gariel ran through the world of frozen time, panting again and again, gasping for breath, yet never stopping. He had to go, to where she was, to where everyone was waiting. His master's words had been cruel but true. There was nothing he could do right now. Inside the stopped world, Gariel cried. His tears traced his path, suspended in the air of the unmoving world, frozen mid-fall. In the distance, he saw her house, the painted meadow and forest, the small cottage atop the breezy hill. He had once said that if he ever married her, he would want to live in a place like that. It had been the house of his dreams, but now, Gariel could hardly bear to look at it. When he opened the door and stepped inside, no one was there. It was the middle of the night. Where could they have gone? He quickly looked around and then headed toward the nearby forest. He didn't know why, but somehow he just knew someone would be there. Pushing through the undergrowth, Gariel caught sight of two small, familiar figures. A girl with short ash-gray hair Rhine. Beside her stood a young boy, Freuden, who seemed to have brought her there. What are you two doing here? More importantly, what are you looking at? Gariel turned his gaze toward where the two children were staring. There she was, the woman he loved more than anything, peacefully with her eyes closed. And Ludger Cherish was driving a dagger into her heart. 600 chapter Fragile Things, 2. The memories after that point were hazy. All he could remember was charging at Ludger like a madman, shining with berserk light, only to be subdued in an instant. Gariel had wanted to pour out his resentment and rage, but he couldn't. The moment he saw Ludger's expression, he lost the ability to speak. Under the moonlight, that young man's face was filled with sorrow deeper than anyone else's. Even amid the chaos, that sight had burned itself into Gariel's mind. Perhaps that was why. Even now, 10 years later, he still remained tied to that man he hated so much, still moving alongside him. That is why I must save Rhine, the daughter of the woman I loved. This is all I have left now. To live not for yourself, you truly were born under a complicated fate. Cravat said that, then suddenly lifted his head. A crow was perched outside the window, staring straight at them. My, it seems we've been found. Ha, found. What do you mean? As Gariel stammered in confusion, the inner door opened and Phiron strode out. You noticed too? Yes. With such thick killing intent approaching, how could I not? Phiron flexed one arm, proudly showing off his bicep. My muscles are trembling, proof that enemies are drawing near. Gariel couldn't tell whether that was some kind of superstition or if Phiron had actually sensed the enemy with his muscles. But what did it matter? The important thing was that the enemies had already tracked them to the vicinity of this hideout. Caw! The crow flapped its wings and took off. From inside, Ludger, who had been working on his research, emerged fully prepared. Gariel, take Rhine to a safe place. Got it. Cravat felt something strange and uneasy in the relationship between those two men speaking so briefly yet with such weight. At Ludger's words, Gariel vanished from sight. So did Rhine, who had been inside the room. One could not directly touch others within stop time, but there were many ways to transport a person without physical contact. Now only Ludger, Phiron, and Cravat remained. They really aren't giving us a single moment to rest. Cravat clicked his tongue at Nicolay's relentlessness. He had thought they'd at least have a day's reprieve, but never imagined the pursuers would arrive this fast. It was probably as Bahram had warned. Nikolai had gained control over most of the island's surveillance systems. No matter where they ran or hid, as long as those devices existed, hiding was impossible. And in Isla Makia, a place made of machines, searching for somewhere without surveillance was absurd. Even down in the sewers, there would be at least one or two devices installed. Still, we can't exactly treat the wounded in a sewer, can we? They needed a basic sanitary environment at minimum, and every such place was under surveillance. That meant the battle would inevitably start with their side at a disadvantage. My muscles are trembling harder now. Phiron said that with a serious expression, though the words themselves were bizarre. Yet it wasn't a lie, his muscles really were quivering. Cravat couldn't help but ask, what even is that? Some kind of magic? Ha, it's a new spell I developed, the muscle of danger detection, so it was actual magic. Ludger and Cravat stared at him in disbelief, but Phiron, excited, began explaining the theory behind it. Human intuition, that mysterious sixth sense, I deliberately amplify it through the muscles. My mental waves stimulate the muscle fibers, causing them to resonate according to threat proximity. It might look simple, but it's a complex compound spell that's enough. Seeing the explanation was about to drag on, Ludger cut him off. They're coming. No sooner had he said that than the window shattered and a red shadow burst inside. One of Nicolay's pale-skinned experimental subjects. Creatures forged by combining human, chimera, and world tree cells. These ones were different again, steel masks over their jaws, red bloodlust glowing in their eyes. Crag! They screamed through the metal masks, rushing at Ludger's group. HMPH. What are these things? Phiron snorted and threw a light jab. A jab, though his fist blurred out of sight, and the air exploded several times in succession. The 5 charging subjects lost their heads cleanly in an instant. Close-range combat enhanced to superhuman extremes. Even with reflexes beyond human limits, the experimental creatures couldn't react. Headless bodies dropped with dull thuds and then twitched and started rising again. What the? Phiron was stunned. Taking advantage of his shock, a headless one lunged. Long claws had sprouted from its fingers, glowing faintly red. It was Ludger's lightning barrier that deflected the blow. Don't get careless. These ones are far stronger than before. He fought headless foes before and reacted instantly. Feels similar to the Bug brothers. Their bodies are grotesquely modified, even decapitated, they can still move. Meaning their heads weren't command centers, merely body parts. To test a theory, Ludger fired a light spell through one creature's chest. Pishu. A fist-sized hole pierced its heart. The wound blackened and smoked, but the creature didn't fall. To move without a brain or heart, what the hell did he make? Cravat clicked his tongue in disgust. To them, the brain and heart are meaningless organs. They were practically living single-cell organisms. Then how to kill them? Phiron found the answer first. How about this? He threw a heavier punch this time, not a jab, but a straight. His muscles surged, generating a storm of compressed air. The mana-infused shockwave shredded the creatures into dust, leaving no trace. An attack strong enough to shatter War Mage's defenses and even artifacts. The dismembered remains never moved again. They had figured out how to destroy them, but no one looked relieved. Beyond the shattered window, red eyes lit up across the surrounding metal structures, dozens, maybe hundreds. Great. Looks like there are a few too many to deal with. Even as Phiron spoke, the red-eyed monsters charged. CRRRK. Their jaw masks split open, revealing rows of long, serrated teeth like deep-sea predators. A grotesque sight, impossible to believe such fangs could fit inside a human-shaped mouth. Phiron swatted them aside like flies, while Cravat unleashed black smoke-like curses to repel them. But their fragile movements puzzled Ludger. No newly sent specimens shouldn't be this weak. Decapitated or heartless, they were still dangerous, yet something felt off. If Nikolai was truly this obsessive, there had to be more. His unease proved right. SSHHK. Something white sliced through the air toward Phiron. Before he could even warn him, the projectile struck. Ting! Crack! Phiron's iron-like muscles deflected most attacks, his body sheathed in constant mana reinforcement, but this time, a fragment had pierced his skin. He looked down at his forearm in disbelief. A bone. The projectile was a sharpened piece of bone. He plucked it out only as long as a pinky joint, yet it had broken his defense. This isn't that black magic. He glanced around, but no black mage was visible, only the red-eyed subjects. Then more white shards shot out between them like bullets, larger this time. Phiron knocked them aside with his fist, experimental subjects using black magic. Cravat had realized the same, and bone magic at that. That's a spell from the long-extinct Black Mage School. Just as that dreadful thought crossed their minds, the monsters prepared their next attack. Flames rippled and rose like living waves. Ludger, Phiron, and Cravat all leapt back instinctively. They couldn't take that head-on. That flame Ludger spread his cloak of shadows like wings and rose into the air, narrowing his eyes at the flickering crimson blaze. Hellfire mana. Ordinary fire burned orange, but this one was as red as fresh blood. Different from the green flames of the Hellfire School, yet unmistakably similar in form and movement. Wait, then that means, before he could finish warning them, the monsters unleashed black magic. The blood-red flames came alive, surging forward. Sulphurous rain poured from above, corroding everything it touched, while sharp bone spears targeted their vital spots. They all can use black magic. Phiron threw up a mana barrier, shouting in shock. These inhuman creatures could all wield dark arts. That bastard Nikolai, so this is what he did with the Black Mage School he devoured. He had either used the Black Mages as material or applied their knowledge to his experiments. They weren't inferior to the previous special types, they were the next stage. 2 sixth circle mages and a black magic master weren't enough to treat this lightly. But it doesn't matter. Ludger extended his hand, and countless steel spears materialized, piercing the monsters. Even their swift movements couldn't escape. Tat-a-tat-a-tat. A storm of steel spears rained down, enclosing the enemy in a massive fence. When some tried to slip through the gaps, Cravat stepped forward. Nowhere to run. Curse of Cat's cradle. Black threads of curse energy stretched from his hands like a weaver's loom, wrapping the entire steel enclosure in a dense web. The ones who touched it melted instantly from the point of contact. Realizing the danger, the subjects began casting spells of their own, dozens at once, attempting to break through. They might have succeeded if not for Phiron. Wahaha! I'll crush you all at once. Laughing uproariously, he clenched his fist. Air compressed around it, swirling inward like a vortex. His fist blazed with brilliant blue mana, growing denser and denser until it shone almost sky blue. He punched forward, releasing all the gathered power at once. A colossal fist, vastly larger than his own, descended like a meteor upon the trapped creatures. Even those trying to escape the fence froze, realizing it was unavoidable. Quoom! The sky-blue meteor slammed into the ground, erupting into a hemispherical explosion that swept the entire area. It was a massive mana detonation. No creature could have survived it. Ha! Now that was satisfying. Phiron laughed in triumph, but Ludger's sharp warning cut through the air. They ain't not gone yet. Not gone. Phiron turned toward the crater. There was nothing but shredded flesh scattered around, and then, impossibly, it happened. Blood-red flames of hellish mana began to writhe and rise, shaping themselves into human forms. Within those crimson fires stood black skeletons glaring straight at Phiron. 5 of them.